Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 1 to Chapter 56. Xianxia shook his slightly swollen head forcefully and sobered up. Saint Yuan year 3486, I have been dead for 100 years. Xianxia, I have been reborn 100 years later. Xianxia was the greatest saint in the Saint Yuan world. 100 years ago, he used his sword to cut open the gate to the world of immortals, creating a new path for the saints in the world. However, he used up his last drop of blood and fell on the Saint Cliff. Who would have thought that he would be reborn 100 years later? Xianxia raised his head and found himself in a dark and broken room. The walls were full of cracks, and the door was closed. He was imprisoned. Xianxia heard someone talking outside the door. Brother Yong, he is the mayor's only son. Although he is not talented, the mayor loves him a lot. If the mayor finds out, he will be in big trouble. Two strong men were standing outside the door. One of them looked worried. This was a deserted area of Fragrant Sky City, and very few people came here. What are you afraid of? No one knows, not even the mayor. Plus, after drinking this kid's blood, we will leave Fragrant Sky City immediately. Yang Shuang, you don't want to be a nobody for the rest of your life, do you? Yang Yong said ferociously. Hearing this, the struggle on Yang Shuang's face disappeared and was replaced by a ruthless look. There is no way out. The mayor has spent a lot of time and effort on this useless son of his. He has fed him so many pills, but he is only at the first level of the Qi realm. If he had given us these pills, we would have reached the Qi high level long ago, or even the mortal core level. These pills are wasted on him. Instead of being a waste, why don't we help him? After 3 days, when the cleansing pill purifies all the impurities in his body, we will drink his blood and improve our potential. Then, we will leave this place immediately. Brother Yong smiled coldly. The conversation between the two men was heard by the newly reborn Xianxia. After merging with his original body's memory, a cold smile appeared on Xianxia's face. If you want to drink my blood, you will have to drink my urine. Through his memory, he knew that the two men outside were the guards of the mayor's mansion. How dare they try to kill him and drink his blood? Xianxia didn't panic at all. As the once greatest saint in the world, he had been through situations that were 100 times more dangerous than this. Besides, these two men had given him a purification pill, and it would take them 3 days to get rid of the impurities in his blood. These 3 days were his chance. Ignoring the two men outside, Xianxia started checking his body. When he felt the power of the pills in his body, he was overjoyed. The city lord's father only knows how to feed his son elixirs, but he doesn't know that his son can't absorb them at all. With so many elixirs accumulated, sooner or later, something bad will happen. However, to me, this body is simply a treasure. Xianxia had a smile on his face. For the greatest saint, absorbing and refining the medicinal strength was as easy as flipping his hand. Those two fellows even gave me a cleansing pill. Although it's a low-grade pill, it's infinitely beneficial to this body. I'll refine all the spirit herbs I've accumulated and absorb them all. Xianxia thought to himself. He found a qi condensation spell from his memory and started practicing it. With the help of the qi condensation spell, the power of the pills in his body started to disperse and flow into Xianxia's limbs and bones. The pills started to refine Xianxia's bones, blood, and skin. At this moment, the cleansing pill was also helping to get rid of the impurities in Xianxia's body. The pills were too powerful. This useless young man's body was full of treasures. It was such a waste. No wonder people would try to kill him. Transform the pills into qi, transform. Xianxia let out a deep shout. While tempering his body, the huge amount of medicinal energy in his body started transforming into pure yuan energy bit by bit. Crack, he had broken through to the second level of the Qi Jing realm. In just an hour, Xianxia had broken through to the second level of the Qi Jing realm. Crack. Crack, the third level, the fourth level, the fifth level. In just one day, Xianxia had broken through to the fifth level of the Qi Jing realm. There were so many pills in his body that he had only used half of the pills when he broke through to the fifth level of the Qi Jing realm. Outside the door, Yang Yong and Yang Shuang were restless, waiting anxiously. Brother Yong, it's been a day. Why don't we just kill him and take his blood? Yang Shuang was worried. No, the cleansing pill needs 3 days to purify all the impurities in his blood. Let's wait a bit longer. Yang Yong said. In the room, Xianxia was immersed in the feeling of leveling up. In the Saint Origin world, everyone practiced martial arts. Once you reached the 9th level of the Qi Jing realm, you could open up the Qi Sea in your Dantian and reach the Qi High realm. Then the mortal core realm, the heavenly core realm, and the divine core realm. After reaching the 5th level of the Qi Jing realm, Xianxia didn't stop, but the speed of leveling up had obviously slowed down. 2 days later, Xianxia had digested all the pills in his body, and he had reached the peak of the 8th level of the Qi Jing realm. He was only 1 step away from the 9th level. The 8th level of the Qi Jing realm in 3 days, with this body, this is the limit. Xianxia said calmly. If it was anyone else, they would have been overjoyed to be able to level up 7 levels in 3 days, but Xianxia was the greatest saint in the world. No matter if it was his experience or his temperament, he was far more experienced than most people. In other words, he was an old monster. Haha, time to drink your blood. With an excited laugh, the door opened, and 2 men appeared in front of Xianxia. Drink my blood? You guys drink my piss. Xianxia sat on the floor and punched out with both of his fists, hitting both men's stomachs. Both men let out a miserable shriek and flew out of the door. These 2 men were the guards of the mayor's mansion. Although they were not weak, they were only at the 6th level of the Qi Jing realm. They were no match for Xianxia. Xianxia patted the dust off his butt and walked out of the room slowly. He knew how heavy his punches were, and he knew that these 2 men would not be able to stand up again. In the courtyard, Yang Yong and Yang Shuang were lying on the floor, holding their stomachs in pain. They looked at Xianxia in fear. Impossible, this is impossible. You are only at the 1st level of the Qi Jing realm. Even if you are not dead, how could you become so powerful in just 3 days? Yang Yong was shocked. As the guards of the mayor's mansion, they knew this rich 2nd-generation young master very well. This guy was a complete piece of trash, and he was always a spoiled brat who only knew how to bully people. But now, he had suddenly become so powerful. He was a completely different person. You 2 dogs of a slave, you really have the guts to even think of plotting against this young master. Speak, who ordered you to do this? Xianxia stared at Yang Yong coldly. He was not an idiot. No matter how brave these 2 men were, they were still just servants of the mayor's mansion. If no one ordered them to do this, they would not dare to do anything to him. Plus, a pill like the cleansing pill was not something that could be easily taken out by 2 slaves. No, no one ordered us to do this. We wanted to drink your blood. Yang Yong said hurriedly. If you don't tell me, then you will never have the chance to tell me. Xianxia walked up to Yang Yong and slammed his palm on the top of his head. Yang Yong's head was smashed into pieces, and blood and brain matter mixed together. Yang Yong was dead. I never give people a second chance. Xianxia said calmly. He did not feel any discomfort towards such a bloody scene. But Yang Shuang, who was standing at the side, was scared out of his wits. He was a coward, and had never seen such a bloody scene before. It's your turn. Tell me, who ordered you to do this? Xianxia turned and looked at Yang Shuang. No, really no one. Young master, please spare my life. Young master, please spare my life. Yang Shuang was scared out of his wits. This young man in front of him was not the young master he was familiar with. His killing methods were too cruel. Not talking? Very well, don't worry, I definitely won't let you die easily. I know a way to die. Before a person's heart stops beating, they won't die completely. I will cut off your arms and legs, dig out your nose, and then dig out your liver and kidneys to let you see what's inside your body. Finally, I will dig out your heart. If your willpower is strong enough, you might even be able to see the frequency of your own heartbeat. Xianxia said word by word. Okay, I'll talk. Yang Shuang was sweating profusely. He couldn't take it anymore. In his eyes, Xianxia was a demon, a devil. Hurry up, this young master's patience is limited. Xianxia had an indifferent expression. It's eldest young master. Eldest young master ordered us to do this. He was the one who gave us the cleansing pill. Yang Shuang didn't dare to hide anything. Jiang Rulong, a name suddenly appeared in Jiang Chen's mind. Jiang Rulong was his father's adopted son. Because Jiang Chen didn't live up to expectations, Jiang Rulong valued this adopted son. Many businesses were handed over to Jiang Chen. In Jiang Chen's memory, his big brother took good care of him. No matter what trouble he caused, Jiang Rulong would take care of it for him. Why does Jiang Rulong want to get rid of me? Jiang Chen asked. All these years, the governor has spent a large amount of spiritual medicine and resources on you. The eldest young master is naturally jealous. As long as you die, the eldest young master will become the only heir to the Jiang family. Furthermore, tomorrow is the day of the marriage between the Murong family and the Jiang family. If you die, this good fortune will fall on the eldest young master. Yang Shuang was trembling as he told Jiang Chen everything he knew. So that's how it is. A sneer appeared on Jiang Chen's face. The Murong family was a big family in the fragrant Sky City, a giant in the business world. Even the mayor's mansion had to show them some respect, and they wouldn't dare offend them. If the Jiang family could unite with the Murong family through marriage, there would be only benefits. This Jiang Rulong was extremely scheming and shrewd. If it was the previous Jiang Chen, even 100 of him wouldn't be able to defeat him. But now, it was different. The world's greatest saint was reincarnated. How could a puny Jiang Rulong defeat him? Young master, I have said everything I need to say. Please spare this little one's life. This little one is willing to do anything for you. Yang Shuang cowed out continuously. I don't need a slave like you. Jiang Chen slammed his palm down, and Yang Shuang's voice stopped abruptly. After killing the Yang brothers, Jiang Chen looked up at the sky. It was already evening. He strode out of the courtyard. He was surrounded by wastelands, and the air was filled with a moldy smell. In his memory, this was the most remote wasteland in Xianxia City. It had been ruined for more than 10 years. Normally, no one would come here. Yang Yong and Jiang Chen had put in a lot of effort to imprison him here. I, Jiang Chen, had limitless glory in my previous life. In this life, I can't be mediocre. My previous life is over, and everything is gone. Since I have occupied your body, then from now on, I am you, the new Jiang Chen. Your relatives are my relatives, and your enemies are my enemies. I will take revenge for you. Let's walk the road of the future together. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he walked out of the wasteland. During the 3 days that Jiang Chen had disappeared, the entire mayor's mansion had not been peaceful. Although the second young master was stubborn and mischievous, he had never been away from home for more than 3 days. The mayor only had one precious child. Although he often scolded him, he loved him dearly. This was proven by the amount of elixirs in Jiang Chen's body. Almost all the guards of the mayor's mansion had been mobilized. They had almost turned the entire Tianxiang city upside down, but they still hadn't found the second young master. The mayor had issued a final order. If they couldn't find the second young master by nightfall, then they wouldn't be able to go back. Outside the wasteland, a group of people was approaching. The guards were also at their wits' end, so they finally found the wasteland. This second-generation master really doesn't let people rest easy. I don't know where he went to have fun, but we are the ones who have to work hard. I haven't eaten anything for the whole day. Don't complain. The mayor only has one precious child. Tomorrow is the day of the marriage with the Murong family. If we can't find the second young master, then no one will have a good time. This is a place where birds don't even shit. A person like the second young master wouldn't come here even if he was beaten to death. We are just doing useless work. Hey, there is a person in front. The guards complained one by one. The guard who was walking in front suddenly saw a white figure walking out of the wasteland. Second young master. The guard screamed. He rubbed his eyes hard and carefully looked at the young man who walked out of the wasteland. Who else could it be but the second young master? Captain, it's the second young master. We found the second young master. Haha. The guard immediately jumped up, his face full of excitement, and he almost burst into tears. It was as if the person who suddenly appeared in front of him was not the second young master, but his own father. It's the second young master, it really is the second young master. The heavens have eyes. A few guards flew in front of Xianxia. Although they had no idea why their second young master would come to this desolate area, that wasn't important. What was important was that they had found their second young master, and he was still alive and kicking, without missing any limbs. Xianxia, why are you all here in such a panic? Xianxia looked at the captain. He recognized this person. His name was Xianxia. Second young master, I've finally found you. If you hadn't appeared, the city lord would have skinned us alive. Xianxia's face was full of excitement, and he almost cried. Xianxia was stunned. With his wisdom, he instantly understood the reason. He had disappeared for 3 days, and his father must have been very worried. It was conceivable that these guards must not have had an easy time in these 3 days. Thinking of his father whom he had never met, Xianxia could not help but feel warm. Although he was a great sage in his previous life, it was lonely at the top. He did not even have a friend to talk to. Moreover, he was an orphan since childhood, so he had never experienced the feeling of family love. Aren't I perfectly fine? You don't need to skin me alive. Come, let's go back. Xianxia smiled. Young master, please get on the horse. Xianxia hurriedly led his own horse over. No need, I can walk. You all have worked hard. Wait until we return to the city lord's mansion and go to the accountant to collect 10 taels of gold. Xianxia said casually and strode forward. What? 10 taels of gold? Xianxia staggered and almost fell to the ground. The other guards were also stunned. 10 taels of gold. Their monthly allowance in the city lord's mansion was only 10 taels of silver. Xianxia was the greatest saint in the world, so he had no concept of worldly wealth like gold. But for these guards, 10 taels of gold was a huge sum of money. What was wrong with the second young master? This was not his style. When did this second-generation master become so generous? He did not ride a horse, and from the time they met until now, the second young master had not scolded them. The second young master had disappeared for 3 days, and he had completely changed. Let's go, let's catch up with the second young master. Xianxia was the first to react. The guards hurriedly caught up with Xianxia's footsteps. They even abandoned their horses. If the second young master did not ride a horse, who would dare to? In the city lord's mansion hall, a middle-aged man was pacing back and forth anxiously. He had a strong body and was 8 feet tall. He was dressed in loose embroidered clothes, and his angular face was filled with a domineering aura. He was the city lord of Fragrant Sky City, Xianxia. Don't worry, godfather. Second brother will definitely find it. Next to him stood a young man dressed in white. He looked to be 17 or 18 years old. His face was like a jade crown, and he was extraordinarily handsome. With one look, one could tell that he was a dragon among men. His face was full of worry, but his eyes were hiding a hidden happiness. This little bastard does not let people worry at all. If he was half as successful as you, I would be laughing even in my dreams. Xianxia said angrily. The second young master is back. At this moment, a guard hurriedly walked in, his face full of excitement. What? Jiang Rulong almost cried out in surprise. His face changed instantly. He's back. Jiang Zhenhai's expression relaxed, and immediately shouted, "Let him in." Seeing that the city lord was furious, the guard immediately wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and said carefully, "City lord, the second young master said that he was tired and went back to his room to rest. He will greet you tomorrow." What? This little bastard has no respect for his elders. Jiang Zhenhai's eyes widened. Godfather, maybe second young master is really tired. Plus, tomorrow is the day of marriage with Sister Morong. Let second young master have a good rest. Jiang Rulong said. Rulong, don't always protect him. This little bastard is getting more and more outrageous. Jiang Zhenhai glared at him. Godfather, calm down. I will go talk to second young master. Jiang Rulong said. That's good too. Find someone to watch him and don't let him step out of his room again. Tomorrow's marriage cannot go wrong. Jiang Zhenhai swung his sleeve and strode out of the hall. The city lord's mansion was huge. With Jiang Chen's identity and status, the place he stayed in was naturally the best. It was a quiet and elegant courtyard with 2 floors, full of aristocratic aura. Jiang Chen stood in the courtyard with his hands behind his back. The bright moonlight stretched his shadow. He was waiting for someone. He knew that someone would come looking for him. Outside the door, a figure appeared silently. It was Jiang Rulong. When he saw Jiang Chen standing there unscathed, a cold light flashed in his eyes. What are those 2 doing? How could they let this trash come back alive? Jiang Rulong frowned. He adjusted his emotions and strode into the courtyard. Second young master, where have you been for the past 3 days? Big brother was so worried. Jiang Rulong's face was full of worry, but at the same time, he was happy to see Jiang Chen again. Big brother. When Jiang Chen saw Jiang Rulong, he pounced on him and hugged him. Big brother, you almost couldn't see your brother anymore. Jiang Chen's face was full of sadness. His nose was full of tears, and Jiang Rulong's shoulder was full of mucus. Jiang Rulong frowned. He suppressed his disgust and patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. Second young master, what happened? Who bullied you? Tell Big brother, and Big brother will help you. Jiang Rulong said. It was those 2 slaves, Yang Yong and Yang Shuang. They wanted to kill me. Jiang Chen moved away from Jiang Rulong's shoulder and said while clenching his teeth. Hearing the names of the young brothers, Jiang Rulong was shocked, but his expression did not change. What? Those 2 dogs of a slave actually dared to be so presumptuous. I will definitely not let them off. Big brother, they are dead. Jiang Rulong said angrily while paying attention to the changes in Jiang Rulong's expression. Jiang Rulong's acting skills were really good, but unfortunately, a performance was just a performance. As the greatest saint, his eyes were very sharp. Even the slightest change in Jiang Rulong's expression could not escape Jiang Chen's eyes. Dead? They were at the 6th level of the Qi realm. How did you deal with them? Jiang Rulong asked confusedly. This was what he wanted to know as well. Big brother, you must be joking. I am a coward when it comes to training. I am only at the 1st level of the Qi realm, how could I be a match for the young brothers? But I was not fated to die. At the critical moment, I was saved by a 8th level Qi realm master, and he killed the young brothers. Unfortunately, this benefactor did not ask for anything in return. He left right after he killed the young brothers. I don't even know his name, what a pity. Jiang Chen's face was full of joy and regret. Damn, what a lucky bastard. Jiang Rulong cursed in his heart. He did not doubt Jiang Chen's words at all. In his eyes, this was the only explanation for the trash, Jiang Chen, to be able to come back in one piece. At the same time, Jiang Rulong let out a sigh of relief. With the young brothers dead, no one would know about his secret. As for killing Jiang Chen, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. It's good that the 2 slaves are dead. The most important thing is that you are fine. If not, I would regret not being able to protect you. Jiang Rulong's face was full of concern. But this concern made Jiang Chen want to vomit. Big brother, you treat me the best. Jiang Chen put on an expression that said, you are my biological brother. Alright, let's cut the pleasantries between us brothers. Tomorrow is the day of the marriage alliance with the Murong family. Second brother, you should prepare well. For you, this is a great opportunity. If you can marry the Murong family's lady, you will have done a great deed. Jiang Rulong patted Jiang Chen's shoulder. There were 2 big powers in Fragrant Sky City. One was the mayor's mansion, and the other was the Murong family. The Murong family was a business tycoon in Fragrant Sky City. The relationship between the 2 powers was not harmonious, and the competition between them was fierce. If they could get married, the relationship between the 2 families would be better. Marriage? I don't want that. Jiang Chen hastily shook his head and said in a firm tone. Brother, don't mess around. Godfather has made a lot of preparations for this marriage. You can't drop the ball at this crucial moment. Jiang Rulong tried his best to persuade Jiang Yi. I am serious. I don't even know what Miss Murong looks like. What kind of joke is this? Besides, I am still young and haven't played enough. If there is a marriage, you should go. You are also my father's son. Moreover, you are the eldest. Even if there is a marriage, it should be you and not me. I won't do it, I definitely won't do it. Xianxia's attitude was abnormally firm. Xianxia sneered in his heart, but on the surface, he pretended to be pitiful. Big brother, in this mayor's mansion, you are the one who dotes on me the most. I don't want to marry Lady Morong. Since you are my father's son, why don't you marry her? Xianxia said in a serious tone. Sigh, second brother, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I am still a foster son. Even if I agree, my foster father will not agree. This marriage was specially prepared by my foster father for you. Jiang Rulong said with difficulty, but his heart was blooming with joy. As long as this hedonistic son insisted on not marrying Lady Morong, he would have a chance. As long as Big Brother agrees, I guarantee that Big Brother will marry Lady Morong tomorrow. Jiangchen patted his chest and guaranteed. Are you for real? Jiang Rulong was delighted. Of course. Jiangchen had a confident expression. Alright, since we are brothers, Big Brother will help you with this. Jiang Rulong had a righteous expression and was cheering for the heavens to open his eyes. You are really my biological brother. Jiangchen had a face of gratitude and almost burst into tears. Big brother, it's settled. Tomorrow in the Grand Hall, you don't have to say anything and just pretend that you don't know anything. I will settle everything. Jiangchen said. Alright, then Big Brother shall not disturb your rest. Jiang Rulong patted on Jiangchen's shoulder again and left. He didn't know what method Jiangchen was going to use to make this marriage against him, but with his understanding of Jiangchen, it was possible that this hedonistic son would cause a scene at the wedding. As long as I marry Lady Morong, not only will my status in the mayor's mansion rise, but I will also have a place in Big Sister Morong's heart. This silly kid doesn't know how lucky he is and actually offered such a good thing to me. I will think of a way to get rid of him when I am in power. Outside the courtyard, Jiang Rulong immediately changed his expression. In the courtyard, Jiangchen had a cold smile on his face. You want to play with me? Just wait to be played to death by me. Early the next morning, the entire city lord's mansion was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and was very lively. Today was the day of the marriage between the two major powers of the Xianxia city, and was an unprecedented event. The head of the Morong clan has arrived. Accompanied by the guard's loud voice, a majestic figure stepped into the gate of the city lord mansion. This man's body was extremely strong, even stronger than the mayor, Jiang Zhenhai. He looked to be in his 40s and was wearing a flowery robe. He walked with a majestic aura. This man was one of the giants of Tianxiang City, the head of the Mu Rong family, Mu Rongzhan. Haha, welcome, Morong Shui. I apologize for not going out to meet you. Jiang Zhenhai laughed out loud and walked out with big steps. Behind him, Jiang Rulong and Jiangchen followed closely. City Lord Jiang is too courteous. Today is the day of the marriage alliance between our two clans. I dare not be negligent. Mu Rongzhan had a forthright expression on his face, but in Jiangchen's eyes, he was just an old fox. Jiangchen's gaze fell behind Mu Rongzhan, but he did not see Miss Morong. Mu Rongzhan came alone. Of course, this was enough. In the entire Tianxiang city, there were not many occasions where Mu Rongzhan would personally appear. He alone represented the entire Mu Rong family. Brother Mu Rong, please come in. Jiang Zhenhai gestured for them to enter, and the group walked into the hall. Inside the hall, Jiang Zhenhai and Mu Rongzhan sat opposite each other, while Jiang Chen and Jiang Rulong stood on either side. Brother Jiang, you and I do not need to be so courteous. I am here today for my daughter's marriage. In my opinion, let your son and my daughter choose a date to get married. Mu Rongzhan said straightforwardly. That is how it should be. With the marriage alliance between our two clans, Tianxiang City will definitely prosper in the future. Jiang Zhenhai nodded his head. He then turned to Jiang Chen and said, Chen greet your father-in-law. Good, good, your son is so handsome, so talented. Mu Rongzhan looked at Jiang Chen and kept praising him. Who knew how fake he was when he said this? In the entire Tianxiang City, everyone knew that the second young master of the mayor's mansion was famous for being a spoiled brat. His talent was extremely poor, and he had wasted a lot of elixirs since he was a child. Now that he was 15 years old, he was only at the first level of the Qi realm. Mu Rongzhan, on the other hand, was full of praises for him. It seemed like he was very satisfied with this son-in-law of his. Many times, the interest of the family was more important than anything else. "Dad, are you mistaken?" Jiang Chen's face was full of astonishment. "Isn't this marriage meant for Big Brother?" Jiang Chen's words shocked both Jiang Zhenhai and Mu Rongzhan. Mu Rongzhan looked at Jiang Rulong and couldn't help but nod his head. This was a real talent, reaching the 9th level of the Qi realm at such a young age. "Chen don't talk nonsense." Jiang Zhenhai frowned. "Dad, although I am not talented, I know that I am not good enough for Miss Mu Rong. If Miss Mu Rong were to marry me, it would be a great loss for her. My big brother is already at the 9th level of the Qi realm at such a young age, and he is one of the most talented people in Tianxiang City. My big brother is obviously more suitable than me to marry the Mu Rong family. Besides, I am still young and have no idea about marriage. Although my big brother has never met Miss Mu Rong, he has been in love with her for a long time. If he could marry her, then it would be a perfect match, and it would also improve the relationship between the mayor's mansion and the Mu Rong family." Jiang Chen spoke with confidence, praising Jiang Rulong to the heavens. On the other side, Jiang Rulong was so touched that he almost cried. He didn't expect his image to be so perfect in Jiang Chen's heart. "Haha, so brother Jiang wants to arrange a marriage alliance for your eldest son. I didn't know that Jiang Rulong has been in love with my daughter for a long time. How rare." Mu Rongzhan laughed out loud. Although it was only for the benefit of the family, if he had to choose between Jiang Rulong and Jiang Chen, even an idiot would know who to choose. Jiang Zhenhai's face turned green. He wanted to kick this unfilial son out of the house, but seeing how happy Mu Rongzhan was, he had nothing to say. Jiang Chen had already praised Jiang Rulong to the heavens and said that Jiang Rulong had been in love with Miss Murong for a long time. If Jiang Zhenhai continued to insist, not only would his precious son not appreciate it, but Mu Rongzhan would also be unhappy. "Rulong, quickly greet father-in-law," Jiang Zhenhai said with a forced smile on his face. "Greetings, father-in-law." Jiang Rulong quickly bowed to Mu Rongzhan. "Kid, your heart must be blooming with joy, right? Don't worry, you will be crying later." Jiang Chen sneered. He coughed lightly and said, "Uncle Mu Rong, I was talking to my brother yesterday. My brother has another wish." "Oh? What wish do you have?" "With me and brother Jiang here, there is nothing to be afraid of." It was obvious that Mu Rongzhan was very happy. But Jiang Chen's words stunned Jiang Rulong. He looked at Jiang Chen confusedly and couldn't remember what wish he had said yesterday. "My brother said that he has admired the Murong clan for a long time. If he could marry into the Murong clan, he would have no regrets in his life," Jiang Chen said with a smile. The fox's tail was finally revealed. But as soon as Jiang Chen said this, Jiang Rulong's face changed. "Second brother, what are you talking about?" Jiang Rulong said in a low voice. "Big brother, am I right?" "I know, you are the one who is embarrassed, but it doesn't matter. Second brother will say it for you. With father and head Mu Rong here, your wish will definitely come true. Plus, you have admired the Murong clan and Miss Murong for a long time. Am I not speaking the truth?" Jiang Chen's words made Mu Rongzhan happy. He thought to himself that although Jiang Chen wasn't talented, he was good with words. "Second brother, Jiang Rulong was anxious. It was true that he wanted to marry Miss Murong, but he wasn't going to marry into the Murong clan. Miss Murong marrying into the mayor's mansion and him marrying into the Murong clan were two completely different concepts. If he left the mayor's mansion, he would be a member of the Murong clan. In the future, everything in the mayor's mansion would have nothing to do with him, and all the hard work he had put in all these years would be for naught. As for the Murong clan, if he married into the Murong clan, let alone being valued, he would definitely be looked down upon. If this was the case, his future would be completely ruined. What? Could it be that Big Brother was lying to Little Brother yesterday? Could it be that Big Brother's words of admiration for the Murong clan were all hypocritical? This isn't like Big Brother's personality. Jiang Chen's words made Jiang Rulong choke back his words. This bastard must have planned this on purpose. Jiang Rulong clenched his teeth in hatred. He wanted nothing more than to strangle Jiang Chen to death. Jiang Chen's words gave him a fatal blow, and he didn't even have the chance to turn the tables. Jiang Rulong wasn't a fool. He knew that he had been tricked by Jiang Chen, but there was one thing he didn't understand. How did this good-for-nothing playboy suddenly become so smart that he even tricked him? You are still far from being able to compete with this saint. Jiang Chen sneered in his heart. Jiang Rulong wanted to kill him, and he had to settle this score. Today's game was just the beginning. Haha, I didn't think that your son would admire my daughter to this extent. Jiang Rulong is an outstanding talent of the Fragrant Sky City. If he could marry into our Morong clan, that would be great. In the future, our two clans would be one family. In the Fragrant Sky City, who would dare to disobey? Mu Rongzhan laughed heartily. On the other side, Jiang Zhenhai's face was gloomy. Today's events were completely different from what he had expected. First, there was a replacement, and now he was going to marry into the Morong clan. Rulong, have you thought it through? Jiang Zhenhai looked at Jiang Rulong. Jiang Zhenhai couldn't bear to let Jiang Rulong marry into the Morong clan. The Jiang clan's business was huge, and Jiang Rulong was a capable assistant. But he wanted to respect his godson's decision. If Jiang Rulong really thought this way, he could only agree. Dad, of course. I know Big Brother's thoughts the best. Now that his wish has been fulfilled, he must be overjoyed. Uncle Morong, when my big brother comes to your house in the future, you must not let him suffer any grievances. Jiang Chen quickly agreed on behalf of Jiang Rulong and didn't forget to get close to Mu Rongzhan. Haha, don't worry. Who would dare to bully my son-in-law? Mu Rongzhan's face was full of joy. Jiang Rulong's fists were clenched tightly in his sleeves, and his heart was burning with anger. He couldn't help but be angry. All his efforts were wasted, and all his plans were completely disrupted. But in the current situation, he had no other choice. Mu Rongzhan was already overjoyed, and if he were to spoil his mood at this moment, it would definitely affect the already bad relationship between the two clans. Haha, congratulations big brother, congratulations Uncle Morong. What a joyous occasion. Uncle Morong, since the marriage has been decided, shouldn't you let Miss Morong come over and let us see her in person? Jiang Chen repeatedly congratulated. Chener is right. I have long heard that Brother Morong has a godson who lives in seclusion. Now that the marriage has been decided, it is time for this miss to show herself. Jiang Zhenhai also said. Since the matter had been decided, he could only follow along. Haha, my daughter, Mu Rongxiao, is already on her way here. I believe she will be here soon. Mu Rongzhan stroked his beard and laughed. The hall was filled with cheers, and only Jiang Rulong's laughter was forced. Wow. Miss Morong's name alone is enough to tell that she is gentle and lovely. A lady from a respectable family is indeed different. She is definitely as beautiful as a goddess. Big brother, you are really lucky this time. Jiang Chen praised this young lady that he had never met before and didn't forget to provoke the depressed Jiang Rulong with his words. Cough cough, hearing Jiang Chen's praise of his beloved daughter, Mu Rongzhan didn't know why, but he actually started coughing violently. He even spat out the tea, which was a huge loss of face. Supreme Alliance became the #1 Dragon Mark Alliance, and tears are streaming down their cheeks. Are the brothers of the Supreme Alliance still here? Bastard, I will not let today's matter rest. Jiang Rulong wished he could grind Jiang Chen's bones into ashes. Whether it was himself, Jiang Zhenhai, or Mu Rongzhan, they were all led by the nose by Jiang Chen. The only thing he didn't understand was why this trash suddenly became so shrewd. But now that things had come to this, the outcome could not be changed. Jiang Rulong could only hope that this Morong Xiao lived up to her name. If she could get a beautiful wife, it would be a form of compensation. Miss Morong is here. A few minutes later, a guard's shout could be heard from outside the door. Then, a lady wearing a purple dress walked in. The Jiang father and son turned their heads at the same time. When they saw Morong Xiao clearly, the smiles on their faces instantly froze. Pa, Jiang Zhenhai's wine cup fell to the ground. Even with his composure, he was still deeply shocked. Damn. She's called Xiaorou? Jiangchen started coughing violently. He looked at the girl standing in front of him. She was over 8 feet tall, and she had completely inherited her father's majestic physique. What was even more surprising was that not only did this girl have great growth, she was also as muscular as a man. She was tall and muscular, and she weighed at least 300 pounds. Damn it, she's called Xiaorou. It's fine if you have a majestic physique, but what's with that tall braid on top of your head? Do you think you're not tall enough? Looking at his face again, it was fair and translucent. No, it should be translucent. His muscles were really giving him face. There were even wrinkles on his face. Looking at his mouth, his lips were red and alluring. Unfortunately, they were a little too big. If he wanted to kiss them, it would be too difficult. Blurg, Jiangchen was already vomiting in his heart. As the world's greatest saint, he had seen all kinds of rare things, but he had never seen such an ugly woman. Yes, this was the ugliest woman in the world. At least, this was what Jiangchen knew. Most importantly, she was called Xiaorou. Jiangchen's face was flushed red, he was trying to hold it in. He was trying his best not to laugh, but he was overjoyed in his heart. Jiang Rulong, retribution. At this moment, Jiangchen's respect for Mu Rongzhan was like a torrential river. How could you be so good at giving birth? Why are you so good at naming things? Morong Xiaorou your sister. Cough cough. Hurry up and give Lady Morong a seat. Jiang Zhenhai coughed twice, and his face was extremely unnatural. At the same time, he was glad that this marriage wasn't set for Jiangchen, and that Jiang Rulong was marrying into Jiangchen's family. If he married such a daughter-in-law, he wouldn't be able to walk with his head held high in the future. Haha, rower, come and greet your future husband. Mu Rongzhan laughed heartily and introduced Jiang Rulong to Morong Xiaorou. When Morong Xiaorou saw the handsome and confident Jiang Rulong, her face was filled with infatuation, and her eyes were filled with little stars. She walked with large strides to Jiang Rulong's side and held on to Jiang Rulong's arm. She used a tone that she thought was very coquettish and said, "Husband, this is my first time in the city lord residence. Bring me around." Jiangchen almost spat out a mouthful of blood, and he felt like his internal organs were cramping. The coquettish tone of this woman was like the roar of a dolphin, sending chills down his spine. Oh my god! Who knew what Jiang Rulong was feeling right now? He would rather die than live. Yes, Rulong, bring Xiaorou around the mayor's mansion. Jiang Zhenhai nodded. Yes, father. Jiang Rulong's voice was trembling, and everyone could hear it. His face turned red, and he couldn't believe that a level 9 Qijing master was dragged out by Morong Xiaorou. Big brother, you are blessed. Jiang Chen's blessing came from behind, causing Jiang Rulong to stumble and almost fall onto the ground. Dad, Uncle Morong, since the marriage has been decided, I think we should choose a good day to hold the wedding for big brother and sister-in-law. Jiangchen suggested. Okay, tomorrow is a good day to marry young Master Jiang Rulong. Mu Rongzhan said. Plop, as soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Rulong, who had just walked out of the hall, fell to the ground. Uncle Morong is right, we need to hurry up with the wedding. Dad, please continue chatting with Uncle Morong, I won't disturb you. Jiangchen cupped his hands towards Jiang Zhenhai and Mu Rongzhan and left. Looking at Jiangchen's back, Jiang Zhenhai couldn't help but frown. He was not an idiot, and it was obvious that Jiangchen did this on purpose. He didn't understand why his son would frame Jiang Rulong, who had always been nice to his brother. What surprised him more was that Jiangchen seemed to be different from before. As for Jiang Rulong, Jiang Zhenhai couldn't help but sigh. He felt that he had wronged this kid, and he needed to make it up to him later. Jiangchen left the main hall and returned to his own courtyard in a flash. Waha! Morong Xiaorou. I'm dying of laughter. Jiang Rulong, if you can't bear it, then don't blame me for being cruel. Play with me, and you'll die. Jiangchen couldn't stop laughing. Thinking about Morong Xiaorou's face and the way she snuggled up to Jiang Rulong, he couldn't help but feel his stomach ache. Other than the urge to vomit, he felt great and satisfied. This kind of trick was Jiangchen's forte, and it was even more satisfying than slapping people in the face. This time, he had finally vented his anger. Of course, this was not the end of it. If Jiang Rulong wanted to kill him, then he would be the one to die. Next, it was time to think about the most important thing, and that was training. In the Saint Origin world, warriors were respected, and no matter where one went, strength was the most important thing. Although Jiangchen was the greatest saint, he still had to start from scratch after his rebirth, and now he was only a level 8 Qi Jing realm warrior. Jiangchen went back to his room, closed the door, and sat on his bed with his legs crossed. On the path of training, the most important thing was the skill. The higher the level of the skill, the higher the achievement in the future. As the greatest saint in the world, he had collected countless skills in his life, and any one of them was enough to make the people of Fragrant Sky fight over it. In the Saint Origin world, skills were divided into 4 levels: mortal, earth, heaven, and saint. In Jiang Chen's memory, there were 3 saint-level skills, and each of them was unimaginably valuable. Even the skills of the super sects in the Divine Continent couldn't be compared to them. However, Jiang Chen didn't plan to choose any of these 3 skills, and he didn't even plan to practice the Xian Yuan skill that he had practiced in his previous life. This was because he had another skill, the Dragon Transformation skill. This skill was something Jiang Chen had found in some ancient ruins in his past life. It was a peerless skill, the Dragon Transformation skill, an ancient skill. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, this skill had far surpassed the saint level, and had reached a level that even he couldn't reach. However, there was a very strict requirement to practice the Dragon Transformation skill. The practitioner had to start from the basic level. When Jiang Chen obtained the Dragon Transformation skill, he was already at the level of a saint. Even with his courage, he didn't have the courage to destroy his own cultivation and start from the beginning. In his previous life, not being able to practice this skill was Jiang Chen's biggest regret. Now that he was reborn, he could make up for this regret. He was only at the Qi Jing level, and he hadn't even formed his Qi Si or mortal core yet, which was the basic requirement to practice the Dragon Transformation skill. Jiang Chen had already memorized the chant of the Dragon Transformation skill. Now, with a thought, the mysterious chant rushed into his mind like a flood. This skill was very powerful. According to the chant, practicing the Dragon Transformation skill could merge with any bloodline in the world, and thousands of bloodlines could merge into one's body. Just this alone was enough to make one insane. The Dragon Transformation skill allowed the practitioner to form dragon marks in his dantian. Every dragon mark that was formed would increase the practitioner's strength by 10,000 pounds. At the peak of the Dragon Transformation skill, one could form 108,000 dragon marks in one's body. Furthermore, dragon marks could also increase one's strength. According to the chant, once 108,000 dragon marks were formed, one could break through the dragon gate and become a dragon. One dragon mark could increase the strength of 108,000 dragon marks. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the strength would be if the Dragon Transformation skill was trained to the highest level. Even Jiang Chen, the greatest saint in the world, couldn't help but gasp. He couldn't imagine that if he really reached that level, he would be able to destroy the world with just a wave of his hand. Furthermore, the Dragon Transformation skill itself is a powerful body-tempering skill. Cultivating this peerless divine skill allows one's body to be tempered to the highest degree. Although my body has been fed with elixirs since I was young, and the elixirs have already been absorbed, my body is still too weak. I wonder if it can withstand the impact of the Dragon Transformation skill. Jiang Chen thought to himself and began to slowly circulate the Dragon Transformation skill. As the Dragon Transformation skill circulated, the Yuanli in Jiang Chen's body began to circulate like flowing water. Small 7, large 7, form a whirlpool that can expel the impurities in the body. This was recorded in the Dragon Transformation skill. Under Jiang Chen's control, he completely separated his body into 2 parts. One part circulated 7 small circulations, while the other circulated 7 large circulations in the opposite direction. When the Yuanli finished circulating, Jiang Chen's entire body was in a very mysterious state. His body was like a high-speed machine that could not be stopped. Bang! The 2 Yuanli collided, forming a whirlpool in his dantian. The whirlpool suddenly dispersed and rushed into Jiang Chen's limbs and bones. Pooh! Under such an impact, Jiang Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. His body was accompanied by a tearing pain. The blood was black, and it was the impurities in his body that were directly expelled. The dragon transformation skill is really terrifying. Just the first step is so painful, but the effect is surprisingly good. This mouthful of black blood is equivalent to washing the marrow. Again. Xianxia calmed his mind. As a great sage, he had an advantage in cultivation that others could not reach. Focus your mind and guard, the universe is at the top. The extreme strength is the beginning of the dragon transformation. The dragon transformation skill's incantation flowed in Xianxia's heart like a clear stream. Due to the tempering of his body was constantly suffering from tearing pain. However, this pain was nothing to him. 2 hours later, Even Xianxia didn't expect the dragon transformation skill to be so powerful. After only 2 hours of training, Xianxia had reached the 9th level of the Qijing realm. Besides, Xianxia's yuan power wasn't the only thing that had improved. After training for 2 hours, his body was much stronger than before. Both his body's strength and coordination had improved tremendously. Xianxia continued to train the dragon transformation skill. The yuan power in his body formed into 2 whirlpools again. These 2 whirlpools rushed towards his dantian at an extremely fast speed, forming a blood-red dragon mark in his dantian. However, this dragon mark's color was very faint, and it was far from being solid. Following Xianxia's will, the faint dragon mark started to move violently, and a huge amount of blood qi rushed out of Xianxia's body. Xianxia shouted and threw out a punch. This punch caused the air to vibrate violently. Good, this punch has at least 5,000 pounds of force. The first dragon mark is not completely formed yet. Once it is completely formed, I will have 10,000 pounds of force. A normal 9th level Qijing warrior can only have 3,000 pounds of force. Even some geniuses can only have 4,000 pounds of force. I have just reached the 9th level of the Qijing realm with the dragon transformation skill, and I can already have 5,000 pounds of force. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He was at the 9th level of the Qijing realm, and he had the strength of 5,000 jin. No doubt this was very frightening. With such a strong foundation, he could even fight against an early Qi high warrior. Xianxia let out a breath of foul air and stopped his cultivation. Comparing cultivation experience, he had more experience than anyone else, and he knew the importance of the foundation realm. In the path of cultivation, the most important thing was to progress step by step, and one couldn't rush for quick success. Cultivating the dragon transformation skill was the same. He had just started cultivating, but he had already formed half a dragon mark, which was pretty good. Furthermore, the cultivation of a warrior required a lot of resources. Pills, natural essences, all of them were indispensable. The dragon transformation skill that Xianxia was cultivating allowed him to absorb and refine any bloodline between the heavens and the earth. This was undoubtedly a terrifying ability, as there were too many bloodlines between the heavens and the earth. Some of the powerful ancient bloodlines, some of the bloodlines of the primordial beasts, all of them came with powerful abilities. I've been dead for 100 years, and I don't know what happened in these 100 years. In my memory, Fragrant Sky City was just a normal city in the Qi province, and I don't know how far it is from the divine continent. Xianxia thought to himself. Although he was the greatest saint in the Saint Origin realm, he couldn't remember a place like the Qi province. The Saint Origin realm was vast, and no one knew how big it was. The Qi province was just a remote place. Let's go to the study room. My father is the Lord of Fragrant Sky City. He should have some books related to the history of the Saint Origin world. 100 years ago, I slashed the heavens with my sword and opened the gate to the immortal world. Such a big event, even the most remote place should know about it. As Xianxia spoke, he walked out of the room and headed for the study room. The mayor's study room was not a place that ordinary people could enter. Not only were there books that Xianxia liked to read, but there were also some basic battle skills that ordinary people could not enter. Of course, Xianxia was not an ordinary person. There was no place in the entire city that he could not go. Naturally, Xianxia couldn't be bothered to look at the battle techniques displayed in the study. Xianxia found a Saint Yuan history book and flipped through it. This book not only recorded the important history of Saint Origin world, but also the division of Saint Origin world. Although it wasn't detailed, it was enough for Xianxia to understand. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh when he saw the first page of the Saint Yuan history book. The first page was about the greatest saint who had slashed the heavens and died on the Saint Cliff 100 years ago. 100 years ago, Xianxia exhausted his saint blood and split open the door that connected to the immortal world. He also died on the Saint Cliff and no one knew what happened after that. According to the records in the Saint Yuan history book, Saint Origin World had undergone earth-shaking changes in the past 100 years. After he split open the door to the immortal world, the saints who had lived for a long time were given the opportunity to advance. In the following 10 years, all of them had ascended to the immortal world. Due to the loss of the protection and jurisdiction of the saints, the Saint Origin World had fallen into chaos. Apart from the rise of demons and devils, the competition between the major forces was also fierce. Even the ancient great sects had fallen. Naturally, new sects had risen. It could be said that Saint Origin World had undergone earth-shaking changes in the past 100 years. Too bad, there were very few records about the divine continent in the history books, and they weren't very clear. Xianxia had no way of knowing what kind of big sects there were in the divine continent, and he didn't know what famous figures there were. However, he knew that his era had completely passed, and today was a new beginning. Saint Origin World was vast and boundless. It was divided into 5 continents, the Eastern Continent, the Western Continent, the Southern Continent, the Northern Continent, and the most prosperous continent, the Divine Continent. In his previous life, Xianxia was a citizen of the Divine Continent. Fragrant Sky City was just a small city in the Qi province. Not to mention the Saint Origin World, even compared to the entire Eastern Continent, Fragrant Sky City was pitifully small. There were a total of 128 provinces in the Eastern Continent. The Qi province was just one of them. The specific ranking was not recorded in the history book. Eastern Continent, 128 provinces. Looks like I still have a long way to go. Xianxia closed the history book, and a smile emerged on his face. Sooner or later, he would step onto the divine continent that countless cultivators yearned for. Once he was reborn, he would once again step onto the peak of this continent, and enter the immortal realm. Xianxia looked out of the window and realized that the sky was already dark. He had been practicing the dragon transformation skill and sitting in the study room for so long. He had forgotten about the time. Dad didn't look for me after sending Mu Rongzhan off? Xianxia smiled and was a little surprised. Based on his performance in the hall today, Jiang Zhenhai would definitely look for him, but there was no movement from him. It was really strange. In fact, Jiang Zhenhai did look for Xianxia immediately. When he heard from the servants that his son had entered the study room, he was shocked. It had been 15 years, and this was the first time his son had stepped into the study room. Jiang Zhenhai naturally wouldn't disturb such a good thing. Jiangchen stood up. Next, he was going to see someone. Jiang Rulong would never marry Mu Rong Xiaoro, and he would even marry into her family. This was a man's decision. If it was Jiangchen himself, and he had to choose between committing suicide and marrying Mu Rong Xiaoro, Jiangchen would rather commit suicide. Tomorrow was the day of the wedding. If there were no accidents, Jiang Rulong would definitely do something tonight. If it was Jiangchen, he would only have one choice: leave the Castellan's mansion and come back for revenge in the future. With Jiang Rulong's personality, he wouldn't let go of all the hard work he had put in all these years. He hated Jiangchen to the core, and he also hated the entire Castellan's mansion. With his talent, he would be able to live a good life even if he left the Castellan's mansion. Jiangchen wouldn't let any of his enemies go, and he definitely wouldn't allow a potential threat to continue to exist. After leaving the study room, Jiangchen walked towards Jiang Rulong's courtyard. As the foster son of the Castellan's mansion, Jiang Rulong's status in the mansion wasn't low, and his residence wasn't bad either. Just like Jiangchen, he had his own courtyard, which was quiet and suitable for cultivation. Right now, Jiang Rulong had changed into a set of black clothes and was standing in the courtyard. Under the moonlight, his face was gloomy, and his eyes were like a venomous snake. Jiangchen, you ruined everything for me. I will take revenge for this sooner or later. There will be a day when this Castellan's mansion will belong to me. Jiang Rulong gritted his teeth and said while clenching his fists tightly. Thinking about how he accompanied that ugly woman to stroll around the Castellan's mansion for half a day, Jiang Rulong's body couldn't help but shiver. Every second felt like a year of torture, and it was the double destruction of his soul and body. If he really married Morong Xiaorou and married into the Morong clan, his future would be unimaginable. No man could tolerate Morong Xiaorou, at least not Jiang Rulong. Therefore, he had to leave. Unfortunately, there was someone who didn't allow him to leave. Yo! Big brother, why are you dressed so neatly at this late hour? Tomorrow is the day of your and sister-in-law's wedding. In my opinion, big brother should have a good rest. Jiang Chen walked in from outside the courtyard and congratulated Jiang Rulong. Seeing Jiang Chen, Jiang Rulong's eyes emitted 2 rays of cold light, and an uncontrollable anger rose from his heart. Jiang Chen, why do you want to harm me? Jiang Rulong said coldly. At the same time, a man appeared outside the gate. It was Jiang Zhenhai, who came to visit Jiang Rulong. Jiang Zhenhai happened to hear Jiang Rulong's words, and he stopped and held his breath as he stood outside the courtyard. Harm you? Big brother, why would I harm you? Isn't the marriage alliance with the Morong clan what you have always wanted? I am helping you. Moreover, look at Morong Xiaorou's image. It means that the Morong clan has a good appetite. If you go, you won't have to worry about food and clothing. You should be grateful to me. Jiang Chen said with a serious face. He didn't feel that his words were shameless at all. Enough, don't mention that ugly woman in front of me. Yesterday, you were the one who begged me to replace you in the marriage alliance. You didn't say anything about marrying into the Morong clan. Jiang Chen, I have always treated you well. If you want to chase me away, just say the word. Why would you use such a despicable method? Jiang Rulong's eyes were filled with resentment. He wanted to bite Jiang Chen twice. Hearing this, Jiang Zhenhai's face turned gloomy. He felt that Jiang Rulong was wronged. On this matter, Jiang Chen had gone too far. Humph. Treat me well? Then let's lay all our cards on the table and settle the score. Jiang Chen's face changed. Jiang Zhenhai was outside the door. Jiang Rulong might not be able to sense it, but it couldn't escape from Jiang Chen's senses. If that was the case, then he would lay all his cards on the table. He wouldn't give Jiang Rulong any chance to escape. Jiang Rulong, let me ask you. You asked Yang Yong and Yang Shuang to kidnap me to the wasteland with the intention of killing me and drawing my blood. Is this for my own good? Once I am eliminated, you will become the only successor of the Jiang clan. Once I am eliminated, the marriage alliance with the Morong clan will fall into your hands. Is this for my own good? Am I right, my good big brother? Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. Jiang Rulong's expression changed. He finally understood why Jiang Chen wanted to frame him, but he didn't understand why this playboy had suddenly become so smart. They are just 2 slaves, no matter how brave they are, they would not dare to kill their master. Plus, with the status of the Yang brothers, they would never be able to get the cleansing pill. Jiang Rulong, since you want to get married, then I will fulfill your wish. I just didn't expect Morong Xiaorou to be so domineering. Haha, this is so satisfying. If you had gotten married tomorrow, I might not have shown my cards, because watching someone suffer is more satisfying than killing them. Too bad, you wanted to run away, how could I let you go so easily? Jiang Chen had a smile on his face. Not only Jiang Rulong, even Jiang Zhenhai, who was outside the door, felt that this was the first time he had met Jiang Chen. This guy was famous for being a playboy, but no one would have thought that he was so smart. His plan of getting married was really shrewd. Haha, Jiang Chen, I have underestimated you. Looks like you are not as stupid as I thought you were. Too bad, you have done something stupid. Jiang Rulong suddenly laughed. In his eyes, he could no longer hide his killing intent towards Jiang Chen. Stupid? Tell me about it. Jiang Chen shrugged. You are really stupid. Since you knew that I was going to leave tonight, you shouldn't have come alone. With your level 1 Qi realm cultivation, you are just going to die. Since I am going to leave, I will kill you before I leave. When I become stronger, I will come back to the mayor's mansion and send that old fool Jiang Zhenhai to reunite with you. Jiang Rulong's killing intent had already locked onto Jiang Chen. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was like an ant. He could kill him anytime he wanted. After killing Jiang Chen, he would run away. Not good. Jiang Zhenhai, who was outside the door, was about to rush in when he heard Jiang Chen's words. You can't kill me. Jiang Chen's tone was very confident. Is that so? You and I are so close to each other, and you're just a level 1 Qi Jing trash. If I wanted to kill you, even if Jiang Zhenhai showed up in time, he wouldn't be able to save you. Jiang Rulong sneered. I'm sorry, I'm not at the first level of the Qi Jing realm anymore, I'm at the 9th level. As Jiang Chen spoke, he immediately released his aura presence. A tyrannical essence force was emitted from his body, and the dense essence force immediately forced Jiang Rulong to take 2 steps back. What? Jiang Rulong immediately exclaimed. He looked at Jiang Chen as though he had seen a ghost. He would never have expected such a situation. Jiang Zhenhai, who was outside the door, also saw the change in Jiang Chen. The shock in his heart wasn't any less than Jiang Rulong's, but it was soon followed by ecstasy. The heavens have opened their eyes, the heavens have opened their eyes. My son is not a piece of trash, but a genius. This damn kid, he hid his strength well, even I was fooled. Jiang Zhenhai almost burst into tears. His useless son had always been a pain in his heart, but he never thought that his son was not a piece of trash, but a genius. He was already at the 9th level of the Qi Jing realm at the age of 15. No one in the whole of Fragrant Sky City had ever achieved such a feat through the incident with Jiang Rulong. Jiang Chen had shown that he was more shrewd and cunning than his peers. Impossible, this is impossible. 3 days ago, you were still at the 1st level of the Qi Jing realm. Could it be that you've been hiding your strength all this time? Even if you were at the 9th level of the Qi Jing realm, your essence force would not be this dense. Jiang Rulong was shocked. There are so many things in this world that you can't even imagine. Jiang Rulong, you had a bright future ahead of you, but you destroyed it with your own hands. Let's end this. Jiang Chen's body flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Jiang Rulong. His palm was like a steel pincer, and he grabbed Jiang Rulong's neck like lightning. Under the suppression of pure strength, Jiang Rulong couldn't even move. Stop! Jiang Zhenhai shouted as he jumped in from outside the door. Crack, unfortunately, he wasn't as fast as Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen used all his strength to break Jiang Rulong's neck, taking away all of Jiang Rulong's life. Aya, Chen, why did you kill him? Looking at Jiang Rulong lying on the ground, Jiang Zhenhai sighed. Other than that, Jiang Zhenhai's eyes were filled with shock. They were both at the 9th level of the Qi Jing realm, but Jiang Rulong was killed by Jiang Chen in one hit. This was unbelievable. Dad, shouldn't this kind of person be killed? If we don't kill him, he will be a disaster. Jiang Chen said. Humph. I've trained him for so many years, and he did something like this. Of course he should be killed. But, if you kill him, what about the wedding tomorrow? The relationship between the mayor's mansion and the Mu Rong family is not good, and now it's even worse. Jiang Zhenhai frowned. This was what he was worried about. Dad, you're too naive. You have to know that there can't be 2 tigers in one mountain. In Fragrant Sky City, the mayor's mansion and the Mu Rong family can't get along peacefully. Besides, that Mu Rong guy doesn't even respect the mayor's mansion, and he even humiliated us in public. Why should we be polite to him? Jiang Chen laughed. Humiliated? Jiang Zhenhai was shocked. Dad, don't be fooled by Mu Rongzhan's attitude. That old man is smarter than anyone else. Today's marriage, he used Mu Rong Xiao Rou, which is a humiliation to the mayor's mansion. The mayor's mansion is one of the most powerful families in Fragrant Sky City. If we marry a woman like that, we will be laughed at by the whole world. If we let Jiang Rulong marry into the family, we will be humiliated even more. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. That ugly woman is a bargaining chip and a means to humiliate us. I even suspect that she is Mu Rongzhan's daughter. Fragrant Sky City is only so big, and the Mu Rong family is a big family. If the head of the Mu Rong family's daughter is so ugly, why hasn't anyone mentioned her? If this marriage is really set, whether the mayor's mansion marries that ugly woman or Jiang Rulong marries into the Mu Rong family, the mayor's mansion will become a laughingstock and will be suppressed by the Mu Rong family. Jiang Chen's words made Jiang Zhenhai see the light. He had always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure it out. After hearing what Xianxia said, he completely understood. He originally wanted to use the marriage to ease the relationship between the two families, but he was almost humiliated by someone else. There can't be two tigers in one mountain, and the mayor's mansion and the Mu Rong family can't get along peacefully. Chen, how did you become so smart all of a sudden? Jiang Zhenhai looked at his son as if he was looking at a rare treasure. Dad, I've never been stupid. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Oh right, Chen, how did you suddenly improve so much? Jiang Zhenhai asked in surprise. Jiang Chen smiled. He knew that Jiang Zhenhai would ask this question, so he had already thought of an answer. Dad, 3 days ago, Yang Yong and his brother tried to kill me, but I was saved by a traveling master. Not only did that master kill Yang Yong and his brother, but he also helped me improve my body and helped me absorb all the medicines that had accumulated in my body for so many years. This helped me reach the 9th level of the Qi Jing. This is all thanks to you, Dad. If it weren't for all those medicines, I wouldn't have been able to improve so fast. Haha, my son, this is a blessing in disguise. I wonder who the master was, but I didn't get the chance to see it for myself. Jiang Zhenhai laughed happily. What could be better than seeing his own son become so successful? Dad, we don't need to think about easing the relationship with the Mu Rong family. In my opinion, there can only be one family in Fragrant Sky City. If Mu Rongzhan wants to play, then we'll play with him. Jiang Chen said. Yes, otherwise he would think that I, Jiang Zhenhai, am afraid of him. Chen, what about the wedding tomorrow? Jiang Zhenhai looked at Jiang Chen. If it was before, he would never discuss this with Jiang Chen, but now that his son had changed, he might have a better idea. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. Jiang Chen's face turned cold. Morong Xiaorou's appearance has already damaged the reputation of the mayor's mansion. If that's the case, then let's humiliate the Mu Rong family and make them a laughingstock in Fragrant Sky City. What do you want to do? Jiang Zhenhai's eyes lit up. He didn't know what his son was thinking. Easy, they are going to marry Jiang Rulong, right? Find someone to make a custom coffin. Jiang Chen said with a smile. In Jiang Chen's eyes, a friend was a friend, and an enemy was an enemy. He would never try to please his enemy, and those who went against him would never have a good ending. Jiang Rulong was like this, and the Mu Rong family would be like this as well. One mountain cannot hold two tigers, and getting rid of the Mu Rong family was the first thing that Jiang Chen wanted to do after his rebirth. Jiang Zhenhai was the mayor and had a place in Fragrant Sky City, so he wasn't a coward. It would be a lie to say that he didn't want to get rid of the Mu Rong family. Furthermore, Jiang Chen could be said to be his only hope. Now that his good-for-nothing son had suddenly become so wise and far-sighted, he couldn't help but feel happy. If his son said he would do it, then he would do it. The next day, the mayor's mansion was still decorated with lanterns and streamers, and it was even livelier than the day before. As for Jiang Rulong's death, no one knew except for Jiang Zhenhai and his son. The guards and servants of the Jiang family couldn't stop laughing. Yesterday, Jiang Rulong brought Mu Rong Xiaorou around the mayor's mansion, and many people saw Mu Rong Xiaorou's face. It was truly a stunning beauty, and for the young master to be able to marry such a wife, he must have burned incense in his previous life. In Fragrant Sky City, the tall and strong Mu Rong father and daughter were riding on tall horses, and behind them were a few young talents of the Mu Rong family. All of them had arrogant expressions on their faces, and the wedding procession was at least 3 miles long with 8 carriages at the back. As the wedding procession marched towards the mayor's mansion, it caused a huge commotion along the way. Oh my God, is that a woman? Why does she look like she's playing? Ugh, I'm going to vomit. The young lady of the Mu Rong family is so beautiful, and I heard that the young master of the mayor's mansion is a young talent. Can he still live like this? The mayor's mansion is pushing the young master into a fire pit. Outside the mayor's mansion, there was a sea of people. Jiang Zhenhai and his son stood outside the gate of the mayor's mansion, looking at the dragon-like wedding procession that was gradually arriving. A sneer appeared on their faces. See that, father? Mu Rongzhan made such a big fuss about marrying into the family. Other than making us a laughingstock, he also wants to suppress us in terms of momentum. Jiang Chen said. Humph. Let's see who will be the laughingstock today. Jiang Zhenhai snorted. Haha, brother Jiang, I, Mu Rongzhan, am here to welcome the bride. Is Jiang Rulong's son-in-law ready? Mu Rongzhan's voice was extremely loud, emphasizing the word bride. Of course, my son was ready yesterday. Chen Er, go and invite your brother out. Jiang Zhenhai laughed. Uncle Mu Rong, please wait for a moment. I will go and invite my brother. Jiang Chen cupped his fists at Mu Rongzhan and left. Mu Rongzhan was wearing a red robe and beaming with joy. Mu Rongxiao wore a phoenix coronet and a red cape. She had a bashful expression on her face. Just one look at them would make one feel full for 3 days. Many people didn't have the courage to take a second look at Mu Rongxiao. Sister, you must be sent by God to torture people. It was hard to imagine how a man would live his life after marrying Mu Rongxiao. Move. Not long after that, a loud shout sounded out from within the mansion. After that, Jiang Chen came to the front door with a huge black coffin on his shoulder. Dong, Jiang Chen casually threw the coffin outside the main gate. The head of the coffin was facing the Mu Rong family's wedding procession. On top of the coffin, there was a big word, memorial, which was very eye-catching. Schwa, countless gazes fell on this inexplicable coffin, and the originally noisy scene instantly quietened down. What were they trying to do? Wasn't it too inauspicious to bring out a coffin for a joyous occasion? What was the city lord's mansion thinking? Mu Rongzhan's expression changed. He looked at Jiang Zhenhai and shouted, Brother Jiang, what is the meaning of this? I'm very sorry. My big brother suddenly died of a violent illness yesterday. Hence, Lady Murong, you can only marry my big brother's corpse. For the sake of being a little more presentable, I deliberately made a coffin for my big brother. Of course, I even wore a bridegroom's outfit inside. Jiang Chen said loudly so that everyone present could hear him clearly. What? Immediately, cries of alarm could be heard from all directions. They had never seen such a thing before. Welcoming the bride with a coffin, regardless of whether Jiang Rulong was truly dead or not, it was still a slap to the Mu Rong clan's face. This slap was too ruthless. This was especially true when the Murong clan had come in a glorious manner. A single coffin was enough to make the Murong clan lose all their dignity. Jiang Zhenhai, don't go too far. Mu Rongzhan was furious. No matter what, Uncle Murong is still the head of the family. How can you speak so inappropriately? What do you mean we're going overboard? You came to marry my big brother, but you didn't say whether the person you're marrying is dead or alive. When Jiang Chen said this, many people wanted to vomit blood. It turned out that there was such a principle in the world. Humph. Jiang Zhenhai, don't try to fool me. Jiang Rulong is a level 9 Qi realm master. He was perfectly fine yesterday, how could he have died tonight? Mu Rongzhan said coldly. Jiang Rulong is in the coffin. If you don't believe me, you can open it and see. He's a member of the Mu Rong clan after all. Jiang Chen said. His tone was no longer as friendly as before. Jiang Zhenhai just stood there with his hands behind his back. He didn't say a word, he was waiting for his son to deal with the situation. Jiang Zhenhai was quite satisfied with his son's performance. Facing Mu Rongzhan, he was able to be so calm and collected. This was not something an ordinary young man could do. After all, Mu Rongzhan was a master at the peak of Qi, just like him. Damn it, we're here to welcome the bride, but the mayor's mansion actually brought out a coffin. This is an insult to the Mu Rong clan. A young man from the Mu Rong clan cursed. Haha, this brother is right. If we're talking about insults, then you guys are the ones who insulted the mayor's mansion first. Open your eyes wide and look at this Mu Rong Xiaoro's face. Is this the sincerity of the Mu Rong clan? All the men here, let me ask you, do you think this is an insult? Who dares to marry Mu Rong Xiaoro? Step forward and let me see. Jiang Chen laughed out loud. He loved to fight with his enemies. There was no need to be polite to his enemies. When he said this, all the men's faces turned green. Damn it, rather than marrying this ugly woman, they would rather kill themselves. The Mu Rong clan was a big clan, but they brought out such an ugly woman to marry the mayor's mansion. It seemed like the Mu Rong clan was the one who insulted the mayor's mansion first. Besides, whether this ugly woman is Mu Rongzhan's daughter or not, I'm afraid. Xianxia sneered. Good, what a sharp-tongued kid. Everyone says that Xianxia is a famous hedonistic trash in the fragrant Sky City, but who would have thought that he would be so scheming? Xianxia, I, Mu Rongzhan, will remember what happened today. From now on, the Mu Rong clan and the mayor's mansion will be enemies. Mu Rongzhan was furious, and the way he looked at Xianxia changed. He was not an idiot, on the contrary, he was very shrewd. From the day before, when Xianxia suggested that Xianxia should marry into the Mu Rong clan, to today, everything was planned by Xianxia. It could be said that this was a slap to the Mu Rong clan's face. Even Mu Rongzhan couldn't help but admire Xianxia for having such a plan at such a young age. Very good, even if we are enemies, the mayor's mansion doesn't care. I asked the Mu Rong clan to marry my big brother, and don't forget to send me the cost of the coffin. This coffin is very expensive. Xianxia said loudly. As soon as these words came out, the Mu Rong clan's riders swayed and almost fell off their horses. This guy was too shameless. When everyone from the Jiang family caught sight of this, all of them were dumbfounded. This second young master was way too foreign. How was this the silk pants trash from before? To think that he would dare to challenge Mu Rongzhan directly. This was as though he was a completely different person. Also, why did the young master suddenly die? Could it be that he died from anger? However, this was not important anymore. In fact, in the mayor's eyes, the most important person was the second young master. Too shameless. Too sinister. Too talented, the second young master of the Jiang clan ruthlessly slapped the Mu Rong clan's face, and the wedding procession suddenly became the laughingstock of the fragrant Sky City. Good, good, Xianxia, you and your father just wait. It won't be long before your Jiang clan can forget about living in the fragrant Sky City. Let's go. Mu Rongzhan was burning with anger. He had been a wise man for a long time, but he was fooled by a young boy. This was not just a matter of losing face, it was a complete humiliation. Mu Rongzhan's legs trembled, and the horse he was riding let out a whinny in pain. Then, it galloped away like a wisp of smoke. Mu Rongzhan really did not want to stay here any longer, and he was even more unwilling to return with the wedding procession. Humph. Xianxia, scheming and scheming? What kind of hero are you? If you have the guts, come fight me one-on-one. I, Mu Ronging, will beat you up so badly that even your father won't be able to recognize you. A young man jumped down from his horse and pointed at Xianxia. Mu Ronging was the Mu Rong clan's hero, and he was young and full of vigor. Even though the head of the clan had left, he was not willing to give up. Since the Mu Rong clan had lost face, if he could use force to beat up Xianxia, then he would be able to vent his anger and prove that the geniuses of the Mu Rong clan were much stronger than the hedonistic sons of the Jiang clan. That's right, Xianxia. Do you dare to fight for real? Another young man from the Mu Rong family shouted out as well. His face was filled with mockery. Xianxia was a famous trash in fragrant Sky City. Everyone knew about this. Although he had used a trick to bring shame to the Mu Rong family, if they were to really fight, anyone from the Mu Rong family could easily defeat him. You want to fight with me? That's fine, but I won't fight for nothing. I want to bet something. A cold smile appeared on Xianxia's face. Even Xianxia, who was standing in front of the gate, laughed. Others might not know how powerful Xianxia was, but he knew. He had killed Jiang Rulong, who was a level 9 Qi Jing warrior, with one hit. This Mu Ronging was only a level 8 Qi Jing warrior. There was no way he could win against Xianxia. Alright, what do you want to bet? Mu Ronging was overjoyed when he heard that Xianxia dared to accept the challenge. Let's bet on this coffin. If I lose, I will hang the coffin in front of the mayor's mansion for 3 days. If you lose, it's very simple. You have to use your palanquin to carry the coffin back. If you can't do it, then your Mu Rong family is a bunch of bastards. Xianxia's voice was extremely loud, and Xianxia secretly gave his son a thumbs up. This was a vicious move. Now that there were so many people in front of the mayor's mansion, Mu Ronging wouldn't be able to deny it even if he wanted to. If the wedding procession really brought the coffin back, then they would become the laughingstock of all. If Mu Rongning didn't do this, then it would mean that everyone in the Mu Rong family was a bunch of bastards, and that would be a huge loss of face. Jiang Zhenhai didn't think that his son's decision was wrong. They had already fallen out with each other. From now on, the two families would be enemies. Alright, I accept the challenge. Mu Rongning agreed without any hesitation. He didn't even hear what Jiang Chen was betting on. In his mind, defeating Jiang Chen was no different than defeating an ant. No matter what the bet was, it was meaningless to him. Brothering, this bet is a bit big. Do you want to think about it? A young man whispered into Mu Rongying's ear. Don't worry. This kid is only a level 1 Qi Jing warrior. I can beat him like a dead dog. Just wait and see him hang the coffin in front of the mayor's mansion for 3 days. Mu Rongning said with confidence. He didn't take Jiang Chen seriously at all. Mu Rongning had a cold smile on his face as he stood not far from Jiang Chen. Mu Rongning, are you ready? If not, I'll give you some time to prepare. Jiang Chen laughed. What a joke. Do I need to prepare to fight you? Mu Rongning laughed. Slap, plop, as soon as Mu Rongying's voice faded away, everyone heard a loud slap. Jiang Chen had slapped Mu Rongying's face. The majestic Mu Rongying was thrown to the ground, and his body was now in close contact with the hard ground. The scene instantly turned silent. Everyone first looked at Mu Rongning, who was struggling to get up from the ground but failed. In the end, their horrified gaze fell onto Jiang Chen. Damn it! Who said that the second young master of the mayor's mansion is a level 1 Qi Jing trash? How could he throw a level 8 Qi Jing master to the ground with just one slap? How could he be a trash? This is amazing. This Jiang Chen has been pretending all this time. Oh my god. Is this still our second young master? Why does he look like a completely different person? At this moment, no matter if it was the onlookers, the guards of the mayor's mansion, or the Mu Rong family's wedding procession, everyone who knew Jiang Chen had their mouths wide open in shock. This result was out of everyone's expectations. If there was one person who could still remain calm, it would be Jiang Zhenhai. Impossible. This is impossible. How could this be possible? The one who was most shocked was Mu Rongning. He was lying on the ground, and he could only see stars. He was dizzy from Jiang Chen's slap, and the yuan energy in his body was completely messed up. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. Brothering. The other two young men from the Mu Rong family quickly stepped forward and helped Mu Rongning up. At the same time, they stared at Jiang Chen with a terrified expression. Thinking back to the bet he made with Jiang Chen just now, Mu Rongning felt like killing himself. If he lost, he would only lose his face, but if he brought the coffin back, he would lose the face of the entire Mu Rong family. Jiangqing. Jiang Chen shouted without even turning his head. Jiangqing, the guard, did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent. In a few strides, he arrived in front of Jiang Chen. Young master, I'm here. Jiangqing looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of worship. Ever since Jiang Chen rewarded him with 10 taels of gold last time, this second young master had become a very good person in his heart. Help the Morong family load the eldest young master's coffin onto the 8-bearer palanquin, then follow it all the way to the Morong family. If the coffin isn't pulled into the Morong family's residence, then the people of the Morong family can forget about going out in the future. Jiang Chen's voice was so loud that everyone heard him clearly. Puff, Mu Rongning opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He almost fainted on the spot. Right now, he felt like he was going to die. He had gone too far this time, and it was in front of so many people. He didn't even have the chance to regret it. At that moment, Mu Rongning was in a dilemma. If he really pulled the coffin back to the Morong family, Mu Rongzhan would definitely skin him alive. If he didn't, then the Morong family's name of being a bunch of bastards would be confirmed, and Mu Rongzhan would skin him alive as well. Yes, young master. Jiangqing didn't care too much. All he knew was that the young master was happy. From now on, the young master's words were like an imperial edict to him. Ha! Jiangqing shouted and lifted the heavy coffin. As a level 6 Qi Jing master, lifting a coffin was not a difficult task for him. Get out of the way. Jiangqing said and carried the coffin onto the palanquin. Mu Rongxiao looked at her husband lying in the coffin. Her eyes were filled with tears, and she started to feel sad. It seemed like this girl was not only a foodie, but also stupid. This kind of girl was not Mu Rongzhan's daughter. Mu Rongying, now that you have received the bride, you should go back to the palace. The mayor's mansion does not welcome people from the Murong family. As someone who has lost to me, stay away from me in the future. Otherwise, I will beat you up every time I see you. Get out of here. Jiangchen waved his hand, not showing any mercy. A puff Mu Rongying screamed into the sky. He spat out a mouthful of blood, then his eyes rolled back and he fainted. What do we do now? A young man asked. Let's go. We will only embarrass ourselves if we stay here. Let's bring the coffin back. If the leader blames us, it will be Mu Rongying's responsibility. Another man said. Thus, the Murong family's wedding procession carried the coffin back the way they came. However, all of them looked dejected, and there was no sign of the joy they had when they first arrived. The hedonistic second young master of the Jiang clan became famous in a single battle. Everyone was shocked. The Murong clan had lost all face. In this confrontation with the city lord's mansion, it could be said that they were completely defeated. Moreover, they were defeated by a 15-year-old youngster. The entire Tianxiang city was boiling over with heated discussions. The conflict between the two forces had escalated to the maximum. Everyone could foresee that the Tianxiang city would never be peaceful again in the future. The battle between the Murong family and the city lord would never end. After completely falling out with the Murong family, Jiang Zhenhai, the mayor, started to get busy. The Jiang family had many businesses, such as villas, restaurants, elixirs, chambers of commerce, and so on. Many of these businesses were under Jiang Rulong's control. Now that Jiang Rulong was dead, Jiang Zhenhai had to make the necessary arrangements. As for Jiang Chen, he shut himself in his house. Jiang Chen's vision was much more far-sighted than anyone else's. In his eyes, if he wanted to completely defeat his opponent, the simplest and most direct method was strength. In this world where strength was everything, whoever had the bigger fist would be the one in the right. For a powerful warrior, both cultivation skills and combat skills were indispensable. Jiang Chen was currently cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and it had given him a foundation that was far beyond that of an ordinary warrior. However, cultivation skills were just the foundation. In order to unleash his true combat strength, he would need powerful combat skills. Just like cultivation techniques, the battle skills of the Shenwu continent were divided into 4 levels: mortal level, earth level, heaven level, and saint level. Each level was further divided into upper and lower ranks. The Qi stage was only the foundation. Only cultivators who had reached the Qi high stage could cultivate battle skills. However, Jiang Chen was different. Not only did he have the experience of cultivating battle skills, but the dragon transformation art had also given him Yuanli that was beyond the Qi stage. Qi stage cultivators could not cultivate battle skills because they did not have enough Yuanli to support the battle skills. However, Jiang Chen could give it a try. Jiang Chen's strongest battle skill in his past life was the 9 solar energies art. It was a saint-level battle skill that he had created himself. This battle skill was extremely powerful. It could absorb yang qi from the surroundings, which was extremely beneficial to the cultivator. However, the requirements to cultivate this battle skill were extremely strict. The cultivator had to have a huge amount of blood qi and a strong body to support it. In his past life, when Jiang Chen cultivated the Xian Yuan art, his blood qi was not able to perfectly unleash the 9 solar energies art. This showed how powerful this battle skill was. However, the dragon transformation art was much stronger than the Xian Yuan art. The formation of each dragon mark would bring him a huge amount of blood qi, which was more than enough to support the 9 solar energies art. Too bad, I'm only at the qi stage now. The 9 solar energies art is the strongest yang combat skill in the world, and it has reached the high saint level. Even a divine core warrior would not be able to cultivate it. Jiang Chen smiled. The 9 solar energies art was indeed powerful, but his cultivation level was too low. There was no way he could cultivate it. I can't cultivate the 9 solar energies art, but I can cultivate the 6 solar fingers. The 6 solar fingers is separated from the 9 solar energies art. It is also the foundation for cultivating the 9 solar energies art. It is a high earth level battle skill. Xianxia had a big smile on his face. There was not a single earth level battle skill in the entire Fragrant Sky City, let alone a high rank one. The 6 solar fingers was divided into 6 styles. From the basic single solar finger to the peak of the 6 solar fingers, the power of each style would gradually increase, and it could even break mountains. For the next 3 days, Xianxia didn't leave his house at all, he just focused on cultivating. Xianxia was busy with some trivial matters, so he didn't disturb Xianxia. For the next 3 days, Xianxia was cultivating the dragon transformation skill and the 6 solar fingers at the same time. Every noon, he would circulate the 6 solar fingers and absorb the yang energy from the natural environment into his body. The combination of the dragon transformation skill and the 6 solar fingers had made his qi and blood extremely vigorous, making him look like a human-shaped beast. In these 3 days, Xianxia had reached the peak of the 9th level Qi Jing realm. He was only 1 step away from the Qi High realm. The dragon mark in his body was getting clearer and clearer, and his strength had reached a terrifying 4,000 jin. Even an ordinary early Qi High warrior couldn't compete with him. In the courtyard, Xianxia, who was wearing a white robe, suddenly let out a loud shout. He suddenly pointed his finger out, and a golden light shot out from his fingertip at an incredible speed. Puff! The golden light shot into the green rock, leaving behind a finger-sized hole. It was so deep that one couldn't see the bottom, and there was green smoke coming out of it. Such a terrifying attack, if anyone saw it, they would be shocked speechless. It's just a golden light, it's still far from the real first solar finger. Using this attack almost used up all of my yuan power. Xianxia's forehead was covered with sweat, and he was gasping for breath. The yuan energy in his body had been depleted, and the single solar finger he unleashed was just a prototype. Although it was quite powerful, there was still a huge gap between it and the real single solar finger. But this was already terrifying. The 6 solar fingers was a high-rank Earth Realm combat skill. Even the basic first solar finger was not something that a Qi Jing or Qi High warrior could use. Xianxia was only at the 9th level of the Qi Jing realm, but he was still able to use part of the power of the first solar finger. Xianxia took out a human elixir and swallowed it, slowly recovering his yuan power. Human elixir was essential for a warrior, and in Fragrant Sky City, 1 human elixir was worth 100 silvers. This human elixir is only a 60% effectiveness pill, and it has 40% impurities. This is the worst kind of trash. Xianxia shook his head. The quality of the elixir from the mayor's mansion was too low, and a 60% effectiveness pill was just trash in his eyes. After refining it, he would need to find a way to remove the impurities, but with his skills, he had thousands of ways to remove the impurities instantly. Dong. Dong, dong. Someone knocked on the door. Without looking, Xianxia knew it was Jiang Zhenhai. He quickly opened the door and saw Jiang Zhenhai, who had a worried face. Chen, you've become stronger again. Father, look at your worried face. What happened? Xianxia asked. Let's talk inside. Jiang Zhenhai said as he walked towards Xianxia's room. Inside the room, the father and son sat facing each other. Chen, you should know that although we have a lot of businesses, in Fragrant Sky City, the only thing that can make money is the pill shop. Jiang Zhenhai looked at Xianxia. I know. Xianxia nodded his head. For a warrior, there was nothing more important than pills. In Fragrant Sky City, no matter if it was the Jiang family or the Morong family, the pill store was the place where they could make their fortune. Our pill shop was attacked by the Morong family and is in danger. Jiang Zhenhai frowned. Dad, what's going on? Xianxia said. I don't know where the Morong family managed to find an alchemist who can refine mortal restoration pills of 70% effectiveness. Our pill shop can only refine mortal restoration pills of 60% effectiveness. Once the Morong family refine mortal restoration pills of 70% effectiveness, our pill shop will have no business at all. This is just the beginning. If this goes on for a long time, our pill shop will definitely collapse. Once the Morong family controls the supply of pills in Fragrant Sky City, the Jiang family will have a hard time surviving. Jiang Zhenhai said. I see. Jiangchen was shocked. No wonder his dad was so worried. It turned out that the pill shop was in trouble. However, not only was Jiangchen not worried, but he was also happy. As the world's greatest saint, not only did he have a high cultivation level, but he also had a high attainment in alchemy. In his hands, he had refined 90% saint-level pills. He could easily refine 100% pills with human elixir. It would be a piece of cake for him to destroy the Mu Ron family's pill shop. Dad, don't worry. I will go to the pill shop tomorrow. Jiangchen said. Okay. Jiang Zhenhai nodded. Although he did not know why Jiangchen would go to the pill shop, Jiangchen was no longer the useless son of AB*TCH. Jiang Zhenhai hoped that he could help out in the pill shop. Father, I have a cultivation technique here. Take a look and see if it's suitable for you. Jiangchen took out a golden piece of paper and handed it to Jiang Zhenhai. Cultivation method? Jiang Zhenhai was stunned. He took the paper and looked at it curiously. Xianyuan art. Jiang Zhenhai's eyes widened after reading a few sentences. His face was filled with excitement, and the more he read, the more excited he became. In the end, even his hands that were holding the paper were shaking, as if the paper in his hands weighed thousands of pounds. Good cultivation method, good cultivation method. Chen how did you get such a mysterious cultivation method? Jiang Zhenhai was very excited. Although there was no rank written on the cultivation method, he was not an idiot. This Xianyuan art was many times stronger than the high-rank mortal skill that he was cultivating. Such a cultivation method, not even those big sects in the Qi province would have it, let alone fragrant Sky City. This Xianyuan art was written down by Jiangchen before. In his past life, he relied on this cultivation method to reach the saint level. Now that he had the dragon transformation skill, this cultivation method was perfect for Jiang Zhenhai. Dad, I was taught this cultivation method by a great master. If you like it, you can take it and cultivate it. Jiangchen said. If Jiang Zhenhai cultivated the Xianyuan art, he would be able to break through to the mortal core realm in 2 months. Jiang Zhenhai didn't doubt Jiangchen's explanation. Jiangchen had told him that there was a great master who helped him absorb the medicinal energy in his body, and that was how he got to where he was today. Besides, there was no way Jiangchen could have such a mysterious cultivation method. Of course, if Jiang Zhenhai knew that he was holding a saint-level cultivation method, he would probably be scared to death. This was also the reason why Jiangchen didn't write down the rank of the cultivation method. At this moment, Jiang Zhenhai's mind was completely focused on the Xianyuan technique. He was captivated by the mysterious chants within and was unable to extricate himself. However, his eyebrows were furrowed deeper and deeper. In just a minute, Jiang Zhenhai's forehead was covered in sweat and he looked like he was about to collapse. Dad. Jiangchen shook his head and called out to Jiang Zhenhai, waking him up from that special state. Jiang Zhenhai was only at the Qi High realm, and his talent was limited. If he wanted to cultivate a saint-level cultivation method, it would be impossible for him to do it in one go. Phew, Jiang Zhenhai let out a sigh of relief. He realized that he was exhausted. Chen this cultivation method is too mysterious. I am not talented enough, and I fell into it. Jiang Zhenhai wiped the sweat off his face, and his eyes were filled with shock. Dad, it's not that easy to cultivate a high-level cultivation method. You should take it back and study it slowly. Don't be greedy. Jiangchen reminded his father seriously. Chen you are right. I can't believe that I am still weaker than you after reaching the peak of the Qi High realm. Looks like my son has really grown up, and you will be a great man in the future. Haha. Jiang Zhenhai laughed heartily. The more he looked at Jiangchen, the more he liked him, and the more he looked at him. After sending away the overjoyed Jiang Zhenhai, Jiangchen once again immersed himself in the dragon transformation skill. This skill was much more profound than the Xianyuan skill. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the experience and knowledge of a saint, it would be impossible for him to learn this skill so quickly. Early the next morning, Jiangchen changed into a clean set of white clothes and walked out of the mayor's mansion. He held a paper fan in his hand, looking elegant and graceful. The corner of his mouth was curved upwards, carrying a smile like the spring breeze. His pair of phoenix eyes shone brightly. The pill store was the most important business of the Jiang family, and it was not far from the mayor's mansion. Xianxia did not walk very fast, and it only took him a quarter of an hour to reach the door of the pill store. The classic door and the classic building were the hallmarks of the pill store. Standing outside the door, one could smell the strong scent of medicinal herbs. One could imagine how much better it was to cultivate in the pill store just by absorbing the aura emitted by medicinal herbs and elixirs than cultivating outside. Young master, you are here. Young master is wise and handsome. I can tell that you are not an ordinary person. You are definitely a descendant of the heavens. When the two guards outside the pill shop saw Xianxia, they immediately bowed and fawned over him. If it was in the past, they would greet this young master, but they would look at him with disdain. However, the young master was different now. He was a completely different person. Not to mention his outstanding performance during the battle with the Mu Rong family 3 days ago, the fact that he killed Mu Rongying, who was a level 8 Qi Jing martial artist, with a single slap had shocked many people. It turned out that the young master had been pretending all along. It turned out that the young master was a genius. This was how the servants and guards of the Jiang family saw Xianxia. Nice flattery. Later, each of you can go to the accountant and get 10 silvers. But remember, don't flatter me again. Xianxia put one hand behind his back and waved the paper fan with the other as he walked into the pill store. Young master is mighty. The two guards shouted at the top of their lungs as they looked at Xianxia's back with shining eyes. What the hell, flattery can earn me money. Young master is such a good person. Although the Jiang family's pill store was an important place, there were not many guards. Firstly, the owner of the pill store, Zhou Beizhen, was not only an alchemist but also a mid-Qi high martial artist. Secondly, the pill store was not far from the mayor's mansion. If anything happened, the mayor's mansion would be able to send reinforcements immediately. 3 dejected old men were sitting in the meeting hall of the pill store. They were at their wits' end. The 3 of them looked to be in their 50s and were wearing gray robes. 2 of them, one fat and one skinny, were early Qi high martial artists. The one in the middle had a medium build and a goatee. He was the owner of the pill store, Zhou Beizhen. He was a mid-Qi high martial artist and was Jiang Zhenhai's best friend. This could be seen from the fact that Jiang Zhenhai trusted him to manage the pill store. Uncle Zhou, this frown doesn't fit your style. Xianxia walked in with big steps. Zhou Beizhen and the other 2 stood up from their seats when they saw Xianxia. Young master, why are you here? Zhou Beizhen said with a smile on his face. If it was before, with their status as alchemists, they wouldn't even bother to talk to Xianxia, but Xianxia's transformation from 3 days ago had made them look at him in a new light. Uncle Zhou, I heard that an alchemist who can concoct pills of 70% effectiveness came to the Mu Rong family. He has almost destroyed our business. Xianxia found a random seat and sat down. He smiled at Zhou Beizhen and the other 2. Young master, you have also heard that we have not been able to sell our pills for the past 2 days. Unfortunately, our alchemy skills are limited. We cannot concoct pills of 70% human elixir. Zhou Beizhen smiled bitterly. Uncle Zhou, don't be discouraged. I will recommend you an alchemist who can definitely concoct more than 70% human elixir. Xianxia said with a smile. What? Young master knows such an alchemist? Zhou Beizhen was overjoyed. Where is this person? If there is such an alchemist who can help us, we must not neglect him. The fat old man looked serious. He is so far away, yet so close. Xianxia closed the fan in his hand and stood up. What? Young master, you can't be talking about yourself, right? The fat old man was stunned. The 3 of them looked at Xianxia and sized him up. That's right, it is me. Xianxia nodded. Haha, the moment he said that, the 3 of them burst into laughter. This guy must have seen that they were in a bad mood and was purposely trying to cheer them up. This young master was definitely an expert when it came to taking pills. The mayor had given him countless pills all these years, he was simply a medicine pot. Although the current Xianxia had changed a lot compared to before, it would be ridiculous to say that he knew how to concoct pills. Young master, don't joke around. You can definitely take pills, but I don't think you can concoct pills. Zhou Beijing looked like he did not want to disappoint him. Uncle Zhou, don't look down on me. As the saying goes, 100 illnesses make a doctor. This is what I call experience from eating. Xianxia said in a serious manner. The three of them burst into laughter again. If one could become an alchemist just by taking pills, then anyone in the Saint Origin world would be an alchemist. You should go back now. Don't waste our time. This is called preparation. Looks like you won't believe me if I don't show you my true abilities. Come, bring me to the alchemy room. Xianxia rolled up his sleeves, looking like he was about to go all out. The three of them were stunned. Looking at Xianxia, they realized that he was serious. Could it be that he really became an alchemist just by eating pills? Could one become an alchemist just by eating pills? Impossible. Although Xianxia was serious, the three of them still couldn't believe it. Alright, if that's the case, let's see young master's alchemy skills. Zhou Beijing said with a smile as he walked towards the alchemy room. The alchemy room had no business anyway, and since their young master was interested in alchemy, they would play with him. As for whether or not their young master could make pills, the three of them didn't even think about it. The alchemy room was located in the center of the alchemy room. It was sealed off with a heavy stone door. Other than alchemists, no one was allowed to step into the alchemy room. Young master, the furnace and the flame are ready. We also prepared 3 sets of ingredients for making human elixir. Zhou Beijing said with a smile. You guys wait outside. I'll concoct pills inside alone. Xianxia said as he walked into the alchemy room and closed the stone door. Owner, you don't really believe that young master can make pills, do you? The skinny old man said with a smile. Do you think I'm stupid? In order to become an alchemist, the soul and the power of the soul are the key. Although young master has changed a lot, it is impossible for him to activate the power of the soul. Zhou Beijing said. A human soul was something that couldn't be seen or touched, but it was the source of everything. Everyone has a soul, and in order to become an alchemist, one must stimulate the power of the soul, which is the power of the soul. It was extremely difficult to stimulate the power of the soul from the illusory soul. This was also the reason why alchemists were so rare in Saint Origin world. In his past life, Xianxia was a powerful alchemist. Even though he had been dead for 100 years, and his soul had been severely damaged, he had been reincarnated with 2 souls. Even though he was only at the 9th level of the Qi Jing realm, his soul was much stronger than an ordinary Qi High warrior's, and the soul power he could unleash was much stronger. Inside the alchemy room, Xianxia stood in front of a bronze alchemy furnace. He couldn't help but shake his head. Such a low-quality alchemy furnace, and I still need to communicate with the earth fire. It's troublesome and inefficient. The construction of an alchemy room and the placement of the alchemy furnace were very particular. Take the alchemy furnace before them for example. Its placement was the best way to communicate with the earth and fire. The cauldron before him could only utilize the flames beneath the surface of the earth. Compared to the earth core flame, there was a world of difference. The only difference was that the earth core flame was a little purer and its temperature was slightly higher than that of ordinary beast flames. Soul force and flames were indispensable to a true alchemist. Relying on a cauldron and earth fire was only the lowest level alchemist's methods. In his previous life, Xianxia could control 3 kinds of strange flames, so he didn't need a cauldron to concoct pills. However, that was then and this was now. With his current cultivation level, even if he wanted to concoct pills, he couldn't leave the alchemy furnace. Beside the alchemy furnace, there were 3 sets of medicinal ingredients needed to refine human elixir. The amount of medicinal ingredients was sufficient. Xianxia estimated that he could refine 10 human elixir pills in one furnace. Xianxia waved his hand and a formless essence energy wrapped a set of medicinal ingredients and sent it into the pill refinement furnace. The first step of concoction, purification. If Zhou Beijing and the other 2 saw what Xianxia was doing, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. This step of purification was the most difficult. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many impurities in the pills. Therefore, purification had to be done bit by bit. It was rare to see someone like Xianxia, who threw all the medicinal ingredients into the cauldron at once. This required extremely precise control. Hoo-hoo, a strong soul force shot out from Xianxia's body and into the cauldron. At the same time, he formed a series of hand seals and continuously sent them into the cauldron and the flames below. The whole process was extremely skillful, without any pause. In just a few minutes, all the medicinal ingredients had been purified. What was left was the essence contained in the medicinal ingredients. Next was the second step, condensing the pills. To Xianxia, concocting human-grade pills was a piece of cake. He could close his eyes and succeed without any difficulty. After a few more minutes, the condensing process was completed. Xianxia let out a low growl and sent a wave of essence energy into the cauldron. One by one, human elixir pills flew out and landed in Xianxia's hands. The pills in his hands were smooth and glossy. They were full of energy and had no impurities at all. It was a 100% effectiveness pill. After one furnace, there were 10 human elixir pills. Xianxia let out a smile. He was very satisfied with the pills in his hands. One furnace of 100% effectiveness pills, 10 minutes from start to finish, and a 100% success rate. If this news got out, all the alchemists in Fragrant Sky City would be scared to death. This was too scary. Normal alchemists would not only not have enough purity, but the success rate would also not be high. There would often be a situation where a furnace of pills would be wasted. However, this did not happen to Xianxia. It's my first time concocting a pill of 100% effectiveness. Won't they be scared to death? Let me make a furnace of wasted pills first. With a smile on his face, Xianxia waved his hand and threw the second set of medicinal ingredients into the cauldron. A few minutes later. Bang, a muffled sound came from the alchemy room along with a scream. Zhou Beizhen and the other two were shocked at first, but they soon burst into laughter. Haha, the furnace exploded. That's normal. When I first started concocting pills, the furnace exploded hundreds of times. Let's go in and have a look. The three pushed the stone door open and saw Xianxia standing there with a depressed look on his face. Young master, don't be discouraged. It's normal for furnaces to explode. However, I think young master shouldn't waste your talent on alchemy. The fat old man came up to him and comforted him. Young master, I know that you are worried about the alchemy room. However, alchemy is not something that can be forced. Zhou Beizhen patted Xianxia's shoulder. Uncle Zhou, although the furnace exploded, I managed to concoct the pills. Xianxia said. Young master, you must be joking. If the furnace exploded, everything would be gone. All the medicinal ingredients would turn into ashes. It's impossible to concoct pills. The skinny old man teased. Xianxia did not say a word. He flipped his palm and 3 thumb-sized white pills appeared in front of him. Zhou Beizhen and the other two were startled, and the smile on their faces froze. With their eyesight, they could easily tell that the pills in Xianxia's hand had just been concocted, and they were still warm. No way. How can a pill be concocted after the furnace exploded? Zhou Beizhen's eyes widened. The three of them held the pills in their hands and examined them carefully. The Mortal Restoration pill was an energy pill, and it was something that every warrior couldn't lack in their cultivation journey. The Mortal Restoration pill concocted by Xianxia was soft and smooth, and its color was smooth and glossy. Although there were some obvious impurities in it, its quality was not low. This is a 70% effectiveness pill? The fat old man exclaimed. It really is a 70% effectiveness pill. It's a grade higher than what we concocted. However, how is this possible? The skinny old man sighed. He could not accept it. Young master, did you really concoct these pills yourself? Zhou Beizhen still could not believe it. Yes. Xianxia nodded his head. Young master, have you concocted pills before? No. Young master, is this really your first time concocting pills? Yes. Young master, can I ask you? What level are you at now? Level 9 Qi Jing. Zhou Beizhen and the other two almost spat out a mouthful of blood. They stared at Xianxia with their eyes that were as wide as chicken eggs, and tears started flowing down their cheeks. They felt like they had wasted their lives. What the hell? Level 9 Qi Jing? Concocting pills with 70% effectiveness for the first time? Could it be any more shocking? How could they live like this? It should be known that although the most important aspect of alchemy was the strength of the soul, it also had an extremely high requirement for one's own cultivation. The process of alchemy itself was also a process of exhausting one's origin power. Without opening the qi, wanting to become an alchemist was simply nonsense. Besides, Xianxia had concocted a 70% effectiveness pill on his first try. This was a huge blow to the three of them. "Young master, I just want to know, how did you do it?" Zhou Beijian asked again. The other two looked anxious as well. They really wanted to know how Lin Fan did it. "I told you, if you eat a lot, you'll know how to do it." Xianxia shrugged his shoulders. The fact that he was reborn was too shocking. He couldn't say it out loud. After all, he had taken a lot of pills, so it was a good excuse. "Damn you," the three of them vomited blood. "Uncle Zhou, I'm full of energy now. I'm ready to concoct another batch of pills. The explosion just now made me feel better. I might be able to concoct a 100% effectiveness pill next time." Xianxia threw the three of them out of the room again. Outside the room, the three of them were shocked. They thought that Xianxia was just playing around. They never thought that Xianxia would actually concoct a pill with 70% effectiveness. "Boss, I didn't believe that there were geniuses in this world. But today, I believe it," the fat old man said in shock. "I believe it too. The Jiang family must have been blessed by their ancestors. The mayor should be proud to have such a son." Zhou Beijian sighed. "Do you think that young master can concoct a 100% effectiveness pill?" the skinny old man asked. "Impossible. A 100% effectiveness pill? That's a joke." Zhou Beijian and the fat old man shook their heads at the same time. What was a 100% effectiveness pill? It was a pill without any impurities. The three of them knew this very well. The alchemists in the Saint Origin world were divided into different levels. Human level, earth level, heaven level, and saint level. However, the level of an alchemist could not determine the quality of the pill. The level of an alchemist was determined by the strength of their soul and their cultivation. However, the quality of the pill was different. The alchemist had to have a high degree of control. Even an earth-level alchemist would find it hard to concoct a 100% effectiveness pill, let alone a greenhorn like Xianxia. Xianxia stayed in the room for another half an hour before he pushed the stone door open and walked out. "Young master, you're done?" Zhou Beijian asked curiously. "Yes. I am indeed a genius. I have unparalleled talent in alchemy. I managed to concoct a 100% effectiveness pill on my second try," Xianxia said as he threw 3 pills towards the three of them. The three of them grabbed the pills and their faces changed drastically when they saw the pills. 100% effectiveness pill. Oh my god. The color and the strength of the pill. It's 100% human elixir. The fat old man exclaimed. The skinny old man rolled his eyes and felt dizzy. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. "I can't accept this. I can't accept this. I can't take it anymore. I can't accept this at all. Young master, you came here just to give us a hard time, right? We've lived in vain, in vain." The fat old man beat his chest and the skinny old man almost burst into tears. They felt like they had lived their lives in vain. Zhou Beijian couldn't control himself either. He stared at the 100% effectiveness pill in his hand, full of excitement. As an alchemist, this was the first time he had seen a 100% effectiveness pill. "Uncle Zhou, just cry if you're not feeling well," Xianxia said in a serious tone. The three of them immediately kowtowed to the ground. They just wanted to go up and strangle this guy who was making sarcastic remarks. After a few minutes, the three of them finally calmed down. The way they looked at Xianxia had completely changed. At the same time, they understood that there really were peerless geniuses in this world. Some people really couldn't be judged by common sense. Zhou Beijian and the other 2 men's faces were filled with happiness and gratification. Jiang Zhenhai's life was worth it to have a son like this. Now that Xianxia could concoct pills with 100% effectiveness, the pill store could be saved. Uncle Zhou, go and prepare some more herbs. Xianxia said. What? You still want to make pills? Zhou Beijian was astonished. Pill concoction consumed a lot of yuan energy and soul strength. Although the mortal restoration pill was a basic energy pill, concocting a pill with 100% effectiveness would be even more exhausting. However, after concocting a pill with 100% effectiveness, Xianxia still looked energetic. He didn't look tired at all. In order to save the pill store, I have to do it. Xianxia patted his chest and said. He wanted to continue making pills for himself. He needed more yuan qi pills because he was practicing the dragon transformation skill. Yuan qi pills were indispensable for martial artists. Human elixir was just one of the yuan qi pills, there were earth elixir and heaven elixir. In the real world of cultivation, yuan qi pills were the most common and basic currency. Only in a small place like Fragrant Sky City would people use gold and silver to exchange for human elixir. Xianxia would definitely not be interested in those trash pills, so he had to prepare some for himself. Xianxia returned to the alchemy room, brimming with health and vigor. There was a resplendent smile on his face. To others, alchemy was something that consumed a lot of soul power, but to Xianxia, the thing he was least afraid of was soul power consumption. 100 years ago, I fell on the Saint Cliff, and my soul was severely damaged. Although both of my souls have fused together, the soul energy I can unleash is only equivalent to a mortal core warrior. But, I have the great soul derivation skill, which can provide me with endless soul energy, so I don't need to worry about consuming too much energy when concocting pills. Xianxia had a faint smile on his face. After being reborn, his cultivation experience as a sage, as well as his memories of various cultivation methods, were his greatest treasures. In the Saint Origin realm, there were very few true soul cultivation skills. It was impossible to find one in the entire Fragrant Sky City, not even the lowest level soul cultivation skill. This was also the reason why most of the alchemists here couldn't concoct high-purity pills. The Great Soul Derivation skill was the most powerful soul cultivation skill in the world, and it had the most terrifying feature. It could provide the cultivator with endless soul energy, and there was no need to worry about consuming soul energy during the process of concocting pills. Now, Xianxia had the dragon transformation skill, which was a powerful skill. Not only could he form dragon marks in his body, he could also strengthen his body, and he could finally transform into a dragon. With the combination of the dragon transformation skill and the great soul derivation skill, Xianxia's qi, body, and soul would be strengthened at the same time. He estimated that in 20 years, he would be able to become a sage, and reach the same level as his previous life. He might even be able to become an immortal. This was the meaning of Xianxia's rebirth. Outside the alchemy room, Zhou Beijian took a deep breath and said to the fat old man, "Old Su, you two stay here and look after the young master. Don't spread the news that the young master can concoct pills. I have to go see the mayor." It was great news that Xianxia had become a genius alchemist, and he had to go see Xianxia as soon as possible. The mayor's mansion, ever since Xianxia had obtained the Xianyuan skill, he had been immersed in this mysterious skill. However, his talent was limited, and it was not easy for him to truly grasp the essence of the Xianyuan skill. According to Xianxia's estimation, Xianxia would be lucky if he could grasp the basics of the Xianyuan skill within a month. Dong. Dong, the continuous knocks on the door interrupted Xianxia's thoughts. He quickly put away the Xianyuan skill and coughed, "Come in." The door opened, and Zhou Beijian walked in. Seeing Zhou Beijian, Xianxia had a bad feeling. He had been so focused on practicing the Xianyuan skill that he had forgotten about the pill store. Zhou Beijian had come to see him personally, so there must be some bad news. "Old Zhou, the pill store has run out of business, right?" Xianxia frowned and asked. "Mayor, let me tell you something good. We have a genius alchemist who can concoct pills with 100% effectiveness. The Mu Rong family's pills with 70% effectiveness are nothing." Zhou Beijian said with a smile. "What? Pills with 100% effectiveness? Old Zhou, is this true?" Xianxia suddenly stood up from his seat. "Of course it's true. Do you know this alchemist as well?" Zhou Beijian purposely kept him in suspense. "I know him?" Who? Jiang Zhenhai was stunned for a moment, then tried to search his memory, but couldn't find any alchemists who could produce pills with 100% effectiveness. This person is in the pill store. Mayor, I will go and have a look. Zhou Beijun said. Let's go. Jiang Zhenhai's interest was piqued. This was a matter of life and death for the pill store, so he had to be careful. In the pill store's alchemy room, Jiang Chen continued to concoct human elixir until the evening. He had concocted 100 human elixir. If news of this were to spread, many people would be shocked to death. Jiang Chen stuffed most of the pills into his pocket. At this moment, Jiang Chen felt tired. This kind of fatigue was not caused by the consumption of his soul power. With the support of the great soul derivation skill, his soul power would never run out. Jiang Chen found 2 reasons why he was so tired. First, it was the consumption of his yuan energy. Alchemy not only consumed his soul energy, but it also consumed a lot of yuan energy. Although the dragon transformation skill was powerful, he hadn't even formed a single dragon mark yet, so he wouldn't be able to last for a long period of time. Secondly, being immersed in one thing for a long period of time would bring about a sense of exhaustion to the body itself, a sense of physical exhaustion. Although I've cultivated the dragon transformation skill and my body has been tempered quite well, and the great soul derivation technique has given me an endless supply of soul power, the foundation of this body is still too weak. Looks like I have to find a way to improve my body from the foundation. Jiang Chen thought to himself. His current problem was very clear. Although he had refined the pills that had been stored for more than 10 years and used the dragon transformation skill to temper his body was still too weak. If I can concoct a tiger elixir, it can strengthen my body and change my body. My body will not be able to withstand the high-level tiger elixir, and I can't concoct it now. A low-level tiger elixir will do. Jiang Chen said that tiger elixir was a pill that could strengthen one's body and strengthen one's body. It was exactly what he needed now. There was a pen and paper in the concocting room. Jiang Chen was going to write down the ingredients needed to concoct tiger elixir. The ingredients needed to concoct tiger elixir were not complicated. With the Jiang family's wealth, they could easily find them. There were 1 or 2 ingredients that were hard to find, so Jiang Chen replaced them with normal ingredients. But there was one ingredient that couldn't be missing when concocting tiger elixir, and that was the demon soul of a tiger demon. If I can find a mortal core demon soul of a tiger demon, that would be the best. But in Fragrant Sky City, it's hard to find a mortal core demon soul. Never mind, I'll just use a demon soul of a tiger demon at the peak of the Qi-Hai realm. Jiang Chen thought to himself. The strongest warrior in Fragrant Sky City was only at the peak of the Qi-Hai realm. It would be very difficult to get a mortal core demon soul. Jiang Chen had to settle for the next best thing and use a demon soul of a Qi-Hai realm for now. After writing down the ingredients needed to concoct tiger elixir, Jiang Chen walked out of the concocting room again. Outside the concocting room, Jiang Zhenhai had been waiting for a long time, but he didn't show any signs of impatience. During this time, Jiang Zhenhai had asked this genius alchemist more than 10 times, but Zhou Beizhan and the other 2 only laughed at him and insisted on letting him see it for himself. At this moment, Jiang Zhenhai saw Jiang Chen walk out of the concocting room, and he was stunned. "Dad, why are you here?" Jiang Chen smiled. He had expected Jiang Zhenhai to come here. With the relationship between Zhou Beizhan and his father, he would definitely tell him about such an important matter. Chen-er. Jiang Zhenhai blinked his eyes and looked at the smiling Zhou Beizhan and the other 2. "Old Zhou, the alchemist that you said can concoct pills with 100% effectiveness, is it Chen-er?" "Yes, it is, young master." "What do you think? This is a surprise, right?" Zhou Beizhan laughed. "Impossible, this is impossible. This kid can only eat pills, how can he concoct pills? You must be making fun of me." Jiang Zhenhai's reaction was exactly the same as the 3 of them, even the words he said were exactly the same. "Mayor, young master is a genius. The 100% effectiveness elixir that I showed you just now was indeed concocted by young master," Zhou Beizhan said. "Dad, aren't you happy that I can become an alchemist?" Jiang Chen joked. "It's true, haha." Jiang Zhenhai was stunned for a while, then burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that tears streamed down his cheeks. He came up to Xianxia and gave him a strong bear hug. He was so excited. He only had one son, and he had worked so hard for him all these years. He didn't expect that this useless kid would become a genius. Mayor, young master is such a genius, your family's ancestral grave must have emitted green smoke. Zhou Beijing joked. How is this green smoke? My family's ancestral grave must have exploded. Jiang Zhenhai was so excited that he couldn't control himself. Every father in the world wanted to see their son become a genius. Dad, Uncle Zhou, here are 2100% effectiveness pills. Jiangchen took out 20 human elixir pills. So many? Zhou Beijing and the other two exclaimed. 2100% effectiveness pills in half a day's time. Did this guy really just start concocting pills? Haha, great. With 100% effectiveness pills, I want to see how the Mu Ron family's pill store can survive. Not only did the Jiang clan have a genius alchemist, but he had also saved the business of the Mu Ron clan. There was no way they could not be happy. We will start selling pills with 10% effectiveness tomorrow. We will deal a fatal blow to the Mu Ron clan. The chubby old man said. However, only you can make pills with 10% effectiveness. The demand for human elixir in Fragrant Sky City is very high, especially for the rich families. You alone will not be able to meet the demand. Zhou Beijing frowned. Then, the three of us will become decorations. This is too much. The skinny old man shrugged. As a respected alchemist, this was the first time he felt that he was worthless. If the Mu Ron clan wanted to sell pills with 10% effectiveness, they would not be able to help at all. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Synthesize pills. Synthesize pills? Zhou Beijing and the other two looked at Jiang Chen at the same time, not knowing what he meant. Alchemy is complicated, but synthesizing pills is easy. To be honest, I have another skill, synthesizing pills. Give me 2 useless pills with 60% effectiveness, and I can easily synthesize a pill with 10% effectiveness. This way, you will be in charge of alchemy, and I will only be in charge of synthesizing the pills. Furthermore, the pills that the Mu Ron clan sells are not limited to human elixir. You will need to make other types of pills as well. Jiang Chen said. This was a perfect idea. Synthesizing pills was something that normal alchemists would not even dare to think about. However, to Jiang Chen, who was the greatest saint in the world, synthesizing pills with energy like human elixir was too easy. What? 260% effectiveness pills synthesize a pill with 10% effectiveness? How is that possible? The chubby old man was about to vomit blood again. He had never heard of such a method of synthesizing pills. It is normal for you to be surprised. However, the method of synthesizing pills does exist. Let me tell you, even though I learned this from eating pills, I have also received guidance from a great master. Here is a soul training technique for you 3. It should be very useful. Jiangchen took out a piece of paper from his chest pocket. He had written a soul training skill on it. Of course, this soul training skill couldn't be compared to the great soul derivation skill, but it wasn't an ordinary soul training skill either. Jiangchen passed the paper to Zhou Beijing. Soul refining art. Zhou Beijing's voice was trembling. As an alchemist, no one knew better than him how precious the soul refining technique was. To an alchemist, nothing was more important than the soul and the power of the soul. The reason why they couldn't concoct high-grade pills was because their soul power wasn't condensed enough. If they could obtain a soul refining technique, it would be of great help to them. The other 2 elders also became excited. They looked at the contents of the paper from the left and right. The more they looked, the more excited they became. In the end, the 3 old faces began to twist. Jiang Zhenhai was not an alchemist, so he did not understand the significance of the soul refining technique to alchemists. However, after seeing the 3 of them, his heart was in turmoil. It was obvious that the soul refining technique that Jiang Chen had taken out was an unimaginable treasure for the 3 of them. It was something that they could only dream of having. What kind of change has happened to Chen Er? Did he really meet an expert? Jiang Zhenhai sighed in his heart. First, it was the change in his cultivation level, then the change in his style of doing things. From the Xianyuan art to the soul refining technique, he had even concocted pills with 100% effectiveness. All these changes had caught Jiang Zhenhai off guard. However, Jiang Zhenhai could not help but feel excited. No matter what, Jiang Chen was his son. If his son was successful, then his father would be proud. Plop Zhou Beizhen and the other two knelt down. They held the paper in their hands, feeling as if it weighed thousands of pounds. Jiang Chen wasn't surprised by their reactions at all. Nothing that came out of his hands would be ordinary. This soul training skill, which he considered to be a worthless skill, was something that even those big sects in the Qi province would fight over. Old Zhou, what are you doing? Get up. Jiang Zhenhai did not expect the three of them to react so strongly. We will never forget young master's kindness. Zhou Beizhen said seriously. Uncle Zhou, please get up. It's just a soul refining technique. Jiang Chen smiled and helped the three of them up. When they heard Jiang Chen say that it was just a soul refining technique, the three of them felt like fainting. They did not know if this young master really did not know anything or was just pretending. The soul refining technique was too precious. They had only heard of it before, and today was the first time they had seen it. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with their reactions. Although the three of them were loyal to Jiang Zhenhai, there were times when a person's heart would change, and he had to give them a reason to not change. Jiang Chen's ambition was the whole Saint Origin world. Sooner or later, he would leave this small fragrant sky city. Before he left, he needed to stabilize fragrant sky city. He needed to buy people's hearts for Jiang Zhenhai. With this soul refining technique, the three of them would be completely loyal to him. Jiang Chen's business was ranked number 1. As alchemists, the importance of Zhou Beizhen and the other two was self-explanatory. Therefore, Jiang Chen took out this soul refining technique. With this soul tempering technique, my soul force will become even purer and more condensed. Furthermore, it will gradually become more vigorous. I believe that before long, I will be able to refine even higher grade pills. That's right. With the help of this soul refining technique, I can stimulate my Yuan Qi and increase my cultivation. The fat and skinny old man said excitedly. As long as you serve the Jiang family wholeheartedly, you will get more benefits in the future. Jiang Chen said. Young master, don't worry. From now on, our lives will belong to the mayor and young master. The fat old man said hurriedly. Jiang Zhenhai nodded in his heart. Jiang Chen's method of winning people's hearts was indeed brilliant. All right. Spread the news that from tomorrow onwards, our pill store will be selling 100% effectiveness pills. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Haha, good. I wonder how the Mu Rong family will react after we sell 100% effectiveness pills. The skinny old man laughed. Chen in my opinion, we can also make use of the ability to concoct pills. Jiang Zhenhai said. Of course. Tomorrow, we will mark the price in front of the door. One 100% effectiveness elixir will be sold for 400 silvers. At the same time, we can exchange two 60% effectiveness pills and 300 silvers for a 100% effectiveness pill. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Young master, a 60% effectiveness pill was originally sold for 100 silvers. A 100% effectiveness pill will be sold for 400 silvers. However, the price of concoction pills seems to be a bit higher. It's equivalent to 500 silvers. Zhou Beizhen said with a frown. Uncle Zhou, don't worry. Once we sell 100% effectiveness pills, the 60% effectiveness pills will become useless pills. There are many rich people in Fragrant Sky City. Those who can afford pills will also be able to afford it. Especially those who have concoction pills, they will definitely come to exchange for it. Jiang Chen said. Haha, young master is brilliant. You used someone else's pills and sold it to him. You earned 300 silvers for nothing. I never thought that young master would be so good at business. The fat old man gave a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. The most important thing to remember is that all the pills produced by the Mu Rong family will not be recycled. I want the Mu Rong family to not be able to sell a single pill. Jiang Chen's expression turned serious. Jiang Zhenhai and the other three looked at each other and saw the smile in each other's eyes. Jiang Chen's move had completely pushed the Mu Rong family out of the market. Soon, the Mu Rong family would lose the entire Fragrant Sky City's market. Also, don't tell anyone that I am an alchemist. Just tell them that there is an alchemist master in the pill store. Jiang Chen said. Both sides were enemies, so he should never let the other side know about his trump card. Alright. Old Zhou, you are the owner. I will leave the selling of the pills to you. Jiang Zhenhai said. Don't worry, Mayor. Zhou Beijun said with a smile. With the 100% effectiveness pill, he was quite confident. Oh right. Dad, can you help me prepare the ingredients on this list? Jiang Chen took out the recipe for the tiger elixir and handed it to Jiang Zhenhai. He was going to give the ingredients for the tiger elixir to Zhou Beizhen, but since his father already knew about it, he might as well let him do it. Jiang Zhenhai looked at the ingredients on the list and frowned. I can find all the ingredients on this list for you, but I am afraid it will be difficult to find a tiger demon's demon soul at the peak of the Qi High realm. Demon beasts had strong qi and strong bodies. If a human cultivator were to fight a demon beast at the same level, they would not have any advantage. A tiger demon that was at the peak of the Qi High realm was already very strong and hard to tame. Although the Jiang family's business had all kinds of demon souls, it was rare to find one at this level. You don't have one? Try to find one for me, it must be a tiger demon's demon soul. Jiang Chen frowned, but he knew that his father was not lying. A tiger demon's demon soul at the peak of the Qi High realm was indeed hard to find. If he could not find one, he would have to go for the next best thing. Alright, I will definitely get it for you. Jiang Zhenhai put away the recipe and left the store. The next day, the sun had just risen, and the whole Fragrant Sky City was in an uproar. The reason was that the mayor's palace had announced that there would be a 100% effectiveness pill for sale today. A 100% effectiveness pill, these 3 words were enough to create a storm in Fragrant Sky City. Once the news was out, it spread across the whole Fragrant Sky City within an hour. Is it true that the mayor's palace is selling 100% effectiveness pills? It can't be false, the mayor's palace would never release fake news. Otherwise, it would be a huge blow to their store's reputation. Just a few days ago, the Mu Rong family's store had a 70% effectiveness pill, and today, the mayor's palace has a 100% effectiveness pill. The competition between the two families is getting more and more intense. A 100% effectiveness pill, I have never seen one before. I heard that a 100% effectiveness pill contains a lot of energy, and there are no impurities in it. It is the dream of every cultivator. Let's go and have a look. If it is true, we might even have the chance to meet the alchemist who can concoct 100% effectiveness pills. Just this news alone was enough to make the entire Fragrant Sky City boil over. Many people rushed to the city lord's mansion's pill shop. Of course, many people couldn't afford to buy a 100% restoration pill that cost 400 silvers. However, they couldn't afford to buy pills, but they could still afford to join in the fun. The entire Fragrant Sky City was paying close attention to the battle between the city lord and the Mu Rong family. Not long after, a long solid wood table was placed in front of the pill store's entrance. The fat old man was calmly sitting behind the table, followed by a few guards of the pill store. Jiangqing was holding a huge signboard in his hand. He put his hands on his waist and said, "Those who want to buy pills, look carefully." Jiangqing admired his young master from the bottom of his heart. He knew that the pill store was going to sell pills with 100% effectiveness, so he volunteered to come. Jiang Chen had also arranged for him to take the lead, which made Jiangqing feel very flattered. The scene suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes fell on the signboard that Jiangqing had thrown out. They saw that there were words written in black on it. 100% elixir, 400 silvers for 1 pill. 2 pills of 60% effectiveness, plus 300 silvers for 1 pill of 100% elixir. Limit of 3 pills per person per day. The signboard clearly stated the conditions to buy the elixir. Buying a pill itself was a matter of spending money, and one had to abide by the conditions. This was the first time in Tianxiang City that such a thing had happened. However, the temptation of a 100% effectiveness pill was too great, and no one objected to the conditions. Many people felt that the last condition was very good, and they had to limit the number of pills they could buy. Otherwise, those rich and powerful families would buy everything, and no one else would have a chance. One pill of elixir is sold for 400 silvers, that's 4 times the previous price. This price is considered fair. After all, it is a 100% effectiveness pill, and its value cannot be compared to a 60% effectiveness pill. It is already very difficult for us to cultivate, and refining a pill with too many impurities would require a lot of time to remove the impurities. Moreover, the impurities would not be removed completely, and the body would only accumulate more and more impurities. If we have a 100% effectiveness pill, who would want to use a 60% effectiveness pill? I just don't know if the Jiang family really has a 100% effectiveness pill. Wow. Look, the Jiang family wants to buy back the useless pills, and they are using useless pills to exchange for a 100% effectiveness pill. But the price is too high. I bought 2 pills of 60% effectiveness for 200 silvers, and I need 300 silvers for a 100% effectiveness pill. In total, I need 500 silvers, which is even more expensive than buying a 100% effectiveness pill. What kind of conscience is this? This is clearly robbery. But if they really have a 100% effectiveness pill, I would rather spend money to exchange the useless pills. There was a lot of discussion in front of the door of the alchemy store. The move to replace the failed alchemy pills attracted everyone's attention. Although the price was a bit ridiculous, if the Jiang family could really take out a 100% ranked alchemy pill, who would still use 60% ranked alchemy pills? Wouldn't that make them look inferior? Is there really a pill with 100% effectiveness? Someone shouted. Until now, people still had doubts about the 100% effectiveness pill. Don't yell. If you want to buy, then line up. If you don't want to buy, then scram. Xianxia stood on the steps and pointed at the crowd with a domineering look. I'll buy it. Give me one. Here are 400 taels of silver. A fat man in luxurious clothes walked up to the table and threw 4 big silver ingots onto the table. This man was also a rich man in Fragrant Sky City, a level 7 Qi Jing master who was only 1 step away from the level 8 Qi Jing. If he could get his hands on a 100% elixir pill, he would be able to break through to the level 8 Qi Jing. 400 silvers wasn't a small amount, and it was impossible for a small family in the Xianxia city to afford it. Therefore, the path of cultivation not only required a lot of willpower, but it was also a process of burning money. If a person was not talented and had no money, it would be very difficult for him to achieve anything in the path of cultivation. Yes, this is a human elixir, take it. Zhou Beijing handed over a palm-sized box to the fat man. The fat man took the box and quickly opened it, taking out the human elixir pill. What a powerful pill. The color is round and transparent. The Mu Rong family's pill with 70% effectiveness is nothing compared to this. This is a 100% effectiveness pill. 400 silvers is too cheap. The fat man shouted excitedly. Many people saw the pill in the fat man's hand. The color of the pill was unprecedented, and it was obvious that it was a good pill. Oh my God, it really is a 100% effectiveness pill. Although the price has increased by 4 times, the amount of energy it contains has increased by at least 3 times. Plus, there are no impurities in the pill. The mayor's mansion is really generous. I want to buy one, even if I have to spend everything I have. I am at the peak of the 5th level Qi Jing realm. If I can get a 100% effectiveness elixir, I will be able to reach the 6th level Qi Jing realm immediately. Then, I will be able to find a good job. A 100% effectiveness pill. I have never seen a 100% effectiveness pill before. The crowd was boiling with excitement. The 100% effectiveness pill had been verified, and everyone was excited. To a Qi Jing warrior, a 100% effectiveness elixir pill was a priceless treasure, and it couldn't be bought even with money. Give me one, I will give you everything I have. I want one too. The fat man was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Good pills were easy to sell, and good pills were always in short supply. Damn, people are already using 100% effectiveness pills to cultivate, and our 60% effectiveness pills are still useless. Why don't we exchange them for 100% effectiveness pills? Someone walked up and took out two 70% effectiveness pills and 300 silvers, asking for a 100% effectiveness pill. We don't exchange pills from the Murong family, the fat man said indifferently. The pills from the Murong family and the Jiang family all had their own brand names, and it was very easy to recognize them. Before this, only the Murong family had 70% effectiveness pills. What? We don't want to exchange. The man was stunned, and he remembered the relationship between the Jiang family and the Murong family. It's all good, but you can't exchange pills from the Murong family. We don't allow you to exchange pills from the Murong family. Xianxia stretched his neck and shouted. I just bought 10 pills from the Murong family yesterday, I regret it so much. The Jiang family and the Murong family are enemies, it's natural that we don't want to exchange pills from the Murong family. Damn, I will never buy pills from the Murong family again. Damn, they are using 100% effectiveness pills, I can't use useless pills to cultivate. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have bought the 70% effectiveness pills from the Murong family. Many people regretted buying pills from the Murong family. As for the Jiang family's condition of not allowing them to exchange pills from the Murong family, people didn't think much of it. After all, the relationship between the Jiang family and the Murong family had already been announced. For the next 3 days, the Jiang family's elixir store was as busy as a marketplace. The 100% effectiveness pills were too influential, and the demand could not keep up with the supply. Especially the rich families, they were thinking of ways to buy more. Zhou Beizhen and the skinny old man didn't stay idle either. While they were concocting pills, they were also cultivating the soul training skill that Xianxia had taught them. As for Xianxia, he was only responsible for synthesizing the 60% effectiveness pills into 100% effectiveness pills. For him, this was a piece of cake. The synthesized pills were sold for 400 silvers, and most of the pills were sold from the Jiang family's elixir store. Now, they were making money by synthesizing the pills. This business model was very powerful. In these 3 days, the Murong family's pill shop, which was originally bustling with activity, had become incomparably deserted. The Tianxiang city's pill market had been completely monopolized by the Jiang family. Even the big families that the Murong family had cooperated with had turned to the Jiang family. People were very realistic. Who would use useless pills when they had a 100% effectiveness pill? Think about it, people were already using 100% effectiveness pills to cultivate, and you were still using useless pills. The gap between you and the Murong family would soon widen. On the morning of the 4th day, the Jiang family's elixir store was already crowded with people. It was even more crowded than the previous 3 days. Since there were enough pills in stock, Xianxia had some free time. There were 2 tables in front of the elixir store. Xianxia sat in the middle with his legs crossed. Zhou Beizhen and the skinny old man sat on either side of him. Xianxia stood behind Xianxia like a loyal bodyguard. Young master, our business has been booming for the past 3 days. Xianxia said happily. Not bad. Xianxia nodded. He had expected this kind of scene. The scene of selling pills and exchanging items was very lively. This kind of scene lasted for an hour. Xianxia let out a yawn, feeling bored to death. Right at this moment, 2 silhouettes approached him. Both of them were wearing black clothes and bamboo hats that covered half of their faces. This immediately attracted Xianxia's attention. Give me 3 human elixir pills. Here is 1,200 silvers. A silver bag was thrown on the table. The voice under the bamboo hat was loud and arrogant. It sounded like a young man. With Xianxia's eyes, he could tell that one of them was at the 9th level of the Qi Jing realm and the other was at the early Qi Hai realm. Take off your bamboo hat. Xianxia squinted his eyes and said. I am here to buy pills. Why do you care about my bamboo hat? The man spoke again. His tone was even more arrogant. With the current situation in Fragrant Sky City, you must be from the Murong family if you are here to buy pills. Xianxia said with a smile. Although these 2 men were wearing bamboo hats as a disguise, it was their disguise that betrayed them. Coming here to buy pills wasn't something shameful, unless they were from the Murong family. Hearing the words Murong family, a lot of people looked at the 2. Zhou Beizhen and the others' faces turned cold. Humph. The young man snorted. He raised his hand and was about to take off his bamboo hat, but he was stopped by the man in black. Uncle Hui, since we have been recognized, there is no need to hide anymore. The young man said as he took off his bamboo hat. It was a young man in his late teens, handsome and arrogant. The man in black sighed and took off his bamboo hat as well. He was an old man in his 50s with a strong qi. He was an early qi high warrior. Xianxia looked at the young man. In Fragrant Sky City, it was rare to see a young man at the 9th level of the Qi Jing realm at such a young age. Also, Xianxia felt that this young man looked familiar, so he searched through Xianxia's memory and found everything about this young man. He was the most talented young man in the Mu Rong family, Mu Ronghao. He had reached the peak of the 9th level of the Qi Jing realm at the age of 18. He was the most likely genius to break through to the Qi High realm before the age of 19. A man like this had the right to be arrogant. Unfortunately, he had come to the wrong place. Humph. Mu Ronghao, are you here to cause trouble? Jiang, now that you've accepted my young master's money, hurry up and give me the pills. Mu Ronghao said arrogantly. For the past 3 days, the Jiang family's pill store had been bustling with activity, but the Mu Rong family's place was deserted. How could he accept such a stark contrast? Therefore, he decided to come personally and buy a few pills with 100% effectiveness. However, he did not expect to be recognized. However, as the #1 genius of the Mu Rong family and the #1 genius of Fragrant Sky City, his arrogance was not something anyone could compare to. The Jiang family's pills are sold to humans, not to animals. I'll accept your money. Now that my young master is still in a good mood, you should crawl away from me and disappear. Jiangchen said calmly. Jiangchen, who are you calling an animal? Mu Ronghao was furious. As one of the top geniuses of the Mu Rong family, no one had ever dared to be so disrespectful to him. A few days ago, Jiangchen had defeated Mu Rongying, so Mu Ronghao wanted to find some time to meet this Jiangchen who had suddenly risen to fame. He did not expect to meet him here today. My young master is scolding you. Even an idiot can tell that his ears are full of sh*t. Jiangqing, who was standing next to Jiangchen, pointed at Mu Ronghao and said. If it was before, Jiangqing would not have dared to speak so loudly in front of this top genius of Fragrant Sky City. However, now that he was following his young master, he was more confident. Since his young master had called him an animal, he had to follow suit. Dog, who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Mu Ronghao's qi shook. Seeing this, Jiangchen smiled coldly. This Mu Ronghao was still young and arrogant. He had gotten used to being arrogant and had forgotten where he was. He had also forgotten that the Jiang family and Mu Rong family had just fallen out with each other a few days ago. Shut up. Jiangchen slammed his palm on the table and stood up from his seat. The Mu Rong family's dogs really don't know any rules. Instead of lying down in their own nest, how dare they come barking in the Jiang family's territory? Men, arrest them. Swoosh, as soon as Jiangchen finished speaking, the guards of the pill store rushed out and surrounded Mu Ronghao and the Qi Hai old man. The people at the back hurriedly retreated. Today, they came to see a 100% ranked pill. They didn't think that they would be able to witness a good show. Who dares to touch my young master? The Qi Hai old man's qi shook. An early Qi Hai warrior dares to be so presumptuous? Not only does Mu Ronghao's dog not know the rules, but he also doesn't know what's going on. Uncle Zhou, beat this old dog up for me. Jiangchen was overbearing. Yes, young master. Zhou Beizhen shouted and jumped out from behind the table. His qi of a mid-Qi Hai warrior burst out from his body. Many people felt pressured by this Qi Hai, and their faces turned pale. Mu Ronghao is arrogant. I'm afraid he's going to meet his match today. Young Master Jiang is no longer the coward he used to be. Yeah, the Mu Rong family and the Jiang family have already broken up. Mu Ronghao still came to the Jiang family's pill store. Isn't he just looking for trouble? Many people were discussing in low voices. Many of them had seen Jiangchen's power a few days ago. He even dared to humiliate the leader of the Mu Rong family, let alone a young man from the Mu Rong family. Humph. Jiangchen, what's wrong with you bullying me with numbers? If you are a man, then fight with me today. Let's see who is the most powerful young man in Fragrant Sky City. Moronghao snorted and said to Xianxia. Xianxia was scared. A few days ago, he had defeated Morongying. As the most talented disciple of the Morong family, Moronghao was not satisfied with the result. He wanted to fight with Xianxia to get back at him. Of course, this was understandable. In reality, as the most talented disciple of the Morong family, he had wanted to fight with Xianxia for a long time. He wanted to prove who was the most talented disciple in Fragrant Sky City. In other words, since he had met Xianxia today, even if Xianxia did not recognize him, he would still find a way to fight with Xianxia. This was the knot in the heart of a genius. A man? Of course I am a man. I don't care about being the most powerful young man in the world. However, if you want to fight with me, then I will fulfill your wish. Everyone, please leave. Xianxia yelled and walked out from behind the table. Today, he was going to make this genius from the Morong family regret ever showing up here. He was going to leave the Morong family in deep pain. This was a deal that had been delivered to his doorstep. Xianxia would not let it go so easily. Master, these two dared to cause trouble in the Jiang family's pill store. I will teach them a lesson. Zhou Beijing said hurriedly. Uncle Zhou, they have named me. If I don't teach them a lesson, they will laugh at me. Xianxia smiled. He knew that Zhou Beijing was worried. After all, Moronghao was the most talented disciple of the Morong family. He had reached the peak of the 9th level Qi realm. Although Xianxia had defeated Morongying before, he was no match for Moronghao. If that's the case, Master, please be careful. Zhou Beijing nodded when he saw Xianxia's confident face. Thinking about Xianxia's performance these days, he was relieved. Move away. Xianxia waved his hand at everyone, and all the guards of the Jiang family retreated. Zhou Beijing also retreated to the back. The Qi Hai warrior from the Mu Rong family was frowning, his face was filled with anxiety. Looking at the Jiang family's formation, he started to regret letting Mu Ronghao come today. If anything happened to Mu Ronghao, he would not be able to answer to Mu Rongzhan. Uncle Hui, you should leave as well. I will teach this arrogant kid a lesson for the Morong family. Moronghao closed his paper fan and smiled coldly. Master, be careful. The old man reminded Moronghao in a low voice. He moved to the side but still looked cautious. Who do you think will win? I think it will be Moronghao. Moronghao is at the peak of the 9th level Qi realm, second only to the early stages of the Qi Hai realm. It is very difficult to find a worthy opponent in the Qi realm. He is a famous genius in Fragrant Sky City. Although Xianxia defeated Morongying, he has a bad reputation. I don't know what level he is at now, but I am sure he is not at the Qi Hai realm. I don't think so. This Xianxia is very mysterious, and he is very shrewd. Even Mu Rongzhan was defeated by him. This man's strength is extraordinary as well. You might not have seen what happened that day, but Mu Rongying, who is at the 8th level Qi realm, was slapped to the ground by Xianxia. A lot of people were whispering to each other. Ever since Xianxia had defeated Mu Rong family and defeated Mu Rongying a few days ago, the people had regarded him and Mu Ronghao as geniuses. It was not easy to witness the battle between two geniuses. Xianxia, make your move. Don't say that I am bullying you. I will let you have one move first. Moronghao said arrogantly. If you want to let me have 10 moves, then don't. If you don't want to, then don't. Xianxia laughed. Moronghao became angry. Humph. What's the use of talking? Let's fight. Moronghao's body moved slightly, and the aura of a 9th level Qi realm martial artist burst out of his body. The powerful Yuan force flowed out of his body like a tidal wave. This Moronghao is not an ordinary person. He is at the 9th level of the Qi realm, but he has such powerful Yuan force. Normal 9th level Qi realm martial artists are no match for him. I wonder if the young master can handle him. Zhou Beijing was worried. He turned around and looked at Xianxia. He saw that Xianxia was still smiling. He had no idea where Xianxia got his confidence from. Moronghao, let's not fight yet. What's the point of fighting? Why don't we make a bet? Xianxia said with an evil smile on his face. Alright, what do you want to bet? Moronghao was very confident. If you win, I will let you leave here safely. If you lose, you will have to leave something behind. Don't worry, I am in a good mood today. I will not kill you. Xianxia said with a smile. This bet is not fair. If I win, I will get nothing. Moronghao said. What a joke. Do you believe that I will kill you and this old man with one command? I have already given you my life. Xianxia said without any hesitation. Alright, I will teach you a lesson today. This trip will not be in vain. Moronghao said as he threw a punch towards Xianxia. He knew that he was no match for Xianxia in a battle of words. Pop, Moronghao's punch made the air crackle. His fist was shining brightly. This was the Morong family's Tyrant Fist, a high-rank Mortal Kombat skill. It was very powerful. Too weak. Xianxia shook his head. He did not move at all. When Moronghao's fist was about to reach him, Xianxia threw out a punch as fast as lightning. Pop, Xianxia and Moronghao's fists collided with each other. A crisp sound was heard. Then, a shocking scene happened. Crack! Along with a scream and the sound of bones breaking, a figure was sent flying. Obviously, it was not Xianxia who was sent flying, but Moronghao who was full of confidence. At that moment, Moronghao landed 10 meters away. His legs were trembling, but he could barely keep his body from falling. Everyone looked at Moronghao, and there was an uproar. Moronghao's body was shaking. The arm that he used to throw the punch was completely twisted. Xianxia's punch had even shattered his bones. His arm was completely useless. Xianxia stood there with his hands behind his back. He had a sunny smile on his face, as if he had never attacked. Impossible, this is impossible. How can he be so powerful? Moronghao was sweating and his face was as pale as paper. He looked at Xianxia, who was calm and collected. He was so shocked that he could not be more shocked. Not only him, but everyone else was also shocked. Defeating Moronghao with one move and defeating Moronghao with one move were two completely different concepts. Zhou Beizhen and the others looked at Xianxia, the young master who was like the wind. They were also shocked. A person's change was too big, and they could not get used to it at all. The fat and skinny elders smiled and shook their heads. He was indeed a weirdo. Not only was he good at alchemy, but his combat power was also terrifying. The young master had hidden himself well for more than 10 years. It must have been hard on him. The Jiang family was completely conquered by Xianxia. Jiangqing's eyes were filled with stars, like a girl who was infatuated with him. This is too scary. Xianxia has hidden himself too well. He is the #1 genius in Fragrant Sky City. He defeated Moronghao with one punch. If I did not see it with my own eyes, I would not believe it. Let's watch. There is more to come. Moronghao has lost. With young Master Xianxia's personality, Moronghao will not get anything good today. Many people knew that the real show was about to begin. As expected, young Master Xianxia was about to make a move. So weak, how dare you call yourself the #1 genius when you are so weak? Looks like the Morong family can't even let out a dog that bites. Oh right, it seems like you haven't admitted defeat yet. Take another attack from me. As Xianxia spoke, he pointed his finger at Moronghao's crotch. A golden light shot out at an extremely fast speed. Not good. The Qi-Hai warrior from the Morong family shouted. He quickly took action. He waved his hand and shot out a ray of Yuan power, blocking in front of Moronghao. Pucci, too bad, under the attack of Xianxia's golden light, his Yuan power defense couldn't even withstand a single blow, and it was instantly shattered. This was the single solar finger, one of the 6 solar fingers. Let alone a single beam of Yuan power, even an early Qi-Hai warrior with all his strength wouldn't be able to withstand it. Pucci, then, another Pu-Chi sound was heard. This time, the sound came from Moronghao's crotch. Many people saw that the golden light that Xianxia shot out had entered Moronghao's crotch. Moronghao felt a chill in his crotch. He looked down and saw that his pants had been torn open. Blood started to flow out. Then, a bloody mess fell down his pants and onto the ground. At this moment, Mu Ronghao finally felt the pain from his crotch. Ah! With a heart-wrenching scream, Mu Ronghao fell to the ground. He used the hand that was now crippled to cover his crotch and rolled around violently. Ah! It was a blood-curdling scream. It did not sound like a human scream at all. Blood kept flowing out from his crotch. Many people saw that it was a mass of flesh and blood. Hiss! Everyone who saw it sucked in a breath of cold air. Those who had a dick in their crotch only felt a chill in their crotch, and they couldn't help but clamp their legs together. It's over. It's over. Useless. Completely useless. The noisy scene suddenly became silent. Only Mu Ronghao's inhuman scream echoed in the air. Looking at the blood on Mu Ronghao's crotch, everyone's face turned pale. Even Zhou Beizhen and the rest of the Jiang family felt a chill in their hearts. Too cruel. Would a man still be considered a man without that thing? How was he supposed to live in the future? This was much more serious than losing an arm or a leg. He was completely crippled. Young master. The Qi-Hai old man let out a roar and ran towards Mu Ronghao. His face was full of panic. Mu Ronghao's injuries made it impossible for him to attack him. Save me, it hurts, Mu Ronghao could not stop wailing. The intense pain made his entire body spasm. The elder was also sweating profusely. Jiang Chen had crippled Mu Ronghao, which was equivalent to crippling the Murong family's hope. He did not know how to explain this to the master of the family. The old man quickly took out a pill from his storage bag and put it in Mu Ronghao's mouth. The pill could help Mu Ronghao stop the bleeding and relieve the pain, but the broken root would never have the chance to regenerate. The old man suddenly turned his head and glared angrily at Jiang Chen. He shouted, "Jiang Chen, this matter isn't over yet. The Murong family definitely won't let this go." Then, the old man prepared to carry the heavily injured Mu Ronghao and leave. "Stop right there." Jiang Chen shouted, "You guys don't want to let this go. Why don't you ask me if I'm willing to let this go? Old dog, did I allow you to leave? Look clearly whose territory this is." Hearing this, a lot of people's hearts tightened. Looking at Jiang Chen's attitude, it seemed like he was not going to let this go. Mu Ronghao was completely crippled. He could not even be a man anymore, but Jiang Chen still wouldn't let this go. This young master was too ruthless. Ruthless? Jiang Chen did not think so at all. As the greatest saint in the world, the corpses of those who had died in his hands could be piled up into a mountain. Jiang Chen's way of doing things was very clear. Once a hostile relationship was established, then they would be enemies. When dealing with one's enemies, one could not be merciful at all. We've agreed before. If you lose, you have to leave something behind. If you leave just like this, I'll lose face. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. Too shameless, you've already killed his second brother, what else do you want? Jiang Chen, don't go too far. My young master is already like this, and you still think it's not enough? The old man was furious. If it were not for the fact that there was a powerful Qi-Hai warrior here, he would have already rushed up and torn this shameless guy into pieces. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to my young master like this? Zhou Beizhen shouted. This guy was only an early Qi-Hai warrior. How dare he disrespect his young master in front of him? How could he still have his face? Jiang Chen raised his hand, signaling Zhou Beizhen not to be nervous. Whether it's enough or not is not up to you, it's up to me. That thing just now was dropped during the fight, so it doesn't count. Mu Ronghao has lost. According to our agreement, you have to leave something behind. Jiang Chen. Young master, I'm here. Jiang Chen said with a flattering face. Break Mu Ronghao's legs and strip him naked. Jiang Chen said with an evil smile. The Murong family had offended Jiang Chen, so they had used up all of their ancestors' luck. What? Mu Ronghao and the old man exclaimed at the same time. Mu Ronghao was so scared that his guts were about to explode. He no longer had any of the arrogance he had before. There was no way he could live after his D*CK was cut off. If his legs were broken and his clothes were stripped off, he might as well just die. Jiang Chen, how dare you? The old man was furious. This was a great humiliation. The number one genius of the Morong family was stripped naked in front of everyone. This was a disgrace to the whole family. You don't dare? Old dog, do you think it's just stripping him naked? Uncle Zhou, take this old dog down for me. Break his legs and strip his clothes. Xianxia did not show any mercy. He was not afraid of making things worse. Destroying the Morong family was the first thing he wanted to do after he was reborn. He wanted everyone in Fragrant Sky City to see him fight against the Morong family. Okay. With a sneer on his face, Zhou Beijian dashed towards the old man. He didn't like this old man, and he knew that Xianxia wanted to humiliate the Morong family, to show the Jiang family's power. One was at the mid-Qi High realm while the other was at the early Qi High realm. The old man was no match for Zhou Beijian. Under the suppression of Zhou Beijian's yuan power, he was knocked to the ground and could not move. Young master, take him down. Zhou Beijian looked at Xianxia. Clown, how dare you shout in front of me? Uncle Zhou, slap him. Xianxia was like a king who controlled everyone's fate. He was giving out his orders. Pa pa pa, Zhou Beijian listened to Xianxia's orders. He did not hold back at all. Both of his hands started to hit the old man. The crisp sound of his slaps sounded like firecrackers. In the blink of an eye, the old man's face was swollen like a pig's head. A few of his teeth were knocked off and he could not speak. Everyone who was watching the fight was trembling. They looked at Xianxia as if he was a little demon king. This is too cruel. Moronghao is so stupid to come here today. The problem is that he met Xianxia. Will he really break their legs and strip them naked? If he does that, the Morong family will be humiliated. I think that young master Xianxia is capable of anything. The way he treats the Morong family is really scary. All the onlookers sighed. These two people from the Morong family had come to the Jiang family's elixir store today. They must be crazy. Young master, please sit. Jiangqing pulled out a rattan chair from behind and placed it behind Jiangqin. Okay. Jiangqin looked at Jiangqing with an appreciative look, then he sat down and crossed his legs. Jiangqing, do as I said. Break Moronghao's legs and strip him naked. Jiangqin said. Yes, young master. Jiangqing chuckled. He found a metal rod out of nowhere and strode to Moronghao's side. At that moment, Moronghao was still writhing in pain. He did not even have the strength to scream. He almost fainted when he saw Jiangqing waving the metal rod in front of him. Jiangqing was not going to let it go. To him, Jiangqian's words were like an imperial edict. He raised the metal rod high and smashed it down on Moronghao's legs. Crack, crack, both of his legs broke, and Moronghao let out another inhuman shriek. Then, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Young master. The old man who was being suppressed by Zhou Beijian's eyes were about to bleed. He knew that after today, the number one genius of the Morong family would be completely useless. Even if he did not die, he would live a life worse than death. Young master, do you still want to strip him naked? Jiangqing looked at Jiangqin, who was sitting on the chair and watching the show. He waited for his next instruction. It's fine if he fainted. Break that old dog's legs. As soon as Jiangqin finished speaking, the old man struggled violently. Unfortunately, it was useless under Zhou Beijian's suppression. Young master, this old dog offended you. In my opinion, you should just kill him. Jiangqing said. I say, Jiangqing, aren't you a little too ruthless? You want to kill people at the slightest provocation? I, your young master, have always been merciful. Break your legs and strip your clothes. Jiangqin said casually. The moment these words came out, many people felt dizzy. The old man even spat out a mouthful of old blood. This guy was actually being merciful? His methods of torturing people were even more terrifying than killing them, okay? Young master, if you don't kill him, we will have to send them back after breaking their legs. Won't that be troublesome? Jiangqing smiled. Yeah, you are right. Breaking his legs seems a bit cruel. Why don't we just castrate him? Jiangqin thought for a while and said. Okay. Jiangqing laughed. He looked at the old man with a pale face and said, My young master is kind to the world. I will make you a eunuch. Plop, the Chi-Hai old man's eyes rolled back and he fainted. Everyone felt dizzy. The guards of the Jiang family laughed. Their young master was too cruel. Making someone a eunuch was even crueler than breaking his legs. Useless, fainting just like that. It's useless even if you faint to death. Even if you really die, I'll castrate you. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. This scene was just too cruel. Jiang Chen was just like a little devil king, and whoever was deceived by his harmless face would be the one who deserved to be punished. The pain of having one's penis cut off was unbearable. Even if one fainted, he would still wake up from the torment of this pain. The old man let out a blood-curdling scream. His whole body spasmed, then he fainted again. Young master, this old man fainted. Jiangqing looked at Jiang Chen. Strip him naked, break his legs, then throw him in an unobtrusive place. Clean up the place and continue selling pills. Jiang Chen said casually. Deep in his eyes, there was a hint of coldness. Whether it was in his past life or now, those who made an enemy of him, Jiang Chen, never had a good ending. A few guards from the Jiang family rushed forward and stripped the clothes of the fainted Mu Ronghao and the old man. Jiangqing even used an iron rod to break the old man's legs, then carried him out of the place naked. Miserable, this is too miserable. These two people are completely useless. The number one genius of the Mu Rong family is still young and arrogant. The Mu Rong family and the Jiang family are already enemies. You could have just come and have a look, why did you have to pick a fight? Aren't you asking for it? That Jiang Chen is not an easy person to deal with. The Mu Rong family had already lost face a few days ago. Today, the number one genius and a Chi-Hai warrior of the Mu Rong family had his penis cut off, his legs broken, his clothes stripped and thrown out. Young Master Jiang Chen had just slapped the Mu Rong family in the face again, and it was a very loud slap. Yeah, now that the Jiang family has an alchemist who can make pills with 100% effectiveness, the Mu Rong family has been defeated twice. Jiang Chen is definitely the number one genius of Fragrant Sky City. In the future, if we want to buy or trade things, we should choose the Jiang family. I think the Mu Rong family is no match for the Jiang family. The crowd discussed animatedly. They could only be bystanders in the fight between the Jiang family and the Mu Rong family, and they didn't have the qualifications to join in. With regards to Mu Ronghao and the Chi-Hai warrior's miserable state, other than feeling that young Master Jiang Chen's methods were a bit too cruel, they did not feel anything else. Most of them knew that the two families were going to fight like fire and water sooner or later. Even if Jiang Chen killed the two of them today, they would have asked for it. Continue selling pills. After saying this, Jiang Chen turned around and walked into the pill store with his hands clasped behind his back. Looking at his tall and straight back, everyone was incomparably terrified. This young man was simply a devil. Young master, you can clearly distinguish between kindness and hatred. You are bold and ruthless, and you are extremely shrewd. In the future, you will definitely become someone great. The Morong clan is definitely not your opponent. Zhou Beijian thought to himself. What had happened today had completely changed his attitude towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's temperament had far exceeded that of a 15-year-old. In the evening, at the Morong residence. Looking at the unconscious Mu Ronghao and the Chi-Hai warrior on the ground, Mu Rongzhan's eyes were about to spit fire. A middle-aged man in his 40s was bending over to check on Mu Ronghao's injuries. When he saw Mu Ronghao's lower body, he frowned and shook his head. Can he still be saved? Mu Ronghao asked. One of young Master Hao's arms is completely shattered, and both of his legs are broken. The most fatal injury is on his lower body, he is completely crippled. After saying this, the middle-aged man stepped aside. Bang! Mu Ronghao slammed his palm on the solid wooden table, and the sturdy table immediately turned into dust. Everyone in the living room kept quiet out of fear, no one dared to say a word. Everyone's gaze fell on Mu Ronghao and the Chi-Hai warrior, and they all shuddered. In the corner of the living room, a young man in white was sitting. He looked like he was in his 20s, and he was extremely handsome. On his lap sat a beautiful woman. The woman was wearing revealing clothes, and her body was extremely hot. She was obviously a beauty. The young man ignored everything that was happening in the living room, and his lustful eyes were fixated on the woman's chest, not forgetting to touch her from top to bottom. "Leader, that Xianxia is too cruel, we can't just let him go like this." Someone was furious. What Xianxia had done not only caused the Mu Rong family to lose a genius, but also a slap to the Mu Rong family's face. If Mu Ronghao was like this, then it would be better to just kill him. That would only mean that Mu Ronghao was not strong enough, and this was a humiliation. "Little punk, I want to tear him into pieces. Listen up, gather all the forces of the family and prepare to fight against the Jiang family. We will fight to the death, and I want to cripple Jiang Zhenhai and his son." Mu Rongzhan was really angry, and he had never been so angry before. The Mu Rong family's face had been stepped on like it was the floor, and the Mu Rong family had become the joke of the fragrant Sky City. If they did not do something big soon, the Mu Rong family would not be able to live in the city anymore. "Wait." A voice suddenly rang out. It was the young man who was sitting there enjoying his life. He gently pushed away the girl in his arms and slowly stood up. Many people in the hall looked at the young man with disgust in their eyes, but with his status and power, they had to hide their disgust. "Young Master Li, we can't just let this go like this. Also, the Jiang family has an alchemist who can make pills with 100% effectiveness, which is better than the master you brought. I am ready to fight with Jiang Zhenhai to see who is the real ruler of Fragrant Sky City." Mu Rongzhan was still angry, but when he spoke to young Master Li, he was a lot more polite. Even though he was the ruler of Fragrant Sky City, he did not dare to offend this young Master Li. This young man was called Li Changhong, the young master of the Li family in Red City. He was only 20 years old, but he was already an early Qi warrior. In the Qi province, there were 28 cities of different sizes, and among them, Red City was the strongest. It was not something that the small Fragrant Sky City could compare with. "Mu Rong family, let me ask you, with your Mu Rong family's current strength and morale, if you start a war with the Jiang family, what are the chances of you winning?" Li Changhong asked. This, Mu Rongzhan frowned. To be honest, the Mu Rong family and the Jiang family were equal in strength, and if they really fought, both sides would be heavily injured. On top of that, Jiang Chen had made the Mu Rong family lose face twice, so the Jiang family's morale was at its peak. If they really started a war, the chances of them winning would be less than 30%. From what I can see, the Mu Rong family's chances of winning are less than 30%. Even if they win, the Mu Rong family will only exist in name. So, acting rashly is not a good idea. Li Changhong said. Some of the people in the hall who were overwhelmed by anger nodded their heads. Although this guy was lustful, he was smart. "What does young Master Li think we should do? Are we just going to let this go like this?" Mu Rongzhan would never let this go. "Don't worry, Leader Mu Rong, since I have agreed to help, I will help you get rid of the Jiang family. When that time comes, even the mayor's mansion will be yours." Li Changhong smiled evilly. In these 28 cities, the mayor's mansion was just a name, it had no real meaning. Whoever had the power would be able to control the whole city. "Young Master Li, what do you think?" Mu Rongzhan was a smart man, he knew that Li Changhong was right. Previously, he was so angry that he almost caused the Mu Rong family to fall. If we want to destroy the Jiang family, we need to start with the alchemy workshop. As for that Jiang Chen, I don't care about him at all. Li Changhong said confidently. "Young Master Li, do not underestimate Jiang Chen. Although he is young, he is very shrewd and ruthless." Speaking of Jiang Chen, Mu Rongzhan's eyes were filled with hatred. "Getting rid of that little Jiang Chen is easy." Li Changhong laughed. "That Jiang Chen has always been treasured by Jiang Zhenhai. If Jiang Chen dies, it would be a huge blow to the Jiang family. But that little bastard hides in the mayor's mansion all day, getting rid of him would be extremely difficult." Mu Rongzhan said. "There is no need to worry about Jiang Chen, I will find a way to deal with him myself. Right now, the most important thing is to keep an eye on the Jiang family's alchemy workshop and find the alchemist who can make pills with 100% effectiveness. If I can use him, it would be a good thing." Li Changhong said with a smile on his face. He was now thinking about that alchemist. If he could get the help of an alchemist who can make pills with 100% effectiveness, then his status in the Li family would be greatly improved. Young Master Li is right, but that Xianxia is extremely dangerous, he needs to be taken care of as soon as possible. Mu Rongzhan had already treated Xianxia as a thorn in his side, and he needed to get rid of him. Furthermore, he could feel a dangerous aura coming from Xianxia, something he had never felt from Jiang Zhenhai. Don't worry, Leader Mu Rong, I already have a plan. Once I take care of that alchemist, I will get rid of Xianxia. The day when the Mu Rong family becomes the ruler of Fragrant Sky City is not far away. Li Changhong said as he pulled the woman into his arms and kissed her on the lips in front of everyone. Young Master Li, don't worry, as long as you can get rid of the Jiang family, Mengji will belong to you. Mu Rongzhan grinned. Mengji was not the name of a single woman, but the collective name of 8 women. These 8 women were different from normal prostitutes. The Mu Rong family had picked out poor girls and raised them. Aside from their beauty, they were also proficient in dance, music, and painting. More importantly, the 8 of them were far more charming than ordinary prostitutes. There was nothing more beautiful than this in the world. Everyone knew that Li Changhong was a lecherous man. The reason why Li Changhong came to Fragrant Sky City to help the Mu Rong family was because of these 8 Mengji. Haha, Leader Mu Rong knows me well. Li Changhong laughed. At the Jiang family's pill shop, Jiang Zhenhai had gathered all the ingredients for the tiger restoration pill and was now looking for Jiang Chen. Chen, I heard that you crippled Mu Ronghao today. Not bad, but Mu Ronghao is the #1 genius of the Mu Rong family. I am afraid that Mu Rongzhan will not let this go easily. Jiang Zhenhai said. No matter what Mu Rongzhan does, I will take it on. Jiang Chen's face was relaxed. Seeing him so confident, Jiang Zhenhai could not help but laugh. Oh right, I have gathered all the ingredients you wanted. There is only one tiger demon's demon soul in our Chamber of Commerce, and it is only at the early Qi-Hai realm. I was afraid that it would affect your alchemy process, so I sent someone to Red City to buy a late Qi-Hai realm tiger demon's demon soul. I have placed it in the alchemy room for you. Jiang Zhenhai said. Thank you, Dad. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. We are father and son, no need to be so polite. Jiang Zhenhai laughed. Inside the alchemy room, next to the furnace, there was indeed a pile of herbs. Jiang Chen looked at them and saw the 1,000 leaves grass, 100 spirits forest, orchid stem, all of them were herbs needed to concoct the tiger restoration pill. Next to them was a red box, and inside the box was a fist-sized demon soul. It was sparkling and translucent like a crystal, and it was emitting a faint glow. Jiang Chen could feel the energy emitting from the demon soul with just one glance. It is the flaming tiger's demon soul. The fire inside the demon soul is still intact. What a surprise! Jiang Chen was happy. With his experience, he could tell the origin of the demon soul with one look. Although the flaming tiger was a normal demon beast, it was different from other tigers. It did not have any special bloodline, but it had a unique flame. The flaming tiger's flame was not very strong, but if it could be absorbed and refined, it would be much stronger than fuel for alchemy. Moreover, once the flame was absorbed, the temperature of the flame could be adjusted according to the user's soul power. If it was a normal alchemist, it would be extremely difficult and dangerous to absorb external flames without a special method. But for a saint like Jiang Chen, absorbing the flaming tiger's fire was too easy. Rise! Jiang Chen waved his hand at the demon soul, and it automatically flew up and landed on his palm. Jiang Chen waved his hand and formed a complicated seal. Under the effect of the seal, a red fire was pulled out from the demon soul. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and swallowed the fire. The fire seed was the flaming tiger's fire origin. Once it was refined, it would fuse with the fire origin of the flaming tiger's soul origin and origin energy, creating an endless flame. After the fire seed entered his body, Jiang Chen immediately felt a scorching sensation. Under his control, his soul force surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the fire seed. Under the combined effects of the dragon transformation art and the great soul derivation technique, the fire seed was rapidly refined and fused. Jiang Chen abandoned his original method of refining the fire seed and relied solely on the dragon transformation art and the great soul derivation technique. The dragonization art could absorb and refine any strange bloodline in the world, let alone a mere fire seed. Furthermore, he had the help of the Great Soul Derivation technique. A moment later, Xianxia flipped his palm, and a ball of fiery red flames immediately danced on his hand. With the support of his elemental energy, the flames grew stronger and stronger. After absorbing the fire seed, the first dragon mark is about to solidify. If I directly absorb the energy from this demon soul, I will be able to reach the Qi high level. However, the most important thing is to strengthen my foundation. I need to build a solid foundation first. Xianxia's experience and training could be said to be unique. When comparing cultivation and foundation, he knew which was more important. Using the demon soul to refine the tiger elixir would result in the loss of most of the energy essence, but Xianxia did not feel that it was a waste at all. Good things should be used where they were needed. Right now, what he needed the most was not to reach the Qi high level, but to completely improve his body. With this flame, refining pills will be twice the result with half the effort. Xianxia's eyes lit up. With the Great Soul Derivation technique and the Flaming Tiger's flame, he did not even need an alchemy furnace. The Great Soul Derivation technique was not just a soul refining technique, it was also an extremely exquisite alchemy technique. Whoosh, soul power shot out like a tidal wave. Xianxia's palm shook, and a flame shot out, turning into a sea of fire. The soul power and the sea of fire merged together, making a popping sound. Xianxia waved his hand, and all the ingredients were thrown into the sea of fire one by one. He even abandoned the alchemy furnace. If Zhou Beizhan and the other two saw such an exquisite alchemy technique, they would definitely kneel down in front of him. Purification, smelting, and forming the pill, the whole process of alchemy was done by Xianxia very skillfully. His technique was exquisite, and from start to finish, it was as smooth as flowing water. He looked like a master. The flame of the flaming tiger increased the temperature of the whole alchemy room by twice as much as before. With the help of the Great Soul Derivation technique, the tiger elixir was completely refined in just 1 hour. Xianxia withdrew his aura, retracting the soul power and flame back into his body. He grabbed the pill with his big hand. The tiger elixir felt warm to the touch, and it even felt like it was boiling hot. There were traces of blood coming out of the transparent pill, and it was glowing brightly. A pill with 100% effectiveness, the most perfect pill. This tiger elixir has reached the high-rank mortal level, and it's perfect for me to consume in my current condition. Xianxia was very satisfied with the tiger elixir he had just concocted. A high-rank mortal level pill could only be concocted by an ordinary alchemist who had reached the mortal core realm, and it was very difficult to concoct a pill with 100% effectiveness. Xianxia was able to concoct a high-rank mortal level tiger elixir with his cultivation level at the 9th level of the Qijing realm. If this news were to spread, it would definitely shock everyone. The mortal elixir was a basic yuan energy pill, and it was different from other pills. In the Shenwu continent, the mortal elixir, earth elixir, heaven elixir, and saint elixir were all special pills. They had simple ingredients, and they contained pure yuan energy. They were essential for all cultivators' training. These 4 types of pills could only be categorized into 4 grades: mortal, earth, heaven, and saint. Each grade was no longer divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. They were unique pills, and also the most basic pills that every alchemist could refine. Solidify my foundation, this tiger elixir can completely stabilize my foundation. Xianxia opened his mouth and swallowed the tiger elixir. The huge amount of energy immediately spread throughout his body, and Xianxia's body started trembling. Dragon transformation skill, absorb it. Xianxia sat down with his legs crossed and started practicing the dragon transformation skill. This skill was extremely powerful. Not only could it absorb yuan qi at an extremely fast speed, it could also refine energy at an extremely fast speed. Under the guidance of the dragon transformation skill, the energy contained in the tiger elixir started to be absorbed bit by bit. The strengthening energy directly entered Xianxia's body, and penetrated deep into his body. The energy contained in the pill was absorbed by the dragon mark in his dantian. Buzz, a buzzing sound came from Xianxia's body. It seemed like there was a strong vibration inside his body. Xianxia sealed off all his senses and completely immersed himself in refining the energy of the pill. After an hour, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. Two beams of cold light shot out from his eyes, and the air around him started to vibrate. The tiger elixir had been completely refined, and Xianxia's whole body had changed. Everything that was missing in his body had been completely replenished. His weak body had almost become perfect after being refined by the dragon transformation skill and the help of the tiger elixir. Also, because of the effect of the tiger elixir, the dragon mark in his dantian had completely formed, and it was as red as snow. The first dragon mark has been completely formed. 10,000 pounds of strength. Haha, a level 9 Qi realm warrior has 10,000 pounds of strength. The dragon transformation skill is really scary. It is much more powerful than I was in my previous life. Xianxia laughed out loud. He suddenly threw out a punch, and a faint dragon roar could be heard from his fist. 10,000 pounds of strength was extremely scary. A normal early Qi high warrior could not even reach 10,000 pounds of strength. Only a mid Qi high warrior could do so. With Xianxia's current skills, he could even fight against a mid Qi high warrior. After the first dragon mark was formed, all of the yuan power in Xianxia's body was stored in the dragon mark. The dragon mark shook, and the yuan power was released like a tidal wave, entering all of his limbs and bones. But if the foundation is too strong, it will be hard for me to level up. I need to accumulate more energy and try to break through to Qi high. At that time I should be able to form another dragon mark. Xianxia thought to himself. He had stored quite a lot of human elixir, and there were dozens of pills with 100% effectiveness. It was enough for him to break through to the Qi high realm. After forming a dragon mark, Xianxia's Qi and blood were strong, and his body was strong. With the 10,000 pounds of strength, he was like a beast in human form. After stretching his body, Xianxia walked out of the alchemy room. The alchemy room was silent. At this time, Zhou Beizhan and the other two were also in their own alchemy rooms. After receiving Xianxia's soul training skill, these three old men had been training very hard. They had even forgotten to eat and sleep when it came to alchemy. Xianxia arrived at his room. As soon as he sat down, he saw Xianxia walking in nervously. Xianxia, what happened? Why are you so nervous? Xianxia took a sip of the tea on the table. Young master, there are two people outside who want to see the master of our alchemy room. Xianxia said. Master? What master? Xianxia was stunned. The master who can make pills with 100% effectiveness. Xianxia said. Only Jiang Zhenhai and the other three knew about Xianxia's identity as an alchemist. The rest of them all thought that a great alchemist master had come to the Jiang family, including Xianxia. They didn't know that this alchemist master was actually their young master. Who are they? Xianxia asked. A young man and an old man. The young man was very arrogant. He said that he was from Red City. Xianxia said honestly. From Red City? Tell them to wait in the hall. Tell them that the master will be here soon. Xianxia said. Red City was a big city, not like Fragrant Sky City. He wanted to see the people from Red City. Not long after, Xianxia changed his clothes. He was wearing a loose black robe and a bamboo hat. His disguise was similar to Mu Ronghao's during the day. Xianxia walked into the main hall. Through the bamboo hat, he could see two men sitting in the main hall under Xianxia's invitation. One of them was a young man in white, around 20 years old. He had a handsome face and an arrogant look on his face. The other man was an old man in his 50s who was sitting calmly. What surprised Xianxia was their cultivation. The young man was young, but he was already at the early Qi high realm. He was indeed from Red City. As for the old man, he had a faint soul power. He was probably an alchemist. He was not weak, he was already at the mid-Qi high realm. You can leave now. Xianxia said to Xianxia. His voice was hoarse. Xianxia could not hear it at all. He curiously looked at this alchemist and walked out respectfully. Why didn't young master come out with the master? Xianxia walked straight to the seat of honor and sat down. He was calm and composed, and didn't say a word. Seeing this, the young man smiled lightly. He did not think that there was anything wrong with the master's actions. A master who could concoct pills with 100% effectiveness, of course he had his pride. I am Li Changhong from Red City's Li family. Nice to meet you, master. This young man was Li Changhong. He cupped his fists and greeted Xianxia politely. Red City's Li family? Xianxia was shocked. The Li family was one of the biggest families in Red City. Their status in Red City was equivalent to the Jiang family's status in Fragrant Sky City. Xianxia did not know that Li Changhong was helping the Mu Rong family to fight against the Jiang family. He also did not know that the old man beside him was the alchemist from the Mu Rong family who could concoct pills with 70% effectiveness. At the same time, Li Changhong did not know that the master in front of him who could concoct pills with 100% effectiveness was Xianxia, whom he wanted to get rid of. Master, with your talent, staying in this small Fragrant Sky City would be a waste. Why don't you follow me from now on? I can promise you that you can be a guest of the Li family. You should know that this small Jiang family is not even worthy of carrying the shoes of the Li family. Staying here would be a waste of your time. Li Changhong did not beat around the bush, and directly stated the reason for his visit. Hearing this, Xianxia suddenly felt disgusted. Get lost. Xianxia said Lung Lung. He did not give him any face. As the greatest saint, he would not care about a small Li family. What did you say? The smile on Li Changhong's face froze. He did not expect this person to be so rude even though he had clearly stated his name. He did not understand why this grandmaster would suddenly attack him. His words were humble, and there was nothing wrong with it. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It is your fortune that my master likes you. In this big city, no one dares to talk to my master like this. The mid-chi-high old man was enraged. Master, I am inviting you with sincerity. Li Changhong's eyes were also filled with anger. Get lost. Jiangqing, see the guest out. Jiangchen's tone was cold as he turned around and left. If it wasn't for the fact that the Jiang family and the Mu Rong family were enemies, Li Changhong's words would have been enough to kill him. If Jiangchen wanted to kill him, even if there was a mid-chi-high warrior present, he would still die. Jiangchen disappeared from the hall like a wisp of smoke, which surprised Jiangqing, who was outside the door. Master's temper is indeed impermanence. Master actually knows my name. Jiangqing instantly felt that he had a strong presence in this pill shop. He had never met the Grandmaster, but the Grandmaster knew his name. That was the Grandmaster. Jiangchen walked away, leaving behind Li Changhong with a sinister look on his face. Ever since he was born, he had never run into a wall like this. In this small Tianxiang city, there was someone who dared to not give him face. Young master, this person is so arrogant. Why don't you just get rid of him? The old man said coldly. Humph. Just because he has some talent, he dares to be rude to me. What a joke. Just ignore him for now. Wait until I destroy the Jiang family and take over this pill shop. Let's see what he will do then. Li Changhong said coldly. You too, please leave. You are not welcome here. Jiangqing imitated his young master's tone. He suddenly felt that he could be as arrogant as his young master. Li Changhong stared at Jiangqing and left angrily. Mu Rong family. Master Li, how was it? Did you see the Grandmaster? Mu Rongzhan asked when he saw Li Changhong return. Humph. That guy doesn't know how to appreciate kindness. Wait until I destroy the Jiang family, then I will deal with him. Master Mu Rong, I will help you get rid of Jiangchen now. Li Changhong said angrily. Hearing that he wanted to get rid of Jiangchen, Mu Rongzhan was shocked. He wanted to get rid of Jiangchen even in his dreams, but he didn't have the chance. That Jiangchen kid stays at home all day. Do you have any way to get rid of him? Mu Rongzhan asked. I will kill him with my own hands. Master Mu Rong, if you do this, Li Changhong's face was filled with a sinister smile. He put his mouth next to Mu Rongzhan's ear and said a few words. Mu Rongying's eyes lit up. He gave Li Changhong a thumbs up. Master's plan is brilliant. If it succeeds, you will be able to get rid of Jiangchen. As long as Jiangchen dies, Jiang Zhenhai will lose his backbone. At that time, the Jiang family will be nothing to worry about. At noon, Jiangchen was practicing the dragon transformation skill. He had returned to the mayor's mansion last night, so he decided to put aside the alchemy. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. "Come in." Xianxia frowned. The door was pushed open. Xianxia walked in. "Young master." "Xianxia, if you don't have a good reason, I will break your legs." Xianxia hated being disturbed when he was practicing. This Xianxia came at the wrong time. Xianxia was scared and quickly said, "Young master, it's not that I wanted to disturb you, but the master wants to see you. He wants you to go to the meeting hall immediately." "Do you know why my father wants to see me?" Xianxia asked. Under normal circumstances, if Jiang Zhenhai wanted to talk to Jiang Chen, he would come by himself or ask someone to call him to his place. He rarely went to the meeting hall, which meant that something big had happened. "Young master, I heard that the Mu Rong family sent a letter of challenge. Now, all the elders and guests are in the meeting hall." Jiangqing did not dare to hide anything. "A letter of challenge? I'll go take a look." Jiangqin tidied up his clothes and strode out of the courtyard, heading towards the meeting hall. The Mu Rong family's declaration of war was out of his expectation. If it was because of Mu Ronghao, they should have done it yesterday instead of waiting until now. In the meeting hall of the Jiang family, Jiang Zhenhai was sitting at the head of the table. Beside him were 5 or 6 Qihai warriors, including Zhou Beizhen. On Jiang Zhenhai's right was a letter of challenge. "Dad, uncles." Jiangchen walked in. He was a handsome young man, his face was like jade, his eyes were bright, and his body was tall and straight. Just by looking at him, one could tell that he was a dragon amongst men. All the Qihai warriors and elders looked at this young master and nodded their heads. Once upon a time, none of them were willing to look at this hedonistic young master. But recently, this young master had undergone an earth-shattering change. He was like a completely different person from before. Even Mu Rongzhan had fallen at his hands. The number 1 genius of the Mu Rong clan had been crippled by him. Furthermore, when he saw them, he had to call them uncles. This was basic courtesy. Who wouldn't like a young genius like him? "Chen you're here." Jiang Zhenhai saw Jiang Chen and his face softened a little. "Dad, I heard that the Mu Rong family sent a letter of challenge." "What's going on?" Jiang Chen asked. "The letter of challenge is here. Take a look at it yourself." Jiang Zhenhai handed the letter of challenge to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen read through the contents of the letter. The general idea was to settle the grudge between the two families and prepare for a duel. 3 days later, the Jiang family and the Mu Rong family would each find a young man to duel in the central square of Fragrant Sky City. The stakes were not small. The two families' pill stores would be used as the wager. Whoever lost the pill store would belong to the other family. Hee, this is interesting. They even took out their pill stores. They're betting with their lives. Mu Rongzhan is really willing to go all out. Jiang Chen laughed and threw the letter of challenge aside. The stakes in this letter were not small. Although the Mu Rong family and the Jiang family had a lot of businesses, the only ones that supported them were the pill stores. The medicinal ingredients and spirit items collected by the Chamber of Commerce were also going to be used in the pill stores. There were only 2 pill stores in Fragrant Sky City. Neither side could afford to lose them. Losing the pill stores meant losing their source of wealth. Mu Rongzhan was using the pill stores as the wager. It seemed like he was serious. "Chen don't you think there's something wrong with this letter?" Jiang Zhenhai asked. "There is indeed something wrong." Jiang Chen smiled. "The number 1 genius of the Mu Rong family, Mu Ronghao, has already been crippled by me. In other words, the Mu Rong family will not be able to find another genius who can compete with me. Unless someone from the younger generation of the Mu Rong family reaches the Qihai realm, then Mu Rongzhan would not dare to make such a decision." Young master is right. Young master just crippled Mu Ronghao yesterday. Mu Rongzhan is not an idiot. He knows about young master's strength. However, he still dared to issue such a letter of challenge and use the pill stores as the wager. There must be something fishy going on. Zhou Beizhen said. In my opinion, if Mu Rongzhan is not crazy, then he is really competent. That old fox is not crazy. Therefore, I am sure that he has a trump card. Just like what young Master Chen said, there might be someone from the younger generation of the Mu Rong family who has reached the Qi Hai realm. Another person said. Chen, what do you think? Should we accept this letter of challenge or not? Mu Rongzhan's target is obviously you. Jiang Zhenhai looked at Jiang Chen. No one here was an idiot. This letter of challenge was obviously aimed at Jiang Chen. After all the things that had happened recently, everyone knew how scary Jiang Chen was. Mu Rongzhan hated Jiang Chen more than Jiang Zhenhai. He wanted to kill Jiang Chen even in his dreams. This letter of challenge could not only kill Jiang Chen, but also destroy the Jiang family's pill store. Mu Rongzhan's goal was very clear. Of course we will accept it. If I am not wrong, this letter of challenge has not only been sent to the Jiang family, but also to the entire Fragrant Sky City. Everyone is waiting for a good show. If we don't accept it, it means that we are afraid of the Mu Rong family. Then, Mu Rongzhan will make a big deal out of this, and the Jiang family will not be able to hold their heads up high. Jiang Chen had a calm smile on his face. He didn't look nervous at all. Besides, since Mu Rongzhan wants to play, let's play with him. I also want to see what he has up his sleeves. Chen, don't be careless. Jiang Zhenhai frowned, his face full of worry. Don't worry, father. I know what I am doing. Plus, this letter of challenge has been sent to the Jiang family. If I don't accept it, it will be a joke. Young Master Chen is talented, he will definitely defeat the Mu Rong family. Someone said. I don't know what that old fox Mu Rong is planning, but if someone from the younger generation of the Mu Rong family reaches the Qi Hai stage, Chen, are you confident? Jiang Zhenhai looked at Jiang Chen worriedly. Not only him, but everyone else was worried as well. Although Jiang Chen could defeat Mu Rong Hao, there was still a huge gap between a level 9 Qi Jing warrior and a level 9 Qi Hai warrior. Besides, this duel would not only determine Jiang Chen's safety, but also the Jiang family's pill store. Dad, don't worry, I won't do anything that I'm not confident in. I'll say it again, if Mu Rongzhan wants to play, we'll play with him until the end. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes, he was full of confidence. With his abilities, even a mid-Qi Hai warrior would not be a problem for him, let alone an early Qi Hai warrior. He was not afraid of the Mu Rong family, he was afraid that the Mu Rong family would not dare to play with him, otherwise it would be meaningless. Alright, I'll reply to the letter of challenge right away. Jiang Zhenhai was very confident in Jiang Chen. Ever since his son changed, no matter what he did, he was always confident. He saw how he killed Jiang Rulong, who was a level 9 Qi Jing warrior, with only one move, and yesterday, he destroyed the number 1 genius of the Mu Rong family in front of the pill store. He was not an ordinary young man. Besides, the Jiang family had to accept Mu Rongzhan's letter of challenge. If they did not, it would mean that the Jiang family was afraid of the Mu Rong family. Just as Jiang Chen had said, the Jiang family would not be able to hold their heads up high in the future. Just as Jiang Chen had expected, when the Mu Rong family's letter of challenge reached the Jiang family, it had also spread to every street and alley in Fragrant Sky City. Right now, everyone in Fragrant Sky City was discussing the contents of the letter. This time, there is going to be a good show. The Mu Rong family has sent a letter of challenge to the Jiang family. In 3 days, they will choose the geniuses of the younger generation to fight in the central square of Fragrant Sky City. That's right. I heard that this time, they're using the elixir store as the stake. The Morong family is going all out. It's obvious that the Morong family's target this time is Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's sudden rise has made the Morong family feel threatened. They want to use this opportunity to get rid of Jiang Chen and destroy the Jiang family. However, what I don't understand is that even Morong Hao is no match for Jiang Chen. Who else in the Morong family's younger generation can fight against Jiang Chen? Has Mu Rongzhan gone mad? Impossible. Mu Rongzhan, that old fox, wouldn't be crazy. There must be a conspiracy behind this. Just wait and see. Many people were discussing, not knowing what Mu Rongzhan was planning. It was reasonable to say that among the younger generation of the Mu Rong family, there was no one who could contend against Jiang Chen. However, Mu Rongzhan had issued such a challenge, so he must have a trump card. Do you think the Jiang family will accept the challenge? Definitely. With young Master Jiang Chen's temper, he will definitely accept the challenge. Plus, they have no choice but to accept the challenge. Everyone knows about it now. If the Jiang family doesn't accept the challenge, they will be laughed at. The Jiang family can't afford to lose face like that. The Jiang family has also issued a challenge. Jiang Chen has accepted the challenge. This is going to be a good show. I knew it. I just don't know who the Morong family will send to deal with Jiang Chen in 3 days. Could it be that the Morong family has someone more powerful than Morong Hao? As a citizen of Fragrant Sky City, everyone was concerned about the battle between the two tigers. Everyone knew that the situation in Fragrant Sky City would change sooner or later. One of the two tigers would definitely be injured. The battle in 3 days would be the biggest turning point in the battle between the two families. 3 days passed in a flash. Today would be the busiest day in Fragrant Sky City. In the center of Fragrant Sky City, there was a plaza. It was called the Central Plaza. It had a circumference of hundreds of meters. At this moment, the Central Plaza was filled with people. Everyone was looking forward to the battle. The people from the Morong family had arrived early. Under the lead of Morong Zhan, there were about 20 people from the Morong family standing at the center of the plaza. Morong Zhan looked refreshed. It seemed like he was very confident about this battle. Next to him, there was a handsome young man in white. It was Li Changhong. Many people looked at Li Changhong. They felt that he was a stranger. They had never seen him before. Who is that young man? I have never seen him before. He is actually qualified to stand next to Morong Zhan. I don't know. He is definitely not from the Morong family. Some people were discussing. Why are the people from the Jiang family not here yet? Could it be that they are too scared to come? Mu Ronging let out a cold snort. He was once slapped to the ground by Jiang Chen in front of the Jiang family's main entrance, and he was humiliated when he had to carry Jiang Rulong's coffin back. Mu Rongzhan was furious, and Jiang Rulong had almost crippled him. He had always kept this hatred in his heart, and whenever he thought about Jiang Chen, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Look, the people from the Jiang family are here. That man in black is young Master Jiang Chen. He used to be the #1 playboy in Fragrant Sky City. Who knew that he had been pretending all this time? That's right. Look at his eyebrows like a dragon's and his eyes like a phoenix's. He has an imposing appearance. Everything that happened in Fragrant Sky City recently was related to young Master Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had become a famous person in Fragrant Sky City. No matter where he went, people would pay attention to him. The people from the Jiang family stood opposite of the Morong family. Jiang Zhenhai, I wonder who from the Jiang family is going to fight. Morong Zhan sneered. Of course it's my son. Jiang Zhenhai sneered as well. At this moment, Jiang Chen looked at Li Changhong. He seemed to have understood something when he saw him standing together with the Morong family. While Jiang Chen was looking at Li Changhong was also looking at Jiang Chen. He was looking at his opponent for the day. He was the most famous person in Fragrant Sky City recently. I wonder who from the Morong family is going to fight. I'm afraid there is no one left in the Morong family. Jiang Zhenhai's tone was sarcastic. Mu Rongzhan's expression immediately turned cold. The words "no one from the Mu Rong family" were like a knife stabbing into his heart. It made him feel terrible, and at the same time, it made his hatred towards Jiang Chen reach its peak. You don't have to worry about that. The Morong family will send someone. Morong Zhan sneered. As soon as he finished talking, Li Changhong jumped onto the fighting stage. He was emitting the aura of a Qi-Hai warrior. He looked at Jiang Chen and said with disdain, Jiang Chen, come up here and die. Who is this guy? He is not from the Morong family. Where did the Morong family find such a young warrior? He is already at the Qi-Hai stage. No wonder he is so confident and wants to fight with the Jiang family. But, this is against the rules. Morong family had actually sent a stranger to go on stage. Morong Zhan, he is not from the Morong family. He does not have the right to fight. Jiang Zhenhai's face changed. He thought that Morong Zhan would only make this decision because the Morong family had a new genius who had reached the Qi-Hai stage. He did not expect the Morong family to invite an outsider. The person in front of him had obviously been at the early Qi high stage for a long time. He had a solid foundation and was much stronger than those who had just reached the Qi high stage. This was a huge threat to Jiang Chen. Jiang Zhenhai, take a good look at the letter of challenge. I only said that the Mu Rong family and the Jiang family will definitely find a young genius, but I did not say that it must be from the Mu Rong family. If you can find a Qi high warrior, then I will have nothing to say. Morongzhan sneered. Shameless. Too shameless. This is not fair. The Jiang family people were furious. This Morongzhan was too cunning. How could he use this trick? I accept the challenge. Jiang Chen spoke. The corner of his mouth curved upwards, and the indifferent expression on his face made it hard for others to guess what he was thinking. Chen Dad, there is no need to say anything. I accept the challenge. We, the Jiang family, cannot be looked down upon. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Others might not know Li Changhong's identity, but he did. Now he finally understood what was going on. The only regret he had was that he didn't kill Li Changhong that day. This Li Changhong wanted to kill him and take control of the Jiang family's pill store. Then, he would take control of the alchemy grandmaster and kill the Jiang family. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He would not show any mercy to anyone who wanted to harm him or his family. Even if the person was the young master of the Li family, there would only be one ending for anyone who offended him, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen jumped onto the platform and stood opposite of Li Changhong. I have to make it clear. Today's battle is a life or death battle. Once you are on the platform, you will have to fight to the death. The loser will have to hand over the pill store to the winner unconditionally. This condition was clearly stated in the challenge letter. Morongzhan said loudly while stroking his beard. His face was full of pride as if everything was under his control. In reality, Morongzhan was very competent. Others did not know Li Changhong's abilities, but he did. As the young master of the Li family, he must have a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Getting rid of a small Jiang Chen would be a piece of cake. Morongzhan, you are too shameless. Jiang Zhenhai's face darkened. He was worried about Jiang Chen's safety. However, he could not refute Morongzhan's words. This was indeed stated in the challenge letter. Since he had accepted the challenge, he had to follow it. Morongzhan is indeed cunning. He has set up a trap for the Jiang family to fall into. That's right. It's not right. But looking at Jiang Chen's calm face, he might have a card up his sleeve. It's hard to say. His opponent is a Qi high warrior. A normal Qi high warrior cannot compare to him. Many people sighed. They felt that this was all part of Morongzhan's plan. Now, the Jiang family was in a dilemma. Morongzhan is right. Since we are on the platform, we will have to fight to the death. I believe that someone is ready to die. Jiang Chen said in a weird tone. Haha, you don't know your place. If I want to kill you, it will be as easy as killing an ant. Li Changhong laughed out loud. He did not take Jiang Chen seriously at all. Looking at your pretentious face, it's really annoying. Jiang Chen sneered, he didn't like this Li Changhong at all. Humph. In my eyes, you are nothing more than an ant. If I want to kill you, I only need one move. Li Changhong let out a cold snort. His body suddenly trembled and unleashed the energy of a Qi high warrior. He forcefully threw a punch towards Jiang Chen. The punch was so powerful that it even made the air crackle. His fist was shining brightly, and it looked like he was going to knock Jiang Chen down with just one punch. Weak. Jiang Chen shook his head. The dragon mark in his dantian vibrated, and his bones started to make cracking sounds. Jiang Chen threw out a punch. His iron-like fist collided with Li Changhong's fist. Bang, the two fists collided, and the air around them shook. The shockwave spread out and created a shockwave. However, the result of their first clash shocked everyone. Thump thump thump, Li Changhong was forced back 3 steps, and every step he took caused a strong impact on the fighting stage. Under Jiang Chen's powerful counterattack, Li Changhong's entire arm was numb, and his qi and blood were in a mess. What? Li Changhong screamed. His face was pale. He looked up at Xianxia, who was not moving at all. He was shocked. He never would have thought that this would happen. Reaching the Qi high level at the age of 20 meant that he was very talented. He was not an ordinary early-stage Qi high warrior. When he fought with Xianxia, he could feel that Xianxia had not even opened his Qi Si, and was only at the 9th level of the Qi high level. It was hard to believe that he was able to force him back with one punch. The Qi high level was only the basic level. When a warrior was at the Qi high level, his Qi would be spread all over his body. Only after he opened his Qi Si in his dantian would he be able to condense his Qi Si. This was the difference between the Qi high level and the Qi high level. Xianxia was training the dragon transformation spell, so his Qi was stored in his dragon mark. Even without opening his Qi Si was already condensed. How could this be? Mu Rongzhan's smiling face froze. So powerful, even a Qi high warrior was forced back by his punch. Just how powerful is Xianxia? What a formidable power. I feel that Xianxia has yet to unleash his full power. This man is too monstrous. A Qi realm warrior suppressing a Qi high warrior is really rare. If that guy loses, the Mu Rong family will have shot themselves in the foot. Many people were shocked. Xianxia's performance had exceeded everyone's expectations. He was terrifyingly strong. His body was as stable as Mount Tai on the fighting platform, making it impossible for anyone to move him. Okay. Jiang Zhenhai laughed out loud, and the worry in his eyes disappeared. To have such a son, his ancestors must have been blessed. No, his ancestors must have exploded. Can't even withstand a single blow. I only used 70% of my strength. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with disdain. This kind of disdain, to the previously arrogant Li Changhong, was undoubtedly a great mockery. Jiang Chen's words and the look of disdain in his eyes were like a sharp needle that pierced into Li Changhong's heart, causing his pride to suffer a serious blow. Jiang Chen, don't think that you've won just because you have the upper hand. I haven't even used my skill yet, Huang Ming finger. Li Changhong's aura increased again. He put his hands together and pointed out a finger. A huge light yellow finger suddenly appeared and rushed towards Jiang Chen. This was a powerful finger skill, a low-rank mortal realm skill. Looking at this crude finger technique, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Compared to his 6 solar fingers, this Huang Ming finger was trash. I'm done playing with you. Jiang Chen moved, his qi and blood were as strong as a dragon. The veins on his fists were popping out like dragons, shining brightly. He threw another punch towards Huang Mingji. With his strength, he didn't even need to use any combat skills against someone like Li Changhong. Kaboom, energy exploded everywhere. Jiang Chen's fist could destroy anything. Huang Ming's finger was shattered into pieces and disappeared in a flash of yellow light. The huge force caused Li Changhong to take another 2 steps back, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Changhong was no match for Jiang Chen at all. Li Changhong facing Jiang Chen was a piece of cake. Swoosh, Jiang Chen moved like a dragon, appearing in front of Li Changhong in a blink of an eye. His hands were like iron pincers, grabbing onto Li Changhong's shoulders and lifting him up high. Have a taste of what it's like to be a human punching bag. Jiang Chen's arms shook, and he slammed Li Changhong onto the hard fighting platform. Bang, the dull sound of impact was accompanied by the hair-raising sound of bones shattering. Ah, Li Changhong screamed in pain. Everyone who was watching the fight was shocked. A Qi high warrior had been completely defeated. But, it was not over yet. Who told you to act tough? Once again, Jiang Chen lifted Li Changhong over his head and slammed her down hard. Bang bang bang, every collision produced a bone-chilling sound, sending chills down everyone's spine. Even though they had witnessed Jiang Chen's ruthlessness, this scene was still too much for them to bear. Screams filled the air, and blood splattered everywhere. Li Changhong had become a plaything in Jiang Chen's hands, unable to fight back. Even an Iron Man would be smashed to pieces. Everyone knew that Li Changhong's fate was bleak. Stop! A loud shout came from the Mu Rong family. An old man jumped onto the fighting platform. Little bastard, stop! How dare you touch the son of the Li family from Red City? The old man was furious. He did not expect Li Changhong to be defeated so quickly and so thoroughly. By the time he realized what was happening, Li Changhong was already beyond recognition. What? Red City's Li family? He is the son of the Li family? It's over, this time Jiang Chen is in big trouble. Hearing that Li family was from Red City, many people were shocked once again. Even those who did not know about the Li family had heard about them. The power of Red City was not something that Fragrant Sky City could compare to. Jiang Chen had beaten the son of the Li family to this state. Just when everyone thought that Jiang Chen would stop because of the Li family's reputation, Jiang Chen's actions once again caused everyone's jaws to drop. Old man, don't you know the rules of the deathmatch? Get the F***ck out of here. Jiang Chen cursed and stepped on Li Changhong's bloody face. Arrogant. Wild. Domineering, from Jiang Chen's not-so-muscular body, everyone could feel an aura of lawlessness. It was an undefeatable arrogance. Every move he made was filled with the aura of a superior. It was a confidence and dominance that came from his bones. It could not be faked. Even though he knew that his opponent was from Red City's Li family, he still did what he wanted. He stepped on his opponent and scolded the mid-Chi High warrior. Regardless of the result of today's fight, Jiang Chen's aura alone was enough to make everyone's blood boil. This was a domineering genius. If it was anyone else here, they would not have the guts to do this. Chen-er! Jiang Zhenhai shouted, his face was pale. He did not expect Li Changhong to be the son of the Li family from Red City. He knew how powerful the Li family was, and he could not afford to offend them. On top of that, Jiang Zhenhai was about to jump onto the stage. The mid-Chi High warrior was a huge threat to Jiang Chen. Dad, I will make the decision today. No one from the Jiang family is allowed to participate. We have to follow the rules of the deathmatch. We cannot break the rules like some trash. Jiang Chen released his aura and said loudly. His aura was like a king descending from the heavens. Damn, he's a real man. So domineering. A man should be like this. If I could be this domineering one day, it would be worth it even if I died. You can't break the rules of the deathmatch. Come down. This is the deathmatch, and life and death are up to fate. Yeah, who set the rules? Now that you've lost, are you going to go back on your word? A lot of people were affected by Jiang Chen's aura and started to shout. The Li family from Red City was powerful, and they could not afford to offend them. However, they could still voice out their dissatisfaction. Today's fight was started by the Mu Rong family, and they even invited outsiders to participate in the fight. This was already shameless enough, and now they wanted to break the rules of the deathmatch, which was even more shameless. Looking at Jiang Chen, although he was a bit cruel, this was a deathmatch after all. It was either you die or I die. Old man, get off the stage. Or else, I'll blow his head off. Jiang Chen shouted at the old man. Little bastard, don't you dare. The old man was also angry. As a member of the Li family, no one had ever dared to talk to him like this. If it was a normal day, he would have smashed him into meat paste. But now, his young master was under Jiang Chen's foot, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. You don't dare? I'll blow my head off for you to see. Jiang Chen had never been threatened by anyone before. This old man was nothing in his eyes. Therefore, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Chen waved his hand and a bright light shot towards Li Changhong like a sharp sword. Poochie, Li Changhong's brain exploded, and fresh blood covered the entire stage. Li Changhong's body twitched a few times, and then stopped moving. Hua, the crowd was in an uproar. Many of the spectators who were close to the stage turned pale. Seeing Li Changhong's head explode, they almost vomited. Too cruel, too violent. Normal people would not be able to bear such a scene. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen would kill just like that, not even a little bit of threat? Looking at him, not to mention the young master of the Li family, even if it was the son of the emperor, he would kill him without hesitation. What? This scene made the old man and Mu Rongzhan gasp in shock. Li Changhong's death was a big deal. Little bastard, I'll tear you apart. The old man was enraged. His young master's head had been blown off in front of everyone, and he would not be able to explain himself when he returned. He had to kill Xianxia. Tear me apart? Let's see who gets torn apart first. Xianxia's eyes shone with a cold light. Even though he was facing a mid-chi high warrior, he was not afraid. The dragon mark in his dantian was vibrating, and he used his 6 solar fingers like a sword. Shoo! Boom! The 6 solar fingers was an earth-level combat skill. Even though it was only the single solar finger, its power was still shocking. Wherever it passed, black smoke would appear and a loud sound could be heard. What? The furious old man suddenly cried out in alarm. A strong sense of danger rose from the bottom of his heart. However, the speed of the solitary sun finger was too fast. There was no way for him to dodge it. At the critical moment, the old man struck out with a palm print to block it. Crack! Under the impact of the single solar finger, the palm print was destroyed like a piece of tofu. Bang! The single solar finger hit the old man's body. Blood spurted out from the old man's shoulder. Everyone could see that one of the old man's arms had been cut off and flew away. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Ah! The old man let out a blood-curdling scream, and his eyes were filled with fear. He was still in a state of shock. If he hadn't reacted fast enough and moved his body at the critical moment, this finger attack wouldn't have just broken his arm, but his life. What kind of combat skill is this? It's so powerful. Even the air is resonating with it. This combat skill is too scary. I've never seen anything like this before. How much power does this Xianxia have? He's only at the 9th level of the Qi realm, but he managed to injure a mid-Qi high warrior. This is unbelievable. This monster, is he the reincarnation of a saint? Many people were shocked. Everyone's faces were pale. This was too scary. What they were seeing was like a dream. Even Jiang Zhenhai's mouth was wide open. The combat skill that Xianxia had just used was definitely not a combat skill of the Jiang family. The strongest combat skill of the Jiang family was only a mid-rank mortal level combat skill. Xianxia's combat skill had obviously surpassed the mortal level. On the fighting stage, after injuring the old man, Xianxia's body started to shake. His face was pale, and he looked like he was about to collapse. With his strength at the 9th level of the Qi realm, using a high-rank Earth-level combat skill would consume a lot of energy. Xianxia had used up all of his Yuan Qi, and the dragon mark in his dantian had also dimmed. The last time he fought against Murong Hao, he only used the radiance created by the sun finger. However, this time, he used all his strength. Xianxia quickly took out a human elixir and swallowed it. He circulated the dragon transformation art and quickly recovered his strength. Chen. Only then did Jiang Zhenhai react. He jumped onto the stage and stood beside Xianxia. Father, kill him. Xianxia's face was cold, and his tone was cold. Jiang Zhenhai raised his head and looked at the heavily injured elder with a determined look in his eyes. He knew that he had to offend the Li family of Red City, but he would definitely support his son's decision. Alright. Jiang Zhenhai's late Qi high realm aura burst out, and he rushed towards the old man. Under the pressure of his powerful aura, the old man, who was already severely injured, could not even move. Jiang Zhenhai slammed his palm on the old man's head, and he died on the spot. The entire arena was dead silent. Only the sound of blood dripping from the fighting platform could be heard. The pungent smell of blood stimulated everyone's nerves, sending chills down their spines. Whoa, finally, the arena became restless, and everyone was shocked. Everyone could predict that Fragrant Sky City was about to usher in real chaos, and this chaos would change the history of Fragrant Sky City. It was too cruel, too cruel. Everyone's eyes fell on the 15-year-old boy. That indifferent face of his was filled with great cunning. He was only 15 years old, and if they did not see it with their own eyes, no one would believe it. His eyes were as cold as ice. His face was as calm as water. His shrewdness was as deep as the sea. His courage was unparalleled. His whole body exuded the aura of a king. Once he was angry, it would make people's hearts tremble. No one knew how a person could change so quickly, and no one knew that under this 15-year-old boy's body was the soul of a 1,000-year-old ancestor. The faces of the Mu Rong family turned pale, and only now did they react. The two men lying in a pool of blood were treated as honored guests by the entire Mu Rong family. But now, they had died on the fighting platform. They had confidently issued the letter of challenge, and had come to fight in high spirits. Who would have thought that this would happen? Xianxia, Jiangchen, do you know who you killed? That was the young master of the Li family. Mu Rongzhan's face was red, and his voice was stern, but he could not hide the joy in his heart. Jiangchen had killed Li Changhong, and the Li family would not let this go easily. If the Li family attacked, then the Jiang family would be in trouble. Humph. Jiangchen coldly looked at Mu Rongzhan, and with a wave of his hand, 2 red flames fell on the bodies of Li Changhong and the old man. Chi, the flaming tiger's flames were very strong, and the 2 bodies were instantly turned into a sea of fire. Hiss, this time even Mu Rongzhan could not help but take a deep breath. This young man was too cruel, and his temperament was beyond anyone's imagination. After killing 2 people, he still wanted to burn the bodies to ashes. This was completely offending the entire Li family. Alright, Jiangchen, you bastard, you win. Let's go. Mu Rongzhan originally wanted to bring the 2 bodies back to the Li family, but he did not think that Jiangchen would be so cruel as to burn the bodies. Stop right there. Jiang Zhenhai shouted, Mu Rongzhan, are you going to leave just like that? Forget about the bet. From now on, your Mu Rong family's pill store will belong to the Jiang family. The Mu Rong family's faces changed. The pill store was the most important place for the Mu Rong family. Even if their business was not doing well, they could not just give it away. This was a matter of face. However, the letter of challenge was written by them, and the contents of the bet were decided by them. To return in front of so many people was not realistic. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. Mu Rongzhan humped coldly and led the Mu Rong family away. Just like the day when they went to the mayor's palace, they left in disgrace. Today, the Mu Rong family came with the intention of winning. They even planned ahead of time, but they did not expect the situation to turn out like this. On the fighting stage, Jiangchen took a human elixir. With the help of the dragon transformation skill, his Yuan Qi recovered quickly. With his current level of cultivation, using the 6 solar fingers, even if it was only the single solar finger, was still a bit difficult. Chen, are you alright? Jiang Zhenhai asked with concern. I'm fine, father, let's go. With an indifferent expression, Jiang Chen jumped off the fighting stage and walked towards the direction of the mayor's mansion. The people of the Jiang family followed behind him. None of them had the joy of victory on their faces, instead, they were filled with worry. There was no way he wouldn't be worried. Today, Jiang Chen had killed a young master from the Li family, and this news would soon spread to Red City. The Li family wouldn't let this go easily, and if the Li family decided to attack the Jiang family, what could the Jiang family do to defend themselves? Young Master Jiang Chen is too powerful. Fighting a Qi-Hai warrior with his 9th level Qi Jing cultivation, he is definitely a genius. Although the Jiang family won, they are now facing a bigger crisis. I believe it won't be long before the Li family from Red City arrives. Sigh. Fragrant Sky City is going to change, I wonder who will be the one laughing in the end. A storm was brewing, and before one wave had subsided, another wave would rise. As the most powerful city among the 28 cities in this region, Crimson City rarely meddled in the affairs of other cities. However, this time, the Li family would definitely make a move. Mu Rong family. Master, are we really going to give the pill store to the Jiang family? This is our foundation. Someone asked unwillingly. Of course, I'm afraid they won't be able to use it. Mu Rong Tian, go to Red City and tell the Li family about young Master Li's death. Mu Rong family looked at an old man. Alright, I'll go now. Mu Rong Tian cupped his fists and left. Just watch, it won't be long before the Jiang family completely disappears from Fragrant Sky City. When that happens, the pill store will still be ours, and the Mu Rong family will be the most powerful family in Fragrant Sky City. Mu Rongzhan smiled coldly. This method of killing with a borrowed knife was indeed ruthless. On the other side, the Jiang family. Mayor, the Li family will definitely take revenge. We need to be prepared. Zhou Beijun said. Jiang Zhenhai furrowed his brows. Facing the powerful Li family, how could he prepare? He couldn't help but look at Xianxia. I'm here. Xianxia only said 4 words, leave everything to me. A faint aura of a king was emitted from his body. His face was calm, but it was filled with confidence. It was as if he wouldn't be affected even if the sky fell down. Everyone looked at each other, wondering where this young master's confidence came from. After all, it was the Li family of Red City. But young Master Chen had indeed created one miracle after another. Xianxia's confidence had also infected the crowd. It was as if he was born to be a king, making people feel like they were looking up to a great mountain. Everyone had the same thought at the same time. As long as young Master Xianxia was here, everything would be fine. At this moment, even Jiang Zhenhai couldn't help but see Xianxia as his pillar of support. I believe in young master. If young master says so, then he must have a plan. We just need to focus on our own business. Let's take back the Mu Rong family's pill store. Zhou Beijun said. No need. Jiangchen said lightly. I am going to train in isolation. No one is to disturb me. Also, father, gather all of the Jiang family's forces. Gather forces? Chen what are you doing? Jiang Zhenhai was stunned. Everyone else was confused. I don't know what will happen to the Li family of Red City. But I know that tonight, the Mu Rong family will disappear from Fragrant Sky City. Jiangchen said as he turned around and walked towards his house. He never liked to do things sloppily. Fragrant Sky City couldn't contain 2 tigers. Mu Rongzhan definitely wanted to use the Li family to deal with the Jiang family. If that was the case, then Jiangchen would destroy the Mu Rong family first. In Jiangchen's mind, enemies were meant to be destroyed. Young master, what do you mean? You want to start a war with the Mu Rong family tonight? Zhou Beijun looked at Jiangchen's back and said in a daze. Let's do as Chen said. Gather all of the Jiang family's forces. Jiang Zhenhai said. On the Mu Rong family's side, Mu Rongzhan's eyes were shining brightly. He was looking forward to the arrival of the Li family. Once the Li family arrived, the Jiang family would be destroyed, and then the whole Fragrant Sky City would be his. However, your revenge is almost here. Jiang Chen, that little bastard, is going to suffer. Mu Rongzhan's face was filled with viciousness. He hated Jiang Chen to the core, and he wanted to eat his flesh. From the wedding, to Mu Rong Hao, to the recent competition, the Mu Rong family's reputation had been ruined by Jiang Chen several times. On top of that, Jiang Chen was only at the 9th level of the Qi Jing realm, but he was able to defeat the young Master Li, who was at the early Qi Hai realm. Such a strong potential and explosive power made Mu Rongzhan feel like he was being stabbed by a thorn in his heart. If he allowed this kind of genius to continue to grow, in just a few years, the Mu Rong family would have no place in Fragrant Sky City. Luckily, Jiang Chen had offended the Li family, which gave Mu Rongzhan the opportunity to kill him. If not, Mu Rongzhan would not be able to sit still, and he would have to come up with a plan to deal with the Jiang family and Jiang Chen. Now, all he had to do was wait and reap the benefits. While the Mu Rong family was calm, the Jiang family was busy. Jiang Zhenhai, Zhou Beizhen and a few other Qi Hai warriors had gathered all the forces of the Jiang family, and were waiting for Jiang Chen's order to attack the Mu Rong family. Jiang Chen's name had risen, and his reputation had overshadowed Jiang Zhenhai's. At this critical moment, even Jiang Zhenhai, the mayor, had to rely on Jiang Chen. While the Jiang family was busy, there was one place that was extremely quiet, and that was Jiang Chen's house. Jiang Zhenhai had made special arrangements, and no one was allowed to come within 100 steps of the house. At this moment, Jiang Chen was practicing in his house. Today's fight with Li Changhong had helped him a lot. Although he did not care about Li Changhong's tricks, his Qi Hai level was still very high. Jiang Chen was already at the peak of the 9th level Qi Jing realm, and he was only one step away from the Qi Hai realm. All he needed was an opportunity. Today, he had fought with all his might on the deathmatch stage, and he had also used the single solar finger. Jiang Chen had finally broken through the bottleneck and was about to break through to the Qi Hai realm. The Qi stage was the basic stage that every cultivator had to go through. The so-called Qi stage meant that a cultivator could sense the natural Yuan Qi, absorb it into his body, and use the natural Yuan Qi to cultivate. However, Qi Realm cultivators' Yuanli was not concentrated, it was spread throughout their body. When a Qi Realm cultivator reached the 9th level, they could try to open up a Qi Si in their Dantian. Once the Qi Si was formed, the Yuanli would be able to concentrate in the Qi Si. Xianxia sat cross-legged on the large green rock. The blood-colored dragon mark in his body pulsated continuously, and his essence energy became restless. When the time comes, open up your sea of energy for me. Xianxia's eyes shone as he coldly shouted. The dragon marks in his body throbbed even more violently, directly emitting rays of blood-colored light. This blood-colored light was actually blood qi. Buzz, for a time, his entire Dantian let out a buzzing sound. The dragon mark swayed, and the dense origin energy also turned into spirit snakes that rampaged in his Dantian. Elemental energy and dragon marks were like a tool, trying to open up something in the empty Dantian. Gradually, a crack was opened up in the Dantian. Hoo-hoo, once the crack appeared, streams of elemental energy frantically drilled into it. The dragon mark was the first to bear the brunt. The dragon mark was like a general that commanded billions of soldiers, and the elemental energy was the billions of soldiers. Under the leadership of the dragon mark, the elemental energy violently attacked the crack. Gradually, the crack grew larger and larger, and a space was forcefully opened up. At this time, waves of natural yuan qi turned into a shapeless storm and rushed into Jiangchen's body. Hoo-hoo, Jiangchen was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much natural yuan qi he absorbed, it would never be enough. The area where he absorbed the natural yuan qi also became larger and larger. In the end, the airflow above the mayor's mansion changed. Waves of whirlwinds rose from the top of the mansion, and all the natural yuan qi rushed towards one direction, forming a huge whirlpool above the mansion's courtyard. What's going on? Why is there such a strong wind all of a sudden? The natural yuan qi is flowing away so fast. Look, that's the direction of the young master's courtyard. Judging from this scene, the young master is about to break through to the Qi High realm. Yes, the young master was in closed-door training. I didn't expect him to break through to the Qi High realm so quickly. This is amazing. The young master is only 15 years old, and he has already broken through to the Qi High realm. This is the first time I've seen something like this. The people in the mayor's mansion were all excited. Jiang Zhenhai and Zhou Beizhen, who were in the middle of a discussion, were all shocked. They were all Qi High warriors, and they knew that someone was breaking through to the Qi High realm. The young master is breaking through. Haha, this is great. A 15-year-old Qi High warrior. Even those geniuses in Red City cannot compare to him. The young master is a genius. Haha, good, good. My ancestors' graves really exploded. Reaching the Qi High stage at the age of 15 was really shocking. Jiang Zhenhai was so excited that he started to tear up. Not long after, all the natural yuan qi in the mansion was absorbed by Jiang Chen. It's still not enough to open up the Qi High. Just relying on the natural yuan qi is not enough. I need to rely on the human elixir. Jiang Chen said as he took out 3 human elixir pills and swallowed them. Under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, the human elixir turned into the purest form of energy and rushed towards the Qi High. The Qi High was the foundation of a cultivator. Jiang Chen had to develop his Qi High as much as possible. Buzz, as the human elixir was consumed, another blood-red dragon mark started to form in Jiang Chen's Qi High. This was the second dragon mark. The 3 human elixir pills were quickly consumed, but Jiang Chen felt that his Qi High was a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Normally, people only need to rely on the natural yuan qi to break through to the Qi High realm. Even geniuses with strong foundations would only need to consume 1 or 2 human elixir pills to break through. I've consumed 3, but I'm still far from what I need. It seems like the dragon transformation skill is really powerful. But this is good as well. The more I consume, the stronger my foundations will be. Jiang Chen said as he took out 3 human elixir pills. Luckily, he had prepared a lot of these pills beforehand. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. The more he consumed, the stronger his foundations would be. But this made Jiang Chen speechless. Breaking through to the early stage of Qi High already required so much energy. What would happen if he condensed the mortal core, heavenly core, and divine core in the future. The cultivation of the dragon transformation skill was like burning money. It was foreseeable that Xianxia's future path of cultivation would be a path of huge energy consumption. Within an hour, Xianxia had consumed 10 human elixir pills before he finally broke through to the Qi High realm. The natural Yuan Qi had also completely calmed down. Swoosh, Xianxia suddenly opened his eyes. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes, causing the air to tremble. His hair moved even though there was no wind, and his whole body was emitting the aura of a superior being. Within Xianxia's dantian, a bright Qi Sea had opened up. Inside the Qi Sea, Yuan power was flowing like water in a river. In the middle of the Yuan power, there were 2 distinct blood-red dragon marks intertwining with each other. Beside them, there was a 3rd dragon mark that had already manifested. With a thought, all the Yuan power in Xianxia's Qi Sea flowed like water into the 2.5 dragon marks. With another thought, the Yuan power flowed out like water, permeating into his limbs and bones. The 3rd dragon mark is also half condensed. It's stronger than I expected. Right now, I have the equivalent of 25,000 gene of strength. A faint smile appeared on Xianxia's face. In terms of strength and Yuan power, Xianxia was already equivalent to a normal late Qi High warrior. Compared to Jiangzhen Hai and Mu Rongzhan, who were at the peak of the Qi High realm, he was still slightly weaker. However, if they were to compare their other skills, even if they worked together, they would still be no match for Xianxia. Moreover, the formation of the dragon marks was a process of condensing qi and blood. Training the dragon transformation skill was also a process of refining Xianxia's body. In the end, when he turned into a dragon and soared into the sky, Xianxia's body would be as strong as a real dragon. Eh? The Qi Sea has also been opened up. Xianxia was surprised. He found out that his divine sense had been opened up as well. With a thought in his mind, an invisible divine sense was immediately unleashed from his divine sense. With the help of this divine sense, every single flower and grass in the courtyard was under his control. Normal warriors can only condense their mortal core and reach the mortal core realm. Only then can they open up their Qi Sea and activate their divine sense. I didn't expect that I would be able to open up my Qi Sea and activate my divine sense. This dragon transformation skill is really extraordinary. Xianxia was surprised. As the greatest saint in the world, no one had more experience in training than him. Being able to open up his Qi Sea while only at the Qi High realm was definitely thanks to the dragon transformation skill. Xianxia felt that the dragon transformation skill was becoming more and more powerful. This skill had been passed down from the ancient times, and no ordinary skill could compare with it. After breaking through to the Qi High realm, Xianxia didn't go out immediately. He raised his head and looked at the sky. It was noon, and the sun was shining brightly. This time of the day is full of yang energy, and it's perfect for me to cultivate the 6 solar fingers. Using the 6 solar fingers to absorb pure yang energy will bring great benefits to my body. Xianxia pointed his finger like a sword and started cultivating the 6 solar fingers. Immediately, streams of pure yang energy flowed into his body through his finger. Xianxia was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, so he had a yang body. The dragon marks in his body were the most yang objects in the world. If he could receive the help of pure yang energy, the benefits would be even greater. Buzz, the golden light on Xianxia's finger became brighter and brighter, and a buzzing sound could be heard. Gradually, it reached a point where he couldn't control it anymore. Go! Suddenly, Xianxia shouted and pointed his finger forward. A huge golden finger shot out like a sharp sword. This time, it wasn't the golden light from before, it was a real finger skill. The golden finger created sparks in the air. Its speed was extremely fast, and it crashed into a huge green rock that was as tall as a human. Boom! Along with a deafening boom, the huge and sturdy bluestone shattered with a loud rumble. Pieces of stone fragments scattered in all directions like sharp blades. The shattered bluestone emitted black smoke, and the chaotic airwaves caused by the impact were still churning. This is more like the single solar finger. Facing such a powerful attack, Xianxia just nodded his head. After breaking through to the Qi High realm, he had formed 2.5 dragon marks. With such powerful yuan energy and strength, the single solar finger could finally unleash its true power. With just a single finger, it had shattered the big green rock. If this finger hit a person's body, it was easy to imagine what would happen. Without any defense, that person would definitely be crushed into pieces. The 6 solar fingers was derived from the 9 solar energies. It was a high-rank Earth Realm combat skill. The single solar finger was only the first finger of the 6 solar fingers. This combat skill was created by Xianxia himself. Therefore, even though he had just reached the early Qi High realm and could already unleash the full power of the single solar finger, it was still extremely difficult for him to unleash the second solar finger. Even so, unleashing the single solar finger consumed a lot of yuan power from Xianxia, but it was not like before when his yuan power would be depleted. Plus, with the help of the dragon transformation skill, his yuan power would recover much faster. The sun was setting, and when the last ray of sunlight disappeared, it signaled the arrival of night. Xianxia changed into a set of black clothes and walked out of the courtyard. Tonight, Fragrant Sky City was destined to be a sleepless night. It was a dark and windy night, and it was destined to be a night of bloodshed. In the Jiang family's courtyard, torches were burning brightly, and more than 100 people were standing there. Jiang, Zhou Beichen, and 6 or 7 other Qi High warriors were standing at the front, waiting for Jiang's instructions. Seeing Jiang walking towards them, everyone's eyes turned to him. "Chen, you've reached the Qi High realm?" Jiang said happily. "That's right, Dad. Is everything ready?" Jiang asked. "We've already gathered all the military forces in the city lord's mansion, and we haven't used the military forces in our family's industries. We're afraid that we'll give the Morong family a chance to take advantage of the situation," Jiang said. Among all the businesses owned by the Jiang family, there was always a rivalry between the Morong family. Jiang did not transfer all of his forces back because he was afraid that the businesses would be empty and give the Morong family an opportunity. "Young master, what's your plan?" Zhou Beichen asked. "We don't need to plan anymore. After tonight, the Morong family will disappear from Fragrant Sky City. Dad, arrange for 4 Qi High warriors to go to different industries and start a war against the Morong family. As for the rest of you, attack the Morong family directly." Jiang's eyes shone with a cold light. "Young master, our overall strength is about the same as the Morong families, and all of our businesses have Qi High warriors guarding them. If we send them out, attacking the Morong family's headquarters will be very difficult," Zhou Beichen said. In fact, he still did not know why Jiang was so eager to start a war against the Morong family. With the strength of both sides, if they fought, it would be a lose-lose situation. "Zhou Beichen, from now on, whatever I say, you just need to carry it out. I will give you all the Qi High warriors and let you destroy all of the Jiang family's businesses within 2 hours. If you can't do it, don't ever show up in front of me again." Jiang stared at Zhou Beichen coldly. This stare made Zhou Beichen break out in a cold sweat. At this moment, he felt like he wasn't facing a 15-year-old boy, but an old monster who had lived for thousands of years. Jiang's eyes were filled with cold sweat. "Yes, young master." Zhou Beichen bowed, not daring to have any more doubts. "Jiang, you lead a group of people and clean up Fragrant Sky City. No one is allowed to leave their homes." Jiang was like a general giving out an ironclad order. He didn't want to hurt the innocent, but the Jiang family and the Morong family's businesses were spread across the entire Fragrant Sky City. Once the war began, the flames of war would burn the entire Fragrant Sky City. "Yes, young master." Jiang always followed Jiang's lead. Even if Jiang said that farts were fragrant, Jiang would still think that his young master was right. "The rest of you, follow me and father to kill the Morong family." Jiang's face was cold. At this moment, his words were like an imperial edict, no one dared to disobey. "Let's go," Jiang said coldly. Jiang led 20 people and left the mayor's mansion. Zhou Beichen and the other Qi High warriors also left. As for how they were going to attack, Jiang did not care. He only gave Zhou Beichen 2 hours. He had given all the Qi High warriors to Zhou Beichen. If Zhou Beichen still could not win, then he could just die. "Father, let's go. You and I will go meet Mu Rongzhan." Jiang looked at Jiang with a smile. Chen are you really that confident? Jiang Zhenhai frowned. Even if the Mu Rong family was not prepared, there were at least 5 Qi warriors in the Mu Rong family. Father, are you scared? Jiang Chen teased. Scared? Damn it, you little bastard, how dare you look down on me? Let's go. Jiang Zhenhai opened his eyes wide. He was being looked down upon by his son. He could no longer control his temper. While Jiang Chen and Jiang Zhenhai were leading hundreds of guards towards the Mu Rong mansion, the battle between all the major industries had already begun. The whole fragrant Sky City was in a state of chaos and fire. Let's go, the mayor's mansion and the Mu Rong family are fighting. Let's go back, don't get caught in the crossfire. Damn it, that Jiang Chen is so fierce. He's going to start a war with the Mu Rong family. Fragrant Sky City was in chaos. The people who were going out were all scared and ran back. Many shops also closed their doors. Everyone knew that tonight was going to be a restless night. Fragrant Sky City was going to change completely tomorrow. Mu Rong family. Master, this is bad. In the meeting hall, a guard ran in, sweating profusely. Tell me, what happened? Mu Rongzhan asked. Master, our businesses are being attacked by the Jiang family at the same time. We can't hold on for much longer. The guard said with a lingering fear in his heart. What? Jiang Zhenhai is going to start a war with me. Mu Rongzhan stood up from his seat. Jiang Zhenhai is desperate. He is afraid that the Li family will take revenge. He wants to attack us before the Li family can react. An old Qi warrior said. This old fox, I can't believe he would do this to me. Mu Rongzhan clenched his teeth. He was waiting to be the fisherman who would take advantage of the situation and let the Mu Rong family get the whole fragrant Sky City without any losses. He did not expect the Jiang family to start a war with him at this time. Master, there are a lot of Qi warriors in our businesses. That's why we can't hold on. The guard said. Looks like Jiang Zhenhai has sent out all his Qi warriors. If that's the case, I, Mu Rongzhan, am not someone to be messed with. The mayor's mansion must be empty. Gather your forces and attack the mayor's mansion. Mu Rongzhan said coldly. The enemy had started a war. He could not just sit and wait for death. There were a lot of warriors from the Mu Rong family. Including Mu Rongzhan, there were a total of 5 Qi warriors in the Mu Rong family. Following Mu Rongzhan's order, everyone in the Mu Rong family became nervous. 15 minutes later, more than 100 people walked out of the Mu Rong family's gate. At this moment, the Jiang family arrived. Both sides stood facing each other in the square outside the Mu Rong family's gate. Jiang Zhenhai, I did not expect you to start a war with the Mu Rong family. Mu Rongzhan's face was filled with anger. Stop talking nonsense. Kill. A long sword appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. The sword was shining with a cold light. He took a big step forward with a murderous look on his face. He led the way towards the Mu Rong family's camp. Kill. Jiang Zhenhai shouted. The Jiang family's guards were trained to die for the Mu Rong family. Each of them had a murderous look on their faces. They followed behind Jiang Chen and charged towards the Mu Rong family's camp. Haha, Jiang Zhenhai, you and your father are attacking my camp. It seems like you are really desperate. You are afraid of the Li family's revenge. Kill. Mu Rongzhan laughed out loud. In his eyes, Jiang Zhenhai and his son attacking him alone was asking for death. Both sides were full of vigor and murderous looks. Their weapons clashed, and soon, they clashed. I will deal with Jiang Zhenhai. You guys deal with that brat. Mu Rongzhan jumped towards Jiang Zhenhai. He did not forget to say something to the other 4 Qi warriors. This brat has some tricks up his sleeve. Let me kill him. One of the mid-Qi warriors said as he rushed towards Jiang Chen. They had all seen Jiang Chen's power. He could even kill Li Changhong easily. They did not dare to underestimate him. Hua, the mid-Qi warrior unleashed an ocean of yuan qi towards Jiang Chen. Die. Jiang Chen Lingling spat out one word. He raised his sword up high and swung it down towards the old man. Bang, this strike carried a powerful sword aura. Jiang Chen's Qi aura spread out and created a loud explosion sound. The ocean of yuan energy that the old man had unleashed was destroyed. Jiang Chen's Qi buzz, the long sword vibrated and shot out beams of sword light. The beams of sword light intertwined and formed a sword net, covering the old man. You have reached the Qi level? The old man finally realized the change in Jiang Chen. He was shocked. During the day, Jiang Chen was only at the 9th level of the Qi level, but now he had reached the Qi level. Furthermore, Jiang Chen's powerful aura gave him an oppressive feeling. It was as if Jiang Chen's frail body was carrying the weight of a mountain. Under the suppression of the net of swords, the old man felt that he couldn't even breathe properly. Pucci, fast, too fast. The sword was like a bolt of lightning. From the moment the old man sensed the danger to the moment the sword landed on him, it only took a few seconds. The mid-Qi warrior did not even have the chance to fight back. He was cut in half by Jiang Chen's sword. Hua, blood gushed out as a person was cleaved in half. What a cruel scene it was. The internal organs of the old man were scattered on the ground, and they were still wriggling. The stench of blood and stench filled the air, making people want to vomit. Blurg, finally, someone vomited. At this moment, Jiang Chen was standing with his sword in his hand. Beads of blood kept dripping down from the blade of his sword. His expression was indifferent, as if he was used to all of this. It was hard to imagine that a 15-year-old young man could have such a temperament and use such ruthless methods. Many people looked at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at a demon king. Mu Rongying and the rest of the younger generation of the Mu Rong family were all pale. They looked at Jiang Chen with mixed feelings. Not long ago, Jiang Chen was just someone they looked down on. He was just a useless young man in fragrant Sky City. But now, everything had changed too quickly. This little bastard has reached the Qi realm. Mu Rongzhan was shocked. He was shocked that Jiang Chen had reached the Qi realm, but what surprised him even more was Jiang Chen's strength. The person who was killed was a mid-Qi warrior, but he could not even block one of Jiang Chen's sword. Haha, Mu Rongzhan, I wonder who will die today. Jiang Zhenhai laughed. Jiang Chen's strength had also exceeded his expectations. Now, he finally knew where Jiang Chen's confidence came from. It was the confidence of his strength. You three attack together and kill him. Mu Rongzhan ordered the other 3 Qi warriors. If it was a one-on-one fight, he might be able to defeat Jiang Chen himself. Kill him. Jiang Zhenhai let out a loud shout, perfectly displaying his peak late Qi combat power. He and Mu Rongzhan were evenly matched for a while. Kill. The men of sacrifice from the Jiang family started attacking. Jiang Chen had killed a mid-Qi warrior with a single strike, which had boosted their morale. Each of them were like wolves and tigers as they started fighting with the men from the Mu Rong family. But for the men from the Mu Rong family, although they still had a few Qi warriors, Jiang Chen's cruelty had left a shadow in their hearts. Compared to the Jiang family, the difference in morale was obvious. Attack together. The 3 Qi warriors surrounded Jiang Chen in a pincer formation. Their yuan energy was vibrating, and they were starting to unleash their strongest combat skills. People like you, even if there were 100 of you, you would still die. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth rose, revealing a cold smile. All of a sudden, Jiang Chen moved. His silhouette flickered, and he disappeared from where he was. In the next instant, he appeared in front of an old man. The sword in his hand had already pierced through the old man's head, entering from the front and coming out from the back. The old man's eyes were wide open. He died with a grievance because he didn't even see how Jiang Chen attacked. Ha, galloping palm. At the same time, the mid-Qi warrior attacked. He used all his strength to attack with his palm, and it carried the energy of a raging river. The other early Qi warrior didn't dare underestimate Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's strength had frightened them, and if they didn't attack together, they would end up just like the other 2. Swish swish, the early Qi warrior shot out beams of golden light. Each beam of golden light was like a sharp sword, forming a huge golden net that flew towards Jiang Chen. The 2 of them attacked from the left and right, attacking at the same time. Their teamwork was flawless. Unfortunately, their opponent was Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen did not pull out the sword that was pierced through the old man's head. Facing the two attacks, he casually pointed his finger at the early Qi warrior. Swish, a beam of golden light shot out like a golden meteor, moving at an extremely fast speed. Bang bang bang, the golden light that Xianxia had shot out collided with the old man's golden net, creating a large amount of sparks. However, under Xianxia's golden light, the golden net could not even withstand a single blow, and was instantly destroyed. Poochie, with a poochie sound, the golden light pierced through the old man's body, piercing through his heart and killing him on the spot. On the other side, the mid-Qi warrior's galloping palm had also arrived in front of Xianxia. The dragon mark in Xianxia's Qi shook, and a terrifying power surged out like a tidal wave. Xianxia suddenly threw out a punch towards the old man. Bang, the golden light from the galloping palm was shattered. Crack, the two fists collided. Whether it was the strength of their bodies or the power of their fists, the two of them were not on the same level. The old man's arm was shattered like a bubble by Xianxia's punch. Blood gushed out of the wound, and the bloody bones scattered all over the ground. Facing such intense pain, even with the old man's mid-Qi cultivation level and mentality, he could not help but let out a blood-curdling scream. Die. Xianxia was like a demon king who had just walked out from hell. He grabbed the old man's neck, and with a sudden force, he broke the old man's neck. The scream stopped abruptly, and the old man's body fell to the ground. In less than a minute, all 4 Qi warriors had died in Xianxia's hands. None of them could withstand a single attack from him. It was all an instant kill. What? Mu Rongzhan, who was fighting with Xianxia, shouted with bloodshot eyes. He never would have thought that this would happen. 4 Qi warriors. His heart was bleeding, and these warriors were the foundation of the Mu Rong family. Kill, the warriors of the Jiang family shouted loudly, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They raised the weapons in their hands and shouted at the people of the Mu Rong family. The people of the Mu Rong family were all pale. How could they fight? All the Qi warriors were dead, and Mu Rongzhan was being held back by Xianxia. Poochie, the front gate of the Mu Rong family had turned into a scene from hell. Blood and weapons were everywhere, and screams could be heard everywhere. In just a few minutes, it had turned into a one-sided massacre. The people of the Mu Rong family had no chance to fight back, and 2 of the young geniuses of the Mu Rong family had died. The businesses of the Mu Rong family were being attacked by Zhou Beizhen, and they could not hold on any longer. On the side of the Mu Rong family, Mu Rongzhan was being held back by Xianxia. 4 Qi warriors had been killed by Xianxia, and the rest of the people were like sheep waiting to be slaughtered. In a battle, morale was always the most important thing. Once morale was lost, victory would be lost. No more fighting, I surrender. I surrender too. Don't kill me. The people of the Mu Rong family shouted. Death was a very scary thing, especially for those who had never died before. The edge of death could break a person's heart. Surrendering was also contagious. If one person surrendered, 100 others would surrender. No one wanted to give up on the hope of survival. Although they did not know if surrendering would save them, they knew that if they did not surrender now, they would die immediately. Voila, the Jiang family warriors surrounded the surrendered Mu Rong family members, waiting for Xianxia's orders. On the other side, Xianxia and Mu Rongzhan stopped. Xianxia felt like he was in a dream. He never thought that the battle would end so quickly. Xianxia, let them go. Mu Rongzhan's eyes were bloodshot. Mu Rongzhan, there should be a lot of your descendants here. If I give the order, all of them will die. Then, I will kill my way into the Mu Rong family and kill everyone who is still breathing. Then, I will burn this place to ashes. What do you think? Xianxia said lightly, as if he was talking about something normal. No. Mu Rongzhan shouted. In his eyes, this young man in front of him was too scary, too scary. He had never seen anyone so cruel and ruthless. He did not even dare to doubt the authenticity of Xianxia's words, because Xianxia's eyes were too calm. With that kind of eyes, not to mention burning the Mu Rong family to ashes, even if he killed an entire city, Xianxia would not even blink. Xianxia, I have lost. Let my descendants go, I am willing to die. Mu Rongzhan closed his eyes in pain. He never thought that he would have such a day, and he never thought that this day would come so quickly. A moment ago, he was still so bright, and the next moment, he was like a fish on the chopping block. Fragrant Sky City was in chaos, and the Mu Rong family's foundation would soon be destroyed. The battle here was even more one-sided. Mu Rongzhan knew that he had lost, completely lost. Of course you have to die. This cannot be the condition for their lives. Jiangchen said. Jiangchen, what do you want? Do you have to kill them all? Mu Rongzhan had never thought that a person could be so scary. Kill them all? This is a game of life and death. If today's situation was reversed, and you, Mu Rongzhan, had the upper hand, would you have killed the Jiang family? The answer is obvious. Everyone knows the principle of cutting weeds and eliminating the roots. Besides, you want to borrow the power of the Li family to destroy the Jiang family, isn't that also killing us all? Jiangchen said. Haha, that's right. If it was the other way around, I would have killed them all. Jiangchen, you have won, but I beg you to let my descendants go. Mu Rongzhan smiled. He knew that everything was over. With Jiangchen's strength, even if the Li family came, they would not be able to save him. Mu Rongzhan, I know that you hate me, and you want to eat my flesh. I will give you a chance now. If you can defeat me, I will consider not killing them. Jiangchen said. Chen don't. Jiang Zhenhai quickly said. In his eyes, the outcome was already decided. There was no need for Jiangchen to take this risk. Although Jiangchen could easily kill a mid-Qi-Hai warrior, he had just reached the Qi-Hai realm. Mu Rongzhan, who was at the mid-Qi-Hai realm, could not be compared to him. Dad, don't worry. Jiangchen said with a smile on his face. He didn't want to fight Mu Rongzhan because of his personal feelings. He had just broken through to the Qi-Hai realm, and he was desperate to find a strong warrior to test his combat strength. Mu Rongzhan was the perfect candidate. Jiangchen, are you serious? Mu Rongzhan's eyes brightened, as if he had seen hope. Mu Rongning and the other Mu Rong family members who were surrounded also had a glimmer of hope on their faces. Jiangchen was scary, but they were still very confident in Mu Rongzhan's power. Of course. Jiangchen shrugged. There was an unwavering confidence on his face. Alright, let me see how strong you are. Mu Rongzhan's aura fluctuated, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. This young man was too young, and did not know his limits. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The Mu Rong family, who had lost all hope, once again had hope. Although the Jiang family were still excited, they couldn't help but feel worried. The young master's performance was really strong. Although he had just broken through to the Qi-Hai realm, even a mid-Qi-Hai warrior was no match for him. On the other hand, Mu Rongzhan was not an ordinary Qi-Hai warrior. He was just one step away from the mortal core realm, and he was one of the most powerful men in Fragrant Sky City. He was not easy to deal with. To put it bluntly, Mu Rongzhan was the reason why the Mu Rong family had been able to survive for so many years. But young Master Jiangchen had created miracles one after another. Ever since the young master had changed, he had never done anything he wasn't competent in. Today, he wanted to fight with Mu Rongzhan, so he must have some confidence in himself. Bang! Mu Rongzhan's energy fluctuated, and his yuan energy spread out like a wave. He was at the peak of the Qi-Hai realm, and it was terrifying. Mu Rongzhan's pupils contracted, and he stared at Jiangchen without blinking. He wanted to see how strong Jiangchen was, but he was disappointed. Jiangchen's face was as calm as an ancient well, and his eyes were as calm as water. He was like a steady mountain, and no one could see through him. It was as if he was born with such confidence, as if he had absolute confidence in everything he faced. Young man, let me see where your confidence comes from. Mu Rongzhan attacked. He waved his sleeves, and a tornado formed from yuan energy rushed towards Jiangchen like a wave. Great! Jiangchen's eyes lit up, this was exactly the kind of opponent he needed. The dragon marks in his Qi started shaking, and in an instant, yuan energy started gushing out. Just from the quality of yuan energy alone, Jiangchen was much stronger than Mu Rongzhan. Whoosh, the wind blew, and some of the people who were close to the fight felt suffocated. No one was not surprised, because the yuan energy released by Xianxia was not weaker than Mu Rongzhan's. Bang, the two waves of yuan energy collided with each other, and the air exploded. The shockwave swept across the area, and even the hard marble floor was cracked open. Good lad. Mu Rongzhan was shocked. His body trembled and he attacked Xianxia with lightning speed. The more powerful Xianxia was, the more he felt threatened. The Mu Rong family's life depended on this battle. If he lost, everything would be over. Poof, the air trembled as Mu Rongzhan punched out. His fist was surrounded by a bright light and crackling sounds could be heard. It was unknown how much power this punch contained. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Xianxia. Xianxia's eyes flashed. A head-on clash was what he liked the most. This kind of clash was the best way to test one's combat strength. Although Xianxia was a saint in his previous life, he was not one now. This body still needed to be cultivated bit by bit. Every successful person had to go through countless battles and step on thousands of bones and blood. Bang, two resplendent fists wrapped in origin power collided fiercely. At the place where the fists collided, the sound of iron striking rang out, and the void trembled violently. Thump thump, Xianxia took 2 steps back before he could stabilize himself. He looked at Mu Rongzhan again. He had only taken 1 step back, but the shock on Mu Rongzhan's face was obvious. Is this bastard a monster? His punch just now had at least 25,000 pounds of force. It's almost as strong as mine. Mu Rongzhan couldn't calm himself down. He had never seen a man who could be so strong. Although he had the upper hand in this punch, he couldn't feel happy at all, because he hadn't caused any damage to Xianxia. On the other side, Xianxia had a faint smile on his face. He still looked as if everything was under his control. Although he had taken 2 steps back from that punch, Mu Rongzhan was definitely in a worse state than him. Mu Rongzhan's advantage was only in terms of origin power. However, his body was not as strong as Xianxia's because of the dragon transformation skill. In reality, half of Mu Rongzhan's body was sore and numb. Good. Xianxia shouted. Xianxia's performance had also surprised him. Black Eagle Strike. Mu Rongzhan let out a loud shout and unleashed his strongest combat strength, wanting to defeat Xianxia with a single strike. Black Eagle Strike was a middle-rank Mortal Kombat skill. It was famous for its strong attack power, and it was also Mu Rongzhan's famous skill. Swoosh, Mu Rongzhan jumped more than 10 feet high and let out an eagle's cry. His whole body was in the shape of an eagle, and his origin power was surging. He jumped towards Xianxia, and in front of him an illusionary Black Eagle formed. Master, you used Black Eagle Strike. Xianxia is definitely not your opponent. This is a middle-rank Mortal Kombat skill. It is very scary. That Xianxia is only at the early Qi High stage, how could he be your opponent? We are saved. Everyone from the Mu Rong family was surprised. Mu Rongzhan was at the peak of the Qi High stage. Chen be careful. This is Mu Rongzhan's famous skill. Do not underestimate it. Jiang Zhenhai quickly reminded Chen Fan. Ignoring Jiang Zhenhai's words, Jiang Chen's face was still expressionless. The dragon marks and origin power in his Qi were surging, flowing through his limbs and bones to his finger. Buzz, his finger was covered in a golden light. Pure yang qi was spreading out, and a buzzing sound could be heard. Suddenly, Jiangchen pointed his finger out. Swoosh, an air-piercing sound rang out, and everyone saw a resplendent golden finger illuminating the night sky, rushing towards Mu Rongzhan with great momentum. What? Mu Rongzhan shouted. With his eyesight, he could see how scary this golden finger was. This kind of combat skill was definitely beyond the mortal realm. The power of this finger had completely locked his qi, and the aftershock had sealed off the space around them. Plus, it was extremely fast, and there was no way for him to dodge it. He could only take it head-on. Let's fight. Mu Rongzhan clenched his teeth, and a fierce look appeared in his eyes. He used his Black Eagle Strike to its limit. He did not believe that he, who was at the peak of the Qi High stage, would lose to a kid at the early Qi High stage. Boom, a muffled sound of impact could be heard. Golden waves rolled out, and the air shook. Mu Rongzhan's black eagle strike was shattered by Jiang Chen's single solar finger. The golden finger hit Mu Rongzhan's body. He let out a scream and was sent flying like a cannonball. Bang! Mu Rongzhan landed on the ground 10 feet away. He landed hard on the ground, and the rock underneath him was shattered. Wah! Puff! Mu Rongzhan spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was as pale as a sheet. Although the single solar finger did not kill him, it made him lose 90% of his combat power. Everyone's expression changed. Even Jiang Zhenhai's mouth was wide open. Just like all the men of sacrifice from the Jiang family, they couldn't believe what they had just seen. They looked at Jiang Chen with fear and admiration. Who would have thought that Mu Rongzhan would be defeated so completely? The move that Chen Er used just now is obviously a combat skill that surpasses the mortal realm. Such a combat skill doesn't exist in this small fragrant sky city. What kind of expert did this kid get to have such a good fortune? Jiang Zhenhai murmured. Jiang Chen had changed so much that he could not get used to it. Those men from the Mu Rong family who were surrounded by Jiang Chen all had pale faces. Their only hope had been destroyed. Even Mu Rongzhan had been defeated by Jiang Chen. In Fragrant Sky City, the Mu Rong family had completely lost the ability to fight against the Jiang family. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Mu Rongzhan used one elbow to prop himself up from the ground. His other hand was clutching his chest, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that there would be a day where he would be defeated by a youth who was 2 levels lower than him. The winner takes all. Mu Rongzhan, what else do you have to say? Jiang Chen walked in front of Mu Rongzhan. He was dressed in black and had one hand behind his back. He coldly looked at Mu Rongzhan, who was lying on the ground. He was like a king looking down on all living things. Ha ha ha, funny, this is the biggest joke in the world. Mu Rongzhan looked up to the sky and laughed. He had lost, not to Jiang Zhenhai, his old rival, but to a useless playboy that he would never even look at. What a joke, what a joke, what a joke, what a irony. If he had lost without any complaints, Mu Rongzhan would not have been able to accept it. But today, he had lost wholeheartedly. I have lost, but I beg you to let my descendants go. Mu Rongzhan said in a pleading tone. Jiang Chen secretly nodded. No matter what, Mu Rongzhan was still thinking about his family. He was a real man. Therefore, he decided to give Mu Rongzhan a quick death. Bang! Without any warning, Jiang Chen slammed his palm on top of Mu Rongzhan's head. Mu Rongzhan's eyes glazed over and he fell straight down. At this point, one of the giants of Fragrant Sky City had completely disappeared. Jiang Chen killed Mu Rongzhan because he would not make any promises to his enemies. Mu Rongzhan was definitely going to die. Whether or not his family was going to be released had nothing to do with him. Master! Father! The people of the Mu Rong clan shouted. Among them were 2 of Mu Rongzhan's children. They looked at Jiang Chen with hatred. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was an executioner, a devil who killed without blinking an eye. Jiang Chen's eyes were calm and emotionless. This kind of look had no effect on him. Cruelty was the best portrayal of the world of cultivation. The law of the jungle was the true law. In Jiang Chen's world, enemies were enemies, and they were meant to be destroyed. If you showed any mercy to your enemies, you would be retaliated 100 times over in the future. Sigh. Jiang Zhenhai sighed. He was a little disappointed. After fighting with Mu Rongzhan for so many years, it had ended just like that. Chen Er, the Mu Rong clan has been destroyed. What are you going to do with the people of the Mu Rong clan? Jiang Zhenhai asked. The people of the Mu Rong clan looked at Jiang Chen. Their fate was in the hands of this little devil. One word from him could decide their life and death. The people of the Mu Rong clan will all be crippled. The rest of them will have to cut off one of their arms and be kicked out of Fragrant Sky City. They will never be allowed to step into Fragrant Sky City again. Hiss! Everyone took a deep breath. Jiang Chen's punishment was not limited to just 1 or 2 people, but everyone related to the Mu Rong family, even those in the family's industries. As a cultivator, there was no difference between destroying their cultivation and directly killing them. Chen Er, isn't this a bit too cruel? Jiang Zhenhai frowned. Xianxia, you are a demon, you are not a human. I want to avenge my father, I want to kill him. The Mu Rong family wailed, many people's eyes were red, and they wanted to kill Xianxia. Father, you saw it, you let them go today, but tomorrow they will come back and give you a heavy blow. I have already been very merciful by not taking their lives. Xianxia sneered. Father, there is no right or wrong in war, there is only success or failure. This is the law of the cultivation world, you can never be merciful to your enemies, they do not know how to be grateful. If you let them go, you will leave a hidden danger for yourself. They did not do anything wrong, but they are part of the war, they will have to bear the consequences of the war. Xianxia said with an indifferent tone. In this small fragrant sky city, the cruelty of the world of cultivators couldn't be seen at all. The fights between the big sects could easily destroy the heavens and the earth, causing countless deaths and suffering. The fights between humans and demons could cause blood to flow for thousands of miles. At the feet of every person in power, there were piles of bones. I will leave them to you. Xianxia said, turned around and left. Jiang Zhenhai looked at Xianxia's back, and his heart was in turmoil, but soon his eyes showed a trace of determination. Jiang Zhenhai turned around and looked at the people from the Mu Rong family. According to what young master said, the people from the Mu Rong family will have their cultivation destroyed, and the other person will have his arm cut off, and be kicked out of Tianxiang city. Jiang Zhenhai knew that Xianxia was not an ordinary person. The small fragrant sky city would not be able to contain him. Sooner or later, he would soar into the sky and step into the real world of cultivation. Xianxia's methods were a bit ruthless, but only with this kind of temperament and means could Jiang Zhenhai be completely at ease. That night, there was a huge change in Tianxiang city. The whole city was on fire, and the smell of blood filled the air. The Mu Rong family's properties were seized by the Jiang family within 2 hours, and there were countless casualties. The Mu Rong family's head, Mu Rongzhan, died tragically at the hands of Xianxia. From now on, the Mu Rong family no longer existed in Tianxiang city. When Zhou Beizhen heard that Mu Rongzhan was killed by Xianxia, he was stunned for 3 minutes before he regained his composure. Finally, he let out a long sigh. The young master is a man of destiny. He does things that ordinary people cannot do. He is like a dragon in hibernation. Sooner or later, he will soar into the sky. Zhou Beizhen had lived for more than 50 years. Although he had seen more things than ordinary people, he was still a bit conservative. It was the first time that he had seen a weirdo like Xianxia. Xianxia's actions had subverted his way of thinking, as well as many people's. When Xianxia gave the order to attack the Mu Rong family, many people thought that it was too reckless. Zhou Beizhen even voiced his doubts. However, no one had expected that the Mu Rong family would be destroyed so quickly. It could be said that the Mu Rong family was destroyed by Xianxia alone. This war was planned and arranged by Xianxia. It was also Xianxia who killed Mu Rongzhan and changed the sky of Fragrant Sky City. The next day, there was a glimmer of light in the east. A corner of the sun could be vaguely seen. It was another sunny day. Fragrant Sky City had regained its peace. However, there were still fires and thick smoke in many places. The air was filled with the smell of blood. This made the atmosphere of Fragrant Sky City extremely oppressive. The Jiang family had destroyed the Mu Rong family. This matter was nothing compared to the whole world of cultivation. However, it was enough to cause an unprecedented earthquake in Fragrant Sky City. The news couldn't be covered up. No one tried to cover it up. No one spread the news. However, everyone knew what had happened last night. The Mu Rong family had disappeared from Fragrant Sky City overnight. Many people couldn't accept this fact. It was too fast and too sudden. Yesterday, the Mu Rong family and the Mu Rong family were still fighting on the central square. It was too fast. It was unbelievable. The Mu Rong family was the tycoon of Fragrant Sky City. But it was destroyed overnight. Is this true? Who would have thought that it would be like this? The Jiang family was too fast. It should be young Master Jiangchen. You guys should have heard that it was young Master Jiangchen who gave the order to attack the Mu Rong family. Young Master Jiangchen had just reached the Qi realm yesterday. He killed Mu Rongzhan, who was at the peak of the Qi realm. It was unimaginable. It was too scary. I heard that Xianxia gave Mu Rongzhan a chance to fight him alone. He defeated Mu Rongzhan directly. He is a monster. Sigh. The Mu Rong family wanted to use the Li family to kill the Jiang family. But the Jiang family killed them first. Everyone on the street was talking about the battle yesterday. Xianxia's reputation had reached an unprecedented level. Killing a tycoon like Mu Rongzhan while he was only at the Qihai realm? Many people still couldn't believe this was true. This 15-year-old young man was too cruel. He did things decisively and ruthlessly. He was even more ruthless than the older generation of martial artists. It was scary. Killing the Mu Rong family in one night was not something an ordinary person could do. I think it was the Mu Rong family who asked for it. Xianxia is a cruel man. He wanted to use the Li family to kill the Jiang family and reap the benefits. How could Xianxia let him do that? That's right. Now, not only did they not reap the benefits, they were also killed by Xianxia. I heard that Xianxia destroyed the cultivation of everyone in the Mu Rong family. He even cut off the arm of someone related to the Mu Rong family. How cruel. Cruel my ass. The battle between the two families is a fight to the death. Xianxia was already very kind by not killing them. Every topic revolved around Xianxia's name. This was the name that changed everyone's opinion of Xianxia the fastest. From a useless foppish playboy that everyone ridiculed to a peerless genius who destroyed the Mu Rong family, the time taken was just too short. This was a huge earthquake in Fragrant Sky City. While people were sighing, they didn't forget about the Li family from Red City. Xianxia had killed the Li family's young master. The Li family would not let this go easily. Although the Jiang family killed the Mu Rong family, it seems like they are going to take over Fragrant Sky City. But in reality, a crisis is right in front of them. That's right. The Li family from Red City has not made their move yet. Fragrant Sky City is going to experience a huge earthquake soon. Sigh, it's getting more and more chaotic. Xianxia was able to kill the Mu Rong family, but compared to the Li family, the difference is too big. What do you think? If the Li family kills the Jiang family, Fragrant Sky City will have no ruler? When that time comes, Fragrant Sky City will be in chaos. All kinds of new forces will rise and fight for control of Fragrant Sky City. Many people were worried. Ordinary people hoped to have a stable life, but the current Fragrant Sky City was no longer stable, unless the Jiang family could take over. However, the Li family would definitely make a move. How could the Jiang family survive? If the Jiang family was destroyed like the Mu Rong family, Fragrant Sky City would be without a leader and would fall into real chaos. In the meeting hall of the mayor's mansion, the Jiang family sat on the left and right sides of the hall. Xianxia and Jiang Zhenhai sat at the head. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat depressing. It was reasonable to say that they had eliminated their old enemy, the Mu Rong family, and the Jiang family had monopolized the Tianxiang city. Everyone should be celebrating, but in fact, not a single person was smiling. Everyone had a worried look on their faces. Of course, there was one person who was smiling. Xianxia was wearing a clean white robe. He was lazily leaning on the rattan chair behind him. He had his legs crossed and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. His confidence was so natural that no one could see through him. Last night's battle was beautiful. The Mu Rong family was completely destroyed. Everyone should be happy. Why do you all have such a bitter face? Come, come, come. Smile. Xianxia teased. When he said this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. But it was a bitter laugh. Young master, I really can't laugh. How can you laugh? Don't you know that the Jiang family is facing its biggest crisis? Young master, even though we've destroyed the Murong clan, the Li clan of Crimson City will definitely not let this go. If nothing unexpected happens, the Li clan will come to our doorstep in less than 3 days. How will we deal with them then? Zhou Beijun said. Everyone, including Jiang Zhenhai, looked at Xianxia. Jiang Zhenhai was worried about the Li family as well. Right now, Xianxia was the backbone of the Jiang family. Dad, Uncle Zhou, do you all think that we can't deal with the Li family? Do you all think that if the Li family comes, our Jiang family will be destroyed and follow in the footsteps of the Mu Rong family? Xianxia said with a smile on his face. His tone was casual, without any signs of nervousness. No one said anything. Obviously, what Xianxia said was what they were thinking. Young master, the Li family is not something the Mu Rong family can compare with. The Li family has a mortal core warrior, and the chief of the Li family is a late mortal core warrior. There is no way we can fight them. That's right. A mortal core warrior is much stronger than a Qi-Hai warrior. No matter how strong a Qi-Hai warrior is, there is no way he can fight a mortal core warrior. With our Jiang family's strength, there is no way we can fight them. The fat and skinny old man said. Chen, do you have a plan? Jiang Zhenhai couldn't help but ask when he saw Jiang Chen's confident face. Dad, after we killed the Mu Rong family last night, there should be a lot of work to be done. Those properties are all wealth, we should take over and make some arrangements. Jiang Chen didn't answer Jiang Zhenhai's question. Chen, now that we are facing the Li family's threat, our men's morale is low. We don't have time to think about anything else. Jiang Zhenhai said. He said this in a roundabout way. In fact, with the threat of the Li family, the Jiang family's morale couldn't be described as low anymore. Everyone was panicking. Dad, you don't have to worry about the Li family. No matter who they are, I'll make sure they go back the same way they came. After saying this, Jiang Chen left the meeting hall, leaving behind a bunch of old men who were shocked. They looked at each other, wondering where their young master's confidence came from. They were all men who had lived for decades, and they were all Qi-Hai warriors. But in front of a 15-year-old young man like Jiang Chen, they felt like they were just kids. That's the Li family we are talking about, how is young master going to fight back? Someone sighed. Although Jiang Chen said it with confidence, it still couldn't stop the worried expressions on their faces. After all, the enemy was too strong, and they couldn't find any way to fight back. Listen to young master, there's nothing wrong with it. That's right. Think about it, ever since young master transformed, he has never done anything unreliable. The fat and skinny old man said. Even Zhou Beijing nodded his head. The three of them were alchemists, and they had important positions in the Jiang family. A 15-year-old young man could concoct pills with 100% effectiveness, and he could easily use the precious soul training skill. In their eyes, Jiang Chen was a genius, a miracle. The Li family hasn't arrived yet, we can't panic. Listen to Chen. Everyone, do your own jobs. You guys go and calm the people down, and don't worry about anything else. Jiang Zhenhai said. There was no point in retreating now. He could only place all his hopes on Jiang Chen. We'll deal with whatever comes our way, there's nothing to be afraid of. A sturdy man patted his chest and turned to leave the meeting hall. Fragrant Sky City couldn't calm down. The Jiang family was in a state of panic. Although the sun was shining brightly, the atmosphere in Fragrant Sky City was depressing. Young Master Jiang Chen had closed his door and refused to see anyone. He didn't even want to see his own father. What was meant to come would come. The storm was unstoppable. On the third day after Li Changhong was killed, the men from the Li family arrived at Fragrant Sky City. There were only a dozen of them, but they were more powerful than 100 or even 1,000 men. They were riding tall horses, and they were charging towards the mayor's mansion. Those who don't have anything to do with this, leave now, or die. This voice was spread far and wide by a powerful warrior using his Yuan energy. This was a powerful warrior at the mortal core realm. Heavens, they're finally here. The Li family of Red City is too strong. Although there are only a dozen of them, their strength is terrifying. 3 of them are mortal core warriors, and the rest are all Qi-Hai warriors. The Jiang family is finished. Look at that middle-aged man leading the group, he is the chief of the Li family, his name is Li Sanyu, a late mortal core warrior. He usually lives in seclusion, and I heard that he wants to break through to the heavenly core realm. I never expected that he would bring his men here personally, it shows how important Li Changhong is to him. Of course. Li Shanyu has a high status in Red City. His son was killed, so of course he would be angry. 3 mortal core warriors and more than 10 Qi-Hai warriors. Looking at their numbers, it looks like they are going to flatten the Jiang family. That's right. If the Jiang family is destroyed, the Tianxiang city will be in complete chaos. Everyone was terrified. The Li family's aura was too strong. For many of them, this was the first time they had seen a mortal core warrior. Those in front, make way. The men from the Li family were rushing forward. A man who was holding a long whip in his hand suddenly whipped a passerby in front of him into half, killing him on the spot. Courting death. The man's face was cold. Wherever his horse passed, dust would be kicked up. Damn it, this is too arrogant. Who do they think we are? How can they kill us so easily? These men are filled with killing intent. I wonder how the Jiang family is going to deal with them. Let's go to the mayor's mansion and have a look. Do you want to die? If you want to go, you can go yourself. I, your father, haven't lived long enough. Look at the Li family, if we get caught in the crossfire, who can we blame? At the same time, the mayor's mansion had received the news of the Li family's arrival. Even though they were prepared for this, when the time came, everyone was still scared and their faces turned pale. Where's the young master? Where's the young master? The men from the Li family are coming. Someone shouted out in shock. The Jiang family's spiritual pillar, Xianxia, was nowhere to be seen. He was still hiding in his own courtyard, and he hadn't shown himself for the past 2 days. Jiangqing, go see what the young master is doing. Jiang Zhenhai looked at Jiangqing. Yes. Jiangqing ran towards Jiangqian's courtyard like a wisp of smoke. He ran faster than a healthy rabbit. A minute later, Jiangqing returned. Half of his face was swollen, and his eyes were filled with tears as he walked towards Jiang Zhenhai. What happened? Zhou Beijian frowned and asked. The young master told me to come out, and told no one to disturb him. Jiangqing's face was full of grievances. The situation was critical, so he didn't knock on the door and directly barged into Jiangqian's room. But before he could say anything, he was slapped by Jiangqian, and his legs were almost broken. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? Jiangqing looked up to the sky and had no tears to cry. He was just an errand boy, and this slap was too unjust. How could this be? Didn't the young master say that even if the sky falls down, he will hold it up? How come he doesn't even dare to come out at this critical moment? How can the young master hide like this? The Li family is here, and we can't hide anymore. Many people were angry, and didn't know what the young master was doing. He was full of confidence, and said that even if the sky fell down, he would hold it up. Now that the enemies were here, he hid in his room and didn't dare to come out. Shut up, there must be a reason why the young master doesn't come out. Zhou Beijian yelled. Although he didn't understand what Jiangqian was doing, he trusted Jiangqian very much. Boom, at this moment, a loud bang came from outside the main gate. The main gate of the mayor's mansion was smashed by brute force, and then a thunderous voice could be heard, "People of the Jiang family, come out and face your death." The voice was so loud that it echoed in the air above the mayor's mansion. Many people heard it clearly, and those who were closer to the mayor's mansion were scared to death. It's over, the Jiang family is finished. The Li family was too scary, and with such a force, there was no way for the Jiang family to survive. Let's go and have a look. Jiang Zhenhai tidied up his clothes and walked towards the main gate. The others took a deep breath and followed behind Jiang Zhenhai. This was a dangerous situation, and if they didn't handle it well, all of them would die here. Soon, the Jiang family arrived at the main gate. When they saw the broken door, they couldn't help but gasp. Everyone looked at the men from the Li family. The man in the front was wearing a light yellow robe, and he looked like he was in his 40s. He had a strong body, and he was comparable to Mu Rongzhan. There was a scary scar on his face. This man was the chief of the Li family, Li Sanyu. According to the rumors, this man was extremely cruel, and he wouldn't tolerate any dirt in his eyes. His son was killed in Fragrant Sky City, and he wanted to avenge his son by destroying the mayor's mansion. Li Sanyu had a strong aura, and everyone could feel the pressure from him. They couldn't even breathe. This was the aura of a late mortal core warrior. Behind Li Sanyu, there were 2 old men in their 50s standing side by side. Both of them were arrogant, and they were also mortal core warriors. Behind them, there were more than 10 fierce-looking men, all of them were at the Qi Hai realm. One of them had a gloomy and hateful expression on his face. When he saw Xianxia, he wanted to jump on him and bite him to death. This man was Mu Rongtian, the man who went to Red City to report to the Li family. Since Fragrant Sky City was quite far away from Red City, Mu Rongtian didn't make it back in time, and that's why he escaped death. Just the difference in aura alone was enough to sentence the Jiang family to death. Which one of you is Jiang Chen? Li Sanyu opened his mouth. His voice was as loud as a bell, and it shook everyone's heart. His vicious eyes glanced at the Jiang family, but he didn't attack them directly. In his mind, the Jiang family would be wiped out today, and everyone would die. He wanted to see what Jiang Chen, who dared to kill his son, looked like. I'm Jiang Zhenhai, I killed your son, and it has nothing to do with Jiang Chen. Jiang Zhenhai said. The Li family obviously didn't want to let the Jiang Chen family live. If Jiang Chen really couldn't solve this crisis, he would risk his life to protect Jiang Chen. He would think of a way to let Jiang Chen escape, and let the Jiang family survive. No, young Master Li was killed by Jiang Chen, and the alchemist who followed young Master Li was killed by Jiang Zhenhai. Both of them are unforgivable, and that kid Jiang Chen must be hiding somewhere. Mu Rongtian took a step forward and said sternly. The Mu Rong clan had been destroyed, and his hatred towards Jiang Zhenhai and his son was like a raging river that could not be contained. Today, he would be able to use the Li clan to turn the Jiang clan into ashes. Hiding? Then I'll kill his father first, and see if he comes out. Li Sanyu sneered, and a faint murderous aura seeped out of his body. Feeling this murderous aura, the faces of the Jiang family members changed dramatically. Until now, Jiang Chen, who said that he would hold up the sky even if it fell down, had not appeared. They sighed in their hearts, and no longer had any hope. The one who killed your Li family is me, and it has nothing to do with anyone else. The Li family is a big family in Red City, and the head of the Li family is also a famous person. I believe he won't make things difficult for anyone else. Jiang Zhenhai said. Mayor. Zhou Beijian's eyes trembled, and he said while gritting his teeth, I will die with you. Jiang Zhenhai, of course you will die, and so will your son Jiang Chen. There is no use in hiding. Today, I will destroy the mayor's mansion, and everyone here will die. The scar on Li Sanyu's face trembled, and then he sneered, however, I can give the others a chance. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, you might have a chance to live. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the Jiang family's camp changed. Everyone here was a high-ranking official of the mayor's mansion, and they were all Qi-Hai warriors. Li Sanyu's words were directed at them. As for the guards and warriors behind them, they did not even give Li Sanyu a chance to kneel down and beg for mercy. Mayor, I'm sorry, but I don't want to die. One of them cupped his fists at Jiang Zhenhai, and then walked in front of Li Sanyu, kneeled down, and kowtowed 3 times. Mayor, I'm sorry, I'm just a guest of the Jiang family, I don't want to die here. Another man ran up to Li Sanyu and kowtowed. One of them was Yang Xiao, the other was Chang Shan. They were both guests of Jiang Zhenhai, and they were loyal to him. Yang Xiao, Chang Shan, you 2 bastards, the mayor treated you so well, but you 2 are so useless. Zhou Beijian scolded. Fuck, you 2 are so useless, you don't have any manliness at all. The fat old man was also angry. Alright, everyone has their own goals, there's no need to die with me. Since there's a chance to live, you better grab it. Jiang Zhenhai said. You want me to kneel down like a dog? I'm not going to do it, it's just death. Zhou Beijian said with a sarcastic expression. 18 years later, I'll be a good man again. The skinny old man said while pounding his chest. The other Qi-Hai warriors didn't kneel down either. All Qi-Hai warriors had their own pride. Besides, Jiang Zhenhai had treated them well all these years, and now that the Jiang family was in trouble, they would betray him. Were they still human? On the other side, Li Shanyu looked at the 2 men who were kneeling on the ground and begging for their lives with a look of disdain. He said, you 2 get up, I won't kill you. I want you to go kill Jiang Zhenhai. Li Sanyu looked at Jiang Zhenhai with a mocking expression. He didn't want to kill Jiang Zhenhai himself, but he wanted Jiang Zhenhai to die in the hands of his own people. That kind of feeling was extremely painful. What? The 2 men were shocked, they didn't expect Li Sanyu to make such a request. What? If you don't want to, that's fine too. If you don't want to, I'll kill you right now. Li Sanyu said casually. The mortal core energy was hovering above Xianxia and Changshan's head, making it hard for them to breathe. The two men looked at each other and shook their heads while gritting their teeth. Then, the two men stood up and walked towards Jiang Zhenhai. Mayor, we're sorry. The two men's yuan energy was vibrating. In order to survive, they had to give it their all. Go to hell. Zhou Beijun was the first one who couldn't take it anymore. He and the fat and skinny old man both turned into a gust of wind and dashed out, launching their strongest attacks. Bam bam, the two of them were already feeling guilty, so how could they be a match for Zhou Beijun and the other two who were enraged? They were sent flying and landed not far away. Humph. Li Sanyu snorted coldly, and a wave of qi burst out from his body, forcing Zhou Beijun and the other two to step back. The fat and skinny old man's cultivation was slightly weaker, and they were bleeding from the corner of their mouths. The gap between them and Li Sanyu was too big. A few qi-high warriors dare to fight back? Li Sanyu had a condescending look. Patriarchally, don't waste your breath on them. Just kill them and drag out that brat Jiang Chen. Morong Tian said viciously. Alright, kill them all and turn the city lord's mansion into ashes. Leave no one alive. Li Sanyu gave the order to Ling Ling. He was a very cruel man. Bang bang, as soon as Li Shanyu's voice faded, everyone from the Li family unleashed their auras. The surging energy was like a violent storm. How dare you? Right at this moment, something strange happened. A deep voice came from inside the Jiang family. The voice was like thunder, rolling in the air. It was just one sentence, but it almost shocked everyone. Bang bang, after that, a loud explosion was heard. Everyone could see that one of the houses in the Jiang family's courtyard was blown apart by a strong force. An invisible pressure spread out from the sky. After that, a crackling sound could be heard in the air. A red flame suddenly rose up from the ground. The flame was like a dragon, forming a sea of fire in the sky. There was an invisible wave of qi in the sea of fire, stirring up a deep whirlpool. Whoosh whoosh, a powerful soul pressure spread out and covered the entire city lord's mansion. What a powerful soul pressure, even my soul is trembling. This is a soul pressure that only a heavenly core warrior can possess. Li Sanyu's expression changed dramatically. Soul energy and fire combined, this is a nearly perfect way to control fire. There must be a powerful alchemist hiding here. A heavenly core soul pressure, there's a heavenly core warrior here. The other two mortal core warriors stared at the flames in the sky with terrified expressions. They could clearly feel the powerful soul energy coming from the sea of fire. The invisible pressure was from at least a heavenly core warrior. The men from the Jiang family were shocked as well. They looked at the sea of fire above them, and their expressions changed. That's Jenner's place. Jiang Zhenhai's mouth was wide open. What a powerful soul pressure. Since when did young master hide such a powerful warrior in his room? Zhou Beijun murmured to himself. I'm meditating here, and you dare to disturb me? Die. The deep voice sounded out once again. This time, it was a voice made by soul energy, and it could shock anyone who heard it. I didn't know there was a powerful warrior here, please forgive me if I offended you. I'm Li Sanyu, the chief of the Li family from Red City. I sincerely hope that you can come to the Li family to meditate, and I'll definitely prepare the best conditions for you. This small fragrant sky city is too low for you, senior. Li Sanyu retracted his energy, cupped his fist towards the sky, and said respectfully. He didn't dare mess around with a heavenly core warrior. Get lost. The sea of fire was boiling, and a loud shout sounded out. The expressions of all the men from the Li family changed, and they kept quiet out of fear. They weren't afraid of the pressure, but they were afraid of the anger of a heavenly core warrior. I'll give you 3 breaths, or else, I'll burn you all into ashes. The deep voice sounded out once again. The sea of fire in the sky let out a loud rumbling sound, and it expanded once again. At the same time, a huge sword formed from flames was pointed towards Li Sanyu. Li Sanyu felt a chill in his heart. Although he was a late mortal core warrior, he was still no match for a heavenly core warrior. Besides, he didn't know anything about this man, but but his opponent's amazing control of fire and powerful soul pressure had scared him. "Chief, what should we do now?" another mortal core warrior asked with a pale face. "There's a heavenly core warrior guarding the Jiang family. If we anger him, we'll all die here. Let's leave this place first, and we'll think of a way to get revenge in the future," Li Shanyu said. Although he didn't want to give up, under the current situation, he wouldn't dare to make a move even if he was given 10 times more courage. That flaming sword was already pointed at him. Who knew if it would shoot towards him in the next moment? "Get lost." The voice was like thunder, and the pressure was getting stronger. The flaming sword was shaking, and it looked like it was going to attack at any moment. Li Sanyu took a deep breath. He didn't dare hesitate any longer. He glared at Jiang Zhenhai, turned around and walked towards the door. "Let's go." "Wait." The voice sounded out again, "Leave the Mu Rong family's men here." Morong Tian's face immediately turned pale when he heard this. He looked at Li Sanyu with a pleading expression. The hidden heavenly core warrior of the Jiang family had really scared him. Even Li Sanyu was about to be defeated, and if he left Morong Tian here, he would definitely die. "Morong Tian, you stay," Li Sanyu said casually. He didn't look at Morong Tian again, and he left with all the men from the Li family. Morong Tian was useless to him, and he didn't want to offend a heavenly core warrior just because of him. "Chief Li, what about us?" Yang Xiao and Chang Shan stood up from the ground and ran towards the door, but they were stopped by Zhou Beizhen and the fat old man. The rest of the warriors also rushed out and captured Morong Tian. Li Shanyu left with the people of the Li family. The sea of fire and the soul pressure in the sky also retreated like the tide. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Everyone in the mayor's mansion was stunned. Many of them secretly broke out in a cold sweat. Just now, they had really taken a trip to the gates of hell. At that moment, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Who would have thought that there was such a powerful man hiding in the mayor's palace? With just one shout, he had forced Li Shanyu to retreat. The ups and downs of life came too quickly. It was a little exciting. "Brother Zhou, suppress them for now," Jiang Zhenhai said to Zhou Beizhen. After that, he strode towards Jiang Chen's courtyard. Jiang Zhenhai pushed open the door of the courtyard. The courtyard was filled with broken tiles, and when he looked at Jiang Chen's room, there was a huge hole in it. It looked like the heavenly core warrior was hiding in the room. Jiang Zhenhai walked to Jiang Chen's room, and when he saw the door was closed, he raised his hand and was about to knock on the door, but he stopped himself. If there really was a heavenly core warrior in the room, then it would be reckless of him to just barge in like this. After that, Jiang Zhenhai turned around and left. He believed that when Jiang Chen came out, he would give him an explanation. Right now, in the room, Jiang Chen was lying on the bed with a pale face. He had completely fainted, and there was a puddle of blood on the bed. It looked like he had just vomited it. A hidden heavenly core warrior? Of course not, there was only one Jiang Chen in the room. Just now, Jiang Chen had used the great soul derivation skill to increase his soul to the next level in a short period of time. It had temporarily reached the level of a heavenly core warrior, and it had created a powerful pressure. Combined with the flaming tiger's flames, it had created a powerful energy field that had shocked Li Sanyu. It had made everyone think that there was a heavenly core warrior hiding here, and that made Li Sanyu afraid to attack. Perhaps only Jiang Chen, the greatest saint in the world, could do something like this. Only a powerful skill like the great soul derivation skill would be able to increase the pressure of one's soul in a short period of time. However, Jiang Chen had to pay a huge price for doing this. The soul was the weakest part of a human being, but it was also the most important part. The soul was the source of everything, and once it was damaged, it would be extremely difficult to recover. The Li family had come here in an imposing manner, but they had left with their tails between their legs. This had shocked everyone in Fragrant Sky City. This was an unexpected ending. They had thought that there would be chaos, but in the end, nothing had happened. The Li family actually left? It seems like there is a heavenly core warrior hidden in the Jiang family. Heavens, a heavenly core warrior. What a powerful existence. I never expected the Jiang family to have such a powerful warrior protecting them. No wonder even the Li family retreated. It's good that they have left. As long as the Jiang family is still standing, Fragrant Sky City will not be in chaos. I hope the Li family won't come here again. The news spread quickly. Many people had witnessed the Li family leaving, so it wasn't hard for them to know that there was a heavenly core warrior hidden in the Jiang family. Besides, many people who were close to the mayor's mansion could feel the pressure on their souls. Xianxia fainted for almost an hour before he woke up. He felt his head was dizzy, and his body felt weak. Xianxia didn't get up. He immediately started circulating the Great Soul Derivation skill. After a few minutes, the headache started to subside, and he slowly sat up from his bed. He swallowed a human elixir and sat down with his legs crossed. He started circulating the Dragon Transformation skill and Great Soul Derivation skill at the same time, and started recovering. Outside of Jiangchen's courtyard, Jiang Zhenhai, Zhou Beizhen and the other Qi Hai warriors were walking back and forth. They were waiting for Jiangchen to come out, and at the same time, they wanted to see the heavenly core warrior. They waited for an entire day. Even when the sun had set and it was evening, Jiangchen still hadn't come out. Inside his room, Jiangchen suddenly opened his eyes. His hair was moving without any wind. Although his face was still pale, his condition was much better than before. The Dragon Transformation skill is indeed a powerful skill. It is full of energy and has a strong recovery ability. Too bad, the injury to my soul isn't something that can be healed so easily. Jiangchen took a deep breath. His other injuries could be healed easily, but the injury to his soul was no joke. Right now, Jiangchen's soul was in a weakened state. The backlash from the Great Soul Derivation skill was really terrifying. With my soul in such a state, it seems that I won't be able to concoct pills in the near future. I have to find a way to recover my soul as soon as possible. Jiangchen thought to himself. A person's soul was their source. If their source was damaged, the impact would be too great. Alchemy wouldn't be the only thing that would be affected. If their soul was weakened, it would cause them to be unable to concentrate. Their bodily functions would also gradually become sluggish, ultimately causing their cultivation to stagnate. Although Jiangchen's soul was constantly tempered by the Great Soul Derivation technique, the damage he had suffered this time was too severe. It would be very difficult to recover just by relying on the Great Soul Derivation technique. Right now, what he needed the most were spirit herbs and spirit essences that could nourish his soul. However, the heavenly treasures and elixirs were extremely precious. Not to mention, the rarest heavenly treasures could nourish the soul. So, it was simply impossible for a small city like Tianxiang City to have them. Looks like I need to make a trip to Red City. First, I need to look for spirit herbs that can heal my soul, and second, I need to pay attention to the Li family's movements. Jiangchen had decided on his next goal. He had to go to Red City. He had killed Li Changhong, and with Li Sanyu's personality, he wouldn't let it go easily. When he returned to Red City, he would definitely keep checking on the Jiang family's situation. Once he found out that the Heavenly Core Warrior was just a cover, the Jiang family would face a real disaster. Jiangchen wasn't a man who liked to be passive. He liked the feeling of having everything under his control. He stood up and pushed open the door. Jiangchen walked out from his room. "Dad, Uncle Zhou, why are you all gathered here?" Jiangchen asked even though he already knew the answer. When they saw Jiangchen come out, everyone's eyes lit up. Many of them had embarrassed expressions on their faces. They had wrongly accused Jiangchen. They thought Jiangchen was hiding in his room because he was afraid. But now, it was because he was with a Heavenly Core Warrior. Their young master's confidence wasn't just for show. With a Heavenly Core Warrior as his trump card, he was confident and not afraid of the Li family. "Chen when did a Heavenly Core Warrior come to our family?" Jiang Zhenhai asked impatiently. "Young master, when did you become friends with a Heavenly Core Warrior? Even we didn't know about it." Zhou Beizhen said. "Dad, Uncle Zhou, this Heavenly Core Warrior has a weird personality. He likes peace and quiet, and he doesn't like to be disturbed. That's why I didn't tell you about it." Jiangchen said casually. "I see." Everyone finally understood. They didn't doubt what Jiangchen said. A real powerful warrior would have a temper, and it was normal for him to have a weird personality. All powerful warriors liked peace and quiet. That's right, that must be it. Chen this powerful warrior has saved the lives of many people in our Jiang family. I want to meet this powerful warrior and thank him in person. Jiang Zhenhai said. Father, I've already said that this expert doesn't want to see anyone. In the entire city lord's mansion, he's only willing to see me. If I bring anyone else to see him, I'm afraid that this expert will get angry and just leave. Jiangchen spread his hands. Hearing that the powerful warrior was going to leave, everyone panicked. Alright, I won't see him then. But, Chen you have to thank this powerful warrior. If there's anything he needs, just let me know. The Jiang family will try our best to satisfy him. Jiang Zhenhai quickly said. Now that they had completely broken off their relationship with the Li family, the Jiang family was relying on this heavenly core warrior. If this powerful warrior left, and the Li family came again, the Jiang family would have no choice but to wait for their death. Don't worry, Dad. Oh right, where's Morong Tian? Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. Morong Tian was the only survivor of the Morong family, and he was a Qihai warrior. He was a big threat, and he had to be killed. If someone like him escaped and attacked the Jiang family, it would be a huge loss for the Jiang family. This was also the reason why Jiang Chen asked Li Sanyu to keep Morong Tian here. He would never leave any loose ends. He's locked up, along with those two bastards, Yang Xiao and Chang Shan. Zhou Beijun said. Go, bring them here. Jiang Chen said. Zhou Beijun and the fat and skinny old men responded and left. Not long after, Zhou Beijun and the other two old men brought Morong Tian and the other two over. Their faces were covered in blood, and their qi and blood were messy. Obviously, they had been beaten up a lot. Jiang Chen, you little bastard. You destroyed the Morong family. I won't let you go even if I turn into a ghost. Morong Tian roared when he saw Jiang Chen. Shut up. Zhou Beijun slapped him across the face. Jiang Chen's expression turned cold. He stretched out two fingers, and a bright red flame shot out from his fingertips. It looked like a longsword, and he swung it toward Morong Tian with lightning speed. The flame cut through Morong Tian's neck, causing blood to spray out like a fountain. Morong Tian's voice came to an abrupt stop, and his body slowly fell to the ground. Although everyone on the scene had witnessed Jiang Chen's abilities before, they still couldn't help but feel terrified when they saw him kill Morong Tian so easily. Winner takes all. That's the rule. Jiang Chen said Leng Leng. He did not look at Morong Tian's body again, but instead, he looked at Yang Xiao and Chang Shan. Plop, with just one look, the two of them knelt on the ground. Jiang Chen's power had completely shocked them. Young master, please spare our lives. We only did this because we couldn't think straight. Young master, please spare our lives. I, Chang Shan, am willing to serve you for the rest of my life. The two of them kept kowtowing. For people like them who were afraid of death, this young man in front of them was like the god of death. With slaves like you, I can't even sleep well. Jiang Chen had a disgusted expression on his face. The reason why he didn't unleash his soul pressure earlier was because he wanted to see how loyal these people were. Jiang Chen was using Li Sanyu to cleanse the Jiang family. Fragrant Sky City was just a small city. For the Jiang family, a Qihai warrior was very important. That's why he had to ensure the loyalty of these Qihai warriors. Kill them, disgusting. The skinny old man said in a vicious manner. Right at this moment, Yang Xiao and Chang Shan felt like crying. They really wanted to slap themselves to death. Their current situation was just like the saying, if you don't seek death, you won't die. Both of them were filled with regret. If they knew that there was a heavenly core warrior hiding in the Jiang family, they wouldn't have betrayed the Jiang family at the last minute. But now, they couldn't save their own lives, and the man who had made up his mind to die was still standing right in front of them. Sigh, Jiang Zhenhai sighed. His face was filled with regret and pain. These two men had been with him for a long time, and Jiang Zhenhai had always treated them like his brothers. For a man, the most painful thing was to be betrayed and hurt by his brothers. Jiang Zhenhai shook his head. He didn't look at these two men again, he turned around and left. His back looked lonely. Young master, what should we do with these two men? Zhou Beijing looked at Jiang Chen. Kill them. After saying these 3 words, Jiang Chen turned around and followed Jiang Zhenhai's footsteps. 2 screams came from behind them. Late at night, the moon was hanging high in the sky. On the rooftop of the Jiang family's courtyard, 2 men stood side by side. Both of them were looking at the full moon in the sky without saying a word. These 2 men were Jiang Chen and his father. For Jiang Zhenhai, too many things had happened during this period of time, especially the past 2 days. He felt like he was in a dream. He had never thought that he would experience such an exciting period in his life. When a man chooses to betray his family, he has to be prepared for the consequences. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. I know. Jiang Zhenhai smiled. What happened today was a big blow to him. Dad, I need to leave for a while. Jiang Chen changed the topic. Leave? Jiang Zhenhai was shocked at first. He then looked at Jiang Chen and asked, Chen, where are you going? Dad, don't worry. I'm only going to leave for a while. With my abilities, are you still worried? Jiang Chen smiled. That's true. You've grown up. Your temperament is not as good as mine, and your strength has also surpassed mine. I know that this small fragrant sky city can't hold you back. It's good that you want to go out and gain some experience. Jiang Zhenhai said with a gratified expression on his face. With Jiang Chen's strength, he had nothing to worry about if he wanted to go out and train. Through the changes that had happened recently, Jiang Zhenhai had realized that the person who could make his son suffer was not even born yet. That night, Jiang Chen left the mayor's mansion and started his journey to Red City alone. Jiang Chen had changed into a clean, spotless white robe. His hair was tied into a bun, with 2 strands of black hair hanging down from each side. A golden ribbon was tied around his waist, and he was holding a white paper fan in his hand. His face was delicate and handsome, and he was dressed like a young master from a wealthy family. The distance between fragrant Sky City and Red City was thousands of miles. Apart from the mountains, there was also a city in between. This city was called Grand Sky City, and it was about the same size as Fragrant Sky City. There were Chi-Hai warriors guarding it, but compared to Red City, Grand Sky City was much weaker. The sun was rising from the east, and soon the land was lit up. Jiang Chen walked for a day and 2 nights before arriving at Grand Sky City. If he wanted to go to Red City, he had to pass through Grand Sky City. If he chose to take a detour, not only would the mountain road be bumpy, there would also be demon beasts lurking around, which would delay his journey. Therefore, Jiang Chen decided to enter Grand Sky City first, and then go through it to reach Red City. Jiang Chen entered Grand Sky City, but he did not look around. He was not interested in a city that was about the same size as Fragrant Sky City, and he knew that he would not be able to find what he was looking for here. Therefore, Jiang Chen decided to go straight through Grand Sky City and go straight to the city. On the other side of Grand Sky City, near the city gate, there was a huge square. There would be a lot of people here every day, especially in the morning. Today, there were a lot of people, and they were all attracted by the square. The Mercenary Square. At the edge of the square, there was a huge rock that was about 3 meters tall. There were 4 big red words written on it. Groups of people were standing in different places on the square, and there were different kinds of carriages. Some of the carriages were very well disguised, and no one could tell what was inside. Brother, what is this mercenary square for? Jiang Chen stopped a man and asked. This man looked like he was in his 30s, and he had a strong body. He was shirtless, and he was at the 9th level of the Qi realm. Fuck, you don't even know what the mercenary square is? Are you trying to make fun of me? Go away. The man waved his hand and said disdainfully. F***CKU. What's going on? Jiang Chen glared at him. This was the first time he came to Tianhui City, so it was understandable that he didn't know. You, and you, 3 human elixir pills each. Alright, we have enough people. Let's go. Not far away, a luxuriously dressed old man picked 3 people and pulled a huge carriage out of the plaza. Those who were picked were all in high spirits and followed the group. Those who weren't picked couldn't help but sigh. However, this situation was obviously very normal, and no one was upset. These people immediately looked for other targets. After asking around, Xianxia finally understood that this mercenary square was a place for mercenaries to trade. Since Tianhui City and Red City were neighbors, it was a place where caravans going to and from Red City had to pass through. Therefore, the mercenaries here were very popular. Some caravans would spend money to hire mercenaries in Tianhui City and deliver their goods safely to Red City in case of any problems along the way. The more valuable the goods, the stronger the mercenaries. Although Tianxiang City was about the same size as Tianhui City, it didn't have the same terrain as Tianhui City. Therefore, the mercenaries here weren't very popular. Plus, the original Xianxia was a spoiled brat who only knew how to eat, drink, and have fun. He never cared about the mayor's estate, so he didn't know anything. Looking around, the mercenary business in the square was booming. Many caravans were carefully selecting strong and capable mercenaries. There was only one caravan that was extremely quiet. Xianxia looked over and saw that there were only 7 people in the caravan. Behind them was a simple carriage, but these 7 people were all very strong, especially the old man in the front. He had a serious expression on his face, and his chi was very strong. He was a late Chi-Hai warrior. Although he was not as strong as Jianzhen Hai and Mu Rongzhan who were at the peak of the Chi-Hai realm, he was still very strong. The other 6 people were also Chi-Hai warriors. Most of the other caravans were Chi-Hai warriors. These 7 Chi-Hai warriors standing together was very eye-catching. Look, that caravan has been waiting here for 2 days, and they still haven't left. Shoo! Don't talk, that's the caravan from Red City's Misty Rain Tower. Do you see that old man? He is a late Chi-Hai warrior from the Yan family. I don't know what they are transporting this time, but I heard that they need 8 Chi-Hai warriors before they leave. They are still missing one. It's not that easy to find a Chi-Hai warrior. In my opinion, even if they wait another day, they might not be able to find one. Many people were discussing. Brother, is the Misty Rain Tower very powerful? Jiangchen asked. The man rolled his eyes at Jiangchen and said, Little brother, you look like a talented man. Why are you asking such a stupid question? Everyone knows about the 2 most powerful families in Red City. One is the Misty Rain Tower, and the other is the Li family. When he heard about the Li family, Jiangchen's eyes lit up. He then walked towards the caravan from the Misty Rain Tower. They were both powerful families in Red City, and the relationship between the Misty Rain Tower and the Li family was similar to the relationship between the mayor's mansion and the Mu Rong family. Jiangchen had offended the Li family, but the Misty Rain Tower was a good friend. Of course, this was not the main point. The reason Jiangchen wanted to contact the Misty Rain Tower was not to deal with the Li family, but for himself. The purpose of his trip to Red City was to find the medicine and spiritual items that could heal his soul. The Misty Rain Tower was one of the most powerful families in Red City, so it was his target. Seeing a young man walking towards them, a muscular man couldn't help but ask, Little brother, are you here to join the mercenary army? That's right. Jiangchen smiled. Haha, little brat, you look so fair and clean, you are not suitable to be a mercenary. You should go home and drink your mother's milk. A bearded middle-aged man teased. The others also laughed at Jiangchen. They could tell that he was at most 15 or 16 years old. Rich kids like him were usually cowards. On the other hand, the late Chi-Hai warrior kept looking at Jiangchen. His instincts told him that this young man in front of him was not simple. That calm demeanor was not something that a normal young man would have, and it was not faked either. This is the Misty Rain Tower's caravan. They don't look at age, only strength. Are you at the Chi-Hai realm? The old man asked. Boom, an aura suddenly burst out from Jiangchen's body. It was the aura of a Chi-Hai warrior. Once this aura was released, the mercenaries stopped laughing and looked at Jiangchen in disbelief. The others also noticed this. When they saw that the Chi-Hai warrior was a young man in white, they were all shocked, especially the ones who had mocked Jiangchen earlier. Damn it, where did this little brat come from? How could he reach the Chi-Hai realm at such a young age? I just mocked a genius at the Chi-Hai realm. Seeing that Jiangchen really was at the Chi-Hai realm, the old man was startled for a moment. Then, his eyes lit up, and his expression softened. My name is Yan Meng, may I know your name? The old man told Jiangchen his name. He might not care about a Qihai warrior, but a 15 or 16-year-old Qihai warrior was a different story. This kind of person would be a rare genius even in the Yan family. Xianxia. Xianxia smiled. All right, little brother Xianxia, this time we will be escorting you to the Misty Rain Tower in Red City. The mercenary fee is 20 human elixir, are you willing to accept it? Yan Meng asked. Brother Xianxia, hurry up and accept it. If you accept it, we can leave immediately. I have been waiting here for almost 2 days. The man who had mocked Xianxia's protector hurriedly said. I accept. Of course, Xianxia accepted the offer. He didn't really care about 20 mortal restoration pills, since he was going to Red City anyway. However, he didn't know anything about Red City, and following the Misty Rain Tower's merchant group would help him learn more about Red City. Alright, let's go. Yan Meng said in a deep voice. The caravan of 8 people walked out of the square with a carriage in the front and back, heading towards the outskirts of Sky City. Old Yan, what kind of treasure are we escorting this time? Why do we need so many Qihai warriors? On the way, the man who mocked Xianxia before asked. His name was Wang Ting, and he was a straightforward man. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The old man next to Yan Meng stared at Wang Ting and continued on their way. In this caravan of 8 people, besides Yan Meng, there were 2 other old men from the Yan family. One of them was at the mid-Qihai realm, and the other was at the early Qihai realm. Wang Ting was not angry at being scolded. He just smiled and looked at Xianxia. Brother Xianxia, you have reached this level of cultivation at such a young age. Looking at your clothes, you must be a young master from a big family. Why are you following us rough mercenaries? Wang Ting asked. The others also looked at him. Even Yan Meng was interested. Everyone wanted to know the answer to this question. My dad told me that young people need to experience more. Xianxia laughed. Yan Meng turned his head and smiled at Xianxia. Your dad is a reasonable man. Young masters like you are like flowers in a greenhouse. No matter how talented you are, you don't have any practical experience. You should come out and experience more. Oh right, is brother Xianxia also from Sky City? Fragrant Sky City. I'm going to Red City too. It's on the way. Xianxia said. Fragrant Sky City? I heard that something big happened in Fragrant Sky City. It seems like the young master of the Li family was killed. Yesterday, the Li family rushed through Sky City. Wang Ting said with great interest. Really? I've been out for a few days. I really don't know. Xianxia replied with a smile. It looked like everything that had happened in the Fragrant Sky City would soon be known by all 28 cities in this region, and his name would soon be known by many people. The caravan was talking and laughing. The atmosphere was relaxed. Because they were not traveling fast, they only arrived at the outskirts of Red City in the evening. There were many bandits along the way from Sky City to Red City. There were also a few demonic beasts. However, the caravan was made up of Qihai warriors. None of the bandits dared to attack them. The bandits were not stupid. Attacking these people was the same as seeking death. Haha, after climbing over this mountain, we will reach the Red City. Once we reach the Red City, it will be the Misty Rain Tower's territory. Who would dare to cause trouble for the Misty Rain Tower? This mission was not bad, I easily earned 20 mortal restoration pills. Wang Ting's face was filled with joy. The other mercenaries also looked relaxed, as if they had already completed their mission. The few mercenaries were only thinking about the human elixir, and did not notice Yan Meng's expression. Xianxia had sharp senses, and he had already opened his mind. He noticed that Yan Meng's expression was getting more and more nervous. Even the other 2 men from the Yan family were panicking. It's not that simple. Xianxia laughed inwardly. Yan Meng was not an idiot. If it wasn't for an extremely important mission, he wouldn't have spent so much money to hire so many Qihai mercenaries, and he even had to gather 8 people. Also, Xianxia scanned the carriage with his mind and found that it was empty. There was nothing inside. This carriage was just a cover. Everyone, stay alert. Yan Meng reminded them, but the mercenaries still did not seem to care. Brother Wang, can I ask you a question? What is the relationship between the Misty Rain Tower and the Li family? Xianxia asked in a low voice. Do you even need to ask? Two tigers cannot live on the same mountain, and the two families are enemies. It's either you die or I die. Wang Ting said. Do you know what kind of treasure is inside this carriage? Xianxia looked at the carriage and lowered his voice even more. I don't know. This old man won't tell us, and we can't ask. This is the rule of us mercenaries. But, I guess it must be related to the Yan family's daughter. Wang Ting said. The Yan family's daughter? Xianxia was shocked. Brother Xianxia, this is your first time in Red City, so you probably don't know this. The Yan family's patriarch only has one daughter, and she is the apple of the Yan family's eye. However, she was born with a weak and sickly body. The Yan family had consulted many famous doctors, and even invited many great alchemists, but none of them could cure her. In the end, they concluded that she would not live past 15 years old. Now, she is already 14 years old. So, I am guessing that the treasure in here has something to do with curing her illness. Wang Ting muttered. That's a pity. Brother, do you know what illness this young lady has? Xianxia asked curiously. I don't know about that. I heard that every time this young lady gets sick, she would feel cold all over and hover between life and death. It's really pitiful. She's only 14. Wang Ting sighed and shook his head, looking like he was very caring. Let's go. Yan Meng looked at the mountains in front of him that were about to fall into darkness and shouted coldly. Caw-caw, the carriage made a clicking sound, and the caravan set off again. After traveling for about 7 or 8 miles, the sky had completely darkened. At this moment, Xianxia could clearly feel that Yan Meng and the other two were getting more nervous, even their breathing was getting faster. At this moment, Xianxia used his divine sense and discovered that there were more than 10 people hiding in front of him. They all had a strong killing intent. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the dim moon. A smile appeared on his face. It was a dark and windy night. It seemed like it was going to be another bloody night. Haha, Yan Meng, we've been waiting for you for a long time. A loud laugh suddenly came from the mountain in front of them. Then, a group of men in black rushed out with killing intent, completely blocking the way of Yan Meng and the others. Xianxia scanned the area with his divine sense. There were 11 of them, all of them were Qi-Hai warriors. 2 were late Qi-Hai warriors, 4 were mid Qi-Hai warriors, and the rest were early Qi-Hai warriors. Whether it was their cultivation or their numbers, they had completely suppressed the Misty Rain Tower's caravan. Yan Meng's expression changed. He thought to himself that they were still here. They thought they would be safe after crossing this mountain, but they were still in danger. Li Long, your Li family has really put in a lot of effort. Yan Meng sneered. Wang Ting and the other men's expressions changed as well. They were no longer as relaxed as before. Looking at the situation, they started cursing in their minds. They thought they could easily complete this mission, but in the blink of an eye, it had become extremely dangerous. These men in front of them were definitely from the Li family. Yan Meng, hand over the Puryang fruit. Li Long's face was filled with killing intent. Don't even think about it. The Puryang fruit is to save our young lady's life. I won't give it to you even if I have to risk my life. Yan Meng said. Xianxia finally understood. So Yan Meng was here to escort the Puryang fruit. The Puryang fruit was indeed a rare natural treasure. Some of the older Puryang fruits had unimaginable benefits, even for divine core warriors. Then leave your life here. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Li Long gave the order viciously. Xianxia wasn't an idiot, he could immediately tell what was going on. The reason why the Li family wanted to stop the Puryang fruit was not because of its value, but because they wanted to make the young lady of the Yan family incurable. This young lady was the apple of the Yan family's eyes, and if she died, the Yan family would definitely be heartbroken. Once the Yan family was in a mess, the Li family would be the most powerful force. Besides, if there was a chance to kill a warrior from the Misty Rain Tower, the Li family wouldn't let it go. Swoosh, all the men from the Li family took out their weapons and surrounded the caravan. Judging from their actions, they didn't seem to want to leave anyone alive. Mother Kerr, I'm so unlucky to have gotten involved in such a thing today. Wang Ting cursed as he took out a huge blade. The rest of the men were nervous as well. As mercenaries, they knew their responsibilities, and they knew their situation. The enemy would never let them go, and if they wanted to live, they had to fight back. Brother Jiangchen, if you have the chance, run away. You're still young, and this is the first time you've come out for training. There's no need to risk your life here. Wang Ting said to Jiangchen. Jiangchen's lips curled upwards. This Wang Ting was a nice guy, he was still thinking about his own safety. Just because of this, Jiangchen could guarantee Wang Ting's safety today. Besides, the enemy was from the Li family. Kill! Li Long shouted. He and another late Qi warrior charged towards Yan Meng from the left and right, not giving him any chance to escape. At the same time, the rest of the men unleashed their Yuan energy and attacked the mercenaries. Bang, a fierce battle started in an instant. Nearly 20 Qi warriors were fighting each other, and their energy was so strong that many of the rocks around them were shattered. Ah! It was only the beginning of the fight, but some of the mercenaries had already been injured, with a long cut on their arms. Yan Meng was surrounded by 2 late Qi warriors, and he could only defend himself. He had no chance to fight back. You're just a kid, and you dare to be a mercenary? Die. A man in black held a long sword and slashed towards Jiangchen's head. The sword was shining brightly, and it looked like it was going to cut Jiangchen in half. Jiangchen shook his head and stood there without moving. When the opponent's sword was about to reach his head, Jiangchen pointed out his finger and unleashed a bright beam. With a poochie sound, the black-clothed man's palm was cut off from his wrist, causing blood to spurt out like a fountain. The long sword fell into the air, and Jiangchen grabbed it by the hilt. With a backhand swing, he left a deep wound on the neck of the man in black. The whole process was done in one go, and it was extremely fast. The man in black did not even have the chance to scream before he died. Yan Meng and the others were fighting their own battles, and they were all in danger. None of them noticed what was happening over here. Poochie, Wang Ting was attacked by 2 people at the same time, and his chest was cut open. Blood flowed out from the wound. CKU. I'm going to kill you. A hot-tempered person naturally had a fiery temper. It was common for mercenaries to get injured. They were all hot-blooded men. Once they stepped onto the path of mercenaries, they had already handed over their lives. They knew that this day would come sooner or later. Wang Ting's eyes were bloodshot, and it looked like he was going to kill them all. Wang Ting's sword blocked one of the attacks, but the other's attack had arrived. He was being attacked by 2 people at the same time, and there was no way he could block the other's attack. Seeing that he was going to die, Wang Ting's heart was filled with despair. Poochie, at this moment, a long sword pierced through the other man's body, and the tip of the sword came out from his back. The man in black's movement also stopped in the air, and he could no longer fall down. The cold long sword was pulled out from his back, and Jiangchen's figure fell into Wang Ting's eyes. Brother Jiangchen. Wang Ting was shocked, and his face was filled with disbelief. The other man in black saw that his comrade was attacked from behind, so he immediately ignored Wang Ting and rushed towards Jiangchen. Shua, Jiangchen waved his sword, and the sword was as fast as lightning. The head of the man in black flew up into the air, and blood kept dripping from the head, and his face was filled with fear. Wang Ting was stunned. It was too fast, so fast that he couldn't even see how Jiangchen made his move. This was Jiangchen's sword. There was no special technique, and it was just fast, faster than lightning. This kind of sword was used to kill people. Oh my God! Wang Ting shook his head. He had really made a mistake, and met someone who was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Jiangchen gave Wang Ting a smile, and then carried his sword and rushed towards the others. Poochie, what happened next caused Wang Ting and the mercenaries to be dumbfounded. Their mouths were wide open, and they felt like they had just had an incomparably comical dream. Like a cheetah, Jiangchen kept moving between the black-cloaked men. The sword in his hand was emitting a cold light. Every time he swung his sword, he would kill a man. Every time he swung his sword, he would kill a man. He never swung his sword twice. What was even more terrifying was that the people he killed didn't even have the ability to scream. Jiang Chen's sword directly deprived them of the right to scream. In just a minute, all the people from the Li clan were lying in a pool of blood. Their broken bodies were still squirming, and the scene was horrifying. Silence, deathly silence, the fierce scene suddenly quieted down. Even the three late Qi warriors stopped fighting. Everyone's eyes fell on the young man in white who was standing alone. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Corpses and skulls were everywhere under his feet. It was a terrifying scene. 1 minute, in just 1 minute, the young man had stabbed out 9 times and killed 9 people. One sword strike, no one survived. How did he do it? One of the mercenaries gasped and murmured. Everyone present was at the Qi realm. The young man looked like he was only at the early stage of the Qi realm, but he had such powerful skills. Killing Qi realm warriors was as easy as killing dogs. Even a peak Qi realm warrior could not kill 9 people in a minute. The cruel methods and the cruel sword had completely changed everyone's impression of this seemingly harmless young man. In fact, along the way, no one really took Jiang Chen seriously. They just thought of him as a young master who had come out to gain experience in the outside world. But now, they realized how ignorant they were. Who are you? Li Long's expression finally changed. He looked at Jiang Chen and asked with a trembling voice. A mercenary. Jiang Chen said lightly. Yan Meng looked excited. He saw hope and was secretly glad that he hired Jiang Chen. This is between the Li family and the Misty Rain Tower. I hope you don't get involved. If you leave now, the Li family will not pursue you for killing so many of our people. Li Long said. He did not know why, but this young man gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Brother Jiang Chen, if you help me get through this, I will give you 100 elixir pills. The Misty Rain Tower will owe you a favor. Yan Meng hurriedly said. At this point, even an idiot could tell Jiang Chen's true strength. Although he was young, he was cruel and powerful, and he had become the key person for today's battle. If Jiang Chen turned around and left, even if there were only 2 people left, the Misty Rain Tower would still be in trouble, because both of them were late Qi warriors. Yes, I will take this favor. Jiang Chen nodded. Hearing Jiang Chen agree, Yan Meng was overjoyed. The other 2 people from the Misty Rain Tower and the mercenaries were also overjoyed. In fact, even without the relationship with the Misty Rain Tower, Jiang Chen wouldn't let anyone from the Li family go. Kill him. Li Long said to the other late Qi realm elder with a ferocious face. Alright, let me see just how capable this kid is. The old man's aura shook, the broadsword in his hand drew a shining arc, and with an extremely ferocious aura, he chopped towards Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang Chen, be careful. Yan Meng and Li Long also stood together, not forgetting to remind Jiang Chen. Boom, the old man's saber let out a rumbling sound. This was a powerful saber technique. Its aura was boundless, like a bolt of lightning. Once it attacked, just its aura alone would be able to intimidate the enemy, causing them to tremble in fear. It was obvious that the old man had used all of his strength in this attack. Seeing this, Jiang Chen was not in a hurry, his expression was indifferent. Although this old man was a late Qi warrior, compared to Mu Rongzhan, there was still a huge gap between them. If Jiang Chen could kill Mu Rongzhan, then this old man would definitely be a piece of cake. Although Jiang Chen's soul was injured, his body's combat power was still at its peak. Swoosh, Jiang Chen pointed out his finger like lightning, and a bright light shot out from his finger. It was like a bright light that lit up the night sky, and it collided with the old man's broadsword. Clang, crack, the single sun finger collided with the broadsword, and a metallic sound was heard. Then, the sturdy broadsword broke into pieces, scattering in all directions. Under such a strong impact, the old man took a few steps back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Buzz, without giving the old man a chance to react, Jiang Chen moved again. His body was as fast as a leopard, and the long sword in his hand made a buzzing sound. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the old man. Hiss, the old man gasped. Jiang Chen's sword was only an inch away from his throat. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up, and he felt a chill in his bones. The smell of death instantly enveloped him. He had never thought that a young man could be this terrifying. "No, don't kill me." The old man was scared, and his voice was trembling. Pucci, unfortunately, his begging was useless. Xianxia's sword mercilessly pierced into his throat, cutting off his life. My God, where did this monster come from? Wang Ting was so shocked that he could not shut his mouth. Such a cruel method, killing people like killing chickens. We mercenaries have climbed out of piles of corpses, and we have been through countless life and death situations. But my mentality is definitely not as good as his. I even looked down on him in the mercenary square. I am such an idiot. Everyone was so shocked that they were breathing heavily. Xianxia's performance was too shocking to them. Even a late Qi warrior was easily killed by him. Most importantly, he did it without even blinking his eyes. Haha, Li Long, you have a good plan, but you did not expect me to have such a powerful helper, did you? Yan Meng laughed out loud. Li Long's face turned pale. Today's plan was perfect. If everything went smoothly, Yan Meng would die, and the Puryang fruit would be theirs. The young lady of the Yan family would die for sure. When that happened, the Yan family would fall into chaos and sorrow, and the Li family would have a chance. But he did not expect that someone would appear out of nowhere and change the outcome so easily. Kid, I will remember you. Offending the Li family will not end well for you. Li Long said fiercely, turned around and was about to run. Li Long, where are you going? Yan Meng shouted. Just as he was about to chase after Li Long, a white figure had already passed him and chased after him. Swoosh, the white figure was Xianxia. He was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had blocked Li Long's path. Still want to run? Xianxia sneered. Kid, we, the Li family, have no grudges against you. Why do you want to go against us? Li Long said loudly. Because you are from the Li family, and you deserve to die. Xianxia said casually. After that, Xianxia pointed out his finger. The powerful single solar finger locked onto Li Long and fiercely rushed towards him. No one knew how much power this attack contained. Boom, Li Long couldn't block the solitary sun finger at all. Although he tried his best, he was still sent flying by the golden finger. His back slammed into a rock, causing cracks to appear on the rock. He fell to the ground with a thud, coughing up blood. This is too scary. Everyone was shocked, and they looked at Xianxia in horror. Xianxia unhurriedly took out a human elixir and swallowed it. Using the single solar finger twice in a row had consumed a lot of his energy. Then, under everyone's gaze, Xianxia threw away the long sword in his hand and kicked with his foot. The long sword turned into a beam of light and flew out, piercing through Li Long's head. Only the hilt was left. It was obvious how powerful the attack was. Yan Meng took a deep breath. Looking at Li Long's death, he suddenly had a feeling that Xianxia had some sort of deep hatred towards the Li family. That was why he wanted to kill them all. This young man is brave and ruthless. His expression is cold, and he kills people like flies. I really misjudged him. Yan Meng sighed to himself. He remembered how he said that Xianxia was a flower in a greenhouse, and that he had never seen the world. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. Yan Meng was blind. I didn't know that Brother Xianxia was hiding his strength. If Brother Xianxia didn't help us today, we would have all died here. Yan Meng said with sincerity. Elder Yan, you don't have to be so polite. I took your money to help you. Remember to give me 100 human elixir pills. With a smile on his face, Xianxia took out his paper fan from his chest pocket. He once again looked like a young master, completely different from the murderous demon king he was before. Brother Xianxia, you saved our lives today. We will never be able to repay your kindness. Wang Ting and the others walked up and said to Xianxia with their fists cupped. Everyone felt like they had just escaped from the edge of death. Their gratitude towards Xianxia came from the bottom of their hearts. If it wasn't for Xianxia, they would all have died here. Brother Xianxia, when we get to Red City, I will invite you to the Misty Rain Tower. I will report what happened today to the leader. I believe the leader will be very grateful. Yan Meng said gratefully. Of course, of course. Xianxia didn't refuse. The Misty Rain Tower was his target. Whatever he wanted, they might have it. Let's go. Brothers, when we get to the Misty Rain Tower, it's my treat. Yan Meng said to the mercenaries. The crisis was over, so he was in a good mood. The group relaxed and headed towards Red City. Elder Yan, I heard that the lady of the Yan family has a terminal illness. What is her condition? On the way, Xianxia asked. Sigh, brother Xianxia, you don't know this, but our young lady has always been smart and talented. She reached the 5th level of the Qijing realm when she was 6 years old. She is a genius amongst geniuses, but it's a pity. Yan Meng's face was full of regret when he mentioned the lady. Elder Yan, tell me about her condition. Maybe I can help her. Xianxia said. You can help her? Yan Meng's eyes brightened, then dimmed again. Impossible, there is no way. Our lady will not live past the age of 15. Even the Puryang fruit won't be able to save her. Ever since she was 7 years old, her illness would break out once a year. Every time it breaks out, her whole body would freeze. It would be a bone-chilling cold. Our lady has endured a lot of pain. She almost died every time. Now she is 14 years old, but this illness has broken out 8 times, and each time it gets worse than the last. The Yan family has asked all the famous doctors and alchemists in Red City, but they all concluded that Our Lady will not live past the age of 15. Bone-chilling cold? Breaking out once a year? Xianxia squinted his eyes, as if he had thought of something. I can cure your lady's illness. Xianxia said. What? Brother Xianxia, are you kidding me? Yan Meng exclaimed. But, I need to check on your lady's condition before I can decide. Xianxia's words made Yan Meng widen his eyes. He looked at the young man in front of him excitedly. All he could see from the young man's face was confidence. When he thought about how powerful Xianxia was just now, it was obvious that he was no ordinary man. Besides, Xianxia didn't look like someone who liked to brag, so maybe he really had a way. Elder Yan, brother Xianxia is a miracle. You can't use common sense to judge a miracle. Those masters with false reputations might not be able to do it, but I think brother Xianxia will be able to do it. Wan Ting said. After the previous life and death battle, Yan Meng had already treated them as his own people. Since the Puryang fruit was already exposed, there was no need to hide it anymore. Besides, the Miss illness was not a secret in Red City. Great, this is great. If brother Xianxia can really save our Miss life, the Yan family will never forget this kindness. The head of the family will definitely reward brother Xianxia handsomely. Yan Meng seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope. He knew about the Miss illness very well. The Puryang fruit could only suppress the coldness in her body, but it wouldn't be able to cure her. At most, it could only let the Miss live a little longer. The Miss illness was a strange illness. All the masters in Red City couldn't do anything about it. No one had ever dared to say that they could cure the Miss illness. Therefore, Yan Meng was skeptical about Xianxia's words. He didn't dare to put too much hope in it. After all these years, the Miss illness had taught them that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. However, it was better to have hope than to wait for death. Besides, this young man in front of him was indeed extraordinary. Maybe he had some extraordinary skills. Well said, well said. Xianxia waved the paper fan in his hand with a relaxed look on his face. Of course, he wanted the Yan family's reward. Saving Yan Meng and keeping the Puryang fruit was not enough for Xianxia to demand an exorbitant price. If he could cure this young lady, not only would he have done a good deed, he would also help the Jiang family build a good relationship with the Misty Rain Tower. At that time, whatever he wanted, the Misty Rain Tower would be able to get it for him. The Misty Rain Tower was the biggest merchant in Red City. It dealt with all kinds of businesses, including pill shops. It was the Yan family's only business. Therefore, in Red City, mentioning the Misty Rain Tower was equivalent to mentioning the Yan family. The Misty Rain Tower was the representative of the Yan family. The size of the Red City was far greater than that of the Fragrant Sky City and the Grand Sky City. Standing on the top of a mountain a few miles away, one could see that the Red City occupied an area of 100 miles. Each and every building had a classical feel to it. The entire city was filled with a magnificent atmosphere. Even though it was late at night, the city was still brightly lit. One could feel the hustle and bustle of the city even without being in it. Brother Xianxia, look at the tallest building over there. That's the Misty Rain Tower. Yan Meng pointed at a tall building in the middle of the city. Xianxia followed his finger and looked over. This building was about 30 meters tall, and there were lights shining on every floor. There was a huge pavilion at the top of the building, and a faint light was flickering on top of it. This red city deserves to be called the strongest city among the 28 cities. Just by looking at its atmosphere, it is incomparable to the other cities. Xianxia nodded. These words came from the bottom of his heart. However, he didn't really care about the size of the red city. Compared to those huge cities in the Divine Continent, which could easily cover thousands of miles, this red city was just a small piece of land. Those ancient cities in the Divine Continent were protected by powerful warriors. They gathered the yuan qi of heaven and earth. They were the best places for cultivators to cultivate. How could this red city compare? However, if Xianxia wanted to return to the Divine Continent, he wouldn't be able to do it in a day. With his current cultivation level, it would take him hundreds of years to reach the Divine Continent. Let's go. Let's enter the city. Yan Meng had just survived a crisis, so he was obviously in a good mood. The group abandoned the carriage and sped up towards the red city. The Misty Rain Tower, looking at the Misty Rain Tower from afar was different from up close. Standing in front of the Misty Rain Tower and looking at the magnificent door, one could feel the aura of wealth coming from it. Wang Ting and the others looked around. Even though it wasn't their first time standing here, they were still affected by the atmosphere of the Misty Rain Tower. Yan Xing, bring Wang Ting and the others to the Misty Rain Tower. Treat them well, don't neglect them. Yan Meng said to an old man next to him. Don't worry. Yan Xing nodded. As a member of the Yan family, he naturally wouldn't care about Wang Ting and the other rude mercenaries. But now, it was different. The so-called friends of life and death meant that they had been through life and death together. They had fought side by side and went to the gates of hell together. They had already regarded each other as friends. Even if Yan Meng didn't tell them, Yan Xing would still treat Wang Ting and the others well. Brother Xianxia, let's go to the Yan family and meet the leader. Yan Meng looked at Xianxia. Okay. Xianxia nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. After all, Xianxia didn't want to waste any more time. Let's go. Yan Meng said and walked towards the Misty Rain Tower. Xianxia was startled. Aren't we going to the Yan family directly? Brother Xianxia, you might not know this, but the Misty Rain Tower and the Yan family are neighbors. Behind it is the Yan family's courtyard. Let's put it this way, the Misty Rain Tower is the main entrance of the Yan family. Only distinguished guests can enter the Yan family through the main entrance. Ordinary people have to go through the back door. Yan Meng explained with a smile. Got it, got it. Xianxia suddenly realized that he was a distinguished guest. When they entered the Misty Rain Tower, it was brightly lit. Even at night, the Misty Rain Tower was still open for business. The first floor was just a trading area. Many shops were built there, but not all of these shops belonged to the Yan family. Most of them were rented out, and the Yan family was in charge of collecting the rent. Yan Meng wanted to tell Xianxia about the Misty Rain Tower, but when he saw Xianxia lose interest after a few glances, he didn't say anything. Looking at Xianxia's expression, Yan Meng had a feeling that this young man in front of him didn't like the Misty Rain Tower at all. That was from the bottom of his heart, and it was definitely not an act. That was the look of someone who had seen the world, and it was definitely not an act. This made Yan Meng feel strange. What kind of world could a young man from Fragrant Sky City have seen? The corridor leading to the back door was about a mile long. Yan Meng led Xianxia and Yan Meng through the corridor and arrived at the Yan family's courtyard. The Yan family's courtyard had a different style to it. It was elegant and beautiful. There were fake mountains and ponds, birds were singing, and flowers were fragrant. The designer of this style was obviously someone who knew how to enjoy life. Master Yan, you're back? In front of the door, two guards smiled at Yan Meng. Obviously, Yan Meng had a certain status in the Yan family. After all, Yan Meng was a late Qi Hai warrior, and there was hope for him to break through to the mortal core realm. Yan Meng casually nodded his head and brought Xianxia into the inner part of the Yan family's courtyard. The Yan family's meeting hall was spacious and grand. "Brother Xianxia, you stay here and enjoy some tea, I'll go and call the chief," Yan Meng said with a smile. Xianxia sat down and waved the paper fan in his hand. He didn't seem to want to enjoy the tea. Not long after, Yan Meng returned with 6 other men. Xianxia scanned them with his divine sense and found out that all 6 of them were mortal core warriors. The Yan family's strength really couldn't be underestimated. No wonder they were the strongest in Red City. The man in front looked like he was in his 40s. He was wearing a white robe, and his face was sharp as a knife. His eyebrows were like swords, and his eyes were like stars. He was emitting an imposing aura that could make anyone want to submit to him. This man was the chief of the Yan family, Yan Zhanyun. The other mortal core warriors were all the higher-ups of the Yan family. Since all the mortal core warriors of the Yan family were here, it could be seen how much they valued the young lady. As one of the big families in Red City, the Yan family was a powerful family with many geniuses and Chi-Hai warriors. However, it was late at night, so the Yan family was still very quiet. Besides, this meeting hall wasn't a place that anyone could enter. When Yan Zhanyun and the others arrived, the first person they looked at was Xianxia. When they saw that Xianxia was just a young man with a delicate face, they couldn't help but frown. "Xianxia, little brother, thank you for saving Yan Meng and the others, and protecting the Puryang fruit. The Yan family will definitely reward you handsomely. But, can little brother Xianxia really cure my daughter's illness?" Yan Zhanyun said without beating around the bush. His words were very polite to Xianxia. It didn't matter if Xianxia could cure his daughter or not. Just the fact that Xianxia had saved Yan Meng and the others, and killed all the men from the Li family was enough for him to express his gratitude. Besides, for such a young man to have such strength, he couldn't be underestimated. "Of course," Xianxia said casually. "It's a good thing for a young man to be arrogant. You saved Yan Meng and the others, so you are a friend of the Yan family. But little brother, don't be so arrogant. Even many masters couldn't cure your illness," an old man said. It was obvious that he didn't believe that Xianxia could cure the young lady. "Since you don't believe me, I will take my leave. There's no need to thank me." After saying that, Xianxia stood up and walked towards the door. He left as soon as he said he wanted to, causing everyone present to be stunned. "Little brother, take care." Yan Zhanyun quickly stopped him. The others frowned. If it was any other young man who dared to be so rude in front of them, they would have given him a slap. But after all, he had helped the Yan family. Besides, this young man didn't look like an ordinary young man. "I wonder what method little brother is going to use to cure my daughter?" Yan Zhanyun asked. "I want to see the young lady's illness with my own eyes. You guys didn't even ask her to come out. That means you don't trust me at all. Goodbye." Xianxia pretended to be angry and continued walking towards the door. "Brother Xianxia, please don't be angry." Yan Meng quickly stopped Xianxia. "Brother Xianxia, please don't be angry." "Yan Meng, go get your." Yan Zhanyun quickly smiled apologetically. This was the first time he had to bow down to a young man at the Chi-Hai realm. However, he couldn't see through this young man. Maybe he really had some tricks up his sleeves. So, he decided to give it a try. Not long after, Yan Meng returned. Behind him was a young girl. Xianxia's eyes fell on the girl. Even with his temperament, his eyes couldn't help but brighten up. Beautiful, too beautiful. Purity, this was the original purity, this was the natural beauty of a woman, it was beyond any other kind of beauty. As the greatest saint in the world, Xianxia had seen all kinds of beautiful women. When he was at his peak, even those peerless saintesses would throw themselves into his arms. Xianxia was focused on his cultivation, and he was indifferent towards women. He didn't even bother to look at saintesses. But this 14-year-old girl in front of him made him unable to move his eyes away. This feeling was like an ignorant young man who just had his first awakening of love. In fact, when it came to cultivation, Xianxia was an ancestor, but when it came to love, he was just an ignorant fool. This girl was the young lady of the Yan family, Xianxia. The Misty Rain Tower wasn't called the Misty Rain Tower before, but after Xianxia was born, it was changed to the Misty Rain Tower. This showed how much Yan Zhanyan loved Xianxia. Xianxia raised her head and looked at Jiang Chen. Then, she smiled. Her eyes were pure, and her smile was pure. This was a girl who had transcended the mortal world. But, Xianxia's face was a little pale, and she looked sick. This was because she had been tortured by her illness for a long time, but it didn't affect her beauty. "Hey, kid, where are you looking at?" A mortal core warrior from the Yan family shouted at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression changed. Only now did he notice that he had been absent-minded for a short period of time. What the fuck, your father, was absent-minded? This is the biggest joke in the world. Don't tell me I'm in love? Jiang Chen was speechless. With his mentality, he had long forgotten what it felt like to be absent-minded. But today, he had been absent-minded by a girl. This was really embarrassing. Why are you shouting at me? If I didn't look at the young lady, how would I know about her illness? Jiang Chen stared at the mortal core warrior and spoke in an extremely rude manner. Of course, he was trying to cover up his guilty conscience. You. Fine. If you can't cure you, your father, will definitely teach you a lesson. The mortal core warrior was furious. With his status, no one had ever dared to talk to him like this, let alone a junior. That's enough. Yan Zhanyan scolded, then walked to Yan Qingyu and asked, how are you feeling? Father, don't worry. Yan Qingyu said. Her voice was like a drizzle, very pleasant to the ears. Let me introduce you. This is Brother Jiang Chen. He said he can cure your illness. Yan Zhanyan looked at his daughter with heartache. Dad, forget it. My illness can't be cured. Yan Qingyu shook her head. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Qingyu again. Since everyone here was a mortal core warrior, he didn't use his divine sense. His divine sense was still very weak, and Yan Zhanyan was a late mortal core warrior, so it would be easy for him to notice. However, with Jiang Chen's keen eyesight, he carefully sensed Yan Qingyu's aura, and finally confirmed his thoughts. Miss Yan, let me ask you this. Every time you have an attack, do you feel cold all over, as if there are countless glaciers flowing through your body and freezing your internal organs? Jiang Chen asked. Yan Qingyu's eyes suddenly lit up. She looked at Jiang Chen with her beautiful eyes and her mouth slightly opened. Young Master Jiang is right. My name is Yan Qingyu. Yan Qingyu bowed towards Jiang Chen. Yan Zhanyan and the others had happy expressions on their faces. Jiang Chen was the first person who could tell Yan Qingyu's symptoms and feelings just by looking at her. This made them respect this young man in front of them. Let me ask you again. Every time you have an attack, your body will tremble, your blood will freeze, and you will have difficulty breathing. It's like you're dead, and you can't even feel anything. But you can clearly feel something moving in your body, like a snake piercing through your body. It's even more painful. Jiang Chen said again. That's right, it's like this. Yan Qingyu was even more shocked. Even she herself couldn't describe this feeling. Every time she fainted from the pain, she could feel something like a spirit snake moving inside her body. That feeling was as if something that didn't belong to her had suddenly entered her body and was destroying it. You started having an attack when you were 7 years old, and it happens once every year. The coldness gets stronger and stronger each time. If I'm not wrong, the last time you had an attack, the coldness was like an ice blade, piercing through your body and tearing everything apart. Jiang Chen said again. At this moment, everyone on the scene became excited. The way they looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. Brother Jiang Chen is right. The last time you had an attack, the coldness would leave her body. Even we couldn't get close to her. The coldness was like an ice blade, destroying all the furniture in the house. The house was about to collapse. Yan Zhanyan said excitedly, as if he had seen hope. Yan Meng's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so capable. If Jiang Chen could really cure Yan Qinyu's illness, it would be a great achievement for him. Young Master Jiang, can my illness be cured? Yan Qinyu's eyes revealed a trace of desire. Can it be cured? Xianxia sneered. Innate 9 meridians, ancient 9 body, it was hard to find even one in 10,000 years. This group of idiots was actually thinking of a way to cure it. Xianxia had the urge to curse. Miss Yan, can I check your pulse? Xianxia said. Alright, you sit down. Let Brother Xianxia check your pulse. Yan Zhanyan said hurriedly. This was his hope, and he couldn't let it go. Yan Xianxia nodded. She gracefully walked to a chair and sat down, stretching out her arm. Xianxia sat in front of Yan Xianyu. He stretched out 2 fingers and placed them on Yan Xianyu's wrist. Yan Xianyu's wrist was extremely cold, and her skin was smooth and soft. However, Xianxia wouldn't lose his mind for a second time. Xianxia's divine sense turned into a stream of energy and entered Yan Xianyu's body through his fingers. Sure enough, he found that there were already 8 special meridians in her body. Each of them was like a bridge that ran through her body. However, these 8 meridians were completely covered by a blazing hot aura. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see them. After checking Yan Xianyu's body, Xianxia's expression instantly changed. Bang! Xianxia slammed his palm onto the table. The solid wooden table shattered with a loud bang, turning into a pile of sawdust. Bastard! You are all bastards. Xianxia was furious. Being scolded by Xianxia, Yan Zhanyan and the others didn't get angry. They were anxiously looking at Xianxia, including Yan Xianyu. They didn't know why Xianxia was so angry. Let me ask you, did you give her the fire dragon fruit before? Xianxia scolded. That's right. Yuer's illness last time was too scary. We could only use the fire dragon fruit to suppress the cold energy in her body. Yan Zhanyan said. Everyone's opinion of Xianxia was even higher now. This young man had only checked one of her meridians, but he was actually able to find out that Yan Xianyu had taken the fire dragon fruit. So, you guys are going to continue giving her the pure young fruit to suppress the cold energy in her body. Xianxia was furious. He felt that talking to these idiots was a waste of his intelligence. Yes. Yan Zhanyan replied. He really wanted to use the pure young fruit to suppress the cold energy in Yan Xianyu's body. Stupid, you guys are really stupid. I can tell you that if Yan Xianyu dies, it will be because of you guys. Not only did you guys kill her, you also delayed the birth of a peerless genius. I can't cure this disease, please find someone else. Goodbye. Xianxia was really angry this time. Brother Xianxia, Brother Xianxia. Yan Zhanyan panicked. He hurriedly stopped Xianxia. The others also felt that something was wrong. Even when they were being scolded by Xianxia, they didn't get angry at all. Brother Xianxia, what did we do wrong? We used the fire dragon fruit and the pure young fruit to suppress the cold energy in Yuer's body, is that wrong? This is also the solution that the masters mentioned. An old man at the mid-mortal core realm asked with a puzzled expression. Bullshit solution. Let me tell you now, Yan Xianyu was born with the 9 meridians, an ancient god's body. She is a peerless genius that only appears once every 10,000 years. She is not sick at all. Xianxia said angrily. What? 9 meridians. Everyone was shocked. They had never even heard of the 9 meridians before. Yan Xianyu's sickness every year is actually because she is trying to open up her meridians. Right now, she has already opened up 18 meridians. As long as all 9 meridians are opened up, her god's body will immediately show its true power. But you guys have been using yang attribute things to suppress the meridians. If that's all, I can still help her, but you guys have forced her to eat the fire dragon fruit, which is filled with yang energy, and it has completely suppressed the recovery of her 9th meridian. Even the gods can't save her. Yan Xianyu will definitely not live past 15 years old. If you continue to use the pure young fruit, it will only speed up her death. Xianxia said word by word. He felt that he needed to let these idiots know how wrong they were. Bang! Xianxia's words made Yan Zhanyan feel like he was struck by lightning. His face instantly turned pale, and his body started trembling. So, his daughter wasn't sick at all. If he hadn't tried his best to suppress the meridians, his daughter would have been a genius by now. All of this was his fault. He was the one who had ruined his most important daughter. You bunch of old fools. I'm so angry. I'm leaving now, no need to send me off. After saying that, Xianxia walked out of the hall. Brother Xianxia. Brother Xianxia, don't go. A few mortal core warriors immediately chased after him. They didn't care about being called old fools, because this young man was their young lady's only hope of survival. Brother Xianxia, you know about the 9 meridians, I'm sure you have a way to help my daughter. Please save you. As long as you can save you, I, Yan Zhanyun, will promise you anything. Yan Zhanyun arrived in front of Xianxia and said with a begging tone. The lobby immediately became quiet. Everyone was looking at Xianxia with an anxious expression. They were all mortal core warriors, and they were all men who could make Red City tremble with just a stomp of their feet. But now, all of their hopes were placed on a 15-year-old young man. All of them had lost their arrogance and bearing. All of them were the elders of the Yan family. They had watched Xianxia grow up. She was smart, cute, and pretty like a fairy. She was an angel sent by the heavens to the Yan family. Everyone in the Yan family, from the elders to the juniors like Yan Qinyu, treated Yan Qinyu as their treasure. If Yan Qinyu died, the Yan family would fall into a deep sorrow. When they found out that Yan Qinyu actually had the 9 meridians, everyone in the hall started blaming themselves. Jiang Chen's words were still lingering in their ears. They were all bastards. If Yan Qinyu died, then it would be their fault. They had destroyed the person they loved the most, the genius of the Yan family. If anything happened to Yan Qinyu, no one would forgive them. Everyone would spend the rest of their lives in regret and self-blame. This was not an ending they wanted to see. The young man in front of them was their only hope. Yan Zhanyun had a pleading expression on his face. He was afraid that Xianxia would say no, because besides Xianxia, no one else could save Yan Qinyu. A sigh came from the hall. Yan Qinyu slowly stood up from her seat. She walked over the scattered wood chips on the floor and arrived next to Xianxia. Young Master Jiang, now that you know the real cause of my illness, you can die without regrets. Young Master Jiang and you have never met before, so you don't have to worry too much about you Yan Qinyu lowered her head and said with an indifferent tone. She was like a person who was about to die and was leaving her last will. She said it in an indifferent tone, but Xianxia could clearly see a trace of loneliness in her eyes. Maybe Yan Qinyu really wasn't afraid of death. After all these years of being tortured by the cold, she had prepared herself for death. However, being unafraid of death didn't mean that one wanted to die. No one wanted to die, especially for those who were still in the prime of their youth. What happened to Yan Qinyu made her feel helpless. Yan Qinyu didn't blame her father, nor did she blame her elders, because she knew that they were doing this for her own good, even though they had restrained the growth of her 9 meridians. Young Master Jiang, no matter what, thanks you. Yan Qinyu raised her head and looked at Xianxia. Clear and delicate, what a heart-wrenching look. It was a look of despair, but it was also filled with unwillingness and struggle. This gaze was like a thorn that stabbed into Xianxia's heart, causing his heart to throb for a rare reason. He had to save her. I must save her. At this moment, Xianxia made a firm decision. He had never been so firm before. I won't let you die. Xianxia said lightly. His words were like a warm current that rushed into Yan Qinyu's heart, causing her delicate body to tremble. Young Master Xianxia, you really have a way to save you. That's great. That's great. Yan Zhanyun was so happy that he almost cried. Humph. If you had given her the Puryang fruit, even if I had all the skills in the world, I still wouldn't be able to save her. Xianxia sneered and walked back into the hall. Seeing this, Yan Zhanyun and the others secretly broke out in a cold sweat. At the same time, they felt lucky. If it wasn't for Xianxia's appearance today, they wouldn't have known about Yan Qinyu's condition. They would have given the Puryang fruit to Yan Qinyu as soon as possible. Yan Zhanyun patted Yan Meng's shoulder and said, Yan Meng, you've done a great job this time, a great job. Yan Meng felt like stars were shining in his eyes. Happiness came too suddenly, he couldn't accept it. However, it was all thanks to Xianxia. Who would have thought that a random young man hired in the mercenary square would have such abilities? At this moment, Yan Meng's gratitude towards Xianxia was like a raging river. If it wasn't for Xianxia, not to mention saving Yan Qinyu, even he would have died in the mountain. Young Master Jiang, do you really have a way to save me? Yan Qinyu's bright eyes stared at Xianxia without blinking. Her eyes were full of hope. Of course, not only do I want to cure you, I want you to successfully condense the 19 meridians and become a peerless genius. The 19 meridians is an ancient divine body that only appears once every 10,000 years. It's so rare for one to appear. If it's buried, wouldn't it be a pity? Jiangchen teased. Brother Jiangchen, how are you going to cure you? Yan Zhanyun asked eagerly. There is only one way to completely cure Miss Yan, and that is to find out the fire dragon fruit's composition in her body. Also, we need to remove all the pure yang substances that you guys have given her all these years, so that her 19 meridians can develop on their own. Jiangchen said, however, the pure yang energy is deeply rooted in Miss Yan's body. It's extremely difficult to get rid of it completely, especially the fire dragon fruit. Miss Yan's body is very weak right now, and if we forcefully get rid of it, the yin and yang energy will clash, and I'm afraid her body will explode. Jiangchen's words made Yan Zhanyun even more annoyed. He couldn't help but ask worriedly, Brother Jiangchen, do you have a way? I do have a way, but I need some things. Jiangchen said. What do you need? Brother Jiangchen, just tell us. As long as it's not an extremely rare treasure, we, the Misty Rain Tower, can provide it. Yan Zhanyun quickly said. To be honest, my soul has been damaged. If I want to save Miss Yan, I need to heal my soul first. If not, I can't help even if I want to. Jiangchen said honestly. Yan Meng, go to the Misty Rain Tower immediately and bring me all the medicines that can heal souls. Yan Zhanyun turned around and said to Yan Meng. Jiangchen hadn't even started healing Yan Qinyu, but he had already asked for things. Yan Zhanyun and the others weren't dissatisfied, and they weren't afraid that Jiangchen would run away after getting what he wanted. Their instincts told them that Jiangchen wasn't that kind of person. Besides, Jiangchen had pointed out Yan Qinyu's condition with just a few words. No other masters could compare with him. Yan Qinyu's life depended on Jiangchen alone. Therefore, they would try their best to fulfill any condition that Jiangchen asked for. Alright, I'll go now. Yan Meng turned around and was about to leave, but he was stopped by a mortal core warrior. Wait. The one who spoke was an old man. He looked noble and elegant. He was the Misty Rain Tower's great elder, Yan Hongtai. He was a peak mid-mortal core warrior. In the Yan family, besides the chief, Yan Zhanyun, the great elder had the highest status. All this time, the Misty Rain Tower had been managed by the great elder. Chief, do you remember that the Misty Rain Tower is going to hold a large-scale auction in 3 days? Yan Hongtai said. I do. Yan Zhanyun said. The final item of the auction is a low-ranked Earthrealm elixir. This pill came from the Qi province, and it was made by an alchemist master. It's a 100% effectiveness pill. Yan Hongtai said. Right after he finished speaking, Jiangchen's eyes lit up. Low-ranked Earthrealm soul elixir, what a great fortune. Jiangchen was extremely happy. His soul was severely injured, and if it was some ordinary pill or natural treasure, it would be hard for it to heal his soul. But this soul elixir was a pill that could heal soul injuries. This pill was concocted from 49 different kinds of soul-nourishing herbs, and it was an Earthrealm pill. If Jiangchen could get his hands on it, not only would his soul be completely healed, it would also increase his strength. His soul would be strengthened, and it would help his cultivation level as well. To be able to concoct a 100% effectiveness Earthrealm pill, the person who did this must be at least a high-ranked Earthrealm alchemist. The fact that the Misty Rain Tower could get their hands on a treasure like this really made Jiangchen have a whole new level of respect for them. Uncle Tai, bring the soul elixir to Brother Jiangchen. Yan Zhanyun said without any hesitation. This, Yan Hongtai was a bit hesitant. The others also frowned. Any soul-nourishing herbs had a certain value, not to mention this 100% effectiveness soul elixir. Moreover, it was an Earthrealm pill, its value was simply immeasurable. If it was auctioned, it would be worth at least 100,000 gold. If it wasn't so precious, the Misty Rain Tower wouldn't have used this soul elixir as their final treasure. If I can get my hands on this elixir, I can cure Lady Yan in 3 days at most. Xianxia said with an indifferent expression. Uncle Tai, go and bring me the elixir. Yuer's life is priceless. Yan Zhanyan said. Master, the elixir is valuable. Aren't you afraid that this kid won't be able to cure Lady Yan? Yan Hongtai used his divine sense to send a message to Yan Zhanyan. I don't think Xianxia is that kind of person. Plus, only he can save Yuer. There's no need to say any more. Go and get it. Yan Zhanyan said. There's no need. I have the elixir with me. Yan Hongtai reached into his pocket and took out a white jade box from his storage pouch. After using the jade box, one could clearly see a finger-sized pill lying quietly inside. Even though it was separated by the box, Xianxia could still feel the rich medicinal energy coming from it. Even his soul couldn't help but throb. Yan Hongtai's gaze fell on the jade box. Although he was a bit reluctant, he still handed it to Xianxia. Prepare a room for me. No one is to disturb me. Once my soul has recovered, I will immediately cure Lady Yan. Also, prepare a portion of the cleansing pill. It will be useful for treating Lady Yan. Xianxia said. Brother Xianxia, we have the cleansing pill in the Misty Rain Tower. You can use it directly. Yan Zhanyan said. Is it the 100% effectiveness cleansing pill? Xianxia looked at Yan Zhanyan. That's not it. The alchemists in our Misty Rain Tower can only concoct a small portion of the 100% effectiveness human elixir. However, we can't concoct the 100% effectiveness cleansing pill. Yan Zhanyan said. Then prepare a portion of the ingredients. The cleansing pill is for Lady Yan. Her body cannot tolerate any more impurities. Xianxia said. Could it be that Brother Xianxia is an alchemist? Can he concoct the 100% effectiveness cleansing pill? Yan Hongtai asked tentatively. Everyone was looking at the dancing flame on Xianxia's hand and the soul power that was rolling around his body. There was no need to say anything. An alchemist. Brother Xianxia is an alchemist. He can control a beast fire at such a young age. How terrifying. Everyone was shocked, and the doubts in their eyes disappeared. A 15-year-old young man at the early Qi realm could easily kill a late Qi warrior, see through the 9 meridians, and was an alchemist who could control a strange flame. A genius like this was definitely not an ordinary person. The Misty Rain Tower would not make a mistake in befriending him. Besides, from Xianxia's tone, it seemed like he could concoct a 100% purifying pill. This was even more shocking. After the interaction just now, everyone knew that this young man in front of them was not a liar. Whoosh, Xianxia withdrew his soul power and the flame back into his body. Xianxia's face was pale. His current condition was not suitable for him to use his soul power. As you can see, my soul is injured, and I can't use my soul power anymore. I will use the soul elixir to heal my soul, and then I will heal Miss Yan. Xianxia said. Thank you, Brother Xianxia. Yan Zhanyan was happy. He turned to Yan Meng and said, Yan Meng, prepare a good room for Brother Xianxia. No one is allowed to disturb him. Anyone who comes within 100 steps of him will have their legs broken. Yes. Yan Meng quickly replied. He was in a state of ecstasy. Today, he had become the Yan family's #1 hero. This Xianxia was his lucky star. Under Yan Meng's lead, Xianxia left the meeting hall. Looking at Xianxia's back, Yan Qinyu had a strange look in her eyes. Yan Meng said that he came from Fragrant Sky City. He came from Grand Sky City to join the caravan. Yan Hongtai said. Fragrant Sky City is such a small city, and yet there is such a strange young man. Send someone to Fragrant Sky City to investigate his background. A genius like him must be very famous. Yan Zhanyan smiled and said. This guy is really not simple. He is just a 15 or 16-year-old young man. If he was an ordinary guy, he would definitely be scared and respectful in front of us mortal core warriors. But he looks so calm. Just this mentality alone is not something an ordinary guy can compare with. Besides, he actually gives me a mysterious feeling. That's right. Yan Hongtai said. If he can really cure Yuer's illness, then he will be the benefactor of the Yan family. Yan Zhanyun looked at Yan Qinyu, the most important person in his life. Yan Qinyu's position in his heart was the same as Jiang Chen's position in Jiang Zhenhai's heart. The place that Yan Meng had prepared for Jiang Chen was the best VIP room in the Yan family. It was a very quiet and exquisite courtyard, which showed how much importance he placed on Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang Chen, are you satisfied with your living quarters? If you're not satisfied, I'll change it for you. Yan Meng said with a smile. No, it's fine here. Jiang Chen said with a smile. I didn't expect Brother Jiang Chen to be able to cure young lady's illness, and you're even a young genius alchemist. Yan Meng was really blind before. Yan Meng said with a smile. He was very polite to Jiang Chen, because as long as Jiang Chen could cure Yan Qinyu, his status in the Yan family would skyrocket. Don't mention it, Elder Yan. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Brother Jiang Chen, just now, the chief told me to give you this pure young fruit as well. Yan Meng took out a fruit. It was the size of a fist, and it was completely red. A strong pure yang qi was leaking out from it. This fruit contained an unknown amount of energy. Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. This pure yang fruit was a natural treasure, and it was very rare. The pure yang fruit in front of him was still young, but it was perfect for him. Although the value of this pure yang fruit was not as high as the soul elixir, it was still a rare treasure. He didn't expect Yan Zhanyun to give it to him. If that's the case, I'll accept it. Jiang Chen accepted the pure yang fruit without hesitation. He knew that Yan Zhanyun was trying to win him over and make him focus on saving Yan Qinyu. For the wealthy Misty Rain Tower, a pure yang fruit was nothing. They had even given him the soul elixir, so why would they care about a pure yang fruit? This pure yang fruit was very important to Jiang Chen now. With the soul elixir and this pure yang fruit, Jiang Chen could break through to the mid-Qi high realm without a problem. Brother Jiang Chen, just focus on recovering. If you need anything, just come to me. Yan Meng turned around and left after he finished talking. Jiang Chen closed the gate of the courtyard, walked into the house, and closed the door. He was not in the mood to check the layout of the house, so Jiang Chen took out the jade box. He couldn't wait to open the jade box, and a milky white pill appeared. The pill was transparent, without any impurities. It really is a 100% effectiveness pill. Jiang Chen praised. He sat down cross-legged and swallowed the soul elixir. Boom, the power of the soul elixir spread throughout Jiang Chen's body. The pure power of the pill turned into a clear stream and rushed into Jiang Chen's soul. Hiss, Jiang Chen's body couldn't help but tremble in that instant of pleasure. Jiang Chen's damaged soul was like a lake that was about to dry up, and the soul elixir was like a clear spring. It was like a good rain after a long drought. This was exactly what Jiang Chen was feeling right now. Buzz, a buzzing sound could be heard from within Jiang Chen's body. Under the control of the dragon transformation skill, the power of the pill was being absorbed bit by bit. His severely damaged soul was also recovering at an extremely fast speed. The benefits that the soul elixir brought to Jiang Chen were not only the recovery of his soul. An earth-rank pill contained a special energy. Under the control of the dragon transformation skill, the energy rushed into Jiang Chen's Qi, making the third dragon mark on his body become clearer. Jiang Chen sealed his 6 senses and immersed himself in the recovery of his soul. The recovery of the soul was different. Even with the help of the soul elixir, it couldn't be completed in a short period of time. Jiang Chen sat there for an entire day. He didn't wake up even when it was late at night. In the meeting hall of the Yan family, a few high-ranking mortal core warriors were present. Chief, we found out about the people who went to Fragrant Sky City. This Jiang Chen is not an ordinary person. Yan Hongtai said. Tell me. Yan Zhanyun said. Jiang Chen is the young master of Fragrant Sky City's mayor's mansion. He used to be the #1 playboy in Fragrant Sky City, a piece of trash. But not long ago, Jiang Chen suddenly changed. It's like he's become a completely different person. A few days ago, Jiang Chen led a group of people from the Jiang family and annihilated the Mu Rong family, which was another powerful force in Fragrant Sky City. Jiangchen killed Mu Rongzhan, who was at the peak of the Qi realm, with his own hands. Yan Hongtai said. The information that the Misty Rain Tower wanted to know must be very accurate. Besides, Jiangchen's story was not a secret in Fragrant Sky City. The #1 playboy, do you think he's the real deal? Annihilating a powerful force in one night, this kind of method is really admirable. Even Yan Zhanyun couldn't help but sigh. His identity as a playboy must be fake. I'm guessing this guy must have received guidance from a powerful person. If not, he wouldn't know about the 9 meridians. Someone said. Also, not long ago, Li Sanyu's son, Li Changhong, helped the Mu Rong family fight against the Jiang family in Fragrant Sky City, and he was killed by Jiang Chen on the fighting stage. The day before yesterday, Li Sanyu was so angry that he rushed to Fragrant Sky City because of this, but, Yan Hongtai furrowed his brows. This guy killed Li Changhong, he really has guts. But, he has offended the Li family. Oh right, what do you mean by but? Yan Zhanyun looked at Yan Hongtai and asked. The reason why Li Sanyu came back without accomplishing anything is because there is a powerful heavenly core warrior hiding in the Jiang family. Right after Yan Hongtai finished his words, everyone was shocked. What? A heavenly core warrior? Yan Zhanyun was shocked. Although he was a late mortal core warrior, it was extremely difficult for him to break through to the heavenly core realm. In the entire Red City, there wasn't a single heavenly core warrior, and there was a hidden heavenly core warrior in the Jiang family. He couldn't believe it, but since he was able to make Li Sanyu come back, it must be true. I'm guessing that Jiang Chen's change has something to do with that heavenly core warrior. Yan Hongtai guessed. Listen up, from now on, no one is allowed to investigate anything related to the Jiang family. As for Jiang Chen, the Li family's enemy is our friend. Besides, he was able to cure Yuer, so he is our savior. Yan Zhanyun said in a serious manner. Understood. Everyone nodded their heads. A heavenly core warrior was no small matter. What they needed to do now was to build a good relationship with Jiang Chen. At the same time, Jiang Chen, who was in closed-door cultivation, finally opened his eyes. Bang! The energy of his soul burst out from his body like a tidal wave, creating an invisible tornado in the room. Right now, Jiang Chen had completely absorbed the soul elixir. Not only was his soul completely healed, it was also much stronger than before. My soul energy is at least at the mid-mortal core realm now. It's at least 3 times stronger than before. Also, the 3rd dragon mark has been completely formed. Jiang Chen was pleasantly surprised. The stronger one's soul energy was, the more beneficial it would be for concocting pills. Of course, most people wouldn't choose to use their soul energy to fight, because once the soul was injured, it would be very difficult to recover. However, Jiang Chen's soul energy could still be used to scare people. If he didn't use his soul energy to scare people, the Jiang family would have been destroyed by Li Sanyu. My soul energy has been perfectly healed, and my foundation has been strengthened. It's just the right time to absorb the Puryang fruit and break through to the mid-Qi realm. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. Jiang Chen took out the Puryang fruit and swallowed it. At dawn, Jiang Chen had almost completely absorbed the Puryang fruit. The energy that he hadn't absorbed was stored in his body. At this moment, the 4th dragon mark in Jiang Chen's Qi had been completely formed, and the 5th dragon mark had even appeared. His Qi kept rumbling. 4 clear blood-red dragon marks were moving like 4 veins, and the 5th dragon mark had also started blinking. Every time the dragon mark moved, a strong blood qi would come out from Jiang Chen's body. If anyone saw such a huge amount of blood qi, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop. How could a man's blood qi be so strong? It could even be compared to those ancient beasts. The dragon transformation skill is really powerful. Every time I form a new dragon mark, my blood qi will increase, and my body will become stronger. But, it's still a long way to go before I can truly transform into a dragon and soar into the sky. If I can get the blood of a real dragon and merge it with the dragon marks, then the dragon transformation skill will be perfect. Too bad, the real dragon only existed in the ancient times, and there are no longer dragons in the Saint Origin realm. Jiang Chen thought to himself. A real dragon was a divine beast, and it was above all other beasts. Too bad, there were no longer any real dragons in the Saint Origin realm. Xianxia's wish to get the blood of a real dragon to cultivate the dragon transformation skill was just an extravagant hope. Xianxian stood up. He had gained a lot from this trip to Red City. His decision to join the Misty Rain Towers caravan was the right decision. If not, he would have to spend a lot of effort to get the soul elixir. Now, not only was his soul completely healed, he had also broken through to the mid-Qi high realm. With his current strength, he could even fight an early mortal core warrior for a while. As for a Qi high warrior, he could kill them with just a wave of his hand. Xianxian walked out of the courtyard and saw two old men from afar. These two men were obviously sent here by the Yan family to wait for Xianxian to finish his cultivation. Xianxian recognized these two men. They were Yan Xing and the other old man who followed the caravan that day. Right now, the two men were standing about 100 steps away from each other. Xianxian smiled. He thought to himself that Yan Zhanyun was quite considerate. He walked forward with big steps. When the two men saw Xianxian walking out of the courtyard, they immediately became happy. "Brother Xianxian, you've come out of seclusion?" Yan Xing hurriedly walked up and saluted, showing his respect to Xianxian. In the past 2 days, they already knew that Xianxian was going to treat Yan Xinyu's illness, so naturally, they were very polite. Only a few people in the Yan family knew about Xianxian's identity. After all, Xianxian hadn't really cured Yan Xinyu yet. Plus, Yan Zhanyun knew about the relationship between Xianxian and the Li family, so he didn't tell anyone about it. "Yes, how is your young miss?" Xianxian asked. "My young lady's condition is getting worse by the day. Her condition today is worse than yesterday," Yan Xing said. "Anne, go and report to your patriarch. Tell him to bring the young lady here. Oh right, and also the ingredients for the cleansing pill." After Xianxian finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the courtyard. Hearing that, Yan Xing was overjoyed and hurriedly left. Not long after that, Yan Zhanyun, Yan Hongtai and the rest of the mortal core warriors arrived in a hurry. Yan Xinyu also came with them. Yan Xinyu's face looked even more haggard than the day before. The cold energy and yang energy in her body were clashing with each other, and they were quickly consuming her life force. If she didn't get treated soon, she wouldn't be able to live past 15 years old. Yan Zhanyun and the group went straight into the room and saw Xianxian sitting calmly on a chair. "Brother Xianxian, have you recovered from your injuries?" Yan Zhanyun asked. "Anne, have you brought the ingredients for the cleansing pill?" When Xianxian saw Yan Xinyu's haggard face, he couldn't bear to see her like this. "Yes, I have." Yan Zhanyun casually waved his hand. Dozens of ingredients were taken out from his storage bag and placed on the table. "Anne, these are all high-quality ingredients. I'm going to start concocting the pill now. Either you leave or you stay here and don't talk." Xianxian slowly stood up. Yuan power surged out from his body. Under the control of the Yuan power, dozens of ingredients flew up into the air. With a flip of his palm, a swooshing sound was heard, and a red flame filled the air. Under Xianxian's control, the flame kept rolling like a wriggling fire dragon. What an amazing technique of controlling fire! An old man was shocked. He was an alchemist from the Yan family. Although he was already at the mid-mortal core stage, he didn't have the ability to control fire like Xianxian, and he couldn't do it without the furnace. Buzz, his soul force spread out and merged with the flame. Dozens of ingredients were thrown into the flame by Xianxian. "What?" The alchemist almost cried out. Purification was the most important step in concocting a pill, especially when concocting a special pill like the cleansing pill. Purification was extremely difficult. If he was the one concocting the pill, he would need to purify dozens of ingredients one by one. It was unbelievable that Xianxian threw all of them into the flame at once. This required a very high level of control over one's soul. Yan Zhanyun and the others were shocked as well. Although they weren't alchemists, they had seen alchemists concocting pills before. However, they had never seen someone like Xianxian. Everyone looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. It was hard to imagine that a 15 or 16-year-old young man could have such a terrifying alchemy technique. What a genius! Pop, the ingredients made popping sounds under the flame. The impurities were quickly removed. Jiang Chen's face was indifferent. His eyes never left the flame, and his expression was extremely serious. Yan Qinyu, who was standing aside, was staring at Jiang Chen without blinking her beautiful eyes. She was also mesmerized by what she was seeing. A man who was serious was the most attractive. Jiang Chen's every movement carried a domineering aura. Because of the cold, Yan Qinyu had been staying at home all day. She hadn't even stepped out of the Yan family's compound, and she had never met a man from the outside. Jiang Chen was the first. Besides, Jiang Chen was doing this to save her life. Bang! 20 minutes later, Jiang Chen let out a light shout and retracted his soul force and flame. A milky white pill hovered in front of his face. Oh my god! It really is a 100% cleansing pill. He managed to concoct a 100% cleansing pill in just 20 minutes. Even I am impressed. The alchemist from the Yan family was shocked. Witnessing Jiang Chen concocting a pill with his own eyes, he felt that he had wasted his life. A rare genius, this was what everyone was thinking. This man's future was limitless. Putting aside everything else, just his alchemy skills alone would make him someone great in the future. The reason why Jiang Chen showed his alchemy skills was also to show his own value. After all, the Jiang family didn't have a real heavenly core warrior. If he could get the Yan family's help, then the Li family wouldn't be so scary anymore. Next, I'm going to treat young Lady Yan's illness. All of you, leave this room. While I'm treating her, no matter what happens, no one is allowed to come in. Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. He glanced at everyone, and they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Just a glance from him had made them feel like they were looking up to this young man in front of them. This was a strange feeling. Yan Zhongyun turned around and looked at Yan Qinyu. I'll listen to brother Jiang Chen. Don't worry Dad, will be fine. Yan Qinyu smiled. Brother Jiang Chen, I'll leave you in your hands. Yan Zhongyun cupped his fist towards Jiang Chen, then he brought everyone out of the room and closed the door. Chief, don't worry. This Jiang Chen is full of mysteries, and he's definitely not a reckless man. I'm sure he can cure you. Yan Hongtai patted Yan Zhongyun's shoulder. Yan Zhongyun nodded his head and took a deep breath. He would be lying if he said he wasn't nervous. A few mortal core warriors were guarding the courtyard, and none of them dared leave. Inside the room, Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu stood facing each other. Young Lady Yan, please take the cleansing pill first. Jiang Chen placed the cleansing pill in front of Yan Qinyu's face. Don't mention it, young Master Jiang. Just call me Yan Qinyu took the cleansing pill and touched Jiang Chen's finger. She couldn't help but tremble. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. Jiang Chen's lips curved up into a smile. I believe you. Yan Qinyu nodded her head. This was only the second time she met Jiang Chen, but she didn't know why, but this young man in front of her gave her a strong sense of security. Yan Qinyu swallowed the cleansing pill and raised her head to look at Jiang Chen. Sit down with your legs crossed and adjust your condition to the best. Don't think about anything else. Jiang Chen said in a serious tone. Yan Qinyu sat down on the floor. Jiang Chen also squatted down and sat opposite of Yan Qinyu. Their eyes met, and Yan Qinyu's face blushed. I will use a special method to help you draw out all the yang energy in your body. The process might be a little painful, but you have to endure it. Jiang Chen said. You can endure it. Yan Qinyu nodded her head. She had endured the bitter cold for 8 years. The cleansing pill can't remove the yang energy in your body. It can only force out the yang energy hidden deep inside your body. In order to remove it completely, I need to guide it through your Xianxia acupoint. Jiang Chen didn't mean to offend you, I hope you won't take it to heart. Jiang Chen said. Hearing the Xianxia acupoint, Yan Qinyu's face immediately turned red. The Xianxia acupoint was the most important acupoint in the human body. It was located in the belly button. The dragon transformation skill could absorb any kind of energy. Jiang Chen's method was to use the dragon transformation skill to draw all the yang energy in Yan Qinyu's body into his own body through the Xianxia acupoint. Yan Qinyu's head was almost buried in her chest. This guy actually wanted to touch her belly button? How embarrassing. Was that a place that could be touched so casually? She had never even let a man touch her hand before, and this guy just came up and wanted to touch her Xianxia acupoint. Ayaya, so embarrassing. Of course, Xianxia didn't know what Yan Qinyu was thinking. He suddenly pointed his finger at Yan Qinyu's Xianxia acupoint. He felt a soft sensation on the tip of his finger, and his heart couldn't help but sway. Jiang Chen's sudden action made Yan Qinyu's body tremble violently. She couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Her face was flushed red, and she looked at Jiang Chen bitterly. How could this guy be like this? He didn't even give me a heads up, and I'm not even ready yet. Hold your breath, completely relax your body and mind. Jiang Chen said coldly. Yan Qinyu's situation was very tricky, and he couldn't afford to make any mistakes during the process. Yan Qinyu didn't dare to be careless, and she quickly closed her eyes. In the courtyard, Yan Zhanyun was pacing back and forth. He looked worried, and he kept looking at the door. For him, every second was torture. Chief, don't worry. Will definitely get better, and she will become the #1 genius of the Yan family. Yan Hongtai comforted him. Everything depends on brother Jiang Chen. I hope can get through this, or else. Yan Zhanyun didn't finish his sentence, but his face was filled with bitterness. It was obvious that he was blaming himself. If anything happened to Yan Qinyu, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. It could be said that Yan Qinyu's current situation was caused by him. At the same time, in the Li family of Red City, Li Sanyu was sitting in the meeting hall with a gloomy face. The scar on his face was shaking, and it was very scary. On both sides of the hall, there were 5 to 6 men, all of them were mortal core warriors. Right at this moment, an old man at the late Qi Hai realm walked in a panic. Have you found out? Who killed Li Long and his men? Li Sanyu asked. That day in the mountains, the Li family's men were all killed, and many of them were killed with a single strike. The Li family didn't believe that Yan Meng had such strength, so they kept investigating. I found out. The killer is most likely a young man. The old man said. A young man? Everyone was startled. That day when Yan Meng was in the mercenary square, I found out everything about those mercenaries. They are all average, except for a young man in white who joined Yan Meng's caravan. According to the people in the mercenary square, that was the first time the young man came to the mercenary square, and he didn't even know anything about it. Later on, he joined the caravan and went to Red City with them. Also, someone saw Yan Meng and his men entering the Misty Rain Tower, and Yan Meng's attitude towards that young man was very respectful. That's why I'm guessing that the young man is the one who killed us. The old man said with a firm tone. A young man with such skills, but he still chose to be a mercenary? Have you found out his name and background? Someone asked with a frown. Not yet, but that young man entered the Yan family, and he hasn't come out yet. The old man said. A young man with the power to kill a late Qi Hai warrior. In the 28 cities, there are only a few people who can do that. You guys should remember that Jiang Chen from Fragrant Sky City, right? He is the little bastard who killed Hong Er. I heard that Mu Ronghao was killed by him. If he could kill Mu Ronghao, then he could naturally kill Li Long. Therefore, I guess that this young man is Jiang Chen. Li Sanyu's eyes gleamed with intelligence. The patriarch is right. This person is very likely to be Jiang Chen. Judging from the injuries of Li Long and the others, the attacker must have a grudge against the Li family. If they were just ordinary mercenaries, there would be no need to kill them all. Someone said. Humph. Hong Er's death must be avenged. The Fragrant Sky City's Jiang family has a heavenly core warrior hiding, so it's not easy for us to kill him. I never expected this little bastard to come to Red City, he's just seeking his own death. Li Sanyu snorted coldly, however, in order to confirm this little bastard's identity, immediately send people to capture those mercenaries that followed the Misty Rain Tower's caravan. Yes. The old man bowed, turned around, and left. Dusk, Jiang Chen had been treating Yan Qinyu for a whole day, but there was still no movement from the room. Yan Zhanyun, who was in the courtyard, couldn't sit still, and he kept rubbing his hands nervously. Inside the room, Xianxia and Yan Qinyu were sitting opposite each other. His finger was pressed on Yan Qinyu's Xianxia acupuncture point. Yan Qinyu's body was trembling violently, and her face was covered in sweat. Her clothes were completely soaked, and they were sticking to her body, making her exquisite body look even more alluring. If it was any other man, there was no way he could resist such temptation. But Xianxia was the greatest saint in the world, and nothing could move his heart. But Yan Qinyu's pain made Xianxia feel pity for her. This was a very painful process. Yan Qinyu's teeth were chattering, but she didn't make a sound. Even a man couldn't compare to her tenacity. Buzz, streams of yang energy flowed out from the Xianxia acupuncture point and were absorbed into Xianxia's body. After a day, the cleansing pill had played a big role. It forced out all the yang energy hidden in Yan Qinyu's body, and helped her get rid of the impurities in her body. He could now clearly feel the 18 meridians. Xianxia had also benefited a lot from guiding the yang energy in Yan Qinyu's body. Yan Qinyu's current condition was similar to his before. All these years, Yan Qinyu had eaten countless yang herbs, and they had been accumulating in her body, especially the fire dragon fruit. Now, all the yang energy was absorbed by Xianxia, and under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill, it was completely transformed into his own energy. The fifth dragon mark in his dantian could already be clearly seen, and it was perfectly condensed. Xiaoyu, your 18 meridians have already been revealed. In a moment, an endless amount of cold energy will be released. Under the impact of the 18 meridians, you will directly open the 19th meridian. Therefore, I have to quickly extract all the yang energy in your body at the last moment. Otherwise, the cold energy and yang energy will clash, and the consequences will be unimaginable. There is only one last stage left, and it might be very painful. You have to hold on. Xianxia's eyes lit up as he reminded her. Big brother Xianxia, I'm not afraid. Can I call you big brother Xianxia? Yan Qinyu was in a daze as she said softly. This was the feeling of a young girl. Xianxia was the first man of the opposite sex she had met, and also the first man she had physical contact with. Moreover, Xianxia was saving her life. Unnaturally, Xianxia had already entered her heart. Xianxia nodded. The words Big Brother Xianxia had warmed his heart. In his previous life, although he was the greatest saint in the world, he was a martial arts fanatic who only focused on cultivation. The page of relationships was almost blank. In this life, he wanted to be a normal person who had 7 emotions and 6 desires. Buzz, the two of them were surrounded by waves of qi, and the buzzing sound became more and more intense. Xianxia was about to proceed to the last step. He used the dragon transformation skill and instantly drew all the remaining yang energy in Yan Qinyu's body. Yan Qinyu's body trembled even more violently. The sudden burst of yang energy had caused a huge impact on her Xianxia acupoint. Even with her temperament, she couldn't help but let out a cry. You err. Yan Zhanyun's body trembled. Yan Qinyu's cry was like a knife stabbing into his heart. He was like a lion that had lost its mind, and he strode towards the house. Seeing this, Yan Hongtai and the others hurriedly stopped Yan Zhanyun and said, Master, you can't go in. Brother Jiangchen specifically said that no matter what happens, you can't go in. Master, we know that Yu'er is in great pain, but Yu'er has been suffering for all these years. Even if you go in, you won't be able to help. If you disturb Brother Jiangchen, you'll regret it. After listening to their words, Yan Zhanyun finally calmed down. I was being reckless. I've already delayed Yu'er. I can't make any mistakes at the last moment. Yan Zhanyun took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Even though he was worried, he didn't dare to do anything reckless. An hour later, Jiangchen finally removed the last trace of yang energy from Yan Qinyu's body. At the same time, a bone-chilling aura suddenly burst out from Yan Qinyu's body. Brother Jiangchen, I'm about to awaken my 19th meridian. Yan Qinyu quickly said. She could clearly feel the 18 meridians in her body intertwining like 8 bridges, extending to her dantian. As soon as Yan Qinyu's voice faded, a frosty aura burst out from her body. Jiangchen was shocked, and his body shivered. When the 19 meridians were awakened, the cold aura was the coldest. Even with the protection of the dragon transformation skill, he was not willing to endure this kind of cold aura. Swoosh, Xianxia stood up and kicked the door open, then he flew out from the room. The moment he came out, a wave of cold air covered the entire room like a ferocious beast. Crack, the room made a cracking sound, and everything within 3 feet of Xianxia was frozen. The door that was kicked open was turned into an ice curtain, and the room was covered with a layer of frost. This bone-chilling aura made Yan Zhanyun and the others shiver, and they quickly moved 3 feet away. What a cold aura! This kind of cold aura is 10 times colder than any of the previous times. Yan Hongtai widened his eyes, and his face was full of shock. When the 9 meridians awaken, the cold aura will be the strongest. Jiangchen said. Yan Zhanyun turned around and looked at Jiangchen. Brother Jiangchen, how is you air? Don't worry, all the impurities in her body have been removed, and the 9 meridians are awakening. Otherwise, why do you think she would have such a cold aura? Besides, because Yu air has endured the pain of the previous 8 times, when the 9 meridians awaken, she will not feel any pain. Instead, she will enter a special state, and this process will last at least 3 days. Chief Yan, just wait for the birth of a peerless genius in the Yan family. Jiangchen said. Hearing this, everyone from the Yan family was overjoyed. Yan Zhanyun even jumped up without caring about his image. Haha, Yan Zhanyun suddenly laughed out loud, and with lightning speed, he gave Jiangchen a bear hug and said, Brother Jiangchen, thank you so much. You have saved Yuer's life. From now on, whatever you do, Jiangchen, will be my, Yan Zhanyun's. Jiangchen quickly pushed Yan Zhanyun away, and his face was filled with fear. Big brother, it's inappropriate for men to touch each other. I really can't take this hug from you. Besides, I really don't have the habit of hugging men. Brother Jiangchen, you are so powerful. I really admire you. Yan Hongtai cupped his fist and said to Jiangchen, he was really impressed. Alright, from now on, no one is allowed to disturb Yuer. She needs time to adapt and control her 9 meridians. Jiangchen said. Brother Jiangchen, don't worry, I will personally stay here. Yan Zhanyun was overjoyed. He had never been this happy in 8 years. Not long after Yan Qinyu was born, Yan Qinyu's mother passed away. Before she died, she told Yan Zhanyun to take good care of her daughter. All these years, Yan Zhanyun had always treated Yan Qinyu like a treasure. Yan Qinyu's illness had always been a thorn in Yan Zhanyun's heart. Now, this thorn in his heart was finally gone. Yan Zhanyun's gratitude towards Jiangchen couldn't be expressed with words. No matter what Jiangchen wanted, he would give it to him. Jiangchen didn't leave to rest. He wasn't tired at all. Instead, he was full of energy. The soul breath elixir, the pure yang fruit, and the yang energy in Yan Qinyu's body had given him unimaginable benefits. The house was frozen. The cold energy emitted from Yan Qinyu's body could be felt by the entire Yan family. Many people were shocked. What a strong cold energy! Could it be that the young lady's illness is acting up again? It must be. Sigh, the young lady is so pitiful. This time, her illness seems to be worse than before. I wonder if she can survive this. If something happens to the young lady, the chief will be so sad. The people of the Yan family all had sad expressions on their faces. Of course, they didn't know that Yan Qinyu was undergoing a transformation. Not long after, a young man in white ran over in a panic. This person was extraordinarily handsome, and his face was like a crown of jade. He had a nervous expression on his face, and when he saw that the entire house had been frozen, his expression instantly became incomparably ugly. What happened? Why is Xiao Yu's illness so serious this time? The young man said in a hurried tone. Yan Yang, don't worry. Yuer is fine now. Yan Zhanyun said. The young man's name was Yan Yang, Yan Qinyu's cousin. He was the #1 genius of the Yan family. He was only 21 years old, but he had already reached the late Qi High realm. He was the one who had the highest chance of breaking through to the mortal core realm before the age of 25. Since the fact that Jiangchen had healed Yan Qinyu was still an unknown factor, everyone had locked down the news. Even Yan Yang didn't know about it. Besides, Yan Yang was always busy with his cultivation and taking care of the Misty Rain Tower, so he rarely showed up. Patriarch, what is going on? Yan Yang had a puzzled look on his face. The cold air was so strong, but the patriarch said it was fine. Come, let me introduce you. Yan Zhanyan introduced Jiangchen to Yan Yang and said, "This is brother Jiangchen, he was the one who cured Yu-er." Yu-er was not sick, but she was born with the 9 yin meridians. Now is the time for Yu-er to awaken her yin meridians. Once it is awakened, our Yan family will have a peerless genius. 9 yin profound veins? This was the first time Yan Yang had heard of such a thing, but that wasn't important. What was important was that this young man in front of him had saved Yan Chenyu. However, Yan Yang was extremely shocked. A young man who was so much younger than him actually had such a method. "I am Yan Yang, Xiaoyu's cousin. Thank you brother Jiang for saving Xiaoyu." Yan Yang cupped his fists with a serious expression. "Brother Yan, you're welcome." Jiangchen smiled. His first impression of Yan Yang was quite good. "Yan Yang, you should spend more time with brother Jiangchen. Brother Jiangchen is not only knowledgeable, but he is also a genius alchemist. He is a rare young talent." Yan Zhanyan was not stingy with his praise for Jiangchen. "Oh? Is that so?" Yan Yang's eyes lit up. He looked at Jiangchen with admiration. That night, no one left. They stayed to watch over Yan Chenyu. Jiangchen also stayed to watch over her. The girl who called him brother Jiangchen had touched his heart. The next day, when the sun had just risen, the entrance of the Misty Rain Tower suddenly became noisy. Not long after, a lot of people had gathered, and the entrance of the Misty Rain Tower was completely surrounded. "Not good, not good." Outside the courtyard, Yan Xing ran into the building in a panic, gasping for breath. "Yan Xing, what happened? Why are you panicking?" Yan Zhanyan opened his mouth and asked. Yan Xing glanced at Jiangchen, who was standing on the side, and hurriedly said, "The Li family is here to cause trouble." "Li family? Although we have been fighting with the Li family for a long time, we haven't started a war yet. The Li family dares to cause trouble in front of the Misty Rain Tower? What does Li Sanyu want?" Yan Yang was furious. This time, Li Sanyu is here for brother Jiangchen. Now, Li Sanyu has brought people to block the entrance of the Misty Rain Tower, demanding the master to hand over brother Jiangchen. There are already a lot of people outside the door, watching the show. Yan Xing said. Jiangchen frowned. "So, this Li Sanyu is here for me. No one knows about brother Jiangchen's matter. How did Li Sanyu know that brother Jiangchen is in the Misty Rain Tower?" "Humph. Yan Xing, go tell Li Sanyu that Jiangchen is an important guest of the Yan family. If he wants to deal with Jiangchen, it means that he wants to deal with me, Yan Zhanyan." Yan Zhanyan coldly harumphed and said in a domineering manner. "Master, that Li Sanyu has captured Wang Ting and the other 3 mercenaries. They are the mercenaries who followed us that day. He said that if brother Jiangchen doesn't come out, he will kill them in front of the Misty Rain Tower." Yan Xing said in a hurried tone. He had fought side by side with Wang Ting and the other mercenaries, and they had been through life and death situations together. Now that the 4 of them were in Li Sanyu's hands, how could he not be nervous? If Jiangchen didn't come out, with Li Sanyu's strength, killing those 4 mercenaries would be as easy as raising his hand. As soon as Yan Xing finished his sentence, Jiangchen strode outside. "Brother Jiangchen!" Yan Zhanyan called out. Everyone quickly followed. Now, everyone finally understood why Li Sanyu knew that Jiangchen was in the Yan family. Jiangchen didn't hide his identity when he came out this time. Since so many of the Li family's people were killed in the mountain range, they would definitely investigate, and it would be easy for them to find out that Jiangchen was the culprit. Now that Wang Ting and the other 3 mercenaries had been captured, it would be easy for them to confirm Jiangchen's identity. Jiangchen walked in front with an evil smile on his face. His eyes were filled with killing intent. No one had ever dared to threaten him, and those who did had all met a tragic end. Li Sanyu had used Wang Ting and the other 3 mercenaries to threaten him. This had made Jiangchen really angry. He and Wang Ting and the other 3 mercenaries could only be considered acquaintances, and there was no friendship between them. However, he, Jiangchen, wouldn't involve innocent people in his business. Outside of the Misty Rain Tower's entrance, there were a lot of people. The Li family had sent 7 to 8 men, and the leader was the chief of the Li family, Li Sanyu. There were 2 other mortal core warriors following him. Li Sanyu had a sneer on his face. The scar on his face looked ferocious, and when he smiled, it made him look even scarier. Next to him stood a young man wearing a yellow robe. This young man looked fresh, and he had an extraordinary aura. He looked similar to Li Changhong, and he was Li Sanyu's other son. His energy was strong, and it was no weaker than Yan Yang's. He was a rare genius in Red City. Next to the Li family's group, 4 muscular men with tattered clothes were tied up by thick chains made of cold iron. Their faces were covered in blood, and their energy was in a mess. All of them had suffered serious injuries. Yan Zhanyun, hurry up and ask that little bastard Jiangchen to come out. I'll give you 3 more minutes, if he doesn't come out, I'll start killing. Li Sanyu's voice was deep, and it spread far and wide. Who is this Jiangchen? How did he make the Li family's leader so angry that he even wants to come out himself? I don't think there's anyone named Jiangchen in the Misty Rain Pavilion, right? You don't know? I heard that not long ago, the Li family's 3rd son, Li Changhong, was killed in Fragrant Sky City. It was this Jiangchen. The last time the Li family's leader personally went to Fragrant Sky City, I don't know why he came back empty-handed. I didn't expect that this Jiangchen would come to Red City, and even enter the Misty Rain Pavilion. Damn, this Jiangchen is really brave, he even dared to kill the son of the Li family. Li Sanyu has 3 sons, and he loves his youngest son the most. No wonder Li Sanyu was so angry when Li Changhong was killed. This is going to be a good show. Everyone was talking about it. The news about Jiangchen killing Li Changhong was quickly spread around. Everyone finally understood why Li Shanyu had come to the Misty Rain Tower in such an aggressive manner. Soon, Yan Zhanyun and his men walked out of the Misty Rain Pavilion. Li Sanyu, you dare to fight in front of my Misty Rain Pavilion? Are you trying to bully the Yan family? Yan Zhanyun had a domineering look on his face as he shouted out loud. Humph. Yan Zhanyun, I am not here for the Yan family today. I am here for that little bastard, Jiangchen. Hand him over. Li Shanyu let out a cold snort. He glanced at the men from the Yan family with his snake-like eyes, and in the end, his gaze landed on Jiangchen. 2 beams of cold light shot out from his eyes. You're Jiangchen? Li Sanyu, I spared your life last time in the Jiang family's courtyard. Not only did you not know how to be grateful, you even disrespected me. You are worse than an animal. Jiangchen said in an indifferent tone. Humph. It really is you. You killed my son. Even if you have 9 lives, you still have to answer for it. Little bastard, if you had stayed in the Jiang family, I might not have dared to do anything. I didn't expect you to come to Red City. You are seeking death. Li Sanyu gritted his teeth. He wished he could tear Jiangchen into pieces. Li Sanyu, Jiangchen is an important guest of the Misty Rain Pavilion. He is not someone you can deal with easily. The Misty Rain Pavilion will protect brother Jiangchen. If you want to kill him, you will have to defeat the Yan family. Yan Zhanyun's words were simple and direct. Moreover, they were loud and clear, allowing everyone to hear them clearly. I have never heard of this Jiangchen. How can a guy who just came from Fragrant Sky City be with the Misty Rain Pavilion? Looking at Yan Zhanyun's attitude, it seems like he is going to use all the power of the Yan family to protect Jiangchen. Even if this Jiangchen is a genius, he is not that valuable. Yan Zhanyun is not an idiot. There must be a reason why he is helping Jiangchen. A lot of people were confused. Even Li Sanyu was confused. He didn't know why Yan Zhanyun would protect Jiangchen. Could it be because Jiangchen had helped Yan Ming kill the people of the Li family? This reason did not seem to be enough. A cold smile appeared on Li Sanyu's face again. If Yan Zhanyun really used all the power of the Yan family to protect Jiangchen, he would not be able to do anything to Jiangchen. With the Li family's current power, they would not dare to start a war with the Misty Rain Pavilion. Kung, the man pulled out a shining broadsword and placed it on Wan Ting's neck. Jiangchen, these 4 are the mercenaries who came with you. I wonder if you're willing to see them die because of you. Li Sanyu sneered at Jiangchen. Shameless! Yan Ming shouted. This matter had nothing to do with Wan Ting and the other 3. The four of them had been dragged into this. They were too innocent. Yan Meng had experienced life and death battles with them. If he had to watch the four of them die in front of him, it would be a form of torture for him. Haha, Li Sanyu, if you want to kill us, just kill us. You think too highly of us. I, Wang Ting, have only met Brother Jiangchen once. We are not friends. You are using us to threaten Brother Jiangchen. You have made a mistake. Wang Ting laughed heartily. The cold blade had already left a mark on his neck, causing blood to flow out. However, his expression did not change, and he was not afraid at all. Just this courage alone made many people in the surroundings give him a thumbs up. He was indeed a man with courage. If you want to kill us, just kill us. If I even frown, I will be a son of a bitch. My life was given to me by Brother Jiangchen. Living for 2 more days is worth it. Brother Jiangchen, I, Niao Meng, have revealed your name. I am sorry. The other 3 were also full of courage. They were not afraid at all. As mercenaries, every one of them was a man of steel. Being a mercenary was a path of no return. When they stepped on this path, they were already prepared for the worst. This day would come sooner or later. Even if it really came, they were not afraid. Fine, since you are so brave, I will fulfill your wish. Kill them all. Li Sanyu said coldly. Stop. Jiangchen shouted out loudly. He took 2 steps forward with a cold expression. Li Shanyu, you are the chief of the Li family, the tyrant of Red City. How could you use such a trick to deal with a junior? I don't think you feel wronged at all. The smile on Li Sanyu's face froze. Jiangchen was right. With his status, using such a trick was indeed a little shameless. Brother Jiangchen, you are safe in the Misty Rain Pavilion. There is no need to stand out for us 4 boorish people. Your life is much more precious than ours. Wang Ting said. Although I, Jiang, am not talented, I will not let others take the blame for me. I will not let outsiders bear the consequences of my own matters. Jiangchen indifferently said. Indeed, he didn't have any feelings for Wang Ting and the other 3. They had only met by chance, and their life or death didn't have much to do with him. However, the current situation was different. The 4 of them had suffered because of him, so Jiangchen had to stand up for them. Cut the crap. Jiangchen, come here and die, and I'll let them go. Li Sanyu shouted coldly. Li Sanyu, don't be so shameless. As the head of the Li family, how could you threaten a young man with such a dirty trick? Yan Zhanyun strode towards Jiangchen. Jiangchen had just saved Yan Qinyu's life, so he was the Yan family's savior. How could he let anything happen to him? Even if he had to sacrifice 4 mercenaries, he had to protect Jiangchen's safety. Yeah, this kind of dirty trick is too much. It doesn't suit the identity of the Li family's head. That's right. With Li Sanyu's status, even if he wants to take revenge, he shouldn't use this kind of method. His opponent is just a young man. The crowd began to point fingers at each other, and the voices of discussion grew louder. In this city, Li Sanyu was a famous person. His every move represented the Li family's reputation. Li Sanyu furrowed his eyebrows. He didn't expect this to happen. It looked like if he really killed the 4 men from Wang Ting, he would lose a lot of face in this city, and it would be bad for the Li family's future in this city. Chief Li, why don't you let your son fight with Jiangchen? If your son can kill Jiangchen, then he will have his revenge. Someone in the crowd said. That's right, that's a good idea. We can watch a fight between geniuses. Immediately, someone else agreed. Those who wanted to watch a good show would never complain. Everyone wanted to see what kind of tricks Jiangchen had. Not only did he kill Li Changhong, but he also made the Misty Rain Tower think so highly of him. Hearing this, Li Sanyu looked at the young man standing next to him. Li Sanyu had 3 sons, and all of them were rare geniuses. His eldest son, Li Chongming, and his second son, Li Chonghao, had both reached the peak of the Qi Hai realm at a young age. Li Chongming was currently in closed-door cultivation to break through to the mortal core realm. His third son, Li Changhong, was killed by Jiangchen in Fragrant Sky City, and the one standing next to him was his second son, Li Chonghao. Li Chonghao raised the corner of his mouth, and his face was filled with pride. He took a step forward and pointed his finger at Xianxia. With an arrogant tone, he said, Xianxia, I heard that you killed my brother in a deathmatch. Today, I will kill you in a deathmatch to avenge my brother. Do you dare accept my challenge? Li Sanyu looked at Xianxia with a cold smile on his face. In his opinion, this was a pretty good idea. He didn't know what method Xianxia used to hide his cultivation level from him, but as far as he knew, Xianxia was only at the 9th level of the Qi Jing realm when he fought with Li Changhong, and now he was only at the early Qi Hai realm. Although his combat strength was extraordinary, Li Changhao was more than enough to handle him. Although Xianxia could kill Mu Rongzhan, how could Mu Rongzhan compare to Li Changhao? Although both of them had the same cultivation level, there was no way they could compare. Li Changhao was a young genius with endless potential, and he couldn't be compared to anyone who was at the same level as him. Besides, Li Changhao still had some powerful skills up his sleeves. Killing a small Xianxia wouldn't be a problem at all. Everyone looked at Xianxia, waiting to see if he dared to accept the challenge. After hearing Li Changhao's words, Xianxia laughed and said, Are you sure you want to have a death duel with me? Xianxia felt like he was reminding Li Changhao out of kindness. He was just one step away from telling Li Changhao, Kid, wake up. A battle of life and death is no joke. If you die, you won't be able to live again. What? You don't dare? Li Changhao said arrogantly, looking at Xianxia from the corner of his eyes. Let the 4 of them go first, and I will accept your challenge. Xianxia said. Brother Xianxia, you have to think about it carefully. Li Sanyu has 3 sons. Li Changhong is just an ordinary son, and the other 2 are rare geniuses. This is the 2nd son, Li Changhao, who is at the peak of the Qi Hai realm. Yan Zhanyun reminded. Brother Jiang, Li Changhao is very powerful, even I don't have the confidence to defeat him. If you have a death duel with him, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Yan Yang also reminded Xianxia. Don't worry, there are so many people watching. If I don't agree, it won't make sense, right? Xianxia shrugged, looking relaxed. This was a free deal. Li Sanyu must have thought that he had too many sons, so he wanted to give him another one. On the other side, Li Sanyu waved his hand, signaling his men to release Wang Ting and the other 3. Yan Meng quickly walked up and brought the 4 to the Yan family's camp. Swoosh, everyone quickly cleared out a large space. The fighting stage was a bit far, so they decided to have the death duel here. Come, Xianxia, let me see what you are capable of. Today, I will kill you to avenge my brother. Li Changhao walked to the center of the fighting stage, his yellow robe fluttering even though there was no wind. His face was full of confidence, he did not take Xianxia seriously at all. Not only was he powerful, he also had a powerful trump card. Today, Xianxia would definitely die. Brother Xianxia, be careful. Yan Zhanyun reminded Yi Chen. Xianxia nodded and walked to the front of Li Changhao. Boom, Li Changhao's aura fiercely shook, and his yuan power surged like a vast ocean. He fiercely punched out, and his fist was flickering with a bright light. The sharp yuan power was like a knife, shaking the air with a popping sound. The power of a peak Qi Hai warrior was fully displayed. Li Changhao's attack was just a test, and it was already so powerful. The title of the Genius of Red City was not just for show. Xianxia shook his head. This Li Changhao was indeed much stronger than Mu Rongzhan, but too bad, Xianxia was no longer at the early Qi Hai realm, he was at the mid Qi Hai realm. Any warrior at the Qi Hai realm would be so weak in front of him. Xianxia suddenly reached out his palm, and a yuan power whirlpool appeared in the center of his palm. He threw a punch at Li Changhao, and only used half of his strength. He had already condensed 5 dragon marks, and if he used all his strength, he could kill Li Changhao with one punch. Xianxia did not want to cause too much of a shock, so he only used half of his strength. Bang, the fist and the palm collided, and a loud sound was heard. Li Changhao's yuan power was directly shattered by Xianxia's palm, and Li Changhao was forced to take a few steps back before he could stabilize his body. He felt that his whole arm was numb, and he could not describe how uncomfortable it was. So powerful. This Xianxia is indeed not an ordinary warrior, he could force Li Changhao back with one attack. He looks handsome and looks like a rich young master. I didn't expect his strength to be so unfathomable. However, Li Changhao is only testing the waters. He hasn't used any battle skills yet. It's hard to say who will win. Everyone was shocked. No one expected that Jiang Chen would be able to get the upper hand and force Li Changhao back with one attack. Good. Yan Zhanyun shouted. Humph. Don't hold back anymore, kill him quickly. Li Sanyu's face darkened. Okay. Li Changhao swung his arm, and the disdain he had for Jiang Chen disappeared. He put his hands together, and with a wave of yuan power, he suddenly pointed out a finger. Bang, the light yellow finger rubbed against the air, creating a crisp sound. The finger was 1 meter long, and it could crush anything. Brother Jiang, this is the Li family's heavenly yellow finger. Li Changhao has practiced it to perfection, so be careful. Yan Yang reminded. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth rose, revealing a cold smile. He had already experienced this heavenly yellow finger when he was fighting against Li Changhong in Fragrant Sky City. Compared to his single solar finger, it was not even worth one attack. However, this heavenly yellow finger was much more powerful when used by Li Changhao than Li Changhong, but Jiang Chen did not care. Pop, Jiang Chen's fist shone brightly. The sharp yuan power cut through the air like a knife, creating a crackling sound. His entire body emitted a violent wave of qi as it collided with Li Changhao's heavenly yellow finger. What? He is using his fist to fight against the heavenly yellow finger? How can he be so arrogant? Yan Yang was shocked. This Jiang Chen is too arrogant. Although he had the upper hand before, the heavenly yellow finger is a battle skill. This finger is extremely powerful, and he is using his fist to fight against it. He will definitely be at a disadvantage. I think he will not be able to block it. The heavenly yellow finger of the Li family, although it is a low-rank mortal battle skill, Li Changhao has practiced it to perfection. Its attack is extremely powerful. Everyone was shocked. No one had seen Jiang Chen using his fist to fight against the heavenly yellow finger. He was definitely not an opponent. Haha, Jiang Chen, you think too highly of yourself. Using your fist to fight against my heavenly yellow finger, you really don't know what death is. On the opposite side, Li Changhao laughed out loud. His face was full of mockery. However, the mockery on his face disappeared in the next second and was replaced by shock. Jiang Chen had used his actions to show him what mockery really was. Boom, with a loud boom, under everyone's shocked gaze, Jiang Chen's fist and the giant heavenly yellow finger collided, creating a deafening sound. Unfortunately, the scene that everyone was expecting did not happen. Jiang Chen's fist was invincible. It seemed like there was nothing that it could not break. The extremely powerful heavenly yellow finger was crushed by Jiang Chen's fist, turning into a yellow light and disappearing. Looking back at Jiang Chen, his whole body was still in the same posture as when he punched. He did not even move an inch. He was as steady as a mountain. Everyone could feel the power of that punch. Combined with the faint aura of a king that Jiang Chen casually emitted, many people had the illusion that this young man in front of them was very mature. Oh my god, how powerful is that punch? It broke the heavenly yellow finger. Isn't his physical body a little too strong? Even with the support of origin power, it's still too terrifying for his fist to take on the heavenly yellow finger. I can't believe that such a genius has appeared in such a small city. It seems that Li Changhao is not his match. No one wasn't shocked. A fist had collided with the heavenly yellow finger. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. This battle, which had originally seemed to have no suspense, had changed people's minds. Li Changhao had even used the heavenly yellow finger while Jiang Chen hadn't used any battle skills up until now. In comparison, Li Changhao had already lost. If Li Changhao didn't have any other powerful trump cards, he would definitely be defeated by Jiang Chen today. Naturally, they did not know that Jiang Chen had condensed 5 dragon marks in his qi. When he used his full strength, he could unleash a force of 50,000 jin. How terrifying was that? Damn, how did this guy train? His qi is so strong, and his body is as strong as a wild beast. Yan Yang couldn't help but curse. He himself was a rare genius, and geniuses were all arrogant. It was hard for them to admire another genius, but Jiang Chen's performance today had really impressed him. Brother Jiang Chen has consumed the Soul Qi elixir and the Puryang fruit. He has already reached the mid-Qi high realm. Li Changhao is not his match. We can rest assured now, hee hee. Yan Zhanyun crossed his arms in front of his chest and laughed. He was no longer as nervous as before, and now he looked like he was watching a good show. Besides, Jiang Chen's performance had shocked all the higher-ups of the Yan family. Such a talented young man, even compared to those geniuses from the big sects in the Qi province, he was not any weaker. This made them even more determined to win over Jiang Chen. On the other side, Li Sanyu's face darkened. Chief, this guy is extremely talented. At such a young age, he is already so powerful. There is almost no one who can fight him at the same level as him. If we let him continue growing, there will be endless troubles in the future. Next to Li Sanyu, a mortal core warrior from the Li family whispered. At this point, as long as one wasn't an idiot, they would be able to see Jiang Chen's potential. Don't worry, Hauer has the combat weapon, he will definitely be able to kill him. Li Sanyu Lingling said. This 15-year-old young man in front of him gave him a sense of danger. This made Li Sanyu determined to get rid of him. The one who was shocked the most was Li Changhao himself. He had been cultivating the heavenly yellow finger for so many years, and he had mastered this combat skill to a very high level. But it was easily broken by Jiang Chen. How could he not be shocked? What other skills do you have? I'll give you the chance to use them. Jiang Chen stood with his hands behind his back. His posture was calm, and his arrogance and confidence came from his bones. He didn't put Li Changhao in his eyes at all. This was a blatant disdain towards Li Changhao. This disdain deeply hurt Li Changhao's arrogant heart. Both of his eyes turned red, and he was extremely angry. Jiang Chen, I will kill you today. Li Changhao roared out. He moved his arm, and like a magic trick, a shining longsword appeared in his hand. Buzz, the longsword let out a series of buzzing sounds. The sword was pitch black, and it was as thin as a cicada's wings. It was 5 feet long, and 2 fingers wide. The cold sword light kept flashing, and it made people feel suffocated. Low-ranked combat weapon. Jiang Chen looked at the longsword. With his eyesight, he could tell the grade of the sword with just a glance. What? It's a combat weapon? Yan Yang exclaimed out loud. Damn it, I forgot about this. Li Sangyu already had a backup plan, he gave the low-ranked combat weapon to Li Changhao. Yan Zhanyun was furious. Looking at the longsword in Li Changhao's hand, no one could remain calm. Combat weapons were not something ordinary weapons could compare with. Anything that could reach the combat weapon grade was a godly weapon. The difference between a combat weapon and an ordinary weapon was that a combat weapon could absorb yuan energy and unleash a power that was twice or even several times stronger than a warrior's. It was similar to a powerful combat skill, but a combat weapon was much rarer than a combat skill. Every combat weapon was extremely precious, even if it was a low-ranked combat weapon. Especially in a big city like Red City, which was located in a remote area of the Qi province, it could only be considered as a corner of the Qi province. Combat weapons were even rarer here. Ordinary mortal core warriors couldn't even get a low-ranked combat weapon. For example, the Misty Rain Tower's auction house was the biggest auction house in Red City. They had auctioned all kinds of treasures and natural resources, but they had never auctioned a combat weapon. In the entire Yan family, they only had 3 low-ranked combat weapons. If the Yan family was like this, then the Li family wouldn't be much stronger than the Yan family. Li Changhao was only at the peak of the Qi High realm, but he still had a low-ranked combat weapon. It was obvious that he was using it as a trump card against Yan Yang. It's a low-ranked combat weapon. This is the first time I've seen one. It really is a godly weapon, not something ordinary weapons can compare with. With a low-ranked combat weapon, Li Changhao's combat strength has at least doubled. How can Jiang Chen fight against him? A combat weapon can cut through iron like mud, this is terrifying. Everyone was sighing. They all looked at the longsword in Li Changhao's hand with an envious expression. Jiang Chen, this sword is called the Black Soul Sword. You probably haven't seen what a combat weapon looks like. You should be proud that you can die in the hands of this Black Soul Sword today. Li Changhao shook his yuan energy, and the black soul sword immediately let out a whistling sound. A gloomy and glossy aura spread out in all directions, causing many people to feel a chill. Xianxia sneered at Li Changhao's confidence. This guy's sense of superiority was way too much. It was just a low-ranked combat weapon, and he was already so arrogant. Sigh, Xianxia really didn't know what to say. In his previous life, not to mention a low-ranked combat weapon, even a top-ranked combat weapon was like trash in his eyes. He wouldn't even look at it. That's right, this black soul sword could double Li Changhao's combat strength. However, even if his combat strength was increased by 5 times, if Xianxia wanted to kill him, he would still die. However, don't waste time. Hurry up and kill him. Li Sanyu reminded. Yes, Dad. I will definitely let him die a horrible death, and I won't let him have an easy death. I will let him know that going against the Li family will not end well. Li Changhao sneered. Hua la la, Li Changhao shook his yuan energy and poured it into the black soul sword like a tidal wave. Countless sword lights suddenly burst out, forming a huge sword net. Jiangchen, die. I'll turn you into meat paste with my sword. Li Changhao's aura soared. He rushed towards Jiangchen like a ferocious tiger. He raised the sword in his hand high up, and the sword net expanded without limit. The cold sword lights were like a bloodthirsty wild beast, terrifying to the soul. Brother Jiangchen, be careful. The power of a combat weapon is not to be underestimated. It can cut through iron like mud. Once you get hit by it, you will either die or be severely injured. Yan Zhanyan's face was filled with worry. Buzz, the black soul sword shook violently, and the sword net completely covered Jiangchen. Li Changhao's face was filled with pride. The black soul sword was like a poisonous snake's tongue. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, it cut Jiangchen in half. Haha, Li Changhao laughed out loud. However, the next moment, he felt that something was wrong. The smile on his face immediately disappeared. When the black soul sword hit Jiangchen's body, it didn't feel like it was hitting a human body at all. The tip of the sword hit the ground, leaving a deep mark on the hard ground. An afterimage. Li Changhao shouted out in shock. What he had slashed was only Jiangchen's afterimage. How could this be possible? How did he dodge this attack? Li Changhao raised his head and discovered that many people's mouths were wide open in shock, revealing expressions of shock. He knew that this shock was definitely not due to the power of his sword, because everyone's gazes were fixed behind him. However, be careful. Li Sanyu hurriedly warned. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Li Changhao had already felt the danger coming from behind him. Behind him, Jiangchen dashed out like a cheetah. In his hand, there was a 5-foot-long golden finger light. It was like a dazzling sword as it slashed towards Li Changhao. This was the light condensed by the single solar finger. It was strong enough to fight against a low-ranked combat weapon. Everyone's expression changed. Li Sanyu cried out in shock, but Jiangchen was too fast. Even with his late mortal core realm cultivation, he didn't have the time to stop him. Swoosh, Jiangchen's finger was like a sword as it slashed down. Li Changhao's reaction was fast. He turned his body to the side and avoided the tragedy of being cut in half. At the same time, he didn't forget to use the black soul sword to block. Too bad, he was too slow. Pucci, Jiangchen's finger slashed down on his wrist. Li Changhao's yuan energy was useless, and the black soul sword was also too slow. His wrist was cut off by Jiangchen. His hand and the black soul sword fell to the ground. Blood gushed out from his broken wrist like a fountain, shooting out for a distance of 3 meters. The pain from his broken wrist made Li Changhao scream out in pain, but Jiangchen didn't care about it. He slapped Li Changhao's face. Slap, a clear slap. Li Changhao's palm hit the ground. Slap, Jiangchen raised his foot and stepped on Li Changhao's face. The sole of his foot rubbed against Li Changhao's face. No matter how hard Li Changhao tried to move, he couldn't escape. All he could do was scream out in pain. Silence. The scene suddenly became quiet. Who would have thought that this would happen? Who would have thought that even Li Changhao, who had a low-ranked combat weapon, would still be killed by Jiangchen in an instant? Everyone was immersed in Jiangchen's previous actions. There were so many eyes, but no one could see how Xianxia dodged Li Changhao's unavoidable attack. "Let my son go." Li Sanyu finally reacted. He angrily shouted at Xianxia. If it wasn't for his son being stepped on by Xianxia, he would have already rushed up and torn Xianxia into pieces. Everyone from the Li family was furious. They never thought that Xianxia would be this powerful. Even Li Changhao, who was at the peak of the Qi High realm and had a low-ranked combat weapon, was no match for him. This was too terrifying. Let him go? Are you kidding me? Don't forget, this is a life-or-death battle. Xianxia sneered at the furious Li Sanyu. His foot kept slapping Li Changhao's face. "Little bastard, if you dare touch my son again, I will tear you into pieces." Li Shanyu was on the verge of exploding in anger. The hideous scar on his face kept twitching. It was a frightening sight. He had already lost one of his sons. If another one died, he would probably go crazy. More importantly, if Li Changhao was killed in front of him, it would be a slap to his face. Li Shanyu is furious. But we agreed that Li Changhao and Xianxia will fight a life-and-death battle. I guess Xianxia won't dare to kill Li Changhao. No one dares to kill Li Sanyu's son right in front of him. It's hard to say. I think this Xianxia is a ruthless man. He might really dare to kill Li Changhao. Besides, both of them are like fire and water. Even if he doesn't kill Li Changhao, Li Sanyu will not let him go. The crowd was discussing in low voices. Everyone was looking at Xianxia in a different way. After today's battle, this unknown young man would become famous in Red City. No one from the Yan family said anything. All they needed to do was to support Xianxia and protect him. Besides, the past 2 days had taught them that Xianxia was a man with his own mind. Whether he killed Li Changhao or not, they couldn't do anything about it. Even Li Sanyu's threat was useless. This was the truth. The once greatest saint in the world had never been threatened before. Li Shanyu's threat was nothing to Xianxia. It was like a fart. Xianxia didn't even look at the furious Li Sanyu. He stomped harder and harder on Li Changhao's head. That was the sound of bones being dislocated. Blood was flowing out of Li Changhao's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. His screams were getting more and more terrifying. "Bastard! Xianxia, I'm going to skin you alive." Li Sanyu was like an angry lion. He was furious, but he didn't dare to step forward. He was afraid that Xianxia would kill Li Changhao in an instant if he attacked. "Skin me alive? Why don't I skin him first?" Xianxia stomped on the ground. The black spirit sword bounced up from the ground. Xianxia easily grabbed it in his hand. "Nice sword, consider it a trophy." As for Li Changhao, a life-and-death battle is a battle of life and death. Xianxia said in an indifferent tone. The black soul sword's tip landed on Li Changhao's neck. Feeling the coldness of the sword, Li Changhao's body shivered. At this moment, he felt the threat of death. No, don't kill me." Li Changhao begged in a muffled voice. He didn't want to die. He was the second son of the Li family. He was a rare genius in Red City. He had a bright future ahead of him. How could he die? "Xianxia, don't you dare." Li Sanyu's nose was about to spit out flames. The onlookers held their breaths. They were all guessing whether Xianxia would dare to kill Li Changhao or not. "Li Sanyu, I heard that you have 3 sons. I'll kill 2 of them first." Xianxia had a calm expression on his face, but he didn't show any mercy. The black soul sword pierced through Li Changhao's neck, staining the ground with his blood. Li Changhao struggled for a few moments before he completely stopped moving. At this moment, the crowd quieted down again. Li Sanyu stared at everything in front of him. He was stunned. Oh my god, he really killed Li Changhao. Ruthless, absolutely ruthless. He didn't even blink when he killed. The second son of the Li family was killed in Red City, and it happened right in front of Li Sanyu. This is unimaginable. Everyone was shocked. Everyone stared at Xianxia, who had a harmless smile on his face. They couldn't help but gasp. This young man was too brave. Li Sanyu finally reacted. He raised his head up and let out a loud roar. He was like a mad beast. The energy of a late mortal core warrior swept across the area like a tsunami. Under this kind of energy, everyone felt like they were suffocating. Some of the men who were closer to Li Xianyu were knocked down onto the ground and started coughing up blood. He was furious. His own son was killed right in front of everyone. Anyone would be furious. Brother Xianxia, back off now. Yan Zhanyun had been prepared for this. When Li Xianyu attacked, he also rushed out and stood in front of Xianxia. Get the hell out of here. Li Xianyu's eyes had turned red. He forcefully struck out with his palm. Yan Zhanyun's energy shot up into the sky as he raised his palm to block the attack. Bang, the air produced a violent sound. The two great warriors of Red City had collided with each other. The shockwave from their attacks had caused the surrounding air to heat up. Those who were watching the fight immediately backed off. A fight between late mortal core warriors was really scary. Once someone was caught in the crossfire, it would be no laughing matter. Xianxia stood still with a calm expression. Li Xianyu's powerful attack didn't make him panic. He was as calm as a mountain, as if he didn't care about any of his enemies. Yan Zhanyun, get the hell out of my way. This little bastard killed 2 of my sons. I'm going to skin him alive today. Li Xianyu's voice was like a huge bell. Humph. Li Xianyu, don't you have any shame? We agreed on a life and death fight, and now that your son is dead, he can only blame himself for not being strong enough. You are a late mortal core warrior, and you want to attack a young man? Do you have any shame? Yan Zhanyun let out a cold snort. Of course, he wouldn't back off. Xianxia was the Yan family's savior, and he had saved Yan Qinyu's life. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he would protect Xianxia's safety. Yan Zhanyun, are you going to back off or not? This is between the Li family and him, it has nothing to do with your Yan family. Li Xianyu clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. Xianxia's problem is my, Yan Zhanyun's problem. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you. Yan Zhanyun's attitude was very aggressive. He unleashed the energy of a late mortal core warrior as well. It was obvious that he wanted to protect Xianxia. Alright, everyone attack. Kill Xianxia for me. Li Xianyu was furious, and he couldn't hold it in anymore. While shouting at the Li family, he raised both of his palms and attacked Yan Zhanyun. Swoosh, just as the Li family made their move, 5 to 6 mortal core warriors from the Misty Rain Tower appeared in front of Xianxia and blocked his path. The Yan family is protecting Xianxia. No one can touch a single hair of Xianxia in the Yan family. Yan Hongtai's energy was soaring. More and more people from the Yan family came out from the Misty Rain Tower. The situation was getting more and more serious. 6 mortal core warriors, it was almost the strongest team of the Yan family. The Li family only sent a few men, and it seemed like they were still not strong enough to fight against the Misty Rain Tower. What did this Xianxia do for the Yan family? Why did all the mortal core warriors from the Yan family come out to help him? Don't tell me he cured the Yan family's young lady's illness? That's impossible, the Yan family's young lady has an incurable disease, even many masters can't cure her. Everyone was shocked. At first, they thought that the Yan family's protection of Xianxia was just a symbolic gesture. They didn't expect the Yan family to be so aggressive. The Li family's expressions changed. Even Li Xianyu, who was standing on the other side, stopped what he was doing. The Yan family's attitude towards Xianxia had also exceeded his expectations. Yan Zhanyun, does your Yan family want to start a war with the Li family? Li Xianyu was after all a famous man, and he had regained his senses. If you want to fight, I'll definitely accompany you. But, I don't think you want to see Red City in complete chaos right now. Yan Zhanyun was extremely aggressive. Chief, let's give up for today. If you want to kill that guy, there will be plenty of chances in the future. A mortal core warrior from the Li family spoke to Li Xianyu through his divine sense. Looking at the Yan family's attitude, it seemed impossible for them to kill Xianxia today. Besides, Li Changhao and Xianxia had already agreed to a life and death battle. Li Xianyu stared at Xianxia, who was still smiling behind him with a pair of vicious eyes. Then, he looked at Li Changhao, who was lying in a pool of blood. Although he didn't want to give up, he knew that there was no way he could kill Xianxia today. This was the entrance of the Misty Rain Tower. Kid, sooner or later, I'll tear you into a million pieces, Li Sanyu said to Leng Leng. After that, he left with Li Changhao's dead body and all the Li family men. Everyone sighed. In today's battle, Li Changhao was dead, and he even lost a low-ranked combat weapon. The Li family had really suffered a double loss. The Li family had suffered a huge loss. One of Li Sanyu's sons had been killed, and they had even given away a low-ranked combat weapon. Even Li Sanyu's reputation had been tarnished. However, everyone knew that with Li Sanyu's personality, he would never let this matter go. Looking at the Li family members leaving, Jiang Chen's face was still expressionless. His face was as calm as an ancient well, without any emotions. Calm, wise, courageous, and ruthless. This was a very scary young man. Everyone remembered the name Jiang Chen. They all knew that with this ruthless young man's arrival in Red City, the real chaos of Red City would begin. Brother Jiang Chen, Li Sanyu will never let this matter go. Although you are powerful, your cultivation is still too weak. You should stay in the Misty Rain Tower for the next few days. Li Sanyu won't dare to go to the Misty Rain Tower and kill anyone, Yan Zhanyan said to Jiang Chen. After today's battle, everyone from the Yan family had a whole new level of respect for Jiang Chen. Among the younger generation of the Yan family, perhaps only Yan Chenyu, who had opened up the Nining stage, could be compared with him. Even Yan Yang felt inferior. Jiang Chen nodded. In fact, he didn't plan to stay in the Misty Rain Tower, but he was worried about Yan Chenyu. He wanted to wait for her to wake up before leaving. Besides, he also wanted to witness the birth of the Nining stage. Once he was done with Yan Chenyu, Jiang Chen would leave. He didn't care about the Li family's threat at all. His top priority right now was to increase his cultivation. He was going to Origin Mountain to train himself. Brother Jiang Chen, you have saved our lives again today. I really don't know how to thank you, Wang Ting, who was covered in wounds, said gratefully. Yeah, Brother Jiang Chen is very powerful. You have become famous after today's battle, another man said. You've all suffered because of me. How can I just sit back and do nothing? Jiang Chen smiled, turned around and looked at Yan Zhanyan. Leader Yan, please arrange a job for these 4 people in the Misty Rain Tower. Treat their wounds and let them stay in the Misty Rain Tower. At least their safety will be guaranteed. Brother Jiang Chen, don't worry. I will ask Yan Meng to arrange everything, Yan Zhanyan said. A white cloth was hung in front of the gate of the Li family. Li Sanyu was going to personally take care of his son's funeral. Everyone in the Li family was grieving. Patriarch, the young master is currently in seclusion. Should we inform him? Someone asked. No need, Ming-Er is at a critical point in breaking through to the mortal core realm. If he is disturbed, it will affect him greatly. Send someone to seal off all the exits of Red City, and keep a close eye on the Misty Rain Tower. Once you see Jiang Chen leaving the Misty Rain Tower, report to me immediately, Li Sanyu said with a sinister look. Yes. No one dared to be careless. Right now, Li Sanyu was in a state of extreme anger. Third brother, you will personally go to Fragrant Sky City and keep a close eye on the Jiang family. Try your best to find out more about those heavenly core warriors. Li Sanyu's face darkened. Alright, I'll go right now. The third brother was a mid-mortal core warrior. He cupped his fist towards Li Sanyu and left. Swoosh, right at this moment, a tornado suddenly appeared above the Li family. The powerful airwaves gathered into a whirlpool and flew towards a certain direction. The natural energy above the Li family's mansion was quickly being drained. Seeing this, Li Sanyu, who had a gloomy expression, immediately became overjoyed. His eyes lit up like torches as he looked towards the direction of the Li family's mansion. Haha, Ming-Er has broken through to the mortal core realm. The number 1 genius of Red City belongs to Ming-Er. Li Sanyu laughed out loudly. At the same time, 1,000 miles northwest of Red City, 3 young men walked out from a vast mountain range. This mountain range's name was Mount Origin. It was a vast mountain range with a circumference of over 10,000 miles. Demon beasts roamed this mountain range, and it was a natural land. This 10,000-mile mountain range had almost isolated Red City from the Qi province, and it had become a region of its own. In fact, although there were many demon beasts in Mount Origin, none of them were too strong. There were almost no heavenly core demon beasts. But because of the geographical location, this place was still isolated from the rest of the world. Those big sects in the Qi province had never recruited disciples from this region. The three men who walked out from Mount Origin looked to be in their 20s. There were 2 men and 1 woman. They were wearing the same light yellow robes, and there was an exquisite short sword embroidered on their chests. Obviously, these 3 men were from the same group. The woman had an amazing body, and she was as beautiful as a flower. Although she couldn't compare with Xianxia, she was definitely a beauty. She and the other young man who had a black mole on his face had both reached the early mortal core realm. The young man standing in the middle was handsome, charming, and had an extraordinary aura. He could easily unleash the aura of a mid-mortal core warrior. Obviously, he was the leader of the group. The way the woman looked at him was filled with admiration. Senior disciple Chen Shuang, we actually passed through Mount Origin and came to this remote place. The woman said. Damn it, that dog made us lose our way in this mountain range. We've walked for almost a month, and now we're here. Senior disciple Chen, we need to go back now. The man cursed. When he thought about what had happened these past few days, he couldn't help but reveal an angry expression. Junior disciple Nguyen Ling, junior disciple Xiao Hua, since we're here, let's go check out the city in front of us. That damn dog might have escaped. This time, we've been out for a month, and if we can't catch that damn dog, we'll lose face when we go back. Besides, living in this mountain range for a month is really boring. After saying that, Chen Shuang started walking towards the direction of Red City. Nguyen Ling and Xiao Hua hurriedly followed behind him. At the same time, they didn't forget to mumble, if we catch that damn dog, I'll definitely skin it alive and cook it in a big pot. Evening, Yen family, Yen Qinyu's awakening of her 9 meridians was not as easy as she had thought. It had been almost a day, but there was still no movement. The whole house was still frozen, and Yen Zhanyun and the others were still waiting anxiously in the courtyard. Right at this moment, Yen Xing ran into the courtyard in a panic again. Yen Xing, what happened this time? Don't tell me that Li Sanyu is here again? Yen Zhanyun frowned. Right now, all his attention was on Yen Xinyu, and he couldn't think of anything else. No, it's not the Li family, it's the people from the Tianjian Gate. Yen Xing said with an excited tone. The Tianjian Gate had actually come to Red City. The Tianjian Gate? Everyone was startled. Not long ago, 3 young men came here. They claimed to be the outer circle disciples of the Tianjian Gate, one of the biggest martial institutions in the Qi province. Right now, they are in the Heavenly Waters Tower, and they have sent someone to deliver a message, asking the master to meet them in person. Yen Xing said. What? The disciples of the Tianjian Gate from the Qi province? Yan Hongtai shouted out in shock. Only now did he remember the origin of the Tianjian Gate. Although Origin Mountain isolated this area from the outside world, they were all mortal core warriors, so it wasn't like they didn't know anything about it. They knew everything about the big sects in the Qi province. This Tianjian Gate was one of the 4 big sects in the Qi province, and they could be said to be the tyrant of the Qi province. However, Red City was located far away from Origin Mountain, so it was impossible for it to attract the attention of the 4 big sections. Even if there were some talented young men in Red City, none of them could join the 4 big sects to cultivate. Who would have thought that the disciples of the Tianjian Gate would come to Red City today? For the entire city, this was a big event. That's right, a lot of people in the city know that the disciples of the Tianjian Gate are here. The people in the Heavenly Waters Tower said that although these 3 men are young, they are all mortal core warriors, and one of them is even a mid-mortal core warrior. Besides, they are wearing the uniform of the Tianjian Gate, so they must be from the Tianjian Gate. But, we don't know why they are here. Yen Xing said. The disciples of the Tianjian Gate asked me to personally go to the Heavenly Waters Tower? Yen Zhanyun asked. The Heavenly Waters Tower was quite famous in Red City. It was a big restaurant and inn, and it didn't belong to either the Yen family or the Li family. That's right, the disciples of the Tianjian Gate want to meet the people from the biggest powers in Red City. Not only did they ask you to go, I think they also asked Li Sanyu. Yen Xing guessed. Alright, I'll go now. Without any hesitation, Yan Zhanyun walked out of the courtyard. He didn't dare show any disrespect to the disciples of the Tianjian Gate. Why did the disciples of the Tianjian Gate come to Red City? Yan Yang couldn't understand. Who knows? Maybe it's something good. Someone said. That's right, Yan Yang, you have to work hard. Maybe you can use the opportunity of being a disciple of the Tianjian Gate to join one of the big sects in the Qi province. Yan Hongtai said. Jiang Chen's eyes were glowing. He didn't know what kind of sect the Heavenly Sword sect was. In his past life, he had traveled across the entire divine continent, and he didn't take any ordinary sects seriously. He didn't even know about those super sects in the eastern continent. However, if he wanted to go back to the divine continent, he had to leave Red City and enter the Qi province. It might be a good idea to meet the disciples of the Tianjian Gate first. If everyone knew that the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect had traveled so far just to kill a dog, who knew what they would think? They would definitely spit out blood on the spot. The Heavenly Waters Tower was not far from the Misty Rain Tower and the Li family. It was right in between the Li family and the Misty Rain Tower. It didn't belong to either the Li family or the Misty Rain Tower. It looked like Qin Shuang and the other two had already found out about the powers in this city. That's why they chose the Heavenly Waters Tower as the meeting place. It was neither the Li family nor the Misty Rain Tower. In front of the gate of the Heavenly Waters Tower, Yan Zhanyun and Li Sanyu arrived at the same time. Both of them looked at each other, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Yan Zhanyun, this isn't over yet. It's impossible for the Yan family to protect that guy. Li Sanyu let out a cold humph. Li Sanyu, why aren't you at home preparing for your son's funeral? Why are you running around? Is that really appropriate? Yan Zhanyun sneered. These words had undoubtedly touched a nerve in Li Shanyu's heart. His anger immediately rose. What? Are you going to fight me for 100 rounds? Yan Zhanyun sneered. Others might be afraid of Li Sanyu, but not him. He was the only one in Red City who wasn't afraid of Li Sanyu. Humph. The people of the Tianjian Gate are here, I won't argue with you. Li Sanyu said while gnashing his teeth, then entered the Heavenly Waters Tower. The Heavenly Dew Tower was the most popular restaurant in Red City. Normally, it would be filled with guests, but today there was not a single person in the huge Heavenly Dew Tower. Since the disciples of Tianjian Gate were here, who would dare come to this restaurant for a meal? Li Sanyu and Yan Zhanyun walked into the Heavenly Dew Tower, and they bumped into the manager of the Heavenly Dew Tower. Chief, you're here. The shopkeeper was an old man. He was a little chubby. Just by looking at him, one could tell that the food in this restaurant was pretty good. When he saw Li Shanyu and Yan Zhanyun, the shopkeeper hurriedly stepped forward and greeted them. In this Red City, no one dared to be disrespectful to these two men. Where are the disciples of Tianjian Gate? Li Sanyu asked. They are in the lobby upstairs. Looking at them, they are indeed from Tianjian Gate. The manager said. Why do you say so? Yan Zhanyun asked. I don't recognize these three men, I've never seen them before. I'm sure they are not from Red City. All three of them are in their 20s, but they are at the Mortal Core realm. I'm sure they are from the Qi province. They are wearing the same uniform, and there is a short sword embroidered on their chest. I'm sure they are from Tianjian Gate. But, I don't know why the disciples of Tianjian Gate would come all the way to Red City through Origin Mountain. The manager was an experienced man, and he had met countless people in his life. There was no way he would be wrong. Alright, let's go up and have a look. Yan Zhanyun nodded his head. I've already told the disciples of Tianjian Gate about the situation in Red City and the two of you, so I won't be following you. The manager said with a smile. Yan Zhanyun and Li Sanyu walked up to the second floor. Facing the staircase was a huge hall. It was decorated magnificently, showing off its wealth. At this moment, in the hall, three young men were tasting the best tea, their faces full of enjoyment. As the outer circle disciples of Tianjian Gate, no matter if it was their identity or status, they were much higher than the others. However, the three of them spent most of their time cultivating in Tianjian Gate, so it was hard for them to have the chance to enjoy life like this. Besides, it was always nice to be respected by others. Tianjian Gate was one of the 4 biggest martial institutions in the Qi province, and they had tens of thousands of inner circle disciples, while they were only outer circle disciples. Seeing that someone had come up, the 3 of them turned serious. I'm Li Sanyu. Greetings, disciples of the Tianjian Gate. I'm Yan Zhanyun. Greetings, disciples of the Tianjian Gate. Li Sanyu and Yan Zhanyun spoke at the same time. They cupped their fists towards the 3 young men. With their status and cultivation level, they would never be so polite to these 3 young men. However, these 3 men in front of them had a special status, so they didn't dare show any disrespect. Both of them secretly observed the 3 young men's attire and cultivation level. They were slightly surprised. Mortal core warriors at such a young age, they must be disciples of the Tianjian Gate. Chief Li Sanyu from the Li family, Chief Yan Zhanyun from the Yan family, the 2 of you are the 2 tyrants of Red City. Both of you are at the late mortal core realm, am I right? Chen Shuang looked at the 2 men and said with an indifferent tone. His face was filled with arrogance. For the big sects in the Qi province, this little red city was just a remote place. That's right. How should I address you, young master? Yan Zhanyun asked. My name is Chen Shuang, an outer circle disciple of the Tianjian Gate. When the name Tianjian Gate was mentioned, Chen Shuang's face became even more arrogant. The Tianjian Gate is a big sect in the Qi province. May I know why young Master Chen has come all the way to Red City? Li Sanyu asked. We have come here for a reason. Let's get straight to the point. I want to use the relationship between your 2 families to help me with something. Chen Shuang stood up from his seat. Please tell us, young Master Chen. It is our Li family's honor to be able to help the Tianjian Gate. Li Sanyu hurriedly said. And, Chief Li really knows how to talk. Chen Shuang nodded his head. May I know what you want us to do? Yan Zhanyun asked. Find a dog. Wan Ling said. When she mentioned the word dog, an unbearable anger immediately appeared on her pretty face. She was practically gnashing her teeth as she spoke. How could a person hate a dog so much? She was really drunk. What? Find a dog? Li Sanyu and Yan Zhanyun staggered and almost fell to the ground. They couldn't believe their ears. Could it be that these 3 disciples of the Tianjian Gate came all the way to Red City just for a dog? Wasn't this a little too much? Besides, the Li family and the Yan family were the big families in Red City. Asking them to search for a dog in the whole city? That was insulting. Don't be surprised, you 2. We're here to kill a dog. We got lost in Origin Mountain and chased it all the way here. We suspect that the damn dog has entered Red City, so we want you 2 to help us search the city for it. If you can find that damn dog, I won't mistreat you 2. Chen Shuang said. When he mentioned the dog, there was a hint of anger in his eyes. Li Sanyu and Yan Zhanyun looked at each other. Both of them felt like they were being teased. It seemed like these 3 people were really here to kill a dog. It was a dog. What kind of dog was it that the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect had chased after it for tens of thousands of miles? Don't look down on that dog. That dog is extremely shameless, cunning, and deranged. Capturing it is extremely difficult. If you can help us find the whereabouts of that dog, you will have done a great service for the Heavenly Sword sect. Xiaohua stood up and said. Hearing Xiaohua's evaluation of this dog, Yan Zhanyun and Li Shanyu both felt terrible. This dog was extremely shameless, cunning, and insane. What kind of dog was this? What kind of dog was this? May I ask, what does this dog look like? Yan Zhanyun secretly wiped the sweat off his forehead, but still asked. This dog has yellow fur, no other colors on its body. It is fat and ferocious, very easy to recognize. Chen Shuang said. Don't worry, young Master Chen. The Li family will do their best. As long as that dog is in Red City, we will definitely find it. Li Sanyu hurriedly promised. This was the best chance to curry favor with the Tianjian Gate. They could not miss it. The Yan family will also do their best. Yan Zhanyun also promised. Very good. We will be staying in the Heavenly Dew Tower for now. Once you have any news about that dog, you can send someone to inform us. Chen Shuang said with a smile. Young Master Chen, I have a request. Li Sanyu's eyes shone with wisdom as he said. Please say it, Chief Li. Chen Shuang returned to his seat. I have a son, his name is Li Changming. He is only 23 years old, and he just broke through to the mortal core realm today. I wonder if he has the chance to join the Tianjian Gate to train. Li Shanyu opened his mouth and said. This was a great opportunity. Hearing this, Yan Zhanyun's expression changed. Li Changming had broken through to the mortal core realm? Among the younger generation of the Yan family, the one who had the highest chance of breaking through to the mortal core realm was Yan Yang, but he was still at the peak of the Qi Hai realm. Oh? I didn't expect to meet such a genius in a place like this. Not bad, a genius at the mortal core realm. Once he enters the Tianjian Gate, he will be able to lead the apprenticeship and become an outer circle disciple like us. Since we are coming to Red City, we can let your son follow us to the Tianjian Gate. Of course, if he wants to join, he will have to go through a test. Chen Shuang said. Hearing this, Li Sanyu was overjoyed. As long as Li Changming could enter the Tianjian Gate, the Li family would have the support of the Tianjian Gate. At that point of time, the Li family would be able to dominate Red City. Young Master Chen, can you reserve a spot for the Tianjian Gate for the Yan family? Yan Zhanyun didn't dare show any weakness. Being able to enter the Tianjian Gate was a great opportunity for both the Li family and the Yan family. Senior disciple Chen, I have already come here once. In my opinion, why don't we have a test here in Red City? It can be considered as giving a chance to the younger generation of Red City. This place is far away from Origin Mountain, and it is not within the recruitment area of the Tianjian Gate. If we can have a test and recommend those with potential, it can also be considered as doing a good deed. Nguyenling said. Junior disciple Nguyenling is right, we can have a test. Xiaohua also said. Alright, after you two go back, immediately announce that all the young people in Red City who are willing to participate in the test can participate. Tomorrow morning, all the participants will enter the outer area of Origin Mountain together. The time limit is 4 hours, and the ranking will be based on the number of beasts they have killed. The three of us will pick a few of them and bring them back. Of course, we are only responsible for recommending them. Whether or not they can enter the Tianjian Gate will depend on the Tianjian Gate's test. Chen Shuang said. Hearing this, Li Sanyu and Yan Zhanyu were overjoyed. This was indeed a great opportunity for the younger generation of Red City. This test would definitely be an unprecedented event in Red City. Chen Shuang and the other two were only outer disciples of the Tianjian Gate. Of course, they did not have the right to decide who could enter the Tianjian Gate. Even if they were to recommend someone, it would still be very difficult. However, having the test here would satisfy the vanity of these three. In the Tianjian Gate, although an outer disciple already had some status, this status was only relative to those Qi Hai notary disciples. Now that the three of them were here in Red City, they were respected by the people. Suddenly, they felt like they were at the top of the world. Holding a test and being the examiners was enough to satisfy them. Besides, they did have the right to recommend disciples. You two can go back now. Don't forget to find us a dog. Chen Shuang said. Don't worry, when we go back, we will immediately announce to the whole city that we are looking for a dog. Even if it is a test, we will not delay the search for a dog. Li Sanyu promised. Outside the Heavenly Dew Tower. Yan Zhanyun, my son will definitely enter the Tianjian Gate. When that time comes, it will be the end of the Yan family. Li Sanyu said with a cold smile. Really? The test hasn't even started yet. How do you know that no one from the Yan family will be able to enter the Tianjian Gate? Yan Zhanyun said with an unconvinced expression. Let's wait and see. Li Sanyu waved his sleeves, turned around and left. In the Yan family's meeting hall. What? Find a dog? That night, the Misty Rain Tower and the Li family sent out notices at the same time. They wanted a big yellow dog. At the same time, the news that the Tianjian Gate was looking for the dog was spread out. When the news came out, the whole Red City was in an uproar. Everyone had a bad feeling. Who would have thought that such a big city would be in an uproar because of a dog? What kind of dog was it? I'm dying of laughter, I'm dying of laughter. No matter what, the Heavenly Sword Martial School is one of the biggest martial schools in the Qi province, but their disciples are so useless. Chasing a dog from so far away, and causing such a huge commotion. This is the biggest joke in the world. The disciples of Tianjian Gate are fighting with a dog. I guess it is not an ordinary dog. Of course it is not an ordinary dog. Otherwise, how could the disciples of Tianjian Gate not find it after such a long time? But, I really want to know what that dog did to the disciples of Tianjian Gate. Why did the disciples of Tianjian Gate make such a big fuss about it? All of a sudden, everyone in the streets and alleys of Red City was talking about the dog. This was unprecedented. It was a miracle in the world. What was more surprising was that the Li family and the Yan family really did send out a lot of people to search the streets and alleys of Red City. It seemed like they were not going to let go of even the corners. At the same time, the Misty Rain Tower and the Li family sent out another message. The disciples of Tianjian Gate were going to give the young generation of Red City a chance to participate in the assessment. Those who wanted to participate had to go to Mount Origin tomorrow morning. When the news came out, it caused another uproar. This is a great opportunity. Because of Mount Origin, Red City is almost isolated from the Qi province. Even if there are geniuses, they won't have the chance to join the big martial institutions in the Qi province. Now that the disciples of Tianjian Gate are here, it is indeed a great opportunity. Don't even think about this kind of opportunity. We should just go and watch the show. Yeah. Even if there are places, the Misty Rain Tower and the Li family will take them all. Needless to say, only the people from the Yan family and the Li family will participate in the assessment. Even if there are other young people participating, they will be from the two big families. Ordinary people will not be able to participate. The sounds of discussion were endless. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night in Red City. While the two big families were preparing for the exam tomorrow, they were constantly looking for traces of dogs in the streets and alleys of Red City. Unfortunately, they had almost turned the whole city upside down, but they still couldn't find a single strand of dog fur. Inside the Yan family, there were about a dozen young men gathered. Yan Yang was their leader, and all of them were at the Qi High realm. They were the best of the Yan family's younger generation. A few of them were geniuses from the Yan family subsidiary forces, and they were also gathered here. Tomorrow's test is extremely important. After you enter the mountain range, you must unite with sincerity and not lose to the Li family. Yan Zhanyan said. Today's Tianjian Gate was a rare opportunity. Yes. The dozen or so geniuses shouted in unison with imposing auras. They knew very well that this wasn't just a test, but also a battle with the Li clan. Yan Zhanyan turned to look at Jiangchen. Brother Jiangchen, are you interested in this assessment? No, but I'll be entering the mountain range with you. Jiangchen shrugged his shoulders. He really wasn't interested in such a low-level test, but he had to enter Origin Mountain no matter what. Brother Jiangchen, if that's the case, why don't you join the Yan family subsidiary forces and join the test with Yan Yang and the others? Once we enter the mountain range, we'll need Brother Jiangchen's help. Yan Zhanyan said. Everyone here knew how strong Jiangchen was. If he could join the test with Yan Yang and the others, their chances of winning would be much higher. Sure. Jiangchen nodded his head. He didn't say anything. For him, none of this mattered. But, I'm not sure if Li Changming will join the test with us. That guy is already a mortal core warrior, and if he joins us, he might be in danger. Yan Zhanyan was a little worried. Li Changming has actually broken through to the mortal core realm. This is really unexpected. But, I don't think mortal core warriors need to join the test with us, because it's too unfair. I believe the people from Tianjian Gate know what they're doing. Yan Hongtai said. I hope so. Yan Zhanyan nodded his head. Since Red City was quite far away from Origin Mountain, almost 1,000 miles away, those who were going to join the test had to start their journey in the 5th of the morning. 1,000 miles was nothing for a mortal core warrior. If they ran at full speed, they would be able to reach it in an hour. But for a Qi High warrior, it wouldn't be that fast. Red City was still in the middle of a storm. The people from the Yen family and the Li family who were going to join the test had arrived at Origin Mountain at different times. When the people from the Yen family arrived at Origin Mountain, Chen Shuang and the other two from Tianjian Gate were already waiting for them. Young Master Chen. Seeing Chen Shuang and the other two, Yan Zhanyun immediately greeted them. He and a mortal core warrior from the Yen family had brought a dozen young men with them. And the people from the Li family haven't arrived yet. Right after Chen Shuang finished his words, he saw a dozen men rushing towards them. They're here. Mu Wenling said with a smile on her face. Not long after that, the people from the Li family arrived. Li Sanyu cupped his fist and greeted Chen Shuang and the other two. After that, Li Sanyu's gaze landed on Jiang Chen, who was standing among the people from the Yen family. Two cold beams immediately emerged from his eyes. At the same time, Yan Zhanyun's expression changed as well. His gaze landed on a young man who was standing next to Li Sanyu. This man was wearing white clothes, and he looked handsome. He looked similar to the dead Li Changhong and Li Changhao, but his energy was much stronger. He was the number one genius of the Li family, the one who had just broken through to the mortal core realm, Li Chongming. Young Master Chen, Li Chongming is already a mortal core warrior. I don't think he needs to join the test anymore. Yan Zhanyun said. And, which one is Li Chongming? Chen Shuang looked at the people from the Li family. Ming or greets young Master Chen. Li Sanyu looked at Li Chongming with a smile on his face. This son of his was his biggest pride. Li Chongming took a step forward and arrived in front of Chen Shuang. He cupped his fist and said, Li Chongming greets the three of you. And, it's not easy for Red City to have such a genius. Li Chongming, you don't need to join the test. Just follow me back to Tianjian Gate in the future, and we'll join the sex test. With your strength, you can become an outer circle disciple just like us. Chen Shuang said. Indeed, a mortal core warrior didn't need to join the test. Young Master Chen. Li Sanyu hurriedly said. He had a cold smile on his face, and his eyes were shining with wisdom. Let Ming-er enter the mountain range with us. He won't be counted in the number of people taking the test. Just treat it as a training for him. Li Sanyu brought Li Chongming here because he wanted to let Chen Shuang meet him. He didn't plan to let Li Chongming participate in the test. After all, with Li Chongming's strength, he didn't need to join the test. But when he saw Jiang Chen appear in the group of people taking the test, Li Sanyu immediately changed his mind. The Misty Rain Tower was trying to protect Jiang Chen, and it would be extremely difficult for him to take revenge. But right now, it was a great opportunity, the best time to kill Jiang Chen. As long as Jiang Chen entered the mountain range, Yan Zhanyun wouldn't be able to protect him. With Li Chongming's strength at the early mortal core realm, killing Jiang Chen would be a piece of cake. Li Sanyu, don't you think what you're doing is too shameless? Yan Zhanyun's expression changed. By now, anyone could tell that Li Sanyu had asked Li Chongming to enter the mountain range with him because of Jiang Chen. What I'm doing doesn't seem to be against the rules, right? Li Sanyu said with a cold smile on his face. Sure. Chen Shuang nodded his head and agreed. Young Master Chen, it's not fair to let a mortal core warrior enter the mountain range. Yan Zhanyun couldn't take it anymore. Chief Yan, please mind your attitude. You don't have the right to tell us what to do when we, the Tianjian Gate, do. I don't care what kind of grudge you have with each other. Li Chongming entering the mountain range is not part of the test. It's his own freedom. Chen Shuang's expression turned cold. Yan Zhanyun didn't dare say anything else. Don't worry. Jiang Chen smiled at Yan Zhanyun, telling him not to worry. Brother Jiang Chen, you have to be careful. If you don't, you can forget about joining the test. As long as you follow me, no one will be able to touch you. Yan Zhanyun kindly reminded him. Although Jiang Chen was strong, he was only at the mid-Qi high realm. Being able to kill Li Changhao and being able to deal with Li Chongming were two completely different things. The difference between the Qi high realm and the mortal core realm was not small. Li Sanyu wants to die without any descendants. I'll fulfill his wish. Jiang Chen touched his nose with his hand and said in a casual manner. Alright, the test will begin now. The Yan family will enter the mountain from the left, and the Li family will enter from the right. The test will last for 4 hours, and you will be ranked according to the number of demon souls you have. Chen Shuang said. By doing this, he had separated the candidates from both sides, which was considered fair. This made Yan Zhanyun secretly let out a sigh of relief. Origin Mountain was so big, even the outer area was very big. As long as both sides didn't bump into each other, there wouldn't be any casualties. Let's go. Yan Yang waved his hand and led the way to the left. At the same time, the Li family entered the fan from the right. Li Changming walked up to Jiang Chen. He didn't hide his killing intent at all. You're Jiang Chen, the one who killed my 2 brothers? That's right. Jiang Chen glanced at Li Changming. You've got guts, but I'll let you know what pain is. Today, you won't be able to walk out of this mountain. I'll kill you with my own hands and avenge my 2 brothers. Li Changming said confidently. The way he looked at Jiang Chen was filled with hatred and killing intent. Both of his brothers had been killed by this young man in front of him. How could he not be angry? The decision you've made today is definitely the worst decision you've ever made in your life. You've completely cut off the Li family's bloodline. You're really unfilial. Jiang Chen's voice was calm. You're really arrogant, but today, even the gods can't save you. Li Changming said while gritting his teeth. Don't mess with me. Really, the consequences will be very serious. In the blink of an eye, both parties had entered the mountain range. On the Yan family's side, including Jiang Chen, there were 11 people. On the Li family's side, including Li Changming, there were 13 people. Whether it was the number of people or the overall strength, the Li family seemed to be able to suppress the Yan family. Outside of the mountain range, Li Sanyu had a bright smile on his face. The scar on his face kept shaking. On the other hand, Yan Zhanyun had a frown on his face. Yan Zhanyun, are you worried and scared right now? If Ming attacks with all his strength, how many people from the Yan family do you think will come out alive? Li Sanyu said without hesitation. Shameless. Letting a mortal core warrior participate in the exam. The mortal core warrior from the Yan family shouted angrily. Yan Zhanyun waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to argue with him. Since the outcome had been decided, they could only hope that both parties would kill the demon beasts in the mountain range with their own strength. They didn't want to bump into each other, especially not Li Changming. With the irreconcilable relationship between both parties, if they bumped into each other in the mountain range, there would definitely be a conflict. Once they started fighting, it would be a battle of life and death. Chen Shuang and the other 2 stood aside calmly. They turned a deaf ear to Yan Zhanyun and Li Sanyu's words. They already knew that these 2 families were enemies. As for whether or not people would die in this exam, or how many people would die, they didn't care at all. This was how battles were. In the Qi province, the competition between the 4 big sects was not something the Yan family and Li family could imagine. Within the mountain range, the men from the Yan family gathered together and looked at Yan Yang and Jiang Chen. Here, these 2 men were the backbone of their group. Big brother Yan Yang, what should we do? Someone asked. Let's split up and kill the demon beasts with our own strength. After 4 hours, we'll meet back here. At that time, we'll see how many demon beasts there are. For us, this is a good training opportunity. During the training, try not to bump into anyone from the Li family, especially Li Changming. Yan Yang said in a serious manner. All right, we understand. Everyone nodded and dispersed in different directions. Brother Jiang, let's fight on our own. Li Changming's target is you. You have to be careful. Yan Yang looked at Jiang Chen. Okay, you be careful too. Jiang Chen patted Yan Yang's shoulder, then turned around and walked towards the interior of the mountain. At the same time, on the other side, the people from the Li family had also gathered together. Brother Ming, what should we do? Together or separately? Someone asked. Everyone looked at Li Changming. He was their backbone. Listen up, all of you. Killing those demonic beasts is not a big deal. Our goal this time is to kill all the people from the Misty Rain Tower. As long as we kill them, all the spots for the Tianjian Gate will be ours. Besides, with so many of the Yan family's younger generation dead, Yan Zhanyun will definitely break down. It won't take long before Red City will belong to our Li family. This is a rare opportunity. Li Chongming had an evil smile on his face. He was a very cunning and smart guy. His foresight was better than most people. Brother Ming is already a mortal core warrior. With Brother Ming here, those people from the Yan family will be finished. We'll go straight to the Yan family's area later. Someone said with a proud expression. Let's go. You guys are free to split up. I'm going to find that Jiang Chen. When talking about Jiang Chen, Li Chongming's eyes lit up with a vicious light. This Jiang Chen was his most important target in this mountain. Both of his brothers had been killed by this man, and he was going to make him pay with his blood. Only demonic beasts at the Qi Hai realm could be called demonic beasts. Those below the Qi Hai realm didn't have their intellect fully awakened, so they could only be called wild beasts. Demonic beasts at the Qi Hai realm had their intellect fully awakened, and their intellect was almost the same as a human's. Demonic beasts were born with strong qi and blood, and their bodies were extremely strong. Therefore, when a human and a demonic beast of the same level fought, they wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. Jiangchen kept running, and soon, he was 100 miles deep into the mountain range. The demonic beasts at the outer perimeter were too weak, and most of them were just weak wild beasts. They weren't attractive to Jiangchen at all. Jiangchen's target this time was also demon souls. Rustle, in front of him was a patch of withered vines. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from within. Jiangchen's ears twitched, and he looked towards the source of the sound. What he saw was a gigantic black creature walking out from the withered vines. It was a black striped rhino. It was 2 meters tall, and its entire body was black. There were golden patterns on its head. Right now, the black striped rhino was staring at Jiangchen with a bloodthirsty gaze, as if it was looking at its prey. Roar! The black striped rhino let out a loud roar, and it walked towards Jiangchen step by step. Its iron hooves landed on the ground, making a clattering sound. The black striped rhino's most powerful weapon was its hooves. The black striped rhino in front of Jiangchen had already reached the mid-Qi Hai realm. Its black hooves were powerful enough to crush hard rocks. If Jiangchen were to fight against it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Come on. Jiangchen pointed his finger at the black striped rhino, his face full of ridicule. Roar! Jiangchen's provocative action had undoubtedly angered the black striped rhino. It let out a loud roar and charged towards Jiangchen. Dong dong! The black striped rhino's iron hooves landed on the ground, and the entire forest seemed like it was going to experience an earthquake. When it was only 2 meters away from Jiangchen, the black striped rhino's huge body suddenly jumped up, and its hooves, which were shining with a dark light, stomped towards Jiangchen's head. It was fast and fierce, and if it was an ordinary person, they would have been scared witless. Unfortunately, the black striped rhino's opponent was Jiangchen. Ka! Jiangchen clenched his fist, which emitted a cracking sound. His fist flashed with a bright light, and he punched out with lightning speed. His fist directly met the black striped rhino's iron hooves. After cultivating the dragon transformation art, Jiangchen's qi and blood had become more and more vigorous, and his body had become more and more tyrannical. Even powerful demonic beasts could not compare to him. Facing a ferocious demonic beast like the black striped rhino head-on was his favorite. Seeing this puny human in front of it actually using his fist to fight against its iron hooves, the black striped rhino's eyes clearly showed a trace of ridicule. Bang! Fist and hoof fiercely collided, and the shockwave from the collision caused the withered leaves below to fly away. Under such a powerful collision, the ridicule in the black striped rhino's eyes instantly turned into fear. Ka-cha! One of the black striped rhino's legs was directly smashed, and fresh blood seeped through the skin. Even that indestructible hoof of the black striped rhino had cracks on it, and blood flowed out. Awoo! The black striped rhino let out a miserable cry, and its huge and majestic body was sent flying backwards. It landed 20 feet away with a thud, creating a huge crater on the ground. Jiangchen jumped up and landed on top of the black striped rhino. He suddenly punched down with his iron fist, accurately landing on the black striped rhino's head. This punch had directly split the black striped rhino's head open, and a bright pearl flew out from the broken skull. Jiangchen grabbed it in his hand. The black striped rhino on the ground wriggled a few times, and then stopped moving. It was completely dead. If anyone had seen this fight, they would have been so shocked that their mouths would have been wide open. A human could actually be so ferocious that he could kill a mid-chi high black striped rhino with just 2 punches. For Xianxia, a mid-chi high black striped rhino was too weak. He could even kill a late-chi high black striped rhino with ease. The black striped rhino's demon soul was about the size of a fist, and its whole body was shiny and transparent. One could clearly feel a strong energy coming from it. The demon soul of a demon beast was the most important part of a demon beast. It represented the source of the demon beast, and the most essential part of a demon beast was its demon soul. Xianxia opened his mouth and swallowed the demon soul. If someone else saw this, they would have fainted in shock. Directly devouring a demon spirit was simply the biggest joke in the world. One must know that there was a difference between humans and demons. Although the demon spirit of a demon beast contained powerful pure energy, at the same time, it also contained impurities that humans couldn't absorb. These impurities belonged to the special part of a demon beast. Therefore, if a normal person obtained a demon soul, they would exchange it for money and pills, or use it to concoct pills. Even if they wanted to absorb it, they would have to extract the pure energy from the demon soul bit by bit. Swallowing it directly like Xianxia was simply suicidal. Naturally, Xianxia wasn't suicidal. He had his own reasons for doing this. The dragon transformation skill was a supreme divine skill, When this divine skill was cultivated to the peak, one could transform into a dragon and soar into the sky. What was a dragon? It was a divine beast, the noblest existence among demon beasts. Furthermore, the dragon transformation skill had already mentioned that by cultivating this skill, one could absorb and refine any strange bloodline between heaven and earth. Those powerful demon beasts were all targets for Xianxia to refine and absorb. Even bloodlines could be absorbed, not to mention the demon soul. After swallowing the demon soul, Xianxia immediately circulated the dragon transformation skill. The 5 dragon marks in his GC seemed to have received some kind of command and instantly surrounded the demon soul. A few minutes later, the demon soul was completely refined and absorbed by Xianxia. The pure energy within was completely transformed into pure yuan energy. As for the part that belonged to the demon beast, it was directly purified by the dragon transformation skill and transformed into pure yuan energy, which was absorbed by the dragon marks. Buzz, his GC vibrated, and the shadow of the 6th dragon mark became more solid. A black striped rhino at the mid-chi high realm is still too weak. Even if I absorb and refine its demon soul, it won't be of much help to me. If I want to reach the late Chi high realm, I need a higher level demon soul. At least, the level of the demon beast must be higher than my cultivation level. Xianxia thought to himself. The black striped rhino was indeed powerful, but he was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, which meant that his foundation was much stronger than ordinary people's. Training it was like a bottomless pit. Plus, the black striped rhino is just a normal demon beast. It doesn't have any special bloodline. Demon beasts with special bloodlines all have innate abilities. If I can refine this demon soul, I can use the dragon transformation skill to obtain innate abilities. Xianxia's eyes lit up. This was the scariest part of the dragon transformation skill. By combining countless strange bloodlines into one could directly obtain innate abilities through the bloodline. Even Xianxia couldn't imagine the future development of the dragon transformation skill. Bang! Roar! Along with the sound of an earthquake, a huge white tiger crashed into a tree and fell to the ground. There was a big hole in the white tiger's head. Beside the white tiger, a young man in white clothes was holding a demon soul in his hand. He had a faint smile on his face. The young man was Xianxia. After killing the black striped rhino, this white tiger was the 4th mid-chi high demonic beast he had killed. Xianxia refined the demon souls without wasting any of them. Unfortunately, after refining all 4 mid-chi high demonic beasts, the 6th dragon mark in his GC still hadn't formed. The stronger I am, the more I need. It looks like I need to find a demonic beast that is stronger than me. Also, in order to reach the late Chi high realm, I need to form 8 dragon marks. Xianxia thought to himself. He had already traveled 200 miles into the mountain, but he hadn't met any powerful demonic beasts, let alone those with special bloodlines. Although this origin mountain is vast, it is located at the border of the Saint Origin world. It's hard to find powerful demonic beasts here, and beasts with special bloodlines are even rarer. Xianxia shook his head. This was the border of the eastern continent, and also the border of the Saint Origin world. The natural yuan qi in the divine continent was very thin. The natural yuan qi in the divine continent was at least 100 times denser than here. The natural yuan qi directly determined the resources, and the resources determined the limits of a cultivator and a demonic beast. Whoosh, right at this moment, a chilly wind suddenly blew out from the forest in front of him. This chilly wind carried a pungent stench that made anyone who smelled it feel like vomiting. Xianxia immediately felt dizzy after smelling it. But soon after, the pungent stench was absorbed by the dragon marks in his qi. The dragon transformation skill was a strong yang skill. It could be said to be the nemesis of all yin and evil qi. At the same time, the dragon transformation skill could refine everything in the world. It could absorb almost anything, which was why the dragon transformation skill was so terrifying. Poisonous items. The dragon transformation skill is really scary. It can even refine and absorb poisonous items. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The stench just now was a poisonous item. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt dizzy. What surprised him was that the dragon transformation skill could refine and absorb poisonous items. A rustling sound came from the front. Xianxia looked over and saw a giant python coming towards him. The python was 20 feet long, and its body was as thick as a barrel. Its entire body was covered with green scales, and its eyes were like the eyes of the god of death, staring at Xianxia. Its mouth was constantly flicking its blood-red tongue. From time to time, the great green serpent's body emitted a green poisonous gas. Wherever the great green serpent passed, the flowers and plants on the ground all turned black and died instantly. It was obvious how terrifying the poisonous gas emitted from its body was. Green hellish python, late Qi High Realm. Xianxia's eyes lit up. With his experience, he could tell the origin of the great green python at a glance. The green hellish python was a poisonous creature. The word hellish meant netherworld, and it represented death. Since the green hellish python's poison was extremely strong, and its body was covered with green scales, it was called the green hellish python. The green hellish python was a lonely king in the jungle. The reason why it was called a king was because ordinary demon beasts didn't dare get close to it. Even demon beasts that were stronger than the green hellish python wouldn't want to fight it. Its poison was too strong, and if it was accidentally absorbed into one's body, the consequences would be unimaginable. Because of this, the green hellish python was lonely. A late Qi High green hellish python was something that even a mortal core warrior wouldn't dare to fight. The green hellish python was an unusual species of snake, and it was very rare. No one had expected to see one here. This green hellish python in front of him was obviously attracted by the noise caused by Xianxia killing the white tiger. Right now, the green hellish python had already locked onto Xianxia. It had completely regarded Xianxia as its prey. I wonder if the dragon transformation skill can really block the green hellish python's poison. Xianxia thought to himself. The green hellish python was very scary, but Xianxia didn't back off. There were still many terrifying aspects of the dragon transformation skill that he didn't know about, and he needed to discover them bit by bit. Besides, with Xianxia's abilities, even if the dragon transformation skill couldn't cure the green hellish python's poison, he still had other ways. The green hellish python in front of him was a late Qi High demon beast. If he could absorb its demon soul, he would be able to form the 6th dragon mark in his qi. It was worth a fight. The green hellish python looked at the human in front of it and didn't run away after seeing it. It was surprised, but this surprise was quickly replaced by mockery and cruelty. Swoosh, half of the green hellish python's body left the ground and stood up, staring at Xianxia from above. Then, the green hellish python shook its body, and a green poisonous qi turned into a huge net, flying towards Xianxia. Seeing this, Xianxia's eyes lit up. With his abilities, if he wanted to dodge, this poisonous net wouldn't even be able to touch him. However, he stood still and didn't move. He clenched his teeth and said to himself, "I'm going to risk it all." This was because Xianxia knew that with his current level of cultivation, if he couldn't resist the green hellish python's poisonous chi, then there would be no point in continuing the fight. Once the green hellish python was enraged, everything within 100 feet radius would be poisoned, and it would be difficult for him to even get close to it. Therefore, he placed his hopes on the dragon transformation skill. He wanted to personally see if the dragon transformation skill could actually cure a large amount of poison. Without dodging, the poison released by the green hellish python instantly engulfed Xianxia. The poisonous chi was like a tarsal bone, drilling into Xianxia's body. The green hellish python saw that the human in front of it was unaffected by its poison, and it was obviously stunned. Then, it was shocked. Was this guy an idiot? Was there something wrong with his brain, or was he pushed by a door? This was too stupid. Didn't he know that poison could kill people? Or did he think that he would die if he met me, so he gave up resisting? In any case, Xianxia's actions confused the green hellish python. The poison entered Xianxia's body, and Xianxia instantly felt a heart-wrenching pain. This was the green hellish python's poison, and he didn't dare to be careless. He immediately activated the dragon transformation skill, and the dragon marks in his dantian were like ferocious beasts, sweeping up all the poisonous chi and quickly refining it. In the blink of an eye, the poisonous chi was completely refined. Xianxia was full of energy, and he didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable. Ha ha ha, Xianxia laughed out loud. He couldn't help but be excited. The dragon transformation skill could really refine the green hellish python's poison. This was too awesome. In the future, he would be immune to all kinds of poisons. Seeing that Xianxia was fine after absorbing its poison, and was even laughing like a madman, the green hellish python didn't feel good. It had dominated the forest for so long, and this was the first time it met such a weirdo. It met a crazy person, and its poison didn't even have any effect on him. How could this be possible? Roared the green hellish python couldn't take it anymore. It opened its mouth and let out a cry. It was furious, and it didn't believe that a small human could resist its poison. It opened its mouth and spat out a stream of green liquid. The liquid was like a sword, and it was extremely fast, rushing towards Xianxia. Humph, Xianxia snorted coldly. After knowing that the dragon transformation skill could restrain poison, he didn't have any more worries. The green hellish python, which had lost the threat of the poison, was now his prey. Facing the attack of the green hellish python's green liquid, Xianxia's arm trembled, and he directly punched out. His fist was shining with a bright light, and it collided with the green liquid. Pa, a loud pa sound was heard. Xianxia originally wanted to shatter the liquid, but he didn't expect that the green liquid was like a sticky substance, and it directly stuck to his fist. Chi-chi, chi-chi sounds came from his fist, and Xianxia instantly felt a strong corrosive force. The green liquid was like a small snake, and it was drilling into his body. What the f***ck? Xianxia couldn't help but curse. Although the dragon transformation skill could refine poison, the pain from his fist still made him frown. I'm not playing with you anymore. Die. Xianxia shouted, and his whole body suddenly jumped up. His finger was like a sword, and he pointed at the green hellish python. Bang, a giant golden finger was pointed out by Xianxia, and the space around him shook with a bang. With his current capability, he could instantly kill anyone in the Dan realm, including powerful beasts. In front of him, the green hellish python showed a dumbfounded expression. It was stunned for a moment, and its mind was still immersed in the scene just now. That green liquid was the most poisonous part of its body, and yet his opponent was not affected at all. This completely overturned the green hellish python's mind. The giant golden finger, with a shrill sound, appeared in front of the green hellish python in the blink of an eye. The powerful sixth solar finger was emitting a faint power, and it completely locked the green hellish python in place. Hiss, the green hellish python shuddered, and only then did it react. Unfortunately, its reaction was too slow. Boom, the giant golden finger hit the green hellish python's weak spot. That was the weak spot of a snake, and it was a powerful attack like the single solar finger. The green hellish python let out a miserable cry, and its whole body was cut in half from the weak spot. It was at least 1 meter long, and its flesh and blood were all torn apart. The late Chi-Hai green hellish python died on the spot, and only its broken body was left wriggling on the ground. The blood that came out from the green hellish python's body was extremely poisonous. Wherever the blood fell, the ground would turn black, and all living beings would be poisoned to death. Xianxia endured the stench, and he took out a short blade from his storage bag. He cut open the green hellish python's head, and took out the demon's soul. Within the green demon's soul, there was a green liquid moving. That was the source of the green hellish python, and it was the source of the poison. According to the dragon transformation skill, if I can absorb a beast with a special bloodline, I will be able to obtain the beast's special abilities. I wonder if I can absorb the green hellish python's demon soul, will I be able to obtain the green hellish python's poison? Xianxia stared at the demon's soul in his hand. If he could obtain the green hellish python's poison, he would undoubtedly have one more terrifying trump card, and it would be a way for him to kill people. Poison, let me use it. Boom, the green hellish python's demon soul entered his body, and the energy it contained immediately spread out, causing Xianxia's body to shake violently. Immediately, Xianxia's body shook even more violently. He frowned, and sweat started to drip down his face. The green hellish python's demon soul was definitely not just a simple energy. The poison it contained was the most horrifying. The green liquid spread out, and its strong corrosive power seemed like it was going to penetrate through Xianxia's internal organs. At this moment, Xianxia could only use the dragon transformation skill with all his strength. The dragon marks completely surrounded the green liquid, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely devoured. However, Xianxia could clearly feel that the dragon marks did not directly refine the green liquid this time. Buzz, within his chi, energy was surging. The green hellish python at the late Chi High realm could not be compared to the mid Chi High realm demonic beasts from before. It had a huge amount of energy, and with the help of the dragon transformation skill, the energy was quickly absorbed by Xianxia. The sixth dragon mark was clearly formed, and the blood-red dragon mark kept vibrating with a joyful feeling. Not only that, the seventh dragon mark had also formed a shadow. Xianxia's power had improved again, and he was not far from the late Chi High realm. After the sixth and seventh dragon mark's shadow had formed, the changes were not over yet. In a corner of Xianxia's chi, a green chi cloud suddenly appeared. The green chi cloud was about the size of a fist, and it was constantly moving. It was peacefully coexisting with the dragon marks and Xianxia's yuan power. This is the green hellish python's original poison. Haha, the dragon transformation skill is indeed powerful. It actually absorbed the poison. Let's see if I can use it or not. Xianxia was overjoyed. With a thought, the green chi cloud suddenly seemed to have received some kind of command, and it started to jump violently. Xianxia reached out a finger, and a green light kept flashing on the tip of his finger. The light was odorless, and it did not have the stench of the green hellish python. Xianxia suddenly pointed his finger, and the green light turned into a sharp sword. With a swoosh, it shot out and landed on a big tree in front of him. Chi, the green light shot into the interior of the tree, leaving behind a thumb-sized hole. Instantly, the inside of the tree emitted a chi sound of corrosion, and there was green smoke emitting out. Not long after, the lower half of the tree had completely turned black, and there was no sign of life. Xianxia casually waved a strand of essence force at the tree, causing it to collapse. The broken part was already filled with black dregs. What a horrifying poison! With this trump card, I can practically kill without leaving a trace. Xianxia couldn't help but be happy. This was the green hellish python's poison that everyone feared like a tiger, and now it was actually under his control. This was practically a fatal killing move. In his previous life, Xianxia had fought against the king of poisons, Du Qianzhou. Even though he had used his unparalleled methods to severely injure the king of poisons, he had almost lost his life to the king of poisons. If he had cultivated the dragon transformation art in his previous life, the king of poisons would not have been a threat to him at all. What a great harvest! Xianxia was immensely pleased with himself. He didn't care about the corpse of the green hellish python on the ground and continued to walk towards the front of the mountain range. Not far away, there was a valley. On top of this valley, there was a faint white mist drifting. The valley was quiet, and when Xianxia scanned with his divine sense, he didn't discover any movement. Of course, Xianxia's divine sense was still very weak, and the range that it could scan was limited. It was impossible to cover the entire valley with his divine sense. Let's go in and take a look. Xianxia leaped and jumped into the valley. He realized that there were potholes everywhere, and it was extremely difficult to walk. Xianxia's body was as light as a swallow. He passed through the potholes and arrived at the entrance of a cave. This cave was pitch black, and there was a damp and gloomy aura coming from within. Xianxia scanned with his divine sense, but he didn't discover anything. However, those who were skilled were bold. Xianxia was prepared to enter the cave to take a look. Who knows, he might be able to find some treasures. Xianxia walked into the damp cave. Just as he took a few steps forward, he suddenly shivered. That feeling was as if he was being stared at by a pair of eyes in the dark. All of a sudden, Xianxia turned his head and discovered that not far away from his left, there was indeed something squatting there. A pair of bright eyes was staring at him. He was indeed being stared at. When Xianxia saw this thing, it was completely golden in color, and there wasn't a single strand of mixed hair. It looked like a horse, but it wasn't a horse, and it looked like a dog, but it wasn't a dog either. Its body was plump, and it was a lot stronger than the average dog. However, compared to the average horse, it was a size smaller. In addition, this thing looked more like a dog, so Xianxia temporarily treated it as a dog. There was obviously a dog lying here, but when I scanned with my divine sense just now, I actually didn't discover it. Xianxia was shocked, and he suddenly had a higher opinion of this De Huang dog in front of him. With his ability, even if he didn't have divine sense, there was nothing that could escape from his divine sense at such a close distance. What surprised Xianxia even more was that with his eyesight, he actually couldn't see the real cultivation of this De Huang dog in front of him. Whoosh, while Xianxia was in a trance, the De Huang dog suddenly moved. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Xianxia. It was too fast, just like lightning. Xianxia was shocked, and he hurriedly dodged. Unexpectedly, the De Huang dog's reaction was also very fast, and it bit one side of Xianxia's butt. F***ck, Xianxia stretched his neck and roared. Mother ***ker, I, the dignified greatest sage in the world, was actually bitten by a dog, and it even bitten my butt. If this was spread out, how could I face others? Damn dog, get the F***ck out of my way. Xianxia felt the pain on his butt. He turned around and slapped Xianxia. He was extremely fast, but he didn't expect the De Huang dog to be even faster. With lightning speed, it threw away Xianxia's butt and dodged to the side. Pooey pooey, why is your butt so hard? Damn it, it hurt my teeth, pooey. The De Huang dog kept spitting, and Xianxia was startled by what he saw. This dog could talk? Damn it, a dog that could talk. Ordinary demon beasts could only form their heavenly core and reach the heavenly core realm before they could transform into human form, and only then would they be able to speak. Some demon beasts with special bloodlines, because of their strong foundation, had a hard time transforming into human form. Usually, they would need to reach the divine core realm or even higher before they could transform into human form. No matter what, the heavenly core realm was the bottom line. This dog in front of him was definitely not a heavenly core warrior. If it was, Xianxia wouldn't be able to stand here anymore. What a weirdo. While rubbing his butt, Xianxia sized up the De Huang dog in front of him. He was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and his body was as strong as steel. Also, when the De Huang dog bit him, although he didn't dodge it, he still used his yuan energy to block the bite. That's why the De Huang dog didn't hurt him. De Huang dog, don't tell me this guy is the dog that the disciples of Tianjin Gate are looking for? Xianxia widened his eyes. This dog in front of him looked exactly like the dog that the disciples of Tianjin Gate had described. Buddy, I can see that your qi and blood are vigorous, and your body is strong. I'm sure you are a great tonic. Just stand there and don't move, let daddy eat you. The De Huang dog stared at Xianxia and said. Xianxia almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, this dog wanted to eat him, but he still said it in such a righteous tone. Enough. This dog of yours is fat and tender. If I stew it, it will definitely taste delicious. Xianxia said with a smile on his face. He kept looking up and down at the De Huang dog. What did you say, buddy? How dare you say I'm fat? Fuck, daddy here is called majestic, mighty, and majestic, do you know that? I can tolerate it if you say I'm fat, but how dare you say daddy is tender? How am I tender? Damn you, how dare you say daddy is tender? This is intolerable. Daddy is going to eat you today, I'm going to eat you. The Dahuang dog was jumping up and down in anger. Xianxia, who was standing in front of him, had his mouth wide open in shock. He had only said the dog was fat and tender, but why did this dog have such a huge reaction? Huff, the Dahuang dog was really angry. Just because someone said he was fat and tender, his anger soared to the sky. Rays of golden light overflowed from his body. His eyes revealed a fierce look. He swore that today, he would definitely eat this kid who said he was tender. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. When the Dahuang dog released its aura, he could clearly feel a sacred aura. That was the aura that came from the bloodline. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely not be able to feel it. However, Xianxia was a saint and had seen all kinds of strange beasts. This dog in front of him was definitely not simple. Moreover, when he felt the sacred aura, the dragon mark in Xianxia's chi shook slightly. Dragon horse? This dog is actually a descendant of the dragon horse? Damn, I'm rich. Xianxia was instantly ecstatic. He could already see that this dog had the bloodline of the ancient dragon horse. The dragon horse was the descendant of the divine dragon and the Pegasus. Their bloodline contained the elements of the divine dragon and the Pegasus. They were extremely rare. Even in ancient times, the dragon horse was extremely rare. He did not expect to see a descendant with the bloodline of the dragon horse here. No wonder this dog looked like a horse. However, a descendant of the dragon horse had the appearance of a dog. It was really intoxicating. If I can kill this dog and absorb its bloodline, the dragon transformation skill will definitely grow to an unimaginable level. There will be a direct change in the nature of the skill, and I will also be able to obtain the innate magical power of the dragon horse. Xianxia was very excited. He must kill this dog and drink its blood. Therefore, the man and the dog, one wanted to eat the man and the other wanted to drink the blood, directly confronted each other in the cave. Whoosh Dahuang dog attacked. Like a golden lightning, he appeared in front of Xianxia in the blink of an eye. This time, Dahuang dog did not open his mouth. Instead, he used his head. From the looks of it, he was going to headbutt Xianxia to death. Humph. Xianxia snorted coldly, secretly cursing Dahuang dog for being an idiot. Of all the places to attack, he chose to use his head. Wasn't he courting death? Dahuang dog's speed was extremely fast. If it was an ordinary person, they might not even have the chance to react. However, who was Xianxia? Previously, he was accidentally bitten by Dahuang dog on the buttocks. This situation would definitely not happen again. The dragon mark in his chi vibrated. Xianxia suddenly punched out with all his strength. His steel-like fist collided heavily with Dahuang dog's head. Clang bang. Bang, two muffled booms resounded at the same time. Xianxia and Dahuang dog hit the stone walls on both sides at the same time. The powerful impact caused the entire cave to shake, and stone chips fell from above. Xianxia and Dahuang dog looked at each other in horror at the same time, especially Xianxia. His punch just now had at least 50,000 gene of force. This dog's head was a little too hard, wasn't it? Dahuang dog was also re-evaluating Xianxia. He didn't expect this young man in front of him to have such great strength. His physical body was also incomparably tyrannical, almost comparable to his own. This kid is emitting the aura of a superior. He seems to be a natural king, which doesn't match his age at all. Besides, isn't this guy's combat strength a little too tyrannical? If I eat him, I'll get endless benefits. Dahuang dog thought in his heart. Although he was surprised by Xianxia's strength, Xianxia's vigorous qi and blood made him want to eat him even more. Kid, this place is too small. We can't fight freely. Let's go outside and fight. Dahuang dog said. Okay, let's go outside. Xianxia nodded, thinking that this was a good idea. Therefore, a man and a dog walked out of the cave and came to the spacious valley. Swoosh, Two guys with coarse skin and thick flesh attacked at the same time, starting a fight between a man and a dog in the most primitive and barbaric way. Clang, 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 the fight between the man and the dog quickly became white-hot. One wanted to eat the other, and the other wanted to kill and drink blood. Every time they collided fiercely, the sound of iron striking would be heard and sparks would fly. F***ck, is your damn dog's skin made of steel? Xianxia cursed. If his physical body was tyrannical, then this damn dog was simply attacking him. When he slapped his opponent's body with his palm, other than pushing him back, he actually couldn't cause any damage to the Huang dog. You damned brat, how did you cultivate your fleshly body? You must have cultivated a powerful cultivation technique. Tell me your cultivation technique and I'll let you die a quick death. The Huang dog didn't want to be outdone, but the more he fought, the more frightened he became. Damn dog, I'll give you a quick death first. Solar finger. Xianxia shouted and suddenly unleashed the single sun finger. The huge golden finger was like a pillar that supported the heavens, rushing towards the Huang dog. An earth-level combat skill. Looks like you're really not an ordinary kid. The Huang dog was very knowledgeable. He could tell the level of the solar finger at a glance. However, he was not afraid at all. The Huang dog opened his mouth and spat out a beam of golden light. The golden light instantly expanded and turned into a beam of light similar to the solar finger. Then, it collided with the golden finger. Rumble, the one yang finger and the golden beam of light collided, causing golden light to shine in all directions. The powerful explosion caused half of the valley to shake. Some of the weaker Yao beasts at the edge of the valley fled in fear. Rumble, rumble, rumble. After that, the valley was filled with endless explosions. The golden light shot up into the sky, and the valley was filled with cracks. The battle between the human and the dog had reached its climax. Xianxia had used all his skills, using the single sun finger and even using the black soul sword. But in the end, he still couldn't hurt the Huang dog at all. Xianxia had also used the great soul derivation skill to suppress his soul. But under his soul suppression, the Huang dog didn't seem to be affected at all. Mother **cur. Xianxia cursed out loud. With his abilities, he could easily kill an early mortal core warrior, but he couldn't even defeat a dog. This really made him want to vomit blood. Immortal my ass. The Huang dog was panting. He was also extremely angry. He had finally met a weirdo today. An abnormal human with a mid-chi high cultivation level who had the combat strength of a mortal core warrior. He also had a powerful soul and sharp senses. Looks like in order to kill this dog, I'll have to use that skill. Xianxia squinted his eyes, and an evil smile appeared on his face. Right now, only by using the poison in his body would he have a chance to kill this dog. With a thought in Xianxia's mind, the green ball of gas in his chi started shaking. Then, a green poisonous gas started flowing out from his palm. The Huang dog let out a loud roar. Once again, he dashed towards Xianxia like an arrow that had just left the bow. Here's my chance. The evil smile on Xianxia's face became bigger. When the Huang dog was about to get close to him, Xianxia suddenly attacked. He unleashed a poisonous gas and shot it right into the Huang dog's mouth. Damn you! What the hell is this? The Huang dog turned around and dodged to the side with lightning speed. He opened his mouth and started vomiting. Damn it! It's so bitter. What kind of poison is this? It's too bitter. Ugh. I'm going to die from vomiting. The Huang dog kept vomiting. What he vomited was a green sticky liquid. As he vomited, he didn't forget to curse. As for Xianxia, he was stunned. Damn you! You're still fine? A strong sense of failure surged into Xianxia's heart. This was the poison of the green hellish python, which was known as the king of poisons. This was the first time he had used it, but nothing happened to this dog. It was just vomiting. This was too much of a blow. This is weird. This kid has so many tricks up his sleeves. He even has poison. After the Huang dog finished vomiting, he was also quite depressed. Damn dog, I don't believe I can't kill you. Xianxia clenched his teeth and dashed forward again. Thus, a man and a dog started a fierce battle again. 10 minutes later, the man and the dog looked at each other. Xianxia was panting while the Huang dog stuck out his long tongue. He was so tired that he was drooling all over. Damn you. I'm done. I'm tired. As he spoke, the Huang dog laid on the ground with a thud. I'm done, too. Xianxia also sat on the ground. He was really tired after fighting with the Huang dog. Kid, although I didn't eat you, I had a good time today. The Huang dog said. It was indeed a good time. Xianxia didn't comment. Since his rebirth, he had experienced many battles, but he had never had a good time like today. The battle with the Huang dog gave him a great feeling. Kid, I think you're a talent. I've decided to be merciful and accept you as my disciple. How about it? Hurry up and kowtow to me. The Huang dog said. Kowtow your ass. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Xianxia was speechless. This dog was really shameless. Just now, they were facing each other in a life and death battle. In the blink of an eye, he wanted to accept him as his disciple. How could he have the face to say that? Moreover, if he were to acknowledge a dog as his master, would he still have the face to walk around the world in the future? Damn it. What's wrong with me? I'm mighty and domineering. You don't know how many female demons want to have sex with me. You don't know what's good for you. How dare you look down on me? Big Yellow couldn't take it anymore. Xianxia laughed. This dog was not only shameless but also extremely narcissistic. Of course, you can also choose to be my human pet. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, I'll bite him to death. The Huang dog said in an extremely narcissistic manner. Get lost. Xianxia was speechless. Hey, damn dog. We've become friends after a fight. Let me borrow something from you. Xianxia said with a smile. Look at your evil eyes. You're definitely up to no good. I'm not lending it to you. The Huang dog was very direct. Xianxia was stunned. He wished he could pounce forward and fight again. Of course, he was very clear that even if he fought for 3 days and 3 nights, the result would still be the same. What do you want to borrow? The Huang dog asked curiously. I don't need too much of your blood. Just give me a bowl. Xianxia grinned. Go to hell. I have a bowl of urine. Do you want it? It's free. The Huang dog said and actually crossed his hind legs. The object below swayed with the wind, looking very majestic. The black lines on Xianxia's forehead became even thicker. He finally understood that it was impossible to get any benefits from this dog. There would be no end to arguing with this dog. Xianxia patted his butt and stood up. Calculating the time, it had been nearly 2 hours since he entered the mountain range. He had to go back now. Li Chongming's target was Xianxia. If he couldn't find Xianxia, he would definitely vent his anger on the Yan family. Moreover, with the relationship between the two families, once they met, they would definitely fight to the death. Xianxia didn't want to see the Yan family being completely annihilated. Kid, where are you going? Seeing Xianxia was about to leave, the Huang dog immediately asked. Going back. Xianxia stretched his body and strode forward. The Huang dog jumped up and followed behind Xianxia. Damn dog, why are you following me? Do you want to fight again? Xianxia frowned. I'll go wherever I want. It's none of your business. The Huang dog snorted disdainfully. Xianxia shook his head and ignored him. He strode towards the exit of the valley. The Huang dog followed closely. After fighting with this dog, he still wanted to follow him. However, Xianxia didn't mind. This guy wasn't a real dog, but a dragon horse. It was a good thing that he was following him. In the future, Xianxia would have plenty of chances to draw his blood. Thinking about this, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. Kid, why are you laughing like that? Are you planning to do something to me again? Let me tell you, no way. I'm following you because you have some potential. Maybe one day, I'll accept you as my disciple. The Huang dog said. Then just wait and see. Xianxia shrugged. A man and a dog walked out of the valley and headed towards the direction of the Yan family. Damn dog, why is your skin so thick? Kid, I'm warning you. Don't call me damn dog. I have a name. My name is De Huang. Puff. A dog's name. Woof. Kid, your butt is itching again? Alright, alright. De Huang, De Huang. You're still a dog. Get lost. On the other side, in a dense forest, a fierce battle was taking place. 3 people from the Yen family were fighting side by side. Their faces were pale, and there were many wounds on their bodies. Blood kept flowing out. In front of them, there were 5 people from the Li family. Each of them was holding a shining longsword in their hands, and they had a mocking smile on their faces. This is a test. Your Li family is not hunting demon beasts, but trying to kill us? You're breaking the rules. One of the people from the Yen family said angrily. Haha, rules? I don't mind telling you. Brother Ming has already given the order. Today, we'll kill every single person from the Yen family. Don't even think about leaving. Hearing this, the expressions of the 3 men from the Yen family changed drastically. The Li family wanted to use the exam as an opportunity to kill all the young geniuses of the Yen family in this mountain. Li Chongming was too cruel. It's over. Looks like we're going to die here today. One of them had a pale face. Haha, that's right. At least you know your place. Today, not only you, but everyone from the Yen family will die. Yan Yang will die too. Especially that Jiang Chen. Brother Ming is looking for him everywhere. He wants to tear him into pieces. The leader of the Li family laughed out loud. He was extremely arrogant. Yan Chong, the 2 of us will fight with our lives. You take this chance to escape. Tell brother Yan Yang the news and tell him to run away. One of the men from the Yen family said in a low voice. His face showed a hint of ruthlessness. It was obvious that he was ready to sacrifice himself. A man who was willing to sacrifice his own life in order to save the lives of those around him, even if it was only a small chance. This kind of person was undoubtedly worthy of respect. No, if we die together. I, Yan Chong, will never leave you behind. Yan Chong's face was filled with anger. Today, his life was in danger. He had no choice but to fight. Very touching. Don't worry, none of you will live. Attack. The leader sneered. The 2 young men beside him raised their swords and rushed towards Yan Chong and the other 2 men. Shoo shoo, suddenly, something happened. 2 streaks of light came from afar. The golden light was like lightning and hit the center of the 2 men's eyebrows. Swoosh, swoosh, 2 light sounds could be heard. The 2 men were still charging forward, but their bodies were completely stiff. A hole the size of a thumb appeared between their eyebrows. Blood kept gushing out. Plop. Plop, in the next moment, the 2 men were lying on the ground. Their blood stained the ground. The scene suddenly became silent. The 3 men who thought they were going to die looked at the 2 men lying on the ground. They did not know what had happened. The remaining 3 men from the Li family had their mouths wide open. Seeing the tragic death of their companions, a chill ran down their spines. Both of them were Chi-Hai warriors, but they were killed just like that. What did this mean? It meant that the person who killed them was much stronger than them. You're right. None of you will survive today. A voice came from the jungle behind them. Yan Chong and the other 2 turned around and saw a young man in white walking towards them with a calm expression. Behind him was a big yellow dog. It's brother Jiang Chen. Yan Chong and the other 2 almost cried when they saw Jiang Chen. Although Jiang Chen was younger than them, his strength was still there. So, they still had to call him Big Brother. Compared to the excitement of the 3, the faces of the 3 from the Li family were ashen. Just by looking at Jiang Chen, they felt as if they were looking at death. With their abilities, encountering Jiang Chen was basically no different from dying. The leader no longer had any of his previous arrogance. He was so scared that his whole body was trembling, and his legs were trembling. Brother Jiang Chen. Yan shouted again. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded and walked towards the 3 from the Li family. He said, I heard that you want to kill everyone from the Yen family in this mountain, especially me. No, no, it's not like that. Although the leader was not weak and was at the late Qi realm, he had just reached the Qi realm. Compared to Li Changhao, he was much weaker. Even Li Changhao, who was at the peak of the Qi realm, was killed by Xianxia so easily. They were terrified. All three of them were terrified. Xianxia was just standing in front of them, and they were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. Pa-pa, pa-pa sounds could be heard, and the smell of urine filled the air. The man's legs were trembling, and he was so scared that he peed his pants. Damn, this bird is so arrogant. He is at the late Qi realm, but he peed his pants just like that. De Huang dog couldn't stand it anymore, and he said in disdain. A dog that could talk attracted everyone's attention. Eh? This dog looks so familiar. I've seen it somewhere before. No, I've heard of it before. De Huang, I'll leave it to you. Xianxia shook his head, turned around and walked towards Yan Chong and the other two. He didn't even look at the three from the Li family anymore. With De Huang dog's attack, the three's fate was already sealed. Wakaka. De Huang dog was so excited that he started barking. He didn't get any advantage from the fight with Xianxia just now, and he was so depressed. But now, Xianxia had given such a good opportunity to him. He was really loyal. Swoosh, De Huang dog pounced on the young man, and he didn't hold back at all. The late Qi young man was no match for De Huang dog, and he was pushed down to the ground. De Huang dog was extremely cruel. He opened his mouth and swallowed the young man's head. Ah, the young man's scream came out from De Huang dog's mouth. Another cracking sound was heard, and the young man's head was bitten off by De Huang dog. Blood spurted out from his neck, and it flew more than a meter away. Pooh, De Huang dog spat out the young man's head. The young man's head flew more than a meter away, and he was facing the sky. His face was full of blood and dirt, and his eyes were wide open. Hiss, except for Xianxia, everyone else gasped. De Huang dog was too cruel. This kind of scene was really creepy. The other two from the Li family were scared out of their wits. Even if they weren't afraid of death, they wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of death. The young man's miserable condition had almost scared them to death. Big Yellow didn't care about the fear in the two men's hearts. A cruel smile appeared on his face, and he opened his mouth again, revealing his eerie white teeth. Then, he leaped forward and bit off the other man's head. In the end, the young man held his head with both hands and let out a miserable scream. The last line of defense in his heart was almost broken. Then, his eyes rolled back, and he lay on the ground. He was so scared that he fainted. Although he was at the Qi realm, he had always lived like a prince. He rarely killed people, not to mention such a cruel scene. How could his temperament be compared to Xianxia's? Not only him, even Yan Chong and the other two were so scared that their faces turned pale. De Huang dog's cruelty made them very uncomfortable. Damn it, fainting just like that? Even if he fainted, he would still die. De Huang dog said. He stomped on the young man's head with his hoof, and the young man's head was smashed into pieces. Hey, you dog, why are you so cruel? Can't you be a little more gentle? Xianxia shook his head. This stupid dog could have killed the three of them in other ways, but he just had to stomp on their heads. How am I cruel? I let them die a clean death, without any pain. How dare you say I am cruel? I am being merciful, okay? Do you know what merciful is, brat? De Huang dog couldn't take it anymore. He raised his head and started arguing with Xianxia. Xianxia was speechless. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. My mouth belongs to me, I will say whatever I want. I killed someone for you, and you still say I am cruel? You are so heartless. De Huang dog kept talking. Alright, you are merciful, you are the most merciful dog in the world, okay? Xianxia quickly begged for mercy. Although he had only known De Huang dog for a short period of time, he knew this dog's character very well. If he started arguing with De Huang dog, there would be no end to it. Yan Chong and the other two opened their mouths wide in shock. Where did this dog come from? He was too much. But it seemed like he had a good relationship with Xianxia. If the three of them knew that this man and dog had been fighting to the death not long ago, they would be speechless again. Their good relationship was built from fighting. Big brother Jiangchen, Li Chongming wants to bury all the men from the Yan family in this mountain range. If he wants to kill us himself, big brother Yan Yang will be in danger. We need to find him as soon as possible. Yan Chong said with a worried face. Alright, since Li Chongming wants to play, let's play with him. Today, I will bury all of the Li family members here. None of them will be able to leave. Jiangchen sneered. Yan Chong and the other two looked at each other. They could see the fear in each other's eyes. Compared to Li Chongming, Jiangchen was the real ruthless one. Brother Jiangchen, there are a total of 13 people from the Li family. 5 of them died just now, so there are still 8 left. According to what that man said, the rest of them are probably planning to join forces and kill us one by one. Yan Chong said. Yes, do you know where Yan Yang and the others are? Jiangchen asked. Yes. Yan Chong said. Let's go, the Li family must be heading towards that area. Jiangchen said that the Li family had already made their move. They had to find the Yan family members as soon as possible. If they were too late, the Yan family would suffer a great loss. Yan Chong and the other two's deaths were proof of this. If Jiangchen was half a step late, he would only be able to see the 3 dead bodies. On the other side of the forest, a battle had just begun. The remaining 7 men from the Yan family, led by Yan Yang, had gathered together. In front of them stood the remaining 8 men from the Li family, led by Li Chongming. Originally, this examination was destined to become a battle of life and death. As the #1 warrior of the Yan family's younger generation, Yan Yang had a certain level of intelligence. He had sensed the Li family's unusual movements, so he quickly gathered everyone together. Li Chongming had also sensed the Yan family's movements, so he had gathered all his men, wanting to give them a fatal blow. Therefore, both sides had gathered here. Yan Chong and the other two were too far away from each other, so they didn't meet the Li family members here. Therefore, they had to fight on the other side. Luckily, Jiangchen had intervened at the critical moment. Li Chongming, what you've done has broken the rules of the examination. Yan Yang's face was gloomy. Today's situation was deadly for the Yan family. Li Chongming was a mortal core warrior, and he could kill all of them by himself. Rules? Once I kill all of you, the qualification to enter the Tianjian Gate will belong to the Li family. Besides, I've already reached the mortal core realm, so I'll definitely be able to enter the Tianjian Gate. Right now, I just want to know where Jiangchen is. Li Chongming Lingling said. Jiangchen was Li Chongming's most important target, and also his biggest goal. Jiangchen had killed 2 of his brothers, making him a mortal enemy. Outside, Jiangchen was protected by the Yan family. If he kept hiding in the Misty Rain Tower, there would be no chance for him to kill him. Humph. Li Chongming, you want to kill Jiangchen? Stop daydreaming. Who is brother Jiang? Do you really think anyone can kill him? Yan Yang let out a cold snort. Although he and Jiangchen hadn't known each other for a long time, he really admired Jiangchen's strength. In his mind, maybe Jiangchen was no match for Li Chongming, who was an early mortal core warrior, but if Jiangchen wanted to escape or hide, then Li Chongming wouldn't have the chance to kill him. Is that so? Then I'll kill all of you first, then I'll go find Jiangchen. You should know that a mortal core warrior has already opened up their divine sense. Under my divine sense, Jiangchen has nowhere to run. Li Chongming's face was filled with killing intent. He unleashed the energy of an early mortal core warrior, and his yuan energy vibrated, creating ripples in the air. Yan Yang's expression changed. The strength of a mortal core warrior was not something he could compare with. He and Li Chongming were both the #1 geniuses in Red City, and both of them had the potential to break through to the mortal core realm. He didn't expect Li Chongming to be 1 step ahead of him, but this 1 step represented the difference between heaven and earth. Even though he had reached the peak of the Qi Hai realm and was half a step into the mortal core realm, compared to Li Chongming, who was a real mortal core warrior, the gap was still too big. Yan Yang, are you scared now? If you beg for mercy, then I might be merciful and let you die a quick death. The playful smile on Li Chongming's face became bigger and bigger. His former rival was now completely suppressed by him. This feeling was really satisfying. Pfft. Li Chongming, if you want to fight, then fight. Even if you can kill all of us here today, your Li family will still have to pay a price. If you don't believe me, then try me. Yan Yang's aura fluctuated as he pulled out a long sword. The long sword was shining brightly. It was actually a low-ranked combat weapon. Low-ranked combat weapon? Looks like Yan Zhanyun has prepared for this. He's even willing to let you use a low-ranked combat weapon. My brother lost a low-ranked combat weapon last time, and today, I'll take it back from you. Li Chongming's eyes brightened. A combat weapon was an unexpected gain. Brother Ming, there's no need to say so much to them. Just attack and destroy them. A late Qihai warrior from the Li family said with a grin on his face. He was treating Yan Yang and the others like prey waiting to be slaughtered. Do it. Li Chongming shouted coldly. All the men of the Li family charged towards the men of the Yan family with a ferocious aura. Li Chongming locked onto Yan Yang. He couldn't let this old rival of his die so easily. Brothers, let's fight it out with them. Even if we die, let's drag two of them down with us. Yan Yang's voice was stern, and his handsome face was twisted. For a warrior, at the most critical moment, death wasn't that scary. Kill. The 7 men from the Yan family let out loud roars. The despair on their faces instantly turned into madness. Dozens of Qihai warriors collided with each other, and their yuan energies kept colliding, destroying the entire forest. The fierce battle had reached its climax. Both sides were like fire and water, and they couldn't be reconciled. This was a battle of life and death, and no one dared to be careless. Everyone was fighting with all their strength, because being careless meant death. Yan Yang, prepare to die. Li Chongming unleashed his killing intent, and he suddenly struck towards Yan Yang with his palm. The invisible yuan energy was like an invisible mountain, and it rushed towards Yan Yang. Such a powerful yuan energy attack immediately made Yan Yang feel like he was suffocating. Yan Yang let out a shout, and all the yuan energy in his body flowed into the long sword in his hand. The long sword produced a powerful buzzing sound, and with a whistling sound, the long sword became like a dragon, slashing towards Li Chongming's yuan energy attack. Bang, too bad, the gap between their cultivation levels couldn't be made up for. Even with his combat weapon, Yan Yang was still no match for Li Chongming. The difference between the Qihai realm and the mortal core realm was huge, and this gap was completely different from the gap between the mid and late Qihai realm. Tap tap tap, Yan Yang took 3 big steps back, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splashed onto the long sword, and under the sunlight, it was very eye-catching. On the other side, the 6 men from the Yan family and the 7 men from the Li family were engaged in a chaotic battle. Because of the difference in numbers, and the fact that the overall strength of the Li family was stronger, the Yan family quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. Some of their men were already injured, and if this continued, it wouldn't be long before the men from the Yan family couldn't hold on anymore. Is the Yan family going to die just like this? Yan Yang had a helpless and bitter smile on his face. It wasn't hard to imagine that if all the young geniuses of the Yan family were to die here, it would be a huge blow to the Yan family. If Li Chongming managed to enter the Tianjian gate, then the strength of both sides would decrease, and in just a few years, the Yan family would be destroyed by the Li family. That's right, there's still Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu has the 9 meridians, and she was born with a divine body. With a divine body, the Yan family will never be destroyed. So what if I, Yan Yang, die? Xiaoyu will avenge me sooner or later. Yan Yang thought about Yan Qinyu, and his mood immediately became better. Yan Qinyu's 9 meridians had awakened, and that was a peerless divine body. No one could imagine what she would achieve in the future. As long as Yan Qinyu was here, the Yan family would never be destroyed. Yan Yang, you can go die now. I didn't want you to die so easily, but after killing you, I still need to find Jiang Chen, so I'll let you have it easy. Li Chongming's energy fluctuated, and he suddenly pointed his finger towards Yan Yang. It was also the Li family's heavenly yellow finger, but when it was used by Li Chongming, its power was definitely not something Li Chonghao or Li Chonghong could compare with. Boom, a huge yellow finger suddenly appeared, and with a loud bang, it arrived in front of Yan Yang in the blink of an eye. Facing this heavenly yellow finger, Yan Yang's mouth revealed a mocking smile. He had completely given up on resisting, because he knew that with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to block Li Chongming's heavenly yellow finger, even if he had a low-ranked combat weapon. Yan Yang's smile was very bitter. Anyone who was facing death would feel bitter. Yan Yang closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. Boom! Suddenly, a huge impact was heard, but it wasn't the heavenly yellow finger that hit his body. Yan Yang clearly felt that the huge explosion and the shockwave came from in front of him. He suddenly opened his eyes, and saw a figure in white suddenly appear in front of him, and with a single punch, the figure shattered the heavenly yellow finger. Brother Jiang. Seeing this person, Yan Yang's face immediately showed an ecstatic expression, and then he secretly wiped the sweat off his forehead. Just now, he really walked around the gates of hell. Brother Yan Yang. Yan Chong and the other two walked in front of Yan Yang with a face full of concern. You three are fine. When Yan Yang saw the three of them, a happy expression appeared on his face. Brother Jiangchen saved us. Yan Chong said. Leave Li Chongming to me, you guys go deal with the others. Jiangchen said indifferently. All right. Yan Yang nodded his head. He didn't know if Jiangchen could deal with Li Chongming, who was an early mortal core warrior, but he knew that today, besides Jiangchen, no one else could deal with Li Chongming. Yan Yang carried his longsword and led Yan Chong and the other two to join the battle on the other side. The situation of the Yan family's defeat had been reversed in an instant. With the addition of 4 Qi-Hai warriors, the Yan family immediately gained the advantage of numbers. More importantly, the Yan family had a powerful warrior like Yan Yang. On the Li family's side, Li Chonghao had been killed by Jiang Chen, and Li Chongming was being restrained by Jiang Chen. They didn't have a single peak Qi-Hai warrior. Although Yan Yang was injured in the fight with Li Chongming, he still had a combat weapon in his hand, so these people couldn't deal with him. The white-hot battle was the most brutal. Everyone's attention was focused on the battle, and no one noticed that not far from the battlefield, there was a Dehuang dog lying on the ground. Dehuang dog was lying on the ground with its long tongue sticking out. It was enjoying the battle with a satisfied expression on its face, as if it was just watching a show. Li Chongming frowned, as if he had noticed something. There's no need to watch anymore. The rest of you are all dead, killed by me. Jiangchen said with a faint smile on his face. Jiangchen, you really deserve to die. Li Chongming's eyes shone with a cold light. Looking at him, it seemed like he wanted to tear Jiangchen into pieces bit by bit. It's hard to say whether I'll die or not, but you won't be able to live today. Didn't you want to kill me to avenge your brother? Do you know what the final result will be? Jiangchen said with a serious expression. The final result will be that you will die a horrible death. Li Chongming gritted his teeth. Wrong, the final result will be that Li Sanyu will die without any descendants. Jiangchen shook his head. His bright eyes were shining brightly. Humph. Let me see how strong you really are. Li Chongming let out a cold snort. He jumped up into the air, and his hand formed into a claw shape. With a powerful aura, he grabbed towards Jiangchen. All right. Jiangchen's eyes lit up. The attack of a mortal core warrior was indeed extraordinary. With his mid-Qi-Hai strength, he would have to use all his strength to fight Li Chongming. Pop, Jiangchen shook his arm and threw a punch at Li Chongming's palm with lightning speed. The punch was shining brightly and was aimed at Li Chongming's palm. Bam, a clear sound was heard. When the two men collided, a huge yuan energy whirlpool was formed. The aftermath of the collision turned into a tornado, and the dried leaves on the ground were blown into pieces. Both men's bodies shook. The collision this time was a draw. Jiang Chen's lips curled up into a faint smile. A mid-Qi-Hai warrior fighting against an early mortal core warrior without being defeated. He was very satisfied with this result. But Li Chongming was shocked. He looked at Jiangchen in disbelief. He could feel that his palm was numb, and he couldn't believe this was real. How is this possible? He is only at the Qi-Hai realm, how can he have such powerful combat strength? Besides, how can his body be so strong that it made my palm numb? Li Chongming's heart was in turmoil. Now, Li Chongming finally understood why Jiang Chen was able to kill his brother. Jiang Chen's combat strength had reached an unimaginable level. In Li Chongming's mind, a mortal core warrior would be able to suppress a Qi-Hai warrior, but when it came to Jiang Chen, the suppression wasn't obvious at all. A mortal core warrior is just SOSO. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. This sentence had undoubtedly hurt Li Chongming's heart. Li Chongming immediately shouted out and unleashed his heavenly yellow finger. Bang, the forest shook. The gigantic heavenly yellow finger was unleashed, and it charged towards Jiang Chen in a ferocious manner. This attack was unleashed by Li Chongming, and it was a full-force attack from an early mortal core warrior. Even if it was Jiang Chen, he couldn't underestimate it. However, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid at all. Heavenly Yellow Finger was only a low-rank mortal combat skill. Although it could unleash a powerful force in Li Chongming's hands, it was still no match for Jiang Chen's 6 solar fingers. The 6 solar fingers was a high-rank earth combat skill. Even the single solar finger was more than enough to suppress the heavenly yellow finger. Besides, Jiang Chen's mastery of the single solar finger had reached perfection. Once he broke through to the late Qi-Hai realm, he would be able to unleash the second finger of the 6 solar fingers, which was called the double solar finger. Jiang Chen pointed his finger like a sword and drew a mysterious path in the air. The tip of his finger was surrounded by a bright light, and he pointed it towards the sky. The force of the finger was much stronger than Li Chongming's. Immediately after, a bright golden giant finger was formed. The giant finger was like a pillar that supported the heavens. No matter if it was the force or the size, it was more powerful than the heavenly yellow finger. Bang, this was a battle between 2 finger skills. The heavenly yellow finger and the single solar finger collided with each other in the most direct and violent way. The shockwave caused by the collision caused the entire forest to shake, as if there was a huge earthquake. Kacha kacha, the golden shockwave spread out, and the trees not far away were all destroyed. It was obvious how powerful the shockwave was. Tap tap, under such a powerful shockwave, Li Chongming took 2 steps back, and the shock in his eyes became even more intense. He looked at Jiang Chen with a horrified expression. He had never seen Jiang Chen's finger skill before. Compared to it, the Li family's heavenly yellow finger skill, the Li family's heavenly yellow finger was like a trash fighter. Li family has any stronger combat skills? I've seen your Chen's heavenly yellow finger skill before, Ming Yang. Chongming to Li, Chongming, Yang. Brother Ming, hurry up and kill him. We can't hold on much longer. On the other side, a young man from the Li family shouted at Li Chongming. He was covered in blood, and he was gasping for breath. The battle was extremely fierce. Because of Yan Yang and the other 3, the Li family was defeated again and again. They originally had 7 men, but Yan Yang had already killed one of them, and the remaining 6 were badly wounded. If this continued, in just a few minutes, the Li family would be completely defeated, and all of them would die. Look, your men can't hold on any longer. You wanted to kill all the men from the Yan family here, but in the end, not a single man from the Yan family has been killed, and your men are going to die here. What an irony. Jiang Chen used the coldest tone to provoke Li Chongming. Li Chongming's face turned red. Jiang Chen's words had truly provoked him. He raised his head and looked at the Li family's camp. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. His original plan was to kill all the men from the Yan family here, but now, all of his men were about to be killed. Humph. I don't believe that with my mortal core cultivation level, I can't kill a Qi-Hai warrior. Take this, my great howling palm. Li Chongming became furious. He jumped more than 10 feet into the air. His black hair was dancing in the wind, and the energy around his body was like a tsunami. Both of his palms were surrounded by cyclones. The Great Howling Palm was a high-ranked mortal combat skill, and it was also the Li family's most powerful combat skill. Li Sanyu had spent a lot of effort to obtain it. Li Chongming hadn't trained the Great Howling Palm for a long time, so he wasn't very familiar with it. The Great Howling Palm was a technique that used one's palm to unleash energy. In an instant, all the yuan energy in one's body would be gathered in the center of one's palm. Countless cyclones would appear, and in the end, they would condense into an attack. The attack was powerful, like a tsunami. Bang! Li Chongming struck a palm strike from above, and the void directly emitted an explosive sound. Countless cyclones turned into shocking giant waves, like a tsunami descending. The pressure of the origin power was like a mountain. If this palm strike landed, the ground would be smashed into a huge pit. At the edge of the battlefield, De Huang Dog, who was bored from watching the fight, was shocked. A mortal core warrior was really something. What a great howling palm. Too bad you've just touched it, so you can't unleash that earth-shattering roar. I can break it with just one finger. Jiang Chen's expression didn't change. He stared at Li Chongming, and his hands were crossed in front of his chest. Both of his index fingers were trembling. Suddenly, Jiang Chen attacked. A huge golden finger dashed out, and next to it, there was another huge finger shadow. The 9 solar energies was created by Jiang Chen himself, and the 6 solar fingers was a part of the 9 solar energies. Although Jiang Chen was only at the mid-Qi high realm, with the help of the single solar finger, he was able to unleash the second solar finger shadow. The illusionary huge finger merged with the single solar finger, causing the power of the single solar finger to increase dramatically. It rushed towards the Yuan energy tsunami unleashed by Li Chongming. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion sounded out, and the powerful shockwave tore a huge hole in the ground. The hole extended all the way to the edge of the ground. De Huang Dog cursed and jumped up from the ground. He then chose a place where he wouldn't be affected by the shockwave and lied down. The shockwave was so powerful that it was like a real tsunami. Everything within a 10-mile radius was shaken, and all the trees that were close to the battlefield were cut in half by the shockwave. Such a powerful shockwave caused even Yan Yang and the others to stop what they were doing and look over. The Yan family had won the battle, and they had killed 2 more men from their opponents. The Li family only had 4 men left, and they were all heavily injured. So powerful. Big brother Jiang Chen is fighting against a mortal core warrior with his Qi high cultivation, he's like a god. Yan Chang's face was filled with excitement. Jiang Chen had saved his life before, so of course he would worship him. In the end, the great howling palm was no match for the 6 solar finger. Li Chongming's body fell down from the sky and crashed into a big tree. The tree broke into pieces, and Li Chongming's body shook as blood dripped down from the corner of his mouth. Looking back at Jiang Chen, he still had a faint smile on his face, as if nothing had happened. He had completely suppressed Li Chongming. Jiang Chen had formed 6 dragon marks, and he could unleash 60,000 gene of force. An ordinary mortal core warrior could only unleash 50,000 gene of force. Although Li Chongming was talented, in terms of combat strength, he was only on par with Jiang Chen. If they were to compare their combat skills, Li Chongming would definitely be weaker. Good. Yan Yang shouted. This kind of battle had made him look at Jiang Chen in a new light, and he had a new understanding of him. So cool, so cool. Big brother Jiang Chen is only at the mid-Qi high realm, but he is able to defeat an early mortal core warrior. This has turned my mind upside down. Haha, Li Chongming, you're finished. Hurry up and give yourself up. There is always someone better than you. Although brother Jiang Chen is only 15 years old, he is a real genius. How can a chicken like Li Chongming compare with him? Yan Chong and the others were in a good mood, so they didn't forget to mock Jiang Chen. As for the rest of the Li family, they weren't in a hurry to kill them. They were like turtles in a jar, and there was no way they could escape. Now, the tables had turned, and it was time for them to experience the feeling of despair. Wah! When Li Chongming heard the men from the Yan family comparing him to a chicken, he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. This was an insult to himself. No, he had to kill Jiang Chen no matter what. I'm a mortal core warrior. A mortal core warrior will never lose to a Qi high warrior. I can definitely kill him. Li Chongming had a ferocious expression on his face. He took a deep breath and unleashed his energy once again. At the same time, a shining golden blade appeared in his hand. It was another low-ranked combat weapon. Low-ranked combat weapon, looks like all of your Li family's combat weapons are going to be in my hands. Li Chongming, you should know how your brother Li Chonghao died. Not only did he die, he also lost a low-ranked combat weapon. Today, you will be the same as him. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. The Li family only had 3 low-ranked combat weapons. Besides Li Sanyu, who had one, none of the mortal core elders had one. When Li Changhao and Xianxia fought last time, Li Sanyu had lost a low-ranked combat weapon. Li Sanyu had been heartbroken. After Li Changming broke through to the mortal core realm, Li Sanyu had rewarded him with a low-ranked combat weapon. Xianxia, go to hell! Li Changming roared out. He raised his blade high up and slashed towards Xianxia. However, he had suffered quite a serious injury when he fought with Xianxia with the great howling palm. The mortal core in his body had cracks, and his combat strength had been severely affected. Even though he had a low-ranked combat weapon in his hand, it was still not enough. I'm done playing with you. Xianxia shook his shoulder, and the black soul sword appeared in his hand. With a swoosh sound, a golden flame covered the black soul sword. It was extremely hot. At the same time, Xianxia shook his wrist, and the black soul sword turned into a poisonous snake. With a tricky posture, it pierced towards Li Changming, who was rushing towards him. Both of them were extremely fast. Just when the blade and the black soul sword were about to collide, something strange happened. Xianxia moved his feet, and like a nimble cheetah, he dodged Li Changming's attack. The black soul sword swung and struck out like lightning. It pierced into Li Changming's armpit, and the sharp blade came out from Li Changming's shoulder. Blood started gushing out. Ah! The shrill scream sent chills down everyone's spine. Not only had Xianxia's sword pierced through Li Changming's shoulder, it had also pierced through the nerves in his body. Besides that, Xianxia's sword carried a blazing hot flame, and it had directly burned into Li Changming's body. Even a mortal core warrior wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of pain. In other words, a single sword strike couldn't completely make a mortal core warrior lose his ability to fight, but the pain brought by Xianxia's sword was beyond normal. Under this kind of pain, Li Changming's body was convulsing. Besides screaming, it seemed like he couldn't do anything else. Dang, the big blade in Li Changming's hand fell onto the ground, producing a clear sound. Swoosh, Xianxia slowly pulled out the black soul sword from Li Changming's body. Every time the sword was pulled out, more blood would be spat out. The blood that was spat out was instantly dried up by the burning flame and fell onto the ground. This was a chilling scene. The remaining 4 men from the Li family had pale faces. Their hearts were filled with despair. They were finished, they didn't have any more chances today. Even Li Changming wasn't Xianxia's match. Their biggest reliance was also gone, let alone them. Xianxia's face was filled with despair. Even the men from the Yan family were holding their breaths. Looking at Li Changming's miserable condition, they couldn't help but show fear in their eyes. Xianxia's attack was too cruel. Luckily, Xianxia was one of them. If he was an enemy, their ending wouldn't be any better than Li Changming's. I told you before, a mortal core warrior is just SOSO. I also told you not to mess with me, because the consequences would be too severe, but you didn't listen to me. Sigh. Xianxia said casually. The sword in his hand had already reached Li Changming's neck. Xianxia, if you dare kill me, my dad will never let you go. Li Changming's body was trembling. Under the pressure of Xianxia's energy, he had completely lost his ability to fight back. He could only use Li Sanyu to threaten Xianxia. Didn't I tell you before? Li Sanyu is doomed to die without descendants. Li Changming's threat was no different from a fart to Xianxia. Moreover, it was the kind of fart that didn't make any sound. He thrust the black spirit sword forward and pierced into Li Changming's neck. Li Changming's mouth kept opening and closing, and his eyes were filled with despair. As his eyes gradually lost focus, his vitality quickly disappeared. Thump. In the end, Li Changming fell to the ground on his back. He died with his eyes wide open. Perhaps at the last moment of his life, his heart was still filled with unwillingness. Li Changming is dead? Big brother Xianxia killed Li Changming, who was an early mortal core warrior with his qi high cultivation level. He saved all of our lives. The way the people of the Yan family looked at Xianxia was very complicated. There was excitement, gratitude, admiration, and fear. They had witnessed how terrifying this young man was. He was just like a little demon king. Being his enemy would not end well for anyone. Brother Jiang, what should we do with the remaining 4? Yan Yang asked. At this point, everyone couldn't help but follow Jiang Chen's lead. Jiang Chen turned around and walked up to the remaining 4 men from the Li family. The 4 of them felt like the world was spinning around them, and their bodies didn't even belong to them anymore. They were all shaking and trembling in fear. Among you 4, which one of you is from the Li family's subsidiary forces? Jiang Chen asked. The 4 of them were startled. They didn't know what Jiang Chen meant by this. Could it be that the people from the Li family's subsidiary forces and the Li family's main force had to be treated differently? This little demon king was so cruel, it looked like he was going to give them different ways of dying. However, the 2 young men still took a step forward and said with a trembling voice, "We're not from the Li family, we're from the subsidiary forces." The 2 of them knew what Jiang Chen was capable of, so they didn't beg for mercy. They knew that begging for mercy was useless at this point. Jiang Chen wouldn't let them go. Fine, you 2 don't have to die. Yan Yang, kill the other 2. As soon as Jiang Chen said this, the 2 young men's eyes widened. They couldn't wrap their heads around what was going on. What was going on? The little demon king actually let them go? Why didn't Jiang Chen kill them? Could it be that he was being kind and spared their lives? Never mind, I don't care anymore. Being able to live is the greatest happiness. The 2 young men's eyes were filled with tears. They felt that happiness had come too suddenly, and they couldn't get used to it. It turned out that the greatest happiness in this world was to be alive. Arg, just when the 2 of them were sighing, 2 screams came from behind them. The 2 men from the main force of the Li family had died under the swords of the Yan family. The people from the Yan family wouldn't show any mercy to those who killed them. These people had been planning to bury them here. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, they would have been dead by now. You 2, carry Li Chongming's body out. I am kind by nature, I even gave the body to Li Sanyu after killing him. Jiang Chen slowly put away the black spirit sword and picked up the big blade on the ground. Hearing the words kind by nature coming out from Jiang Chen's mouth, everyone on the scene staggered and almost fell to the ground. De Huang Dog couldn't stand it anymore. Damn you, this kid is even more shameless than me. De Huang Dog snorted. Yan Yang and the others were secretly sweating. Big brother, you call this kind of kindness? You're just using Li Chongming's body to anger Li Sanyu, aren't you? What are you 2 bastards standing there for? Hurry up and carry your young master's body out of here. Do you believe that I won't kill you with my sword and burn Li Chongming's body and yours to ashes? Jiang Chen shouted at the 2 young men who were still standing there. Yes, yes. The 2 young men were trembling in fear. They didn't dare to hesitate any longer. They immediately carried Li Chongming's body and disappeared. They didn't dare to treat Jiang Chen's words as a joke. They didn't doubt that Jiang Chen would really kill them with his sword. Big brother Jiang Chen, why did you let them go? Yan Chong asked in confusion. Don't worry, they won't be able to live. Jiang Chen shrugged as if he didn't care. Yan Yang, this blade is for you. Jiang Chen casually threw the big blade to Yan Yang. Yan Yang's eyes lit up and quickly caught it. Brother Jiang, this is a low-ranked combat weapon, it's too precious. How can I accept it? Yan Yang said embarrassedly. A low-ranked combat weapon was indeed too precious. Although he had a low-ranked combat weapon with him, it was given to him by the Yan family temporarily, and he still had to hand it in when he got back. Jiang Chen's blade was a real gift to him. He would be lying if he said he didn't like it. Really? If you're feeling embarrassed, I'll just give it to Yan Chong. Jiang Chen reached out his hand to take the blade. Yan Yang quickly took a step back and said with a big smile on his face, of course I'm embarrassed. How can I give it to someone else? Yan Chong shrugged with a disappointed look on his face. Let's go, let's get out of here as well. All the people from the Li family are dead. The qualification to enter the Tianjian gate is now on you guys. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. Everyone cleaned up their wounds and got ready to leave the mountain. It hadn't even been 4 hours yet, but there was no need to stay any longer. Today, under the leadership of Jiang Chen, the Yan family had won an unprecedented battle. Now, the younger generation of the Li family had been reduced to 0, while the Yan family was still at its peak. With the addition of Yan Qinyu, who had the 9 meridians, in a few years, the Li family would be swallowed by the Yan family, and from then on, the Red City would be ruled by the Yan family. De Huang Dog stood up and followed behind Jiang Chen. Suddenly, everyone was staring at him. Why did this dog look so familiar? What are you looking at? Have you never seen such a handsome dog before? Pooh. I'm not a dog. De Huang Dog stared at him and scolded him. Damn it, this dog can talk, and he's so narcissistic. At this moment, outside of the mountain, a few people were still waiting. Chen Shuang and the other two from the Tianjian gate were chatting and laughing. Li Sanyu had a big smile on his face. He was trying to find a topic with Yan Zhanyun, but Yan Zhanyun's face was cold and worried. Yan Zhanyun, I'm afraid all the people from your Yan family are dead by now. Li Sanyu said with a smile on his face. All the people from your Li family are dead. Yan Zhanyun stared at Li Sanyu. He wished he could just jump on him and tear his mouth apart. Hee hee, Yan Zhanyun, I know you're feeling bad right now, but you need to learn to accept reality. You should think about it, if all the young generation of your Yan family are dead, how many more years can your Yan family survive in Red City? Li Shanyu licked his face. His face was filled with shamelessness and pride. Humph. The exam isn't over yet, how do you know the result? Yan Zhanyun let out a cold snort. Eh? Someone is coming out. Right at this moment, the mortal core warrior from the Li family said. Everyone looked over and saw 2 men slowly walking out from the mountain range. One of them was carrying a dead body on his shoulder. Let's go. Let's go. When Li Shanyu saw the faces of the 2 of them clearly, the gloating expression on his face suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, the 2 men arrived in front of Li Sanyu. They kneeled down in front of Li Sanyu and tidied up Li Chongming's dead body. Swoosh, everyone, including Chen Shuang and the other 2 men, looked at Li Chongming's dead body in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Li Chongming, a mortal core warrior, was dead. This was unbelievable. Ha ha ha, Li Sanyu, this is the result you've been waiting for. Yan Zhanyun laughed out loud. His mood had never been so good before. Tell me, who killed him? Li Sanyu was furious. The scary scar on his face was trembling, it was really scary. It's Jiang Chen. Dead, all of them are dead, their voices were trembling. When they mentioned Jiang Chen, they still felt fear. That young man was too scary. What? Li Shanyu roared out. His anger rose, and he looked like a furious lion. Jiang Chen, you killed 3 of my sons. You've made me, Li Shanyu, die without any descendants. I'm going to tear you into 1,000,000 pieces. I'll tear you into 1,000,000 pieces. Li Sanyu was completely furious. All 3 of his sons were dead. It wasn't hard to imagine how he was feeling right now. Everyone is dead. You 2 don't need to live anymore. The 2 of them died tragically. They didn't die in the hands of their enemies, and they even carried Li Chongming's body out of the mountain. They were scared all the way, and finally escaped from the tiger's mouth. They thought they had saved their lives, but they died in the hands of their own people. That Jiang Chen is so powerful. He killed a Dan stage warrior while he was only at the Qi High realm. I can't believe we all underestimated him. Chen Shuang frowned slightly. He remembered the young man in white who entered the mountain. Before entering, almost everyone thought that it was unfair for Li Chongming to enter. Who would have thought that the strongest warrior would come out with a dead body? Li Sanyu, you are so cruel. You even killed your own people. It seems like those affiliated forces that followed your Li family are going to be disappointed. Yan Zhanyun laughed. He didn't miss any chance to mock Li Sanyu. Li Sanyu's anger could scare people, but Yan Zhanyun didn't care. Yan Zhanyun. As expected, Li Shanyu let out a loud shout and threw a palm towards Yan Zhanyun. He had a stomach full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. His last son, whom he was most proud of, had died. He was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Yan Zhanyun's sarcastic remarks had undoubtedly ignited this volcano. Humph. Yan Zhanyun let out a cold humph. His energy fluctuated and collided with Li Shanyu's attack. Both of them took a step back at the same time. They were equally matched. This pair of old enemies had been fighting for more than 10 years, and neither of them could defeat the other. Li Xianyu, it's your own business to grieve over your son's death. Don't tell me you're not going to allow others to be happy? Haha, I'm happy. I'm especially happy. I'm so happy. I can't even feel better. Didn't you want to kill all my Yan family members in this mountain? Could it be that only Li Chongming is allowed to kill us and not him? Haha. Yan Zhanyan laughed out loud. Looking at him, it was obvious that he wanted to anger Li Xianyu to death. Roar Li Sanyu roared and jumped towards Yan Zhanyan like a lion. His mouth was about to spit fire. In the blink of an eye, the two giants of Red City clashed with each other. Chen Shuang and the other two shook their heads. They didn't care about the fight between these two men. The fight in Red City had nothing to do with them. Besides, these two men in front of them were late mortal core warriors, and Li Xianyu was in a state of rage. They didn't have the strength to interfere. At the same time, the people from the Yan family had also walked out from the mountain. Although they all looked a bit messed up, none of them were missing. Their faces were filled with joy. Obviously, they had achieved a great victory. When Yan Yang and the others came out, they saw Li Xianyu and Yan Zhanyan fighting each other. When they saw the three corpses on the ground, they knew why they were fighting each other. Big brother Jiangchen, how do you know that those two will die as well? Yan Chong looked at Jiangchen with admiration and worship. Jiangchen smiled faintly, even Li Chongming is dead, but they are still alive. When they see Li Chongming's body and all three of Li Sanyu's sons are dead, they will definitely lose their minds and kill them with a single slap. Big brother Jiangchen is so smart. Yan Chong was so impressed that he prostrated himself on the ground. Jiangchen, you little bastard, give me your life. When Li Sanyu saw Jiangchen walking out from the mountain, his eyes immediately spat out flames. All three of his sons were killed by this young man. Li Sanyu wished he could eat him alive. Li Sanyu immediately threw Yan Zhanyan aside and jumped towards Jiangchen. Li Sanyu, did you ask for my permission before you killed someone? Of course, Yan Zhanyan would not let Li Sanyu have his way. Once again, he stood in front of Li Sanyu. Although he did not enter the mountain, with his intelligence, he could guess what had happened. Obviously, Jiangchen had saved everyone from the Yan family. If it wasn't for Jiangchen, under Li Chongming's lead, the ones who would be killed would not be the Li family, but Yan Yang and the others. Jiangchen had saved Yan Meng and the others, then he had saved Yan Qinyu and helped her cure her 9 meridians. Now, he had saved the hope of the Yan family's younger generation and dealt a heavy blow to the Li family. To put it bluntly, Jiangchen was the Yan family's biggest benefactor. Even if he had to risk his life, Yan Zhanyan would still protect Jiangchen. Da Huang dog. Suddenly, a discordant scream was heard. Nguyen Ling from the Tianjian gate jumped up. Her beautiful eyes were staring at Da Huang dog who dared to stand beside Jiangchen. Her eyes were about to spit out fire. It's really this damn dog. I've searched far and wide for it. Xiao Hua was even more direct. With a clang, he drew out a long sword and unleashed his aura. Let's attack together. Skin him alive. Don't let this damn dog escape again. Chen Shuang shouted. The three of them clenched their teeth and attacked. Like three tornadoes, they rushed towards Da Huang dog. Damn it. What happened? At this moment, everyone was stunned. Even Yan Zhanyan and Li Sanyu, who were fighting fiercely, stopped what they were doing. They stared at the three people from the Tianjian gate with horrified eyes. These three people had always been very friendly, but now, they were so angry when they saw a dog. At this moment, the people from the Yan family also came to their senses. No wonder this dog looked so familiar. It was the dog that the disciples of the Tianjian gate were looking for. Looking at the three people who couldn't wait to grind Da Huang dog's bones into ashes, everyone had the same thought in their mind. What had this dog done to infuriate both humans and gods? Damn you! How did these three fellows manage to chase us all the way here? Da Huang dog cursed loudly. After that, he did something that made Jiangchen speechless. Da Huang dog immediately hid behind Jiangchen, but he didn't forget to stick out his tongue at the three angry men. At the same time, he also winked at Nguyen Ling. Pretty girl, your body size is too small. Why don't you become my human pet? I'll help you modify your body. Although De Huang Dog was being chased, he obviously wasn't afraid of these three men. Even at this moment, he still didn't forget to flirt with the pretty girl. In fact, De Huang Dog's current strength was almost the same as Jiang Chen's. He could kill an early mortal core warrior, but he was no match for a mid-mortal core warrior. However, his speed was too fast, and it was extremely difficult for these three men to catch De Huang Dog. Hearing De Huang Dog say her body size was too small, Nguyen Ling's anger immediately increased. How am I small? Damn dog, I'm going to skin you alive. Nguyen Ling swung her sword towards Jiang Chen. De Huang, fuck your sister. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood. He had no idea what this damn dog had done at Tianjian Gate. Now that they were chasing him, this damn dog could have easily dodged the attack, but he chose to hide behind Jiang Chen. Wasn't this just asking Jiang Chen to take the brunt of the attack? This was such an injustice. However, when Nguyen Ling's attack arrived, he just waved his hand and unleashed a beam of light to defend himself. Buddy, get out of the way. This has nothing to do with you. Chen Shuanglin looked at Jiang Chen. All right. Jiang Chen nodded his head furiously. This really had nothing to do with him. He immediately moved his body and dodged to the side. Damn you, I followed you for so long, but I didn't expect you to be so mean. De Huang Dog was very agile, and his speed was extremely fast. Once again, he hid behind Jiang Chen's back. Get lost, damn dog. Jiang Chen dodged again, and De Huang Dog dodged again. This dog was like a dog's skin plaster, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of him. Senior Disciple Chen, this guy is obviously in cahoots with De Huang Dog, let's kill him together. Nguyen Ling said angrily. Alright, let's kill him together. Chen Shuang said straightforwardly. The three of them unleashed their energy and attacked at the same time. 3 bright sword beams slashed towards Jiang Chen. Damn it! Jiang Chen cursed. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood onto De Huang Dog's body. However, Jiang Chen's anger had also been ignited. As the once greatest saint in the world, he had never been afraid of anyone. These 3 idiots had accused him without any explanation, and they wanted to kill him. And he didn't even know what De Huang Dog had done. Why was he so angry? Rumble. Jiang Chen unleashed his single solar finger, and De Huang Dog spat out a golden beam from his mouth. Both of them collided with the sword beams from the 3 men. Rumble, the shockwave spread out. A mid-mortal core warrior was not someone Li Chongming could compare with. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were both knocked back by the shockwave. You 3 listen up, don't provoke me. Jiang Chen pointed his finger at the 3 men. This was his last warning. He really didn't care about the Tianjin Gate. Humph. Staying together with that mangy dog is the same as seeking death. Nguyen Ling let out a cold snort. The 3 of them were filled with killing intent. They had already listed Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog as their must-kill targets. Guys, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Yan Zhanyun hurriedly asked. How did things develop? How did they end up fighting with the people from the Tianjian Gate just because of a dog? Misunderstanding my ass. Chief Yan, the reason we came here is to kill this dog. Jiang Chen is colluding with a dog, that's why he deserves to die. Chief Yan, how dare your Yan family protect someone that we, the Tianjian Gate, want to kill? Chen Shuang stared at Yan Zhanyun Leng. Chief Yan, please step aside. This is between me and the Tianjian Gate, it has nothing to do with your Yan family. No one from the Yan family is allowed to get involved. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. A faint killing intent was leaking out from his body. These 3 bastards had really pissed him off. When someone wanted to kill him, there was nothing else to say. Anyone who wanted to kill him was his enemy. This was Jiang Chen's principle. Li Sanyu, who was standing aside, had a happy expression on his face. He had never expected Jiang Chen to offend the people from the Tianjian Gate. This was going to be a lot easier. He wanted to see if Yan Zhanyun could still protect Jiang Chen. Alright, since you've admitted to it, then you can die together with De Huang Dog. After saying that, Xiao Hua once again dashed towards Jiang Chen. He was not Li Chongming, who had just broken through to the mortal core realm, but Xiaohua had been at the early mortal core realm for quite some time. He didn't care about Jiangchen, who was only at the mid-Qi high realm. "Da Huang dog, what the fuck have you done?" Jiangchen felt speechless and asked. "Don't ask first, take this," Da Huang dog urged. Swoosh, Xiaohua moved extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Jiangchen. Die. Everything was just a coincidence, a misunderstanding. The shameless Da Huang dog dragged Jiangchen into this mess, and the angry disciples of Tianjian Gate believed that Jiangchen and Da Huang dog were in cahoots. When they thought about all the crimes that Da Huang dog had committed, of course they wanted to kill Jiangchen as well. Jiangchen was not someone who could be killed easily. The Mu Rong family offended him, and their entire family was uprooted. The Li family offended him, and all three of their sons were killed by him. Li Sanyu's family line was cut off. Now, these three disciples of Tianjian Gate had come to provoke him, and the consequences wouldn't be any better. In his previous life, Jiangchen had stepped on piles of bones to reach his peak. The law of the jungle in the cultivation world was something he had seen clearly. When an opponent showed their killing intent towards Jiangchen had already sentenced them to death. Just like this Xiaohua in front of him. Jiangchen's movement was extremely fast. Before Xiaohua's longsword could even land on Xiaohua, the green beam had already pierced into his body. When the green beam entered his body, Xiaohua, who had an imposing aura, suddenly started convulsing. After that, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Xiaohua threw away the longsword in his hand. He grabbed his chest with both of his hands, but it was useless. Green smoke kept coming out from his chest. The green smoke kept spreading, and soon, it covered Xiaohua's entire body. Plop, Xiaohua fell onto the ground with a plop. Both of his legs were trembling, and the scream coming out from his mouth was enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. In just a few seconds, Xiaohua had completely stopped moving. His body was completely black, and his face was like coal. His eyes were wide open, and they were filled with fear. A large part of his chest had been corroded, as if he was being corroded by thousands of creatures. It was a cruel and terrifying scene. This was terrifying. This scene was enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. An early mortal core warrior had been killed in the blink of an eye, in the most painful way possible. For a moment, everyone was stunned on the spot. Everyone looked at Xiaohua, who had almost turned into charcoal on the ground, and then looked at Jiangchen, who had an indifferent smile on his face. Their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Too ruthless, too savage. This is death by poison. This brat actually knows how to use poison. What a vicious method. Li Sangyu sucked in a breath of cold air. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Li Chongming's corpse. Jiangchen didn't use this kind of poison on Li Chongming. It seemed to be merciful. What kind of poison is that? It's so powerful. An early mortal core warrior died in an instant. Big brother Jiangchen actually had a hidden trick. If he had used this trick in the forest, Li Chongming wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. Yeah, big brother Jiangchen is too scary, but he killed a disciple of the Tianjian Gate. What should we do? Everyone on the scene were sighing. The poison Jiangchen used was undoubtedly terrifying, but what worried them more was that Jiangchen had just killed a disciple of the Tianjian Gate. This was undoubtedly a huge disaster. Jiangchen, what a vicious method. Qin Shuang's expression changed dramatically as he shouted at Jiangchen. Nguyen Ling, who was standing beside him, had lost her arrogant attitude. The way she looked at Jiangchen, aside from hatred, there was also fear in her eyes. At the same time, she felt lucky. If she was the one who attacked first and not Xiaohua, she would be the one lying on the ground now. Although she was a woman, this guy in front of her obviously wouldn't show mercy to the fairer sex. I've warned you before, don't mess with me. Jiangchen was indifferent towards Qin Shuang's anger. How dare you kill a disciple of the Tianjian Gate? No matter where you are, you will die. Qin Shuang's killing intent soared to the sky. Kill me first. Jiangchen didn't mind at all. Today, I will kill you and that damn dog together, and avenge junior disciple Xiaohua. After saying that, Qin Shuang swung his arm and threw out a sharp sword. It was a low-ranked combat weapon. Combat weapons were extremely precious in Red City, but they were much better in the Tianjian Gate. Some of the more experienced Outer Circle disciples could even get a low-ranked combat weapon. As for those powerful Heavenly Core Inner Circle disciples, many of them even had a mid-ranked combat weapon. Qin Shuang's energy was strong, and his killing intent soared to the sky. He had fully displayed the strength of a mid-mortal core warrior, and he even had a low-ranked combat weapon in his hand. His strength was not something that Xiaohua could compare with. Even though he knew that Jiangchen could use poison, he didn't show any signs of fear. This was because of his confidence in his strength. With his mid-mortal core skills, he didn't believe that he couldn't defeat a mid-chi high warrior. After all, there was a huge gap between the two. Facing Qin Shuang's powerful attack, Jiangchen had a smile on his face. A cunning look appeared in his eyes. After that, he pretended to have a changed expression and started running away. "Damn dog, why aren't you running?" Jiangchen shouted at De Huang Dog. Seeing Jiangchen running away without a fight, De Huang Dog was startled. This guy was so arrogant just a moment ago, but in just a blink of an eye, he had turned into a coward. Immortal my ass. De Huang Dog leaned back and turned into a golden light. He quickly followed behind Jiangchen. "Jiangchen, that damn dog. Today, I will kill you no matter what." Qin Shuang was filled with killing intent. He dashed forward like an arrow leaving the bow. Hearing Qin Shuang calling his name together with De Huang Dog, Jiangchen felt so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Wasn't this just insulting him? Behind them, Nguyen Ling turned around and looked at Li Sanyu. "Chief Li, I hope you can help us catch Jiangchen and that dog. The Tianjian Gate will definitely reward you handsomely." "Alright." Li Sanyu immediately agreed. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to eat Jiangchen's flesh and drink Jiangchen's blood. He would definitely be the first one who wanted to kill Jiangchen. "No way. Li Sanyu, with me here, don't even think about taking a step into the mountain range." Yan Zhanyun released his qi and stood in front of Li Sanyu. "Yan Zhanyun, how dare you go against the Tianjian Gate?" Nguyen Ling was furious. "Miss Nguyen Ling, the Yan family will never go against the Tianjian Gate. If you and young Master Qin Shuang want to kill Jiangchen, the Yan family will definitely not stop you. But, this Li Sanyu is our enemy. Me stopping him has nothing to do with the Tianjian Gate," Yan Zhanyun said. Looking at his attitude, it seemed like he would never let Li Sanyu go. Jiangchen had done the Yan family a great favor. Even if he had to risk his life, he wouldn't let Li Sanyu have the chance to kill Jiangchen. As for Qin Shuang and Nguyen Ling, he believed that Jiangchen would have a way to deal with them. With their strength, it would not be easy for them to kill Jiangchen. But, Li Sanyu was a different story. He was a late mortal core warrior, and he was not someone to be trifled with. "Alright, Yan Zhanyun, we, the Tianjian Gate, will remember what happened today," Nguyen Ling said in a cruel manner. After that, she started chasing after Jiangchen. "Yan Zhanyun, you have offended the Tianjian Gate today. Your Yan family will be finished sooner or later." "Haha." Li Sanyu started laughing out loudly. "Humph. That's none of your business." Yan Zhanyun let out a cold snort. "Yan Zhanyun, that brat Jiangchen has killed the men from the Tianjian Gate. He will definitely die. Although he knows how to use poison, it won't be easy for him to kill Jiangchen if he is prepared. Do you really think that with his mid-chi high cultivation, he can fight against a mid-mortal core warrior? And your Yan family, you have offended the Tianjian Gate by stopping me today. Sooner or later, you will be finished along with Jiangchen. It's a shame that I can't kill Jiangchen with my own hands. I'll cut him into 1,000 pieces. But, even if Jiangchen is dead, I won't let the Jiang family of Fragrant Sky City go." Li Sanyu was furious. He picked up Li Changming's body and left. Yan Zhanyun took a deep breath. Right now, Li Sanyu was a very scary man. A lion who had nothing to worry about. Once he went all out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Sanyu was in this state right now. All three of his sons were dead, and what he was going to do next would be crazy. "Chief, what should we do now? I wonder if Brother Jiang can handle it?" Yan Yang said worriedly. Everyone's face turned pale. Jiang Chen had saved their lives, so they naturally didn't want anything bad to happen to Jiang Chen. They had just won the battle, but they didn't expect the situation to change because of a stupid dog. Don't worry, Jiang Chen just sent me a message with his divine sense. He asked us not to get involved in the battle between him and the Tianjian Gate. I believe he can handle it. Yan Zhanyan said with a smile. Brother Jiang is only at the Qi Hai realm, but he can actually use divine sense to send messages? Yan Yang was shocked. Brother Jiang Chen is an extraordinary man, and you can't use common sense to judge him. I'm sure he has a way to deal with the two men from the Tianjian Gate. The reason why he chose to enter the mountain range is probably because he doesn't want to drag our Yan family into this. After all, it's the Tianjian Gate. Brother Jiang Chen has really put a lot of effort into this. Yan Zhanyan let out a long sigh. In fact, he had really thought too highly of himself this time. Although this was one of the reasons why Jiang Chen chose to run away, he had a bigger plan in mind. Within the mountain range, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were running like crazy, and Chen Shuang was hot on their heels. What the hell are you doing? You have a deadly poison in your hand, and with your skills and speed, it's not impossible for you to kill that Chen Shuang. Why are you running away? De Huang Dog said in a gloomy manner. You don't know shit. Father's poison isn't something that I can use whenever I want. After using it once, I need a long time before I can use it again. Besides, that Chen Shuang is a mid-mortal core warrior. If he's prepared, even if I have deadly poison, it won't be easy for me to kill him. I'm no match for a mid-mortal core warrior, so if I don't run away, what else can I do? Jiang Chen snorted. This guy didn't even blink his eyes when he lied. He had completely mastered the green hellish python's deadly poison, and he could use it as he wished just like his yuan energy. Although Chen Shuang was a mid-mortal core warrior, and it wouldn't be easy for him to kill him, with Jiang Chen's skills and deadly poison, he wasn't afraid of Chen Shuang at all. Of course, there was a reason why he chose to run away. This De Huang Dog had dragged him into this, and if Jiang Chen didn't get some benefits from De Huang Dog, then he would be letting this damn dog off. Damn you, why did you use deadly poison on that weakling? What a waste. De Huang Dog was so angry that smoke was coming out from his nostrils. He scolded Jiang Chen for being a black sheep. Cut the crap. The one behind us is catching up. I can't run anymore, carry me on your back. Fuck, damn you, how dare you ride on me? De Huang Dog was furious. No one had ever dared to ride on him before. He immediately unleashed his energy and tried to shake off Jiang Chen. Damn dog, you dragged me into this mess, and now you don't even want to carry me? You're so heartless. Jiang Chen grabbed onto De Huang Dog tightly and refused to get off. This dog dragged him into this mess, so he had to pay the price. Damn you. De Huang Dog cursed as he spat out a mouthful of saliva. After that, he kept running. Damn dog, where do you think you're going? Behind him, Chen Shuang shouted out and unleashed a sword beam towards Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Jiang Chen turned around and unleashed his single solar finger, blocking the sword beam. Damn dog, run faster. Aren't you pretty fast? Jiang Chen slapped De Huang Dog. That's enough, little bastard. Believe it or not, I'll bite you to death. De Huang Dog was furious. That guy is a mid-mortal core warrior after all, his speed isn't slow at all. The terrain here is flat, I'll need some time to shake him off. De Huang Dog, die. Chen Shuang unleashed another sword attack from behind. The sword beam danced in the air and caught up with De Huang Dog in an instant. Jiang Chen laughed, but he only managed to block it slightly. The remaining force of the sword beam hit De Huang Dog's butt. Ouch, De Huang Dog screamed out, damn you. Bastard, why didn't you block it? I did, but I couldn't. Today, I fought with you, then I fought with Li Chongming. Just now, I killed an early mortal core warrior with poison. I'm exhausted, and I'm at the end of my rope. That Chen Shuang is a mid-mortal core warrior, I can't block him anymore. Jiang Chen said. He had a bright smile on his face, and the sly look in his eyes was getting brighter and brighter. Go to hell, you're trying to fool me. De Huang Dog almost coughed up blood. This guy said that he was an arrow at the end of its flight. Who would believe him? Bang. Ouch. Following that, Chen Shuang continued to attack with his sword. However, De Huang Dog's speed was extremely fast. Even with his mid-Dan realm cultivation, he couldn't catch up with him in a short amount of time. The distance between them was increasing bit by bit. Every time Chen Shuang attacked, Jiang Chen would only block it slightly before hitting De Huang Dog's butt. Jiang Chen rode on De Huang Dog's back, grinning from ear to ear. In any case, De Huang Dog's skin was coarse and thick. After he blocked the attack, he could no longer cause any damage to De Huang Dog. However, the series of attacks still caused De Huang Dog's butt to turn red. F***ck your sister, can't you block it for a bit? De Huang Dog was about to go crazy. I blocked it. Didn't you hear it? I really can't take it anymore. I'm really not pretending. Jiang Chen looked like he was wronged. That bastard dared to attack my butt. I'm going to eat him up. De Huang Dog gritted his teeth. The continuous attacks on his butt made him furious. If you can't beat him, then what's the point of eating him? Let's just run away first. Jiang Chen said. Woof woof, De Huang Dog let out a roar. Suddenly, a golden light shone on his body. Under this golden light, his speed increased again. In the blink of an eye, he had shaken off Chen Shuang. The dragon horse's talent is indeed extraordinary. This dog used a secret skill to increase his speed. Jiang Chen was surprised. In front of them was a valley. It was the place where Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog fought. De Huang Dog turned into a golden light and passed through the valley. In the blink of an eye, he entered the cave. Get down from me. De Huang Dog's body shook, and he pushed Jiang Chen down from his back. De Huang, amazing. I never expected you to be so fast. Even a mid-mortal core warrior was shaken off by you. Jiang Chen gave De Huang Dog a thumbs up. Of course. I, your father, have a lot of awesome abilities that you haven't seen yet. De Huang Dog immediately became extremely narcissistic. But, that Chen Shuang has already opened up his divine sense. With his divine sense, I'm afraid it won't be hard for him to find us. Jiang Chen said again. You've dragged me down. If it wasn't for you, I could have easily shaken him off. De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen with a complaining expression. You think you're in the right? You're the one who dragged me down. If it wasn't for you, you damn dog, would I have been able to fight against those disciples from Tianjian Gate? That's Tianjian Gate, I can't afford to offend them. Jiang Chen said with a wronged expression. Alright, look at you. De Huang Dog said with a disdainful expression. But, I'm curious, you damn dog, what did you do to Tianjian Gate? What made them come all the way here just to kill you? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Actually, it's nothing much. I released 3 heavenly core demon lords from the Tianjian Gate's demon prison tower, but they were captured by their inner circle disciples. Then, I went to the outer circle and caused some trouble. I collected all the female disciples' underwear and burned them in their square. Kaka, I didn't expect the fire to be so big, it even burned half of their dormitory. Damn it, isn't it just a fire? Why are they so relentless? When De Huang Dog thought about his glorious deeds, he felt excited and depressed at the same time. Jiang Chen really wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood onto De Huang Dog's face. This damn dog was nothing but an evil dog. He really could do anything. If it was Jiang Chen, he would have skinned him alive, pulled out his tendons, and burned his bones into ashes. No wonder they came all the way here just to kill you, you deserved it. Brilliant, you're really brilliant. Looks like it's not wrong for them to want to kill me. Jiang Chen gave De Huang Dog a thumbs up. Now that he thought about it, it wasn't wrong for Nguyen Ling and the other two to treat him and De Huang Dog as accomplices, because what De Huang Dog had done had angered both men and gods. Don't worship me, my goal is to burn down the demon prison tower one day, Kaka. De Huang Dog said as he laughed narcissistically. Jiang Chen laughed, and with an evil look, he moved closer to De Huang Dog and said, De Huang, do you want to kill that guy? He poked your butt so hard that it almost bloomed. Thinking about his butt, De Huang Dog jumped up and said, fuck, kill him, we have to kill him. I have a way to kill him, and I guarantee that you'll feel great when you take your revenge. Jiang Chen said with a smile. De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. What is it? It's too simple. As long as I reach the late Qi High realm in a short time, I guarantee that I'll kill him. At that time, you can do whatever you want to him. Xianxia said. Looking at you, you must have just reached the mid-Qi High realm. It's not realistic for you to reach the late Qi High realm in a short time. De Huang Dog shook his head. He felt that Xianxia's idea was not reliable at all. That's why I need your help. The smile on Xianxia's face became wider and wider. How? De Huang Dog regretted after asking the question, because he had a bad feeling about Xianxia's smile. It's actually very simple. You just need to bleed a little bit. Get lost. Before Xianxia could finish his words, De Huang Dog jumped up. This guy really did not have any good intentions. It turned out that he wanted to kill Xianxia. It's just a little bit of blood. You're too stingy. Xianxia knew that this dog would not agree so easily. If it weren't for the fact that he was not strong enough, he would have pressed De Huang Dog down and let him bleed. Anyway, I'm tired. When that guy catches up, you'll have to run again. I don't think you'll be able to take revenge. Xianxia leaned on the ground with his hands under his head and said in a weird tone. Damn you. If it weren't for the fact that I haven't activated my innate ability, I would have eaten that bastard in one bite. De Huang Dog muttered, feeling very depressed. He looked at Xianxia, who was lying on the ground and pretending to be a rascal. Feeling the pain coming from his butt, he felt even more depressed. Such a scene must never happen again. Revenge, I must take revenge. Kill him, I must kill him. Brat, I can give you some blood. But you have to promise to cripple that brat and hand him over to me. De Huang Dog compromised. It's a deal. Xianxia suddenly stood up from the ground. His eyes were shining, and he did not look tired at all. De Huang Dog suddenly felt like he had been cheated. In fact, the main reason why Xianxia chose to run away was because De Huang Dog had the dragon blood in his body. It could make his dragon transformation skill change. How could he miss such a great opportunity? Everything that happened after that was according to Xianxia's plan. De Huang Dog was someone who could not afford to lose. After his but was continuously attacked, he would definitely be furious. Xianxia could use this opportunity to take his blood. Brat, you are a cunning and shameless bastard. Let's make a deal. If you don't cripple that guy, I'll bite you to death. De Huang Dog threatened. Don't worry, I promise I'll help you take revenge. Xianxia patted his chest and promised. As long as he reached the late Qi High realm, he would be able to use the double solar finger. With his skills, killing Qin Shuang would be a piece of cake. Alright. Big Yellow had made up his mind. With a sway of his body, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he grabbed the blood with his hand. The blood of an ancient dragon horse is indeed different. Although it does not have the blood essence, it is enough to make my dragon transformation skill change. Xianxia was overjoyed. He did not expect De Huang Dog's blood essence. This dog would definitely not give it to him. Being able to get a ball of golden blood was already good enough. In the Saint Origin world, the descendants of dragons had long been extinct. This De Huang Dog in front of him was probably the last remaining descendant. Xianxia, who was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, was lucky to meet De Huang Dog. Protect me, I'm going to start refining it now. After saying that, Xianxia sat down with his legs crossed and swallowed the ball of golden blood. Boom, as soon as the blood entered his body, a strong yang qi spread out in all directions. The dragon marks in his qi were jumping excitedly. The dragon horse bloodline was the most powerful bloodline in the world. It was extremely strong, which was exactly what the dragon transformation skill needed. End of chapter 56. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.